Chapter 581 The Mastermind. Sir, do you want to keep the person alive? Keep the person alive. Take him away for interrogation. I don't think he is from you, but from Ardachi. I want to see who wants to kill this little girl. Yuan Song glanced coldly at the person, who was pressed to the ground. He was only breathing, and his chin had been removed by Xiao Tao. Yes, sir, Xiao Tao said, grabbed the belt of the man in black, and quickly disappeared at the gate of the city. This Xiao Tao is still so rude. No wonder she can't appreciate my dress. Alas, I don't know if she can get married in the future. Xiao Tao was carrying the killer to fly over the eaves and walls. And suddenly she sneezed without warning. She couldn't help but frown. Could it be the cold wind? Yuan Song turned his head to look at the father and daughter who were still lying on the ground, and went up to pat Wan Lao air on the back. Oh, big brother. It's you again. Why are you here? We are really destined to meet. Wan Lao finally moved his stiff neck. And then he saw clearly that the person who came was the peacock. My legs are weak, and I can't get up. Wan Lao blushed. Yuan Song understood Wan Lao's feelings very well. If ordinary people were assassinated, their legs would be weak. It was good enough that they didn't wet their pants. Besides, the big brother just now should have deeply felt the moment of death. If he hadn't acted quickly, he would be a corpse now. Yuan Song stretched out his long arm and pulled Wan Lao up. Fu Bao was protected by Wan Lao and was almost suffocated. Now she can finally breathe deeply. Thank you very much. Wan Lao was a little embarrassed. Before they released the lanterns, they suspected that the other party was a bad guy. But now they were saved by him. The slap in the face came too quickly. Wan Lao, a simple farmer, was a little embarrassed. He said 3 words after holding back for a long time. Brother, you don't need to thank me. It's just a small favor. But I don't think you are from a noble family. How could you offend your enemies and have someone assassinate you? You are not some hidden master, right? Yuan Song looked gossipy. Wan Lao waved his hand quickly. Of course not. We are just ordinary farmers. Not even rich businessmen. And I don't know why someone would come to kill us. Wan Lao immediately explained. And Fu Bao ran over and pulled Wan Lao's sleeve. Dad, since they saved us, we should express our gratitude. But we don't have any expensive gifts. So let's just bow to this big brother. Wan Lao nodded hurriedly. Yes. Yes. My daughter is right. I forgot about it. Come and bow to the benefactor. Big brother. No need. I can't bear it. Yuan Song quickly stopped Fu Bao. If Wan Qingmo knew about it, he would probably chase him for 3 blocks. When he was at the border, he always heard Wan Qingmo talk about this little girl. Now he finally saw her. She is indeed a beautiful little sister. So cute. How could he bear to let her bow? Big brother, do you think our bow is not sincere enough? Fu Bao looked at Yuan Song with his clear big eyes. Of course not. But I don't think it's necessary. You guys should go back quickly. It's getting late. I'm going to go back to sleep too. Here's this for you. Yuan Song had been tying the eagle lantern around his waist. And now he stuffed it directly into Fu Bao's pocket. I hope that when the little girl sees Wan Qingmo, she won't complain about him. After all, he stole her lantern. I hope that for the sake of returning the lantern to its original owner, the little girl will show mercy. Fu Bao wanted to thank Yuan Song, but Yuan Song had already disappeared. Daddy, shall we go back? Well, okay. Fu Bao, do you think that young man doesn't look that bad? He looks kind. Except that his clothes make people feel a little exaggerated. Isn't his temperament similar to your brother Mo? Especially when he doesn't smile. Fu Bao really didn't notice this, because the Yuan Song that Fu Bao saw was always smiling, and never had a cold face. What Wan Lao saw was a quick glance at the expression of Yuan Song when he dealt with those killers. Dad, I don't think anyone can compare to Brother Mo. Brother Mo is very powerful and invincible. Let's go back quickly, and don't let anything happen again. Okay. Dad will carry you on his back. But Fu Bao, where do you think these killers came from tonight? Dad, I think they may not be from you, but from the capital. The father and daughter walked farther and farther away, and their voices gradually disappeared in the wind. Yuan Song came out from nowhere, looking at the backs of the father and daughter, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes, until Xiao Tao appeared behind Yuan Song with a man with broken arms and legs. Sir, this man confessed. They are killers in the rivers and lakes, not dead men kept by aristocratic families. So I used a little trick, and he was in trouble. Well, well done. Oh, Xiao Tao. You are also a girl. How can you be so cruel? Yuan Song was still praising Xiao Tao the moment before. But when he turned around, he saw a group of people lying on the ground, who looked neither human nor ghost. He stumbled and jumped a few meters away, and fanned him with disgust. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes, and said with disgust, Sir, your acting skills are getting worse and worse. Oh, you saw all this? Yuan Song didn't feel embarrassed at all. He walked to Xiao Tao with a fan, put one elbow on Xiao Tao's shoulder, gently lifted Xiao Tao's chin with one hand, and made a tisk sound. Xiao Tao, you say, you are so cruel. Who should I marry you to in the future? I'm really afraid that your future husband will make you unhappy, and you will turn him into a human pig. Then, wouldn't I harm him? Xiao Tao looked at Yuan Song expressionlessly. Sir, don't you want to know who is behind this? When Sir Mo asks you, I see how you will explain it. Yuan Song's face immediately fell. It's really boring. Why are you talking about that ice-face guy? Tell me now. Yuan Song let go of Xiao Tao and walked towards the city in a leisurely manner. It was the princess of Prince Li's mansion who hired them. After listening, Yuan Song stopped, crossed his arms and frowned slightly, turned his head and asked, Princess? When did that little girl offend the princess? She is really good at causing trouble. No wonder Wan Xingmo asked me to escort her back to the border in person. It seems that we won't be lonely along the way. It just so happens that my hands are itching, so I practice with them. Then how do we deal with this person? Xiao Tao glanced at the ball on the ground and raised her eyebrows. It's up to you. But you should go back and wash yourself clean before serving me. You're covered in blood. Xiao Tao pouted and gave the killer a quick death with a sword through his heart. Chapter 582 Awkward Yuan Song. Sir, where are we staying tonight? After Xiao Tao dealt with the assassin, she caught up with Yuan Song and asked. Of course. We will stay wherever the girl lives. Wouldn't that be too obvious? What if they find out? It doesn't matter. Xiao Tao. I said you are too cautious. You are only 15 years old this year. Right? Why are you like a nanny? Sir! Xiao Tao was angry and glared at Yuan Song. Her pretty face was still full of dissatisfaction. Okay. I won't say anything. Let's go to the inn quickly. This young master is almost dead from sleep. After Yuan Song said that, he slipped away. The assassination happened at the city gate and was quickly counter-killed. There were also soldiers to clean up the mess. The city was not affected much. The Lantern Festival is still going on. Wan Lauer brought Fubao and Haichuan back to the inn. Although Fubao was a little sleepy, he didn't fall asleep immediately. He lay on the window and looked at the lanterns of various shapes on the opposite side, his eyes full of light. Wow! Daddy! Come and see! What a big lantern! When Fubao yawned, the restaurant opposite suddenly made a lantern 2 people high, which turned out to be the shape of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Wan Lauer heard Fubao's exclamation and quickly stretched his head to look out. Oh my god! This lantern is so big! Wan Lauer opened his mouth in shock and looked at the high platform opposite. At this time, the entrance of the opposite restaurant was surrounded by a sea of people, as if the assassination at the city gate just now had no effect on coming here. Just above Wan Lauer's head, the master and servant were sitting at this time. Young master, I didn't expect this small county to have such a big hand. That's right. Don't you look at whose restaurant opposite is it? Xiao Tao glanced at the sign of the opposite restaurant and sneered knowingly. No wonder. It turns out to be the property of Prince Li's mansion. As the lanterns were lit up in order, exclamations continued to burst out from the crowd. The Lantern Festival reached its climax tonight, and even the county magistrate came in person to show his support, which shows that this restaurant is really grand. However, from Fubao's point of view, the view is better than the crowded view below. Not only can they see the full view of the lanterns, but the height of the lanterns is already higher than the windows of their inn. People below have to raise their necks to see the lanterns. But Fubao and his friends can see them easily. The shopkeeper really didn't lie to us. It's really nice to see the lanterns here. Wan Lauer felt that the money spent today was worth it. The Lantern Festival ended quickly. Wan Lauer washed Fubao's face and hands and feet and stuffed her into the quilt. Haichuan has grown a little bigger now. Wan Lauer didn't let it go to bed, so it lay on the footstool next to the bed. My daughter, do you think that the young master who saved us today was doing it for the sake of chivalry or on purpose? I always feel that this matter is not that simple. Wan Lao now treats Fu Bao as a little adult. And sometimes he can't tell who is his father. There is no way. Who let his daughter have a quick mind? Daddy, whether it is a chivalrous act or not, we will know after watching. I think these killers may come again, Fu Bao said calmly. But he frightened Wan Lao, who was just about to go to bed. And he missed the step and stumbled and fell on the bed. Girl, do you know something? Do you know why these assassins are chasing us today? Well, if these people are not the subordinates of the estate master, then the princess sent people to kill me. When I was in the palace, I ruined her good deeds. She might retaliate against me. Right? Wan Lao was immediately upset. He had never been calm before. He immediately looked at Fu Bao. Girl, how did you ruin her good deeds? You didn't say anything when you came back from the palace that day? Didn't you go to the plum blossom banquet? It was just eating, drinking and having fun? How could you cause a fatal disaster? Daddy, some things are not what you think. This matter is a bit complicated. You won't understand it even if I tell you. But the princess wanted someone to destroy Sister Ro's innocence. I found out the clues, and I repeatedly destroyed it. The princess hated me. Sister Ro reminded me at that time. But so many days have passed, and we are all safe. I thought maybe the princess is not so petty. Wan Lao sat on the bed, with a quilt in his arms. His mind was a little confused. You mean the princess has remembered now? I think the princess has been waiting for us to leave the capital. As soon as we left the capital today, the killers came. I think it might be the princess's men. Then do we still have to go back to the Duke's mansion? This time the border will last for another month or two. What should we do? Daddy, I am Fu Bao. Don't worry. They can't kill us. I don't see anything bad about you. You look so rosy. Maybe there will be good things waiting for you when you go home. After hearing what Fu Bao said, Wan Lao felt relieved. Your words make me feel relieved. Okay. Go to sleep. God is watching over us. We will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. Fu Bao nodded with a smile. Yeah. That's right. The conversation between the father and daughter was heard by Yuan Song and Xiao Ao on the roof. Yuan Song raised the corner of his lips and sneered, TSK. You are really a family. It's better to beg me than to rely on God. Xiao Ao also shook her head. Master, are we going to blow the cold wind on this roof all night? You said you were staying on the roof of the inn. Right? Xiao Ao opened her cherry lips slightly and glared at her master with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Yuan Song touched his nose, glanced away, and muttered in a low voice, What's wrong with living on the roof? It's not crowded here. I have a mysophobia and I won't sleep on a bed that someone else has slept on. Xiao Tao knew that this person was making a fuss again. He has been like this since childhood. Sir, I want to remind you that if you catch a cold, you can't reach the border. If something happens to Miss Fu Bao, I can't say how Mr. Mo will treat you. Xiao Tao, you are threatening me with that ice face again. I don't even know whose maid you are. I think you are an undercover sent by that ice face. Right? Xiao Tao said and jumped off the roof, leaving Yuan Song alone on the roof. Xiao Tao looked up at the roof and couldn't help but curl her lips. Although this might make the master angry, this trick is the most effective to cure his pampered problem. She has seen him eating and living with soldiers. If she hadn't seen it, she would really believe it. This is the eldest master's pampered disease again. Madam has told her not to spoil him. Xiao Tao has the words of the madam as a sword, so she is naturally fearless. Xiao Tao walked into the inn without looking back and asked for 2 upper rooms. Just after paying the silver, Yuan Song walked in awkwardly. Sir, the room is booked. Please go in. Humph. Yuan Song glared at Xiao Tao angrily and went upstairs arrogantly. The next morning, the weather was fine. Fu Bao and Wan Lao got up early. Since the day he left the capital to return to the border, Fu Bao has never slept in. The father and daughter had breakfast with the coachman, packed up their things and continued on their journey. After the two left the inn, Yuan Song and Xiao Ao came down from upstairs. Chapter 583 The Pheasant That Came Out. Sir, what should we do? Should we follow them secretly? Or, following them secretly won't work. Why don't we just go through the open road? We saved them last night, and we are familiar with each other. Why don't we just say we are going to the border to have fun and go the same way? If we follow them secretly, the girl will definitely notice it if we do it too many times. I made a bet with Wan Qingmo that I must get his spear this time. Xiao Tao nodded expressionlessly. Xiao Tao. Can you give me some reaction? You are so boring. If you get married in the future, your husband will definitely dislike you. Just like I dislike that Ai's face. Sir, I don't have to get married. Don't mention this matter again in the future. Otherwise, I will accompany you to practice. Yuan Song waved his hand quickly. Okay. I'm afraid of you. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. I, the young master, need to save my energy now. I never hit women. The two walked out of the inn while bickering. There was no trace of Wan Lauer and Fu Bao on the street. There were only passers-by. There was no lively scene last night. After the Lantern Festival, even if it was the new year, the people had to start a New Year's life. Those who should work, and those who should do business should do business. Standing in the lively crowd, hearing the hawkers hawking and the children's laughter, chasing and playing, Yuan Song suddenly had a different understanding of the peaceful and prosperous times. Xiao Tao. Let's go. Finish the task quickly. I want to go back to find that Ai's face. Xiao Tao is no longer surprised by her son's temperament. Yes, sir. Wan Lauer and Fu Bao are already on their way out of the city. The carriage is driven by Wan Lauer very fast, raising a cloud of dust behind them. Xiao Tao and Yuan Song are riding horses. Oh, this father and daughter are running quite fast. It seems they are also in a hurry to go home. Yuan Song saw the carriage running fast from a distance, and couldn't help but smile. Isn't this just what you want? Sir? It's just right. Today is sunny. It's a good day for horse racing. Let's have a race. Xiao Tao raised her eyebrows. Sir, do you want me to let you? Miss Xiao Tao. Please. Yuan Song made a slight gesture, which made Xiao Tao giggle. And he slapped the horses but hard, and rode away. Oh, this girl is still so competitive. The two of them chased each other, and soon surpassed Wan Lauer's carriage. Wan Lauer only felt 2 gusts of wind blowing in succession, and 2 figures passed by him. Daddy? Look! It's the 2 big brothers and big sisters from last night. Fu Bao waved his little hand excitedly, and pointed at the 2 backs. They were so heroic on horseback that Fu Bao envied them. Wan Lauer looked around and saw a man and a woman, one in front and one behind, galloping on horses under the golden sunshine. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. It seems to be true. Why are they going west? Are they going to the border too? Wan Lauer muttered to himself in some confusion. Fu Bao looked at the shadows that gradually turned into 2 small black dots, and his excited little face gradually calmed down. Dad, when we return to the border, Fu Bao will also learn to ride a horse. Sister Ro and I have agreed that I will come to the capital when she gets married. Okay. When we return home, Dad will buy it for you. We are rich now. Wan Lauer still had 10,000 taels of silver in his pocket, with the gift from Zhao and the thank you gift from Li Ruiyang. Their family is now really rich. Wan Lauer felt that this trip to the capital was a bit of a begging. He hoped that next time he came, he could bring some things from their border to the Duke's mansion. This time he came to the capital with a tight budget and really had nothing to show for it. And the Duke's mansion gave them so many things. Although Wan Lauer was happy, he still felt a little uncomfortable. The carriage drove all the way to the edge of a mountain forest. It was noon and time for lunch. Fu Bao, shall we make a fire and cook here at noon? There is no village or shop here, so they could only find some dry firewood in the wilderness to heat up the dry food they brought. Okay. I helped Dad find dry firewood. Fu Bao, we don't have meat to eat at noon. It's really unfair to you. When we find an inn in the evening, Dad will make you a big roast chicken. Fu Bao doesn't feel wronged. It's just that we don't have meat for one meal. It's okay. Dad doesn't have to feel guilty. Wan Lauer was very relieved and felt that his daughter had really grown up. Wan Lauer carried Fu Bao down from the carriage and took out a bundle from the carriage. The driver also came to help. Young man, thank you for your help. Master Wan, you don't have to be so polite. How many polite words have you said all the way? I am just a servant. We will do whatever the master tells us to do. It is my blessing to send Master Wan back to the border. I may not be able to go far away in my life. This time, thanks to you, I can go out and broaden my horizons. Besides, you are kind to others. You didn't treat me as a servant all the way. You also treated me well and provided me with good food and accommodation. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never be able to live in the upper room in my life. Wan Lauer smiled and exchanged a few words with the driver, and the two divided the work. Dad, I'm going to pick up some dry firewood in the forest. Fu Bao. Wait a minute. Dad will go with you. There may be wild beasts in the forest at this time. It was the first month of the year, and everything was bleak. The trees in the forest were also bare, and there were thick fallen leaves and dead branches on the ground. Just picking up some was enough. But Wan Lauer was still a little worried about Fu Bao going to pick up firewood alone. Well, okay. Dad will go with me. Fu Bao took Wan Lauer's hand and went into the forest. Let's pick it up here. Let's not go into the forest. Wan Lauer was now cautious. Fu Bao did not object, and obediently bent down and picked it up on the ground. Dad, look at me picking up a lot of dry firewood. Is this enough to burn? Fu Bao smiled at Wan Lauer, holding some dry branches in his hand. Well, that's enough. Let's go back. Before Wan Lauer finished speaking, a pheasant suddenly jumped out from his feet. The pheasant flapped its wings and flew towards the middle of the forest. Wan Lauer and Fu Bao were both startled. The pheasant made a lot of noise and looked quite big. Pheasant! Daddy, chase it. Fu Bao threw the dry firewood in his hand to the ground and chased after the pheasant. Wan Lauer shouted anxiously from behind, Fu Bao. Slow down. Don't chase it. We can't catch up. Fu Bao didn't listen to Wan Lauer's words. In the village, she chased cats and dogs. Now there was a pheasant. How could she let it go? Dad, let's go and see. If we can't catch up, we go back. Few people came into the forest, and there were fallen leaves on the ground. Fu Bao stepped on the fallen leaves and made a rustling sound. And there was also the crisp sound of branches being broken. There were many thick tree trunks that had fallen from the trees on the ground. You had to be very careful when walking. Otherwise you would easily trip. Fu Bao had tripped several times along the way, but the light in her eyes never faded. She got up and continued to run towards the pheasant. Finally, in a low-lying area not far away, Fu Bao saw a colorful pheasant, which was particularly conspicuous squatting among the fallen leaves. Chapter 584 Eating Roasted Chicken. Wan Lauer chased Fu Bao and came behind him. He followed Fu Bao's gaze and saw the fat pheasant. How come this pheasant is still so fat after a winter? When I was in my father's hometown, the pheasants on the mountain had nothing to eat after a winter and were skinny and had no meat. This pheasant looks like it weighs 1 or 2 pounds. Dad, we have meat for lunch. Fu Bao was clinging to a tree. Half of his body was covered by the tree. His big eyes were staring at the big pheasant, shining, and he swallowed hard. His mind was full of the picture of roasted chicken. Girl, why is this pheasant not moving? Is it injured? Wan Lauer and Fu Bao were very close to the pheasant, but the pheasant fluttered twice and then stopped moving. However, the alert eyes and the chicken head that kept swinging left and right showed that it was still alive and in good spirits. Dad, maybe this is what God has sent us to eat. Let's surround it. Dad, you go over there. I go over here. I count to 3, 2, 1, and we rush over at the same time to cut off its retreat. Fu Bao found that the pheasant was also unlucky. The place where it hid was on a slope on one side and a big tree on the other. Okay, I go around it now. After saying this, Wan Lauer walked lightly to the opposite side of Fu Bao. Fu Bao raised 3 fingers and put them down one by one. Wan Lauer kept the posture of rushing forward at any time. I saw Fu Bao waved her little hand, and the father and daughter rushed out at the same time. There was a small slope when Fu Bao went over here. She couldn't stop her steps for a while, and spread her 2 short arms. Rushed down. Wan Lauer was just about to pounce on the pheasant, but when he saw his daughter rushing over, he didn't care about the pheasant anymore and opened his arms to catch Fu Bao. As a result, the father and daughter fell down together, with Fu Bao lying on Wan Lauer's chest. Wan Lauer fell on his back, holding his old waist and crying. Fortunately, there was a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground. Although he was hurt, he was not injured. Puff! A laugh came from above their heads. In this quiet forest, it was particularly clear. Fu Bao quickly raised his little head and looked up, only to see the big brother he had seen last night standing on the bare tree branch. Little sister, are you okay? Yuan Song supported his hands on the tree trunk, his long legs hanging down naturally, swaying leisurely, looking down with his head down, and asked with a smile. Fu Bao quickly climbed up from Wan Lauer. Daddy, are you okay? Fu Bao wanted to help Wan Lauer up, but found that he couldn't pull him up. My daughter, Daddy is fine. Go and see if the pheasant has run away. Fu Bao said faintly, Daddy, the pheasant is under your buttocks. It is probably dead. Right? Wan Lao's expression was a little stiff after hearing this. He moved his buttocks slightly, and found something soft under it. Wan Lao didn't feel any pain in his body, and jumped up directly from the ground. As he jumped up from the ground, the pheasant actually clucked. Fu Bao was overjoyed. This pheasant was really lucky. Without saying a word, she flew towards the pheasant again, and used her body to hit the pheasant a second time. I caught it. I caught it! Fu Bao shouted excitedly. I said that you two, father and daughter, really stepped on the neck and knocked the head. Isn't it too bullying to the chicken? Yue Song had an expression of watching a good show and complaining. Big brother, aren't you cold sitting so high? Fu Bao held the pheasant and asked crisply with his head raised. Yue Song's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly became a little stiff. Thank you for your concern. I'm still hot. Brother, I'm not concerned about you. I just think you're already very sick. You should go see a doctor right away. Colds are contagious. But since you saved us last night, I give you a chicken leg later. You're welcome. Fu Bao grabbed the chicken's neck with one hand and held the chicken leg with the other to prevent it from flapping. Wan Lao was afraid that Fu Bao would not be able to catch the pheasant and let it run away. So he hurried forward to help. Sir, you haven't had lunch yet. Right? Why don't we have lunch together at noon? This pheasant is quite big. We haven't thanked you for saving our lives yet. It's fate that we meet again now. Wan Lao didn't know why this young man appeared in this forest again. He remembered that they had clearly ridden away on horseback. How could he be here? But he never liked to ask too much. He asked what he should ask and never asked what he shouldn't ask. His experience along the way told him that the more he knew, the more trouble he would have. Okay. I don't want to eat hard buns. Xiao Tao can't do anything. I doubt if she is a woman. Thank you for the chicken legs. I eat very little. Yue Song said as he jumped down from the tree, walked to Fu Bao, and touched Fu Bao's head. You little girl. You are not big, but you have a very poisonous mouth. And that I's face is really a good brother and sister. Fu Bao looked at Yue Song in confusion. Who is I's face? You don't know him. It's just I's face. Several people came out of the woods, and Wan Lao took the pheasant aside to kill it. Xiao Tao was already outside the woods with the driver to make a fire and roast steamed buns. She saw Yue Song, and then looked at the big pheasant in Wan Lao's hand, which was still flapping. Xiao Tao couldn't help but curl her lips, and muttered to Yue Song in her heart, the young master is really good at tormenting people. Obviously, he could have killed the pheasant and brought it to Miss Fu Bao. But he had to torment Miss Fu Bao, and Master want to fall. If Master Mo knew about it, the young master would definitely not have a good ending, and would definitely be forced by Master Mo to practice spears for 3 days and 3 nights. Wan Lao's skill in roasting chicken is not very good, but he is the only one here who can cook edible food. So he had to bite the bullet and do it. But the result is not bad. The golden roasted pheasant is sizzling and oozing with oil, and the aroma is fragrant. Fu Bao keeps circling around the pheasant, getting close to smell the aroma from time to time, and his stomach growls every time. Yue Song laughed at the side. Others looked at him and thought that his laughter was strange. But he didn't think it was abrupt at all, because he remembered what Wan Qingmo said, that this little girl is a greedy cat, who can't live without meat. And now it seems to be true. The roasted chicken is ready. Wan Lao first pulled a big chicken leg for Yue Song, and Yue Song didn't feel bad at all, and took it and ate it with relish. Fu Bao was anxiously turning around, but she knew that this was her father's way of repaying the lifesaver, so she didn't care. Finally it was her turn. Wan Lao gave another chicken leg to Fu Bao. Fu Bao was so hot that she changed her hands, blew on it, and was about to put it in her mouth. She looked cute and funny. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Little girl, be careful not to burn your mouth. Yue Song saw Fu Bao look and couldn't help but want to make a few jokes. Fu Bao made a face at Yue Song, ignored him, and ate half a chicken by himself. Yue Song said that he would only eat 1 chicken leg, but he ate half a chicken by himself. There was nothing he could do. He ate fast, and Wan Lao wanted to express his gratitude, so he tried his best to send chicken to Yue Song. As a result, Xiao Tao and Wan Lao didn't eat the roast chicken. Xiao Tao took the initiative to give it to her master, and Wan Lao saved his share for his daughter. Only the driver ate 2 pieces, and the other half was in Yue Song's stomach. Yuan Song looked at the pile of bone residue in front of him and clapped his hands a little embarrassedly. This roast chicken is really delicious. Big brother's cooking is good. Big brother. You call my father big brother. And I call you brother. Isn't it confusing the generations? Then should I call you uncle? Yuan Song couldn't help but twitch his mouth. And he was very resistant to the word uncle. Let's talk about our own things. I haven't got married yet. So don't call me that. Yuan Song hurriedly reminded Fu Bao. Fu Bao stretched out his tone. Oh? Okay. After dinner? Yuan Song asked Wan Lao Er, Big brother. Where are you going? We're going home. My home is at the border. Where are you going? Young master? What a coincidence. We are also going to the border. My parents want me to go out and travel. And I want to see the sunset and long river at the border. And the lonely smoke on the frontier. Then we can travel together. And there will be someone to talk to along the way. And the journey will not be lonely. Wan Lao Er suggested with a smile. Yuan Song didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was still thinking about how to start his conversation without arousing suspicion. Now he didn't need to say anything more. Okay. I'm here to travel. So I can listen to what you tell me about the customs and practices of the border. Yuan Song successfully mixed into Wan Lao's team. Chapter 585. Staying overnight. Xiao Tao had no doubt about the shamelessness of her son. She quietly leaned against a big tree and closed her eyes to rest, listening to Yuan Song and Wan Lao's father and daughter getting close to each other, with a faint smile on her lips. The sun shone warmly on people, and even the wind was still at this moment. Brother Yuan, shall we set off now? Wan Lao and Yuan Song have become brothers. Xiao Tao. Let's go! Yuan Song stood up, patted his butt, and shouted to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao had already stood up to get the horse. The team has now increased from 3 people and 1 dog to 5 people and 1 dog. Although there are only 2 more people. It feels a lot more lively. Yuan Song handed the horse to Xiao Tao directly, and sat in the carriage with Wan Lao to chat. Yuan Song is a very familiar person, and can chat with anyone. All he learned from Wan Qingmo was about Fu Bao. But from Wan Lao, he could learn about the whole Wan family. It was not until the sun set that they saw a village. Brother Yuan, shall we stay in the village ahead today? I don't know how far the next town is. I'm afraid it's not safe on this road. Wan Lao saw that there were only a few lights in the village, and most of them should have gone to bed. After all, the people had worked on the farm all day, and it was not yet the end of the first month of the year, and the weather was still cold. Everyone didn't want to waste firewood and lamp oil, so they had dinner early and lay on the kong. Some families may even have no rice to cook, and they have no food to eat. Wan Lao knows the life in the village too well. Yuan Song didn't care. Brother Wan Er is the boss. I will follow you. Wherever you are, I will be there. Wan Lao just thought that Yuan Song was easy to talk to, and didn't think deeply about it. The group came to the entrance of the village, and saw a stone tablet erected at the entrance of the village, with 3 big characters written on it, Gaolu Village. It seems that we have arrived at Gaolu Village. This village does not look very big, but there should be no other places to stay within dozens of miles. Wan Lao looked around. This village is at the foot of the mountain not far from the official road. They came from the direction of the capital. There was only 1 village between them, and the place where they rested at noon. This was the second village they passed. The 2 villages were at least 20 miles apart. And the further you go, the more mountains there seem to be. So the chance of encountering a village should not be great. There are only more than 20 households in Gaolu village. Go down the official road. Walk for a cup of tea. Go uphill, and turn left to reach Gaolu village on the half slope. The houses in the village are scattered and orderly, and the houses are all built according to the terrain of the mountain, with different directions. After the carriage stopped steadily, the black group jumped out of the carriage directly. It was in a hurry to relieve itself. Wan Lao's carriage stopped at the door of a house with lights on. I knock on the door. Wan Lao jumped off the carriage and walked forward. The yard was surrounded by stones, and was only half a person high. Standing at the door, Wan Lao could basically see the furnishings in the yard with a faint light from the house. The yard door was woven with bamboo and looked a little mottled. It must have been a few years old. Is anyone home? Wan Lao knocked on the bamboo door, making a clang-clang sound, as if the door would fall apart if he knocked twice more. Wan Lao waited for a while, and when no one responded, he was ready to continue knocking, but heard a creak sound of the door opening from inside. A hunched figure was stretched out by the firelight and appeared at the door of the upper room. "Who is it?" An old woman's voice was a little hoarse. "Old man, I'm just passing by. It's getting late. I want to stay at your house for one night. Please give me some convenience." When Wan Lauer finished speaking, he heard footsteps coming from inside. The footsteps approached, and then the bamboo door was opened. A wrinkled face appeared in front of Wan Lauer. "Who are you looking for?" The old lady looked Wan Lauer up and down, and cautiously showed half of her head. "Hello, old man. We are just passing by. It's too late to hurry on the road. I want to stay at your house for one night. I wonder if it's convenient." The old lady shook her head. "It's not very convenient. There are only me and my daughter-in-law who is about to give birth at home. My son went to the town to sell game and has not returned home yet. I'm really sorry. Why don't you go to the village chief's house? His house is spacious." After listening to the old lady's explanation, Wan Lauer knew that it was indeed inconvenient. Moreover, it seemed that their house only had 3 upper rooms. He also came to ask because he saw that the family still had lights on. It turned out that the lights were left for those who had not returned. "Sorry to bother you, old man. Could you please show me the way? Where is the village chief's house?" "Go to the end of this road and turn right to the second house. The village chief's house is big. You can tell at a glance." "Thank you, old man, for bothering you." Wan Lauer bowed and left. The old lady did not close the door immediately, but watched Wan Lauer and his group leave. She came out curiously, looked at the direction where the carriage left, stood for a while, looked towards the direction of the village entrance, and sighed softly. "Why hasn't the eldest child come back yet? It's dark." The old lady hunched over, slowly turned back, and closed the door. Wan Lauer followed the route the old lady said, and indeed saw a courtyard that was considered to be luxurious. In fact, it only had a few more side rooms than the old lady's house. The lights in the village chief's house were not turned off yet. Standing at the door, you could hear people talking in the house, and it was quite lively, with the hearty laughter of adults and the laughter of children from time to time. "Excuse me, is the village chief at home?" The wall of the village chief's house was higher than that of the old lady's house, and the door panel was also made of wood. Wan Lauer knocked on the door panel and made a crisp knock knock sound. Soon, the doors of the upper room and the side room opened, and 2 people came out. One was slightly older, and the other was younger. "Brother, I heard someone knocking on the door. Let's go and take a look." Soon, 2 men came out, looking quite similar, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, square faces, dark skin, and strong bodies. They were good at work. "Who are you looking for?" The slightly older man looked at Wan Lauer and asked in a deep voice. "I am passing by your village. It is too late, and it is not safe to walk. I want to stay in your village for one night. I wonder if it is convenient." The man suddenly realized and quickly opened the door. "It is convenient. Please come in. There are 5 of us in total, 4 adults and 1 child. I can sleep with my daughter." Wan Lauer quickly reported his number, fearing that people would mistake him for being alone. The man smiled honestly after hearing this. "It's okay. It's just one night. Just squeeze in." Wan Lauer was relieved. It can be seen that the man is very hospitable and honest. A typical countryman. Chapter 586 Hospitality. After the carriage was driven into the yard by Wan Lauer, the yard instantly became a little crowded. The yard of the village chief's house is the largest in the village, because their family built the house first, and the place they chose was a flat land halfway up the mountain. Unlike other families, many yards were later padded with earth and stones, and the area of the yard is limited. After parking the carriage, the man led Wan Lauer and his party into the upper room. "Dad, Mom, guests are coming." As soon as Wan Lauer and Yuansong entered the house, they saw a fire pit on the ground in the house, and the fire was still burning inside. The light in the house turned out to be emitted by the fire. Several people were sitting around the fire pit. An old man was weaving a backpack with bamboo in his hand. An old woman was putting a boiler on the fire pit, apparently preparing to boil water, and a young woman was mending clothes by the firelight. There were several half-grown children sitting around them, and the children's faces and hands were black, and there were a few roasted sweet potatoes on the ground. The room was still filled with the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Fuba's stomach couldn't help but growl, but she stood obediently beside Wan Lauer without moving. Here you go. A little girl, who was slightly smaller than Fubao, was closest to Fubao, and she heard Fubao's stomach growling. The little girl held a black sweet potato in both hands and handed it to Fubao. On her black little face, a pair of sparkling eyes were reflected even more clearly by the firelight. The little girl showed a row of white millet teeth and smiled at Fubao. Fubao quickly took out a few pieces of candy from the purse she carried with her. This is for you to eat. I brought it from Beijing. It's so sweet. Fubao stretched out her white and tender little hand, which formed a sharp contrast with the little girl's black hand. The little girl didn't feel ashamed at all. She generously put the roasted sweet potato in Fubao's palm and took the candy handed over by Fubao with her other hand. Thank you, sister. The little girl ran to the side with the candy and gave one to each of her brothers and sisters. Wan Lauer secretly observed from the side. The family had a good family tradition. Fubao couldn't wait to peel off the burnt sweet potato's skin, revealing the golden flesh inside. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted into his nose, making Fubao swallow a big mouthful of saliva. Be careful of the heat. Eat slowly, Wan Lauer hurriedly told his daughter, then looked at the man with an embarrassed smile. Children are ignorant. Please don't laugh at me. No. How many roasted sweet potatoes can your daughter give you just now? The guests haven't eaten yet. Right? I let my wife make something for you. Chui Nyang. Go to the kitchen to make some food for the guests. It's cold. Make some soups and dishes. The man's wife, Chui Nyang, nodded meekly, put the half-minted clothes aside, nodded to Wan Lauer and others, and left the upper room. Sister-in-law, do you want to cook? May I help you? A younger woman stood at the door of the upper room. She should be the daughter-in-law. I only heard the two whispering something, and then went into the kitchen. May I ask what your surname is? Brother? What surname is Gao? This is Gaolu village. All our villagers are surnamed Gao. It was the first time that Yuan Song heard that a village had the same surname. This was very strange. But Wan Lauer thought it was nothing. After all, before they were exiled, many villages had a big surname, and everyone was more or less related. For a small village like Gaolu village, it is normal for a village to have the same surname. Brother Gao. My surname is Wan, and I am the second child. This is my friend, surnamed Yuan. This is his maid. This is also my friend. She sent me home. Wan Lauer introduced his group of people. Gao Hongzhuang also introduced his family. This is my father, who is also the village chief of our Gaolu village. This is my younger brother Gao Hongyuan. My name is Gao Hongzhuang. This is my mother. These are my and my brother's children. Wan Lauer quickly saluted. Village Chief Gao. Thank you for disturbing me tonight. This is a little gift from us. I hope you will accept it. Wan Lauer gave the old village chief one tael of silver, which was the food and accommodation expenses for the group. It doesn't cost much to stay in a farmer's house for one night. But one tael of silver is a considerable income for farmers. For Wan Lauer now, it is nothing. If so many of them stayed in the inn, one tael of silver would definitely not be enough. It might just be a more comfortable stay. When Wan Lauer handed the one tael of silver to the old village chief, the old village chief was shocked. No, young man. No. Our family doesn't have a good place. And we don't have any good things to entertain you. We can't take this tael of silver. The old village chief quickly pushed it back. Yuan Song raised his eyebrows. People always say that poor and remote areas produce unruly people. This is the first time he has seen someone push away the silver he has earned. This is different from what he has heard in the army. Wan Lauer refused to accept it. Old village chief. Our group is not too many, but not too few either. If you don't accept it, we won't be able to live safely. This is just your hard work fee. If you really don't accept it, we can only go to other houses. Young man, where else can you go? My house is the most spacious in this village. Okay, I take it. The old village chief finally had to pack up the silver. But he turned his head and told his eldest son, Hongzhuang, you quickly tell your wife to cook more good dishes and don't neglect the guests. Take out the bacon stored at home during the new year and stir-fry it with cabbage. Okay, I go now. The old lady also stood up happily at this time. She patted the dust on her body and said with a smile, Guests, please sit down first. I go and see if the big rooster has entered the chicken coop. Auntie is busy. You're welcome. Wan Lauer quickly stood up and said. Soon everyone heard the sound of killing chickens in the yard. Yuan Song raised his eyebrows again. This family is really interesting. The treatment is really different when you pay, and when you don't. It turns out that I am too naive. Fu Bao has played with several children of the Gao family. The adults are sitting around the fire and chatting. Yuan Song is very outgoing. Now he starts to ask about the life in the village. He likes to listen to stories, especially those of poor families. He asked about the main income of the village and talked about many parents. The old village chief told him everything. After more than half an hour, the women brought the sumptuous meal to the table. There were 4 dishes and a soup in total. The staple food was white flour buns. This white flour was all the flour in the family. A total of 10 buns were made. The old woman felt that it was not enough. So she asked her daughter-in-law to steam half a pot of mixed grain rice. There was no white rice at home. Only corn, which was a bit irritating to the throat. But it was indeed a good thing that they usually couldn't bear to eat. Wan Lauer and his friends were arranged to sit at the table. The Gao family's children looked at the food on the table eagerly, but were dragged away by their parents and taken to the side room. Only the old village chief and his 2 sons were in the room. They ate all the food and drank up the chicken soup. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the village chief's house. Chapter 587. Looking for someone in the middle of the night. Is his second uncle at home? The knocks on the door were very urgent and full of anxiety. Everyone in the room was laughing and chatting. And the village chief did not hear the knocks. But Xiao Ao and Yuan Song heard them. Sir, it seems to be the voice of the old lady at the entrance of the village. Xiao Ao whispered in Yuan Song's ear. Yuan Song nodded. I heard it. Uncle, I seem to hear someone knocking on the door outside. Yuan Song saw that everyone was chatting lively. So he reminded them. The room suddenly became quiet. And at this time, there was another urgent knock on the door outside. His second uncle. Are you at home? The voice of an old woman came into the room. And everyone heard it clearly this time. Dad? I heard it was my aunt. Gao Hongzhuang immediately stood up from the chair, glanced at his father, and strode out. Aunt? Is that you? Gao Hongzhuang opened the upper room door and ran to the courtyard gate to open it. Hongzhuang, your cousin hasn't come back yet. What happened? My eyelids are always twitching. And your cousin's wife is going to give birth in a few days. What should I do as an old woman? Help Aunt think of a solution. The old woman grabbed Gao Hongzhuang's hand. Anxious. Everyone in the house came out at this time. Even the children came out to watch the fun. Fu Bo stood in the crowd, looking at the woman's face, and saw a faint black gas. When she came from the village entrance before, she looked out of the carriage, and did not see the black gas on the old lady. In other words, this black gas has been formed since they came to the village chief's house. What is it related to? Fu Bao is still exploring her own abilities. After all, she usually sees few people and encounters few things. She has not developed her abilities. For example, the amount and concentration of black gas and white gas determine what happened to the other party and who is in trouble. Fu Bao does not have an accurate concept of these. Now she just saw a little black gas on the old lady's face, which is not thick. But the old lady herself should be fine. Could it be that her relatives are in trouble? Fu Bao listened carefully to the conversation of the adults. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? The old village chief walked to the front and asked. Dad, my cousin hasn't come back yet. When I went to the fields today, I saw him go to the town early in the morning. Logically, he should have come back by now. But he hasn't come back yet. Did something happen? Gao Hongzhuang said what he saw and thought. The old woman howled when she heard it. His second uncle, Hong Kong, is the only male laborer in our family. If he gets into trouble, how can we survive? Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will organize people in the village to help find Hong Kong. Although this place is not far from the town, our official road is open between the mountains. It is the first month of the year, and few people go out. It is really dangerous for Hong Kong to be alone. After the old village chief finished speaking, a wolf howl came from the mountain behind. Wan Lauer was startled. He hadn't heard the sound of wolves for a year or two, and he was still a little scared when he suddenly heard it. His second uncle, did you hear it? The old woman almost fainted from fright. Fortunately, the village chief's wife helped her. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I go back with you to look after Hong Kong's wife and ask them to go find someone. Don't tell Hong Kong's wife about this. If the person can be found safely, everyone will be happy. Hong Kong's wife is prone to premature birth at this time and can't be frightened. Okay. Sister-in-law, if Hong Kong can come back safely, I will go to thank everyone from house to house. The village chief's wife and the eldest daughter-in-law helped the old woman back. The village chief immediately ordered his 2 sons, Hongzhuang, Hang Yuan, you two hurry up. Knock on the door from house to house. And organize people to find Hong Kong. Okay. I go right away. The 2 brothers turned around and ran out of the yard. And soon they were drowned in the night. Today is the 16th day of the first lunar month. But there is no moon in the sky. And it is a little gloomy. It seems that tomorrow will definitely be cloudy. Such a thing happened at home. It's really neglectful to the guests. I will ask my daughter-in-law to clean up the room, and the guests can go to rest first. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. The village chief politely bowed to the few people. Wan Lauer waved his hands quickly. Uncle Village Chief, you don't have to worry about us. Finding someone is more important. I have a carriage. If it doesn't work, I can drive the carriage and take everyone to find him. How can that be? No. I'm already neglecting the guests. How can I use the guest's carriage? The village chief immediately refused. Yuan Song winked at Xiao Tao. And Xiao Tao immediately understood. Is the young master trying to meddle in other people's business? Old man, I know some martial arts and can ride a horse. I don't know how to get to the town. Can you ask someone to take me there? I go explore the way first? Xiao Tao clasped her fists. The old village chief was overjoyed when he heard this. I didn't expect a girl to be so powerful at such a young age. I thank the girl on behalf of Hong Kong. Xiao Tao nodded and stood aside with her hands down. Hai Guang, come out quickly. Go with this sister and tell her how to get to the town. The village chief turned his head and shouted into the house. A little boy of 7 or 8 years old came out of the house quickly. The little boy was Gao Hongzhuang's second son. The old village chief was concerned about Xiao Tao's reputation. After all, no one in their village could ride a horse. If he wanted to show Xiao Tao the way, he had to ride with Xiao Tao. Then a child would be the most suitable. But it seemed that only their children knew the way to the town. Not many children in the village could go to the town. The village chief's grandson ran over and looked up and asked, Grandpa, what's the matter? Take this sister to the town to have a look. If you meet your cousin Hong Kong on the way, you must bring this sister back to report the news. Your father and others will bring people to meet you in a while. Well, okay. Xiao Tao had already led the horse out of the yard at this time. She jumped onto the horse's back. Hai Guang was excited and a little scared when he saw such a big horse. It was his first time riding a horse. But he had seen other people's horses in the town. Xiao Tao sat on the horse's back and bent down to reach out to Gao Haiguang. Gao Haiguang hesitated and stretched out his dirty little hand and placed it in Xiao Tao's white palm. But the night was as dark as ink, and there was no difference at all. Xiao Tao exerted force and directly brought Gao Haiguang onto the horse's back. Gao Haiguang sat in front of Xiao Tao and was held by Xiao Tao to prevent him from falling. Girl, wait. I light a torch for you. It's dark at night, and the mountain road is difficult to walk. The old village chief shouted and immediately turned into the kitchen. Not long after, he came out with a torch and handed it to his grandson. Haiguang, take it and light the way for your sister. I know. Grandpa. Don't worry. Xiao Tao and Yuan Song looked at each other and shouted, Go! The horse raised its hooves and flew away. Chapter 588. Yuan Song takes Fubao out at midnight. Fubao just heard that the old woman has a daughter-in-law who is about to give birth. She is a little worried and wants to go and see her. Daddy, I want to go to that grandma's house to see if it's okay. Wan Lauer didn't know what Fubao meant for a moment. Which grandma? The grandma who just came. Fuba, there is something going on at that grandma's house now. It's not convenient for us to go. It's better not to make trouble. Besides, it's not appropriate to go now. Let's go and see her tomorrow. Wan Lauer coaxed his daughter back. The village chief's daughter-in-law has tidied up the room for the guests to rest. Daughter, can you sleep with Xiao Tao tonight? If you stay at someone else's house, there must be several people squeezed on the same Kong. He must sleep separately from Fubao. Just in time to be with Xiao Tao. Yeah. Okay. Fubao nodded obediently. But she still looked outside the door with some worry. But when she thought about it, what Dad said made sense. It would be disturbing to go to someone else's house so late. But Xiao Tao had gone out to look for someone. So she was not here at the moment. So Fubao could only sleep by himself. Wan Lauer wanted to help Fubao take off his clothes. But Fubao shook his head. Daddy, no need to take them off. You will need to put them on later. Huh? Why should I put them on? If you don't take off your clothes when you sleep, you will catch a cold easily, and it will not be comfortable to sleep. Daddy doesn't understand. I have my own reasons. You go to rest first. I will wait for Sister Shout Ao to come back. Wan Lao thought Fu Bao was waiting for Shout Ao. So he followed her, covered her with a blanket, and closed the door and went out. Brother Yuan, shall we get together tonight? Wan Er, you go to sleep first. I will wait for Shout Ao to come back. Wan Lao looked at the time. It was already past the hour of high. But there were voices everywhere in the village. And there was light from torches outside the yard. It seemed that the two sons of the village chief had alarmed the whole village. But the people of Gaolu village were quite united. And everyone was willing to get up and look for someone. However, Wan Lao felt that he could not help much. So he just didn't make trouble. He said hello to Yuan Song, and went into the house with the driver to lie down. Yuan Song stood at the door for a while. And when he heard the snoring of Wan Lao and the driver, he turned around and left. There was still firelight from the crack of the door in the upper room, which showed that the village chief had not fallen asleep yet. It was reasonable to think that the village chief would not be able to sleep after such a thing happened to his nephew. Yuan Song glanced at the room next to him, which was Fu Bao's room. He knocked gently on Fu Bao's window a few times. Who? Fu Bao's soft voice came out of the room immediately. I am your big brother. Little sister, do you want to go out and play with your big brother? As soon as Yuan Song finished speaking, he heard rustling sounds from inside, followed by the sound of tapping footsteps. Big brother? Why haven't you slept yet? Fu Bao opened the door, showing half of his head, and asked with a smile on his face. I'm not sleepy. I'm waiting for your sister Shout Ao. Do you want to go out and play with your big brother? Let's go on horseback to find your sister Shout Ao. Fu Bao looked at the room next door where Wan Lao and his friends slept with some hesitation. Yuan Song immediately understood and patted Fu Bao's head gently. Don't worry. Your father has fallen asleep and won't find out. Yeah. Fu Bao nodded heavily. She had slept enough in the carriage during the day and was not sleepy at this moment. The two of them quietly led the horses out of the yard. As soon as they left the yard, they saw people gathering at the door. They followed the direction of the people and went to the village entrance. The village entrance was as bright as day at this time. The brothers Gao Hongzhuang and Gao Hongyuan prepared many torches, which crackled in the cold wind. My brothers and uncles. My cousin has not returned yet. He is the only pillar of his family. My sister-in-law is about to give birth. We are all blood relatives. Thank you for your help this time. Gao Hongzhuang is not good at speaking. He said a few words of thanks, and everyone waved their hands. Hongzhuang. It's okay. Finding people is important. Yes. Your uncle died that year to help the village. We are all relatives. There is no need to be so outspoken. Hongzhuang. If you are ready, let's set off quickly. Right. What time is it now? Gao Hongzhuang bowed to everyone and took the lead to walk out of the village. There are 20 to 30 people in total. Although there are only more than 20 households in this village, the population is still 100 or 200. But they are all crowded in a small courtyard. And most of them have not separated. Everyone brought their own labor tools. Some carried hoes. Some held sickles. Some held forks. And some carried rakes. It seems that this is not the first time they have encountered such a thing. And they are well prepared. Gao Hongzhuang did not tell everyone about Shout Ao, but just led the people along the road to the town. Yuan Song took Fu Bao on horseback and followed far behind. Big brother. Why don't we go faster? Big brother is watching the road. We don't know the way to the town. It will be dangerous if we go the wrong way. Oh! Big brother. Do you think Shout Ao and the others have found the missing uncle? It's hard to say. It was the first time that Yuan Song heard the wolf howling in the village. These people were really brave. Shout Ao rode the horse all the way. It seemed that there was only one road leading to the town. But there was a fork in the road for going up the mountain to collect firewood. The entrance was relatively hidden and difficult for ordinary people to find. Generally, you won't go wrong at night. Little guy. How far are we from the town? Xiao Ao felt that she had been riding for a while and had walked about 10 miles. But she didn't find anything along the way. Sister, it's too dark at night. I don't know. Gao Haiguang replied with some shame. Grandpa asked him to show the way to the big sister. But he didn't even know how far he had walked. He was an incompetent guide. Xiao Tao didn't say anything, but slapped the horse's butt again, and drove the horse faster. After running for another cup of tea, The horse suddenly became a little anxious and stopped by itself. Xiao Tao also looked forward vigilantly and got off the horse. Little guy, you sit on the horse's back and don't move. Sister will go to the front to see what's going on. Yes. Although Gao Haiguang was a little scared, he still had a torch in his hand, which gave him some courage. Xiao Tao disappeared from Gao Haiguang's sight after a few ups and downs, and he opened his mouth in shock. This sister is so powerful. She can actually fly. Xiao Tao landed on a big tree, and she looked down with a sharp gaze, only to see a man holding a long knife, holding a torch in his hand, and carrying a bag on his back. There were bite marks on his thighs, and it was still bleeding. There were 4 wolves around him, and the bodies of 2 wolves were lying at his feet. At this time, 1 person and 4 wolves were confronting each other, and neither side dared to take action easily. But Xiao Tao knew that if she had not arrived, the man would probably have died here tonight, because she saw more than a dozen pairs of green eyes in the woods staring at the man on the official road. Chapter 589. You just need to protect yourself. Xiao Tao did not go down to help the man immediately, but turned around and walked away towards Gao Haiguang. Gao Haiguang was holding a torch at this time, looking around helplessly. The night was too dark tonight, so dark that it made people tremble. Gao Haiguang lived in a village at the foot of the mountain since he was a child, so he was told by adults not to go out of the house after dark since he could remember. So as soon as the sun went down, there was almost no one wandering outside in Gaolu village. But now, he was not only outside, but also alone. The night was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, gradually devouring his reason. Gao Haiguang's little body had begun to tremble. He held the torch tightly in one hand, and the reins tightly in the other hand. Fortunately, the horse under him could still keep him company, so that he did not collapse so quickly, until he saw a slender and light figure coming towards him, and the other party made a sound from a distance, as if afraid of scaring him. Little guy, are you scared? Gao Haiguang felt that Xiao Tao's voice was like the sound of nature, which instantly made his originally uneasy heart feel at ease. Sister Xiao Tao, I'm fine. Gao Haiguang's eyes were filled with joy. Little guy, since you are fine, you may have to go back and call for help. I just saw a man in front of me. He was tall and big, carrying a bag on his back, holding a knife and a torch in his hand. He was being besieged by wolves, and there were wolves in the forest. Your current task is to immediately return to the original route and stop people from your village from coming. But you have to call the big brother who is with me to help. Can you do it? After listening to Xiao Tao's words, Gao Haiguang immediately concluded, that man is my great uncle. Only his family has a knife in our village, because the great-grandfather is an old hunter in our village. Sister Xiao Tao, why don't you let me call someone to save my great uncle? Little guy, the people in your village are no match for those wolves. If you come, you will die. The lives of me and your great uncle are in your hands. You must call that big brother within half an hour. Although Gao Haiguang was anxious, he was also a little hesitant. But I can't ride a horse. I'm scared. What's so difficult about riding a horse? Bend down. Press your body tightly against the horse's back, and hold the reins tightly. This horse is a war horse and can remember the way back. You just need to hold the reins tightly, and don't let yourself fall off. After Xiao Tao finished speaking, she pressed Gao Haiguang's upper body down. Gao Haiguang subconsciously held the reins tightly, and his legs unconsciously tightened the horse's belly. Xiao Tao patted the horse's butt directly, and the horse carried Gao Haiguang back the same way. Ah! Sister Xiao Tao, I'm scared. Xiao Tao smiled, watching the torches getting farther and farther away, and Gao Haiguang's broken screams gradually drifting in the wind. She turned and went in the opposite direction. When Xiao Tao rushed back, she saw several wolves had already started to pounce on Gao Hongkong. Gao Hongkong swung the torch in his hand forward, and the wolf approaching him took a step back. But the wolf behind him on the left pounced on his left shoulder. The wolf's claws were very sharp. If Gao Hongkong was scratched, it would definitely be enough to make him lose half of his fighting power. This wolf was really cunning. Gao Hongkong probably also felt the danger behind him. He threw the torch in his hand at the wolf closest to him, and the whole person rolled on the ground. The sneak-attacking wolf brushed his shoulder and fell on the other side. But it reacted very quickly, immediately turned around and launched a second pounce on Gao Hongkong. Gao Hongkong's thigh was injured, and his sensitivity was greatly reduced. Although he avoided the first attack, he couldn't avoid it this time. The wolf pounced directly on his chest and pressed him to the ground. The wolf opened its mouth and was about to bite Gao Hongkong's neck. Gao Hongkong didn't know where the long knife in his hand had gone. With tears in his eyes, he closed his eyes resignedly. "Awoo!" A shrill cry came from above, and then a warm liquid splashed on his face. Then the wolf that was pressing on him fell to the ground. Gao Hongkong opened his eyes in horror, and with the light of the fire on the ground that had not yet been extinguished, he saw a slender girl standing not far away. At this time, Xiao Tao was holding a long sword in one hand and still in the posture of throwing a hidden weapon with the other hand. Gao Hongkong knew that he was saved, and the one who saved him was a master. Gao Hongkong wanted to stand up and thank him, but before he could open his mouth, the other wolves all attacked Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao's mouth curled up a cold smile, and with a swish, she drew out the sword and chopped at the wolves. The wolf in the front had its belly slashed by Xiao Tao's sword. Its internal organs instantly spilled all over the ground, and its body flew far away. Xiao Tao didn't care about the wolf blood splashing on her face at all, and rushed towards the other two wolves like a killing god. She moved strangely, shuttling back and forth between the two wolves, and soon she killed both wolves. Gao Hongkong had already climbed up from the ground, and he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving my life. Young lady, don't thank me too soon. It's not over yet." Xiao Tao nodded her chin towards the forest. Gao Hongkong turned his head and looked in the direction pointed by Xiao Tao, only to see pairs of green lights flashing in the forest, like beautiful emeralds. Gao Hongkong was sweating profusely. His legs softened, and he sat directly on the ground. "Humph! Your nephew said you are a hunter. How can you be so timid?" Gao Hongkong looked up and looked at Xiao Tao in confusion. "How did the young lady recognize my nephew? Don't talk nonsense. Get up quickly and find your weapon. I remember you had a knife just now. Where is your knife?" Gao Hongkong's thoughts were completely led by Xiao Tao, and he couldn't care about anything else at this time. In front of the wolf pack, saving his life was definitely the most important thing, and nothing else mattered. Gao Hongkong limped to pick up the torch. In the light of the torch, he finally saw his sword at the edge of the forest. He must have rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the wolf just now and threw the sword out. But now the forest is full of wolves. He dare not pick it up. Gao Hongkong looked at Xiao Tao helplessly, and Xiao Tao also found Gao Hongkong's sword. She didn't expect Gao Hongkong to kill the wolf, but he had a sword to protect himself. Xiao Tao didn't say much, walked over, bent down and picked up the sword, and waved it provocatively at the wolves in the forest. "Go!" Xiao Tao shouted in a delicate voice, and threw the sword out directly. Gao Hongkong caught the sword steadily, and felt much more at ease. "Girl, what should we do now?" Gao Hongkong's eyes were fixed on the pairs of green lights in the forest that were getting closer and closer, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Cold dish." As Xiao Tao's cold voice fell, she took a few steps back to Gao Hongkong. "I saw you killed two wolves just now. You should have some skills. This is the golden wound medicine. You should quickly apply the medicine to your wound. I don't ask you to help. You just need to protect yourself. Can you do it?" Gao Hongkong nodded. "Don't worry, girl. I will never hold you back." With Gao Hongkong's words, Xiao Tao no longer had any worries and jumped directly into the forest. Chapter 590 Difficult Labor. Xiao Tao quickly disappeared from Gao Hongkong's sight, and he stared at the direction of the forest nervously. He saw the pairs of green eyes that were originally scattered in the forest suddenly rush towards one place. Gao Hongkong knew that it must be the wolves that started to attack the girl. He couldn't go to help, otherwise he would only be a hindrance. He held the long knife tightly and watched the movement in the forest nervously. He heard the screams of wolves from time to time in the forest, indicating that the wolves did not take advantage for a while. Just when he was worried, a wolf suddenly rushed out of the forest and pounced on him. But Gao Hongkong was ready at any time, just in case these beasts would attack him. The moment he felt the danger, he crossed the long knife across his chest, poked the torch in his hand forward, and forced the wolf back a few steps. "Beast, come on." Gao Hongkong was inspired by the wolf to fight. He bent down and made a fighting posture. He had just applied medicine to one of his legs, and the bleeding had stopped, but it was still excruciatingly painful. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain and not let himself groan. Wolves are very cunning animals, so he had to hide. The wolf circled around him, and Gao Hongkong followed its footsteps. Just as one man and one wolf were confronting each other, 5 or 6 wolves suddenly rushed out of the forest. Gao Hong Kong was completely dumbfounded. Are these wolves bullying the weak and afraid of the strong? Knowing that they are no match for the girl in the forest, they came out to eat him? These wolves came aggressively and did not give Gao Hong Kong any chance to react. Several of them pounced on Gao Hong Kong at the same time. Gao Hong Kong didn't know if he was hallucinating because of the fear. He heard someone calling him, "Uncle!" as Gao Haiguang exclaimed. Gao Hong Kong heard the sound of horse hooves. But at this time, he had already smelled the fishy smell emanating from the wolf. He even felt the wolf's fishy saliva flowing all over his face. In a flash, a figure came in the wind. The fan in Yuan Song's hand flew out like a whirlwind, and a row of sharp blades appeared on the top of the fan. The fan spun in front of the wolves and finally stopped on a big tree nearby. "Awoo!" The screams of several wolves echoed in the forest. But the fan only killed one wolf and seriously injured several wolves, and did not catch them all. The injured wolf saw that it was defeated and prepared to evacuate. How could Yuan Song let these beasts go? They repeatedly harmed people on this road. He would eliminate them for the people today. Yuan Song drew out a dagger and blocked the escape route of the wolves in a few moves. After a fight, the ground was full of wolf corpses. At this time, Xiao Ao also came out of the forest covered in blood. "Young master, are you not injured?" Yuan Song saw that Xiao Ao was covered in blood and asked with concern. "No, I am covered in the blood of those beasts." The two walked towards Gao Hong Kong at the same time. "Uncle, are you injured?" At this time, Gao Haiguang was helping Gao Hong Kong sit on the ground. "Haiguang, why are you here?" "Uncle is fine. He was just bitten by the beast, and the bleeding has stopped." "Uncle, let's go back quickly. My father and others have brought people to pick you up." "Your father and others are here too?" Gao Hong Kong asked in surprise. "Well, it was my great-grandmother who came to my house to find my grandfather and told him that you hadn't returned yet. So my grandfather asked my father to organize the people in the village to come out and look for you. Alas, fortunately they didn't come. Otherwise our village would be finished. How could they beat so many wolves? Thanks to these two benefactors. Uncle, these two are our guests. They are staying in the village tonight. They heard that you hadn't returned yet, so they came to help find you." "Ah? So that's it. I'm Gao Hong Kong. Thank you for saving my life. I'm willing to work like a cow and a horse to repay you." "Okay. Go back quickly. Although your wound has stopped bleeding, it still needs to be treated." Yuan Song glanced at Gao Hong Kong's leg and reminded him. "Big brother, I can help this uncle, but I need to clean the wound first. Let's go back quickly." Fu Bao was still sitting on the horse. She heard the conversation between the few people and spoke quickly. Gao Hong Kong then saw that there was a little girl on the horse. But he didn't take Fu Bao's words seriously. What can a baby who has just been weaned read? Maybe she can't even read a few words? But he didn't say it out loud. After all, she is the relative of his benefactor. Gao Hong Kong was helped onto the horse by Yuan Song and rode with Gao Haiguang, while he and Xiao Ao led the horse and walked back slowly. On the way, they met the villagers who came to help. They were very happy to see that Gao Hong Kong was still alive. Especially the two brothers Gao Hongzhuang and Gao Hongyuan. Everyone didn't stand there to greet each other, but rushed back immediately. As soon as they returned to the village entrance, they saw that the gate of Gao Hong Kong's house was wide open, and Gao Hongzhuang's wife who ran out of the yard in a panic. "Mother of the child, what's wrong with you?" Gao Hongzhuang saw his wife in the torchlight. "Dad, have you found your eldest cousin?" "Yes, he's here." "Sister-in-law, I'm here. I'm not dead." Gao Hong Kong had a weak smile on his face. His face was a little pale. He was still on the horse, and was being helped down from the horse. "My eldest cousin. My eldest sister-in-law suddenly went into labor. It's still a few days before the due date, and now it's suddenly going into labor. The situation is not good. But there is no midwife in our village." Wu was almost crying in anxiety. Giving birth is like going through the gates of hell for a woman. And now my eldest sister-in-law is giving birth prematurely. She was panicked. Where can she find a midwife in the middle of the night? "What? Your eldest sister-in-law is going to give birth?" Gao Hong Kong endured the great pain and immediately limped into the house in a panic. Gao Hongzhuang thanked the villagers and asked everyone to go home and rest. After tossing for most of the night, it was already midnight, and it would be dawn in a few hours. Soon, Everyone left, leaving only the Gao Hongzhuang brothers, Xiao Tao and Yue Song. Big brother, I know medical skills. Can I go in and take a look? After Fu Bao finished speaking, he let go of Yue Song's hand and ran into the house. The family was giving birth in the house, so Yue Song couldn't go in. So he quickly asked Xiao Tao to go in and take a look. He hadn't heard Ice Face say that this little girl knew medical skills. Could she have said that on purpose to join in the fun? And just now she said she helped people bandage. But he just took it as a joke. Xiao Tao quickly followed in. There were already several people standing in the room. They were all nearby sisters-in-law. Gao Hongkong rushed into the room and came to the Kong. Mother, how are you? Father, you are finally back. I am relieved to see you for the last time. I thought I would never see you again. There was a thin woman lying on the Kong. Her face was sweaty, pale, and her belly was bulging. It was Gao Hongkong's wife Lu. No, I am back. How are you now? I will go find a midwife for you. You hold on. You will be fine. Gao Hongkong's mother, old lady Su, was standing by and wiping her tears. She just saw that it was a difficult birth. I am afraid that her daughter-in-law will not survive. All of you, make way. Don't leave so many people in the room. Hurry up and boil hot water. Prepare scissors and clean cloths. And turn on the lights. If you delay any longer, the person will really be hopeless. A soft and irresistible voice came from the door. Then Fu Bao's small figure appeared in the room. Chapter 591 Sister Xiao Ao. Clear the area. Gao Hongkong and old lady Su turned around and saw a little girl. Gao Hongkong didn't know whether he should believe Fu Bao's words. Little girl, this is a matter of life and death. Although your elder brother saved my life, I can't leave the lives of my wife and children in your hands. These are 2 lives? Old lady Su didn't have much impression of Fu Bao. At that time, there were too many family members of the village chief, and she didn't pay attention to Fu Bao. So she didn't know Fu Bao. Where did this little girl come from? Where are your parents? This is the delivery room. You should get out quickly. Don't get scared later. When a woman gives birth, children are generally not allowed to come in to join in the fun. At this time, there was no one at home to guard the door, and this little girl actually slipped in. Mother, this is my benefactor's family. She has always said that she knows medicine. I thought she was a child and didn't take it seriously. Now she comes again. Could she really know medicine? Gao Hongkong was also a little hesitant, but he told himself in his heart that it was impossible. How could there be such a young doctor? Old lady Su was very clear-headed. What are you thinking? This child is obviously a girl from a rich family. She must have been spoiled by her parents. She doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. She doesn't know the importance of having a child. You should ask her parents to take the child out. If she gets scared, our family can't afford to pay for it. After saying this, old lady Su turned around and looked at the Kong. In just a moment, her daughter-in-law Lu had already started bleeding. It's over. It's over. What can I do? Old lady Su was in a panic. She slapped her thighs with both hands and cried loudly. Gao Hongkong was originally going to get Fu Bao out of the house. When he heard his mother crying, his heart skipped a beat. Mother, what's wrong? Why are you crying? It's useless. Your wife is bleeding. The baby came out of her shoulder first. It's obviously a difficult birth. Gao Hongkong held Lu's hand tightly. Lu had fainted from the pain. Mother, wake up. Look at me. Don't sleep. Gao Hongkong, a 7-foot-tall man, didn't care about his face at this time. Tears flowed down his face. But no matter how he shouted, Lu didn't respond. At this time, Xiao Ao also rushed in. She glanced at the woman on the Kong. Her face turned pale, and she quickly pulled Fu Bao out. Miss Fu Bao, this is the delivery room. Children are not allowed to come in. Come back with me and go to sleep. If your father wakes up and can't find you, he will be worried. Fu Bao broke away from Xiao Ao's hand. Sister Xiao Ao, I really know medical skills. I can help her, but I need your help. I am too weak. The child is now lying sideways in my stomach. I must push the child back and then turn the fetal position to get the child's head down. It will be too late if I delay. Xiao Ao looked at Fu Bao in surprise. At this moment, she felt that the person in front of her was not a little girl at all, but an experienced midwife. This was also due to the fact that Fu Bao had a good relationship with the midwife. The midwife told her everything. In addition to her own understanding and the human body structure diagram in the medical book, she already had a picture in her mind. Speaking of these at this time, it was as if she had experienced it herself. And for a moment Xiao Ao actually believed it. Sister Xiao Ao, please ask my elder brother to find my father, and ask him to cut 2 slices of the 100-year-old ginseng in my carriage. Auntie can't hold on any longer and must be kept alive by ginseng. Otherwise there will be 2 dead bodies. Xiao Ao saw that the situation was urgent and Fu Bao was serious. So she hesitated whether to believe Fu Bao's words. Fu Bao saw that Xiao Ao didn't move, and she knew that Xiao Ao definitely didn't believe her. In order not to waste time, Fu Bao chose to show her medical skills directly and convince Xiao Ao first. Otherwise the following things would not go smoothly. Fu Bao held Xiao Ao's wrist without saying a word. While checking her pulse, she said quickly, she was injured in her early years and soaked in cold water for too long. The coldness was overwhelming. Her menstruation was irregular, and the pain was unbearable every time. It will be difficult to get pregnant in the future. Xiao Ao pulled her wrist and looked at Fu Bao in shock. You really know medical skills? Xiao Tao really believed it now. No one knew what Fu Bao said. Only she knew it. Especially when her period came. She was in excruciating pain. 100 times more painful than her training. Fu Bao looked at Xiao Tao calmly. His eyes clear. Without any evasion. Okay. I'll be back soon. Don't move. Wait for me to come in. No one will believe you know medical skills if you go in now. I asked the young master to get ginseng, Xiao Tao said. She had already left the upper room and ran to the gate. Fu Bao listened to the low cry of a man and the wailing of an old lady coming from the bedroom, and couldn't help sighing. She touched her face. This face was really a hindrance. She had to prove her identity when she wanted to treat people. It seemed that her reputation was not enough. Fu Bao suddenly felt motivated. In the next 2 years, she must let everyone at the border know her name. She didn't want to prove her medical skills every time she treated patients. It was too troublesome and time-consuming, and she might miss the best time for treatment. However, she had finished reading the medical books given to her by the old doctor. Now as she wanted to improve her medical skills, she had to read more books. Unfortunately, these medical books were inherited from her family. Where could she find them? This became a worry for Fu Bao. Fu Bao turned and went inside. Uncle, Grandma, I really know medical skills. Can you let me try? Anyway, you can't find a midwife now. Are you just going to watch Aunt like this? Didn't you say that? Sima is a living horse. Let me try. Aunt is having a difficult birth. But there are ways. Her situation is much better than those who come out with their feet first. Fu Bao tried her best to stay calm. Speak clearly and articulately. Like a little adult. At this moment, she couldn't sell any cuteness. Otherwise people would not believe her even more. The 2 people who were crying in the room were stunned when they saw Fu Bao come in again and said such a thing. At this time, Xiao Ao came in from outside. Aunt, brother, Miss Fu Bao really knows medical skills. I can testify for her. Girl, although you just saved me, this little girl can't joke with my wife and unborn child. Right? Girl, I will work hard all my life to repay you for saving my life. But my wife and child's life is also life. I can't hand them over to a little girl. I'm really sorry. Fu Bao was too lazy to say more to such an ignorant person. Sister Xiao Ao, please help me clear the scene. Xiao Ao is also a capable person. And even if Miss Fu Bao's medical skills are average, it is better than doing nothing now. Gao Hongkong immediately shouted in panic. What are you going to do? Xiao Ao said, Brother Gao. I'm sorry. She knocked Gao Hongkong unconscious with a knife and knocked him down directly on the spot. Old Mrs. Su wanted to call for help, but she was not as fast as Xiao Ao, and was knocked to the ground by Xiao Tao. The village head's wife and daughter-in-law went to call for help, and were not in the house for a while. Sister Xiao Ao, go see if there is hot water in the kitchen, and find me a pair of scissors, and put them all in boiling water to boil. Xiao Ao nodded, and went straight to the kitchen. Chapter 592, Acupuncture to Stop Bleeding. Correct fetal position. Xiao Tao quickly brought the things Fu Bao had requested, and took the initiative to bring the kerosene lamp at home. In order to prevent people from disturbing Fu Bao, she also locked the door from the inside. Sister Xiao Tao, come quickly. Auntie can't hold on any longer. Can you press acupuncture points? Fu Bao remembered that Wan Xingma could press acupuncture points, so Xiao Tao should be able to do it too. In fact, Her best skill now is to give patients acupuncture to stop bleeding. But she doesn't have silver needles. And she has never acupunctured anyone. She knows all the acupuncture points in the human body. But she doesn't have time to practice. Well, I can do it. What do you need me to do? I tell you a few acupuncture points. Sister Xiao Tao. You press them. These acupuncture points can help Andy stop bleeding. Okay. You tell me. Fu Bao dictated. Xiao Tao acted. The two cooperated very well. And soon Lu's bleeding was reduced a lot. Fu Bao also breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't stop the bleeding first, the blood might have dried up before the baby came out. Sister Xiao Tao. You are awesome. Your technique is neat and tidy. Can you teach me when you have time? Of course. What's so difficult about this? And you are so familiar with the acupuncture points. It's easy to learn. Fu Bao kept this in mind, and would talk about it after today. Sister Xiao Tao. Now you push the woman belly gently as I said. First you need to have a picture in your mind. This is where the child is. You can think of it as a ball. The child is inside this ball. Fu Bao gestured to Xiao Tao's bulging belly. The child's head is in this position now. We must twist the child's head down. The child is very fragile. So we must use clever force. Not brute force. This was the first time that Fu Bao encountered this situation. But she didn't see the dead air on the woman's face, which meant that they would definitely succeed this time. Fu Bao gained some confidence invisibly. I show you the direction. You do as I say. Fu Bao looked calm. But she was actually a little nervous. Her palms were full of sweat at this time. Xiao Tao was also nervous. Her hands had always killed people. And it was her first time to deliver a baby. Besides, she was still a girl. So how could she know how to give birth? Although she was nervous, she was always calm and smart. After Fu Bao's detailed explanation, she seemed to have understood something. But just as she started to exert her strength, Lu, who was originally unconscious, slowly woke up. I don't know if she was awakened by the pain, but she screamed in pain as soon as she opened her eyes. And she found that there were two strangers in the room, a child and a girl. The girl was obviously an unmarried virgin. And there were a man and a mother-in-law lying under the Kong. Lu panicked immediately. And the blood that had just stopped flowing out immediately. Fu Bao's face turned pale. It was the first time she saw so much blood. Aunt, relax. We are here to save you. Now only we can save your child. You must not give up. Lu held the quilt tightly with both hands. She took a breath and asked with gritted teeth, Can you really save my child? Fu Bao gave her an affirmative answer without hesitation. At this time, a slight hesitation could push the woman into the abyss. Then you try. I beg you to save the child. Lu fainted again after saying this. At this time, there was a knocking sound outside the window. Xiao Ao. The ginseng is here. It's the voice of the young master. Xiao Ao hurriedly got off the Kong, opened the window, and saw Yuan Song standing outside. How is she? Yuan Song handed Xiao Ao a handkerchief. She fainted. But Miss Fu Bao can indeed save her. Please help to block the people outside for a while. No one can disturb her at this time. She may also need hot water. Xiao Ao said, and closed the window with a clang. Yuan Song's nose was almost broken. Xiao Ao, are you ordering me around? Are you getting cocky? Although Yuan Song said this, his footsteps still unconsciously went to the kitchen. But he was dumbfounded when he entered the kitchen. He seemed to not know how to make a fire. Fortunately, Wan Lauer, who had been chasing him all the way, also ran over. Brother Yuan, how can you run so fast? I can't catch up with you. Yuan Song was afraid that he couldn't save people. So he ran over directly with Qigong, leaving Wan Lauer behind. Brother Wan Er, it's just right. I don't know how to make a fire. Fu Bao needs hot water. Can you help me? Wan Lauer quickly sat down to make a fire. After adding a handful of firewood, he asked, How is Fu Bao? I saw that she was clearly asleep. When did this girl run away? It really makes people worry. Brother Wan Er, does Sister Fu Bao really know medical skills? Yuan Song still didn't believe it. Well, she studied with an old doctor for a few days, and the old doctor gave her 2 medical books. She memorized the 2 books by heart. On the way to the capital, she always went to the post house to learn from others wherever we stayed. Anyway, I didn't understand it, but she loved to learn, so I helped her. I don't know what level she is now. How come she is still delivering babies? Tell me, how can a little girl like her do this? How can she get married in the future? Wan Lauer said with a heavy sigh. Wan Air brother. I think what you said is wrong. If Sister Fubao really knows medical skills, then she is saving people now. If this gets out, it will not only not harm her reputation, but also make people respect her. I think you should be happy. Brother Yuan, you are a young master. You may not know that we ordinary people care about this when we marry and have children. Yuan Song raised his eyebrows. He felt that Fubao would most likely not marry an ordinary person in the future. Moreover, seeing that Ai's face valued Fubao so much, he wanted to see which unlucky guy would marry this girl in the future. He was happy to be scolded by Ai's face every day. He now hoped that Fubao would grow up quickly. Yuan Song was thinking about himself, and didn't hear what Wan Lauer said at all. When he came to his senses, he saw Wan Lauer looking at him in confusion. Yuan Song just laughed like a fool, interrupting the half-sentence of Lauer. Wan Air. What's wrong? Yuan Song saw Wan Lauer looking at him, and touched his handsome face. He knew that he was good-looking, but he didn't deserve to be stared at by Wan Air. Right? Nothing. The water is ready. Wan Lauer pointed at the stove. Yuan Song smiled, and turned to get some hot water. At this time, a group of women's voices came from outside the yard. How is Hong Kong's wife? I don't know what's going on now. Why is there no sound in this room? Quick! Go and have a look. Oh! Why is the door still locked? Sister-in-law. Open the door. It's me. The village head's wife anxiously knocked on the door. But no one answered from inside. Chapter 593 Smooth Delivery. Yuan Song ran out of the kitchen, and saw a group of women knocking on the door of the upper room. Aunt, we have invited a doctor to deliver my sister-in-law's baby. Don't make any noise, or you will disturb the doctor. Yuan Song ran out of the kitchen, and stopped the women who were shouting. Doctor? Young man? What doctor? There is no doctor in our area. Only in the town. The village head's wife looked at Yuan Song with some suspicion. The girl who came with me is the doctor. She also knows how to deliver babies. But she has told you not to disturb her. Yuan Song wanted to say Fubao, but he changed his words to Xiao Tao. He was also afraid that these people would question Fubao as a little kid who knew nothing and would cause trouble again. So he directly pushed Xiao Tao out. The village head's wife still didn't quite believe it. You said that girl is a doctor? She is so young and knows how to deliver babies? But why is there no sound in this room? This is the first time I heard of a childbirth so quiet. And why didn't my sister-in-law and my nephew say anything? The village chief's wife is not so easy to fool. Yuan Song is a little bald, and he doesn't know how to hold these people back now. At this time, Lu's cry suddenly came from the room, and Yuan Song was relieved. Just now, the woman fainted. The doctor asked me to bring 100-year-old ginseng to save her. It's probably just now that she has been saved. Don't worry. What? Ginseng? 100 years old? God. How much silver does this cost? This doctor is really a good person. I just blamed you wrongly. I am really confused. Sir, please be generous and don't bother with me. A village woman. The village chief's wife apologized quickly. Aunt, it's okay. I know you are also concerned about your sister-in-law inside. Let's wait together. Shall we? Hey. Thank you for your hard work. Is the kitchen boiling water? The village head's wife only then discovered that there was light in the kitchen. Well, no one helped just now. The doctor asked for hot water, so I boiled some myself. Oh, how can we let the guests do this? I do it. Everyone, go and help. The group of women split into two groups. One group guarded outside the door, and the other group went into the kitchen to boil hot water. Hot water? Change the water quickly. Fubao's voice came from inside. Why is there a little girl's voice? I heard it too. Yuan Song thought to himself that it was bad, but he still kept a calm look and laughed it off. That's my sister. She's also helping in there. What? Your sister? That little girl? Yuan Song nodded his head with gritted teeth. In fact, he felt very aggrieved. Saving people was like being a thief. But if he didn't do this, the woman in labor would definitely not be saved, and the baby in her belly would definitely not be saved. It was aggrieved. But Sister Fubao must cheer up, and must not make any mistakes. Yuan Song was actually unsure in his heart. He had already prepared to take Fubao away. If he really failed, he could only take care of Fubao from being hurt. How can those little ones help? Open the door quickly. Let me go in. I have helped people give birth. although I am not as good as a midwife. But I am better than that little girl. Let me go in. Open the door. Sister-in-law. Do you hear me? The village head's wife said, and started knocking on the door again. Big brother. It's too noisy. Fu Bao's voice came from the house with a bit of anger. She had just reached in and touched the child's head. Yuan-song twitched his lips and smiled at the women in a friendly manner. Sorry, aunts and sisters-in-law. You are too noisy. I can only let you be quiet for a while. What do you want to do? Yuan-song's figure moved slightly, and several people were sealed with the body fixing and mute points. The yard was quiet in an instant, with only the sound of the night wind blowing through the woods. In the house, Lu gradually woke up after holding the ginseng slices in her mouth. She was in so much pain that she had no strength at all. Aunt, the fetal position is now correct. Listen to me. Let's give birth to the baby smoothly together. Fu Bao's voice seemed to have a soothing magic. Lu couldn't help but groan, which was considered an agreement. Aunt, take a deep breath first. Yes, that's it. When I say push, push. Fu Bao guided Lu to adjust her breathing. Okay. Push. Aunt. Push. Lu bit her lips until they bled. She screamed and felt something gushing out from under her. She fainted, and her eyes rolled back. Xiao Ao was startled and hurried forward to check on Lu. She was relieved to find that she had just fainted. Everyone outside heard Fu Bao's voice. They were not stupid. They knew that it was probably the little girl delivering the baby inside. With the sound of a baby crying, everyone outside the house was surprised. It's born. Finally. Fu Bao was also very excited. But she was still a child, and didn't know how to take care of a child. Xiao Ao didn't dare to move this soft little ball. She was afraid that she would be too strong and break the baby's arms and legs. Big brother. Let them in. Xiao Ao, and I can't take care of this child. Yuan-song came as soon as he was called. Moved a few times, and unblocked the acupuncture points on the women's bodies. Everyone was finally able to speak. And the feeling of not being able to speak or move was really frustrating. Aunts, sister-in-law, I really offended you. I just had to do it. I hope you don't blame me. The village head's wife now understood the cause and effect, half by guessing and half by listening. Okay. I know you are kind-hearted and worried that we would delay things. It's our fault. But now the child is born safely. Let's call it even. Xiao Tao had already opened the door, and everyone entered in a line. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a lively little girl on the Kong looking at the little guy in front of them. Looking at a group of little guys at a loss. Girl, you have worked hard. Can the remaining grandma come? The village head's wife glanced at the two people lying on the ground and knew that they must have done it. But she didn't say anything. After all, they were doing it for the good of their family. Is this adult saved? The village head's daughter-in-law looked at Lu, who was pale on the Kong, and asked hesitantly. Sister-in-law is fine. She just fainted from exhaustion. She will be fine after a good rest. Xiao Tao answered from behind. The village head's daughter-in-law hurried forward to touch Lu's body, and found that she was still warm. She immediately helped her mother-in-law clean up the delivery room. There was a strong smell of blood in the room. After all, there was a heavy bleeding just now. And almost one corpse and 2 lives. Fu Bao was carried out by Xiao Tao, and Wan Lao immediately came forward to take her. Fu Bao was already sleepy and confused. She had been tense just now. As soon as she relaxed, she immediately felt sleepy and yawned one after another. There was blood on her body, but she didn't care. My daughter, you have worked hard. Let's go back and rest quickly. Wan Lao felt distressed. No, Daddy. I still have to write medical records. Today has inspired me a lot. I have to write down my experience quickly. I may forget some details when I wake up tomorrow morning. Wan Lao wanted to say something but stopped. But seeing his daughter's stubborn look, he had to accompany her. After Fu Bao finished writing the medical records and washing up, it was almost dawn. She had just slept for less than an hour when she was awakened by the sound of gongs and drums outside. Chapter 594 Killing Pigs and Chickens to Thank the Benefactor. Fu Bao sat up from the Kong and saw that it was already bright outside. Xiao Ao was no longer around, and there was still a lot of noise outside. Fu Bao climbed to the window and looked out through the gap in the window. He saw many people standing in the yard outside. At this time, Fu Bao's door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and it was Wan Lao who came in. Daddy, what happened outside? Fu Bao would not be awakened by talking. But the gongs and drums were beating so early in the morning that she was awakened no matter how deep her sleep was. Wan Lauer saw that Fu Bao had woken up, which saved him a lot of trouble. He took clean clothes from the carriage. "My daughter, you just woke up. Outside is the family from the village entrance yesterday, and some villagers in the village. They said they want to come to thank the little doctor and apologize to you." Wan Lauer had a smile on his face. He was as nervous as he was last night, and he was as happy now. How could he not be happy that his daughter became a little doctor? Fu Bao stood up from the Kong, and Wan Lauer quickly wrapped her in a quilt. "Don't catch a cold. Come on. Let's put on clothes quickly. Shall we? We have to travel soon. If you are sleepy, sleep in the carriage." "Well, okay." Fu Bao kept looking out, but the window blocked her view, so she couldn't see anything. She could only hear the noise outside, and someone was going to kill a pig. "Daddy, are you done?" Fu Bao was a little excited. She loved the excitement the most. "It will be ready soon." Wan Lauer helped Fu Bao button up the last button, and pulled Fu Bao's skirt, and then said, "Well, it's done. Our Fu Bao is really beautiful today." "Daddy, when am I not beautiful?" Fu Bao pouted, then turned her head and snorted. "Daddy said the wrong thing. Our Fu Bao is beautiful every day. Let's go. Go out and take a look. Everyone is waiting for you." Fu Bao nodded quickly and sat on the Kong obediently. Wan Lauer put on her little leather boots, and she slid down from the Kong and rushed to the door. Wan Lauer smiled helplessly behind him. This girl, she is never honest. When Fu Bao came to the yard, she found that there were more people in the yard than before. The weather today was not very good, a little gloomy, and there was not much farm work in the fields. So many people had nothing to do and ran to the village chief's house to watch the fun. "The little doctor is out. The little doctor is out." Gao Haiguang saw Fu Bao standing at the door of the side room at a glance. But Fu Bao's hair had not been combed yet, but was hastily tied up with a red ribbon by Wan Lauer. Fu Bao's long black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind her, which made her face look even more delicate and delicate. Everyone looked at Fu Bao at this time. Only a few women had seen Fu Bao last night, but now almost all the men, women and children in the village had come. There were 2 carriages and 2 horses in the yard of the village chief's house. There was not much open space to begin with, and now people were crowded together, and there was no open space in the whole yard. Even the young boys rode around the wall of the village chief's house. Old Lady Su, her son Gao Hongkong and her eldest grandson Gao Haifu stood at the front of the crowd, and they saw Fu Bao at the first time. Old Lady Su, her son Gao Hongkong, and her grandson Gao Haifu have come to thank the young doctor for saving her life. Please accept my greetings." As Mrs. Su spoke, she was supported by her son and grandson and slowly knelt down. Gao Hongkong's leg had not healed from the injury last night, so he moved very slowly at this moment. But he also knelt down slowly, and Gao Haifu knelt down immediately after him. 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, 3 people, were about to pay their respects to Fu Bao. Wan Lauer ran over first. "No, no, Aunt. If you do this, my Fu Bao will shorten his life. Get up quickly and talk nicely." Fu Bao stood there as if she was in a trance. Just when Mrs. Su kowtowed to her, she felt something pouring into her body, and that feeling made her whole body smooth. Mrs. Su was pulled up by Wan Lauer, and she began to apologize again. "Little doctor, we were wrong last night. We shouldn't have believed in your medical skills. If anything happened to my wife and grandson, it was all my fault. Don't argue with me. An old woman. I was blind. Thanks to you, the doctor, for not holding a grudge and helping them. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I will build you a memorial archway for longevity and burn incense to worship you every day. Grandma, you don't have to blame yourself. Although I was a little angry last night and let Sister shout and knock you out, the result is good. We are all happy. Let's just forget about it." Fu Bao came over and took Old Lady Su's hand and said with a smile, "How can that be? I have asked my son to buy a pig in the village. The pig was killed this morning to entertain the little doctor and the other 2 lifesavers. You not only saved my wife and grandson, but also my son. I heard that my son met a pack of wolves last night. If you hadn't helped, my son would definitely be dead now." As Old Lady Su was about to salute Xiao Tao and Yu Song, Xiao Tao quickly jumped away. Of course, Yu Song could accept Old Lady Su's salute because he was an official. But now, he did not reveal his identity, and did not like being saluted. So he waved his hand. "Grandma, you're welcome. It's just a small favor." After old lady Sue thanked everyone who should be thanked, she asked people to bring in all the pigs and chickens that had just been slaughtered in the morning. Old lady Sue's house was small, and could not entertain so many people. She had discussed with the village chief, and set up a shed in the village chief's yard to invite the whole village to dinner. After all, everyone had worked hard last night. Soon, the people who had just beaten the gongs and drums came in carrying a big fat pig with a red flower tied on it. And the people behind them also carried a few freshly slaughtered chickens. Those who were quick and skillful had already helped to build the shed. Juan Lauer was a little dumbfounded. He was planning to have a quick breakfast and then set off. This is not going to happen. Right? Fubao saw that she couldn't leave for a while. So she set up a stall at the village chief's house and diagnosed the pulse of the elderly in the village for free, which was considered a free clinic. Juan Lauer and the driver hurriedly drove the carriage out of the village chief's yard. After all, there were too many people, and the carriage was a bit of a hindrance in the yard. But the carriage was full of good things. And Juan Lauer was not very reassured. There were many children in the village, and they were curious. If they sneaked into the carriage, it would be hard to say. In the end, the driver took the initiative to take the task of watching the carriage. Yuan Song and Xiao Ao both loved Fubao. They stood behind Fubao on the left and right, watching Fubao diagnose pulses with interest. Xiao Ao was completely convinced by Fubao's medical skills last night. If Fubao hadn't guided her carefully and clearly, she would not have been able to successfully reverse the fetal position. Xiao Ao also realized that this little girl's mind was filled with many things she didn't know. Chapter 595 Strange Woman. Fubao sat in the house for a whole morning and examined all the elderly people in the village. These elderly people have quite a lot of problems. But Fubao felt that this time's pulse diagnosis was very different from the past. She could diagnose the problems that she couldn't find before by just feeling the pulse. Fubao didn't know if it was related to the feeling just now, but she felt that her medical skills seemed to have improved a lot, and she could see the blurry places clearly. Fubao felt her neck was sore after examining these people one by one. She stretched her waist and twisted her neck. She saw a woman in ragged clothes standing outside the door. She stood at the door a little embarrassed and didn't dare to come in, but she would stick her head in from time to time to look inside, looking a little nervous. "Aunt, do you want to see a doctor?" The woman heard Fubao asking her, but she didn't say anything, but turned and ran away. Soon Fubao heard a scolding voice coming from the yard. "Why don't you stay at home and come out to embarrass yourself? You have made me lose face. Go back now." A man's rough voice exploded in the yard. It was really like thunder. The yard was full of voices and children's noises. In this case, Fubao could clearly hear the man's roar, which showed how loud the man's voice was. "Only, don't yell at your wife. What can't you say nicely? Today is a good day for your uncle's family, and there are guests in the house. Don't be a jerk and beat your wife in my house. I won't allow it." The village chief's wife helped to light the fire. Hearing this, she came over with a fire stick and warned Gao Hongli. Gao Hongli is also the nephew of their Gao family, but compared with Gao Hongkong, Gao Hongli's branch is already a more distant relative. But no matter how close or distant, everyone is the same in Gaolu village, and any elder can teach the younger generation. Gao Hongli was scolded by the village head's wife, and he quickly smiled and said, "Second aunt, don't be angry. I won't yell anymore. Today is my aunt's good day. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to be beaten," Gao Hongli said, and slapped himself twice on the face. The village head's wife let him go and assigned him to help. Gao Hongli was sent away, and his wife didn't dare to stay in the yard for long. While everyone was busy, she hurried out of the yard. Fubao stood at the door of the upper room, and the women saw her coming out and greeted her. Fubao also responded with a smile. She looked at the back of the woman who had just left, and a feeling of melancholy surged in her heart. She suddenly remembered what the old doctor said, that even if a woman was sick, she would not dare to enter the clinic. Could it be that the aunt just now had something to hide? Fubao wanted to chase after her to ask about the situation, but as soon as she moved, she was surrounded by people. The people in Gaolu village were too enthusiastic, and she was also called a little miracle doctor by everyone. She was pretty, and everyone liked her very much. Aunts and aunts all wanted to get closer to her. Fubao was a little anxious. She saw the woman disappear from the gate of the yard. "Aunt, who was that aunt just now?" Fu Bao asked deliberately with an innocent look on her face. Oh, are you talking about the one who was yelled at by her husband just now? Yes. That auntie looks so pitiful. It's so cold. And she's only wearing a spring shirt. Isn't she cold? Fu Bao spoke in a childish way. And the adults regarded her question as a child's curiosity, and didn't pay attention to it. How can she not be cold? I'm still cold even wearing a padded jacket today. That auntie's family is having a hard time. I don't know what's going on recently. She used to greet everyone she met, and loved to joke around. Recently, not only is she not seen in the village, but she doesn't talk when we meet occasionally, and leaves in a hurry. It's strange. Then didn't you go to her house to sit down? Well, why didn't I go? But her door is always locked. And she doesn't respond when I call her. I don't know what's going on. Sister-in-law. What you said reminds me of a time when I was with. I walked to Chunhua and greeted her. She nodded hurriedly and ran away. I could vaguely smell a foul odor on her body. But I never saw her again after that. Do you think Chunhua is sick? I see that her husband is not at home all day. And he beats and scolds her. He certainly won't pay her for medical treatment. She must have come here today because she heard that the little doctor was doing free clinics. So she wanted to see him. Right? Fu Bao stood in the middle of the crowd, listening to everyone's conversations. She already had an idea in her mind. Aunt, you are busy. I want to go to the village to have a look. I haven't seen such a village yet. A village on the mountain. Okay. Go and take a look. I let my Xiao Chuier take you there. She is 2 years older than you. You can just call her Sister Xiao Chui. Thank you. Aunts. Fu Bao smiled sweetly. Soon the woman called a little girl in a flowery cotton jacket. The little girl was very pleasing, with a pair of big watery eyes, fair skin, and she was dressed very neatly. Xiao Chui. This is the little doctor. She wants to go around the village to play. You should be nice to the little doctor and not let her get hurt. Understand? Yes. I understand. Mother. Xiao Chui replied sensibly, and then looked at Fu Bao. Little doctor. Let's go play. Sister Xiao Chui. My name is Fu Bao. You don't have to call me little doctor. Just call me Fu Bao. I like others to call me Fu Bao. Okay. Sister Fu Bao. Let's go play. Yes. The two little girls ran out of the yard hand in hand. But they were soon followed by a dozen children. Children are at the age of curiosity. They all want to be good friends with the little doctor. Just now, Fu Bao was treating patients in the house, and was surrounded by adults when he came out. They had no chance to get close to Fu Bao. Now that Fu Bao came out, it was their chance. They could finally get close to the little doctor. Xiao Chui. Slow down. Don't fall on the little doctor. The children behind shouted while chasing the two. Fu Bao looked back and saw so many people following her. How could she find the ant? Fu Bao rolled his eyes and whispered to Xiao Chui, Sister Xiao Chui. I'm shy and don't like so many people following me. Do you have any way to let them go? I'm scared. Fu Bao looked uneasy. Xiao Chui came out with her mother's mission. And she was very proud now. She did what all the children in the village wanted to do, and became the object of envy of all the children in the village. Don't worry. Sister Fu Bao. Leave it to me. Xiao Chui patted her chest and promised. Xiao Chui let go of Fu Bao's hand, walked over, and whispered something in the ear of an older child. The leading child immediately stopped, looked at Fu Bao hesitantly, then turned around and drove away all the children behind him. Chapter 596 and Chunhua. Without so many people following him, Fu Bao asked Xiaocui directly, Sister Xiaocui, where is the home of the ant who just came to the yard? Do you know? Sister Fu Bao. Which ant are you talking about? Xiaocui was playing outside the yard just now, and did not notice Chunhua. It's the ant who was yelled at by an uncle in the yard just now. I heard from your mother that her name seems to be Chunhua. Are you talking about Aunt Chunhua? I know where she lives. But why are you asking this? My mother said that Aunt Chunhua doesn't seem to go out much recently. When she went to visit her family, Aunt Chunhua didn't open the door. We may not be able to see her when we go to her house. Fu Bao said, Sister Xiaocui. I just saw Aunt Chunhua seem to want to see me for a doctor. But I don't know why she didn't come in. When I came out, she had left. So I thought about going to her house to see her. Ah? Is that so? Then let's go quickly. Aunt Chunhua is very good. If she is really sick. Sister Fu Bao. You must save her. Xiaocui prayed to Fu Bao with a worried face. Don't worry. If Aunt Chunhua comes to me for a doctor, I will do my best to treat her. The two little girls ran quickly in the village towards the top of the hillside of the village. Sister Fubao. That's Aunt Chunhua's home. Xiaocui pointed to a bamboo house not far away and said. Both of them were tired from running, so they walked up slowly. When they arrived in front of the bamboo house, there was a fenced yard. The gate was also made of bamboo, but there were many flowers planted around the yard. Sister Fubao. Look! These are all dug from the mountain by Aunt Chunhua. These flowers will all bloom in spring. So beautiful. We come to Aunt Chunhua for them, and she will give us one or two and help us put them on our heads. Fubao looked at the fallen leaves around him. This yard should have not been cleaned for some time. Xiaocui also saw the fallen leaves piled up around, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Aunt Chunhua loves cleanliness. But now? Sister Xiaocui. This proves one more thing. That is, Aunt Chunhua must be sick. Otherwise she wouldn't have changed so much suddenly. The two little girls stood at the bamboo door, tiptoeing to look inside. But they were too short to see the people in the yard. Or there was no one in the yard at all. Aunt Chunhua. Are you home? I'm Xiaocui. Can you open the door? Xiaocui shouted directly. But after she shouted, the yard was quiet, and no one responded. Sister Xiaocui. Tell Aunt Chunhua that I came to see her too. Fubao pulled Xiaocui's wrist, and Xiaocui nodded. Aunt Chunhua. The little doctor is here to see you too. Can you let us in? Xiaocui waited for a long time, but there was still no movement in the yard, and the two were a little disappointed. Aunt Chunhua may not be at home. Let's go back first. Sister Fubao. Fubao felt that there must be someone in the house, so she knocked on the door again. Aunt Chunhua. I'm Fubao, the little doctor who treats you. Can you open the door? I want to see you. Fubao's voice was soft and gave people a very friendly feeling. But the two still didn't get a response. At this time, the whole village was estimated to have gone to the village chief's house. There were not many families living on this hillside. And now there was no one on the hillside. If Aunt Chunhua was at home, she would definitely hear the two people shouting. But she didn't open the door for so long. Could she really not be at home? Sister Fubao. Maybe Aunt Chunhua didn't come back just now. Let's go! Fubao finally gave up, and she followed Xiaocui's way back. Fubao didn't give up. Walked a little way and looked back, and found a woman standing at the door of the bamboo house. That person was Chunhua. Sister Xiaocui. Look! It's Aunt Chunhua. She's out. She's at home. Xiaocui looked back quickly, and saw that it was Aunt Chunhua standing at the bamboo gate. Aunt Chunhua? Are you home? Xiaocui and Fubao turned back immediately. Xiaocui. How could you take the little doctor around? Go back quickly. It's getting late. It's time for lunch. Aunt Chunhua. Aren't you going to have lunch? Grandma Su invited the whole village to a banquet today. And she also killed a pig and dozens of chickens. It's more lively than the New Year. Will you go with us? Xiaocui was about to go forward and hold Chunhua's hand. Chunhua immediately shrank back and put her hands behind her back awkwardly. Aunt Chunhua. What's wrong with you? Why have you changed? You used to love to laugh the most. And we all like you. Are you sick now? Xiaocui's hand was empty. So she tilted her head and asked Chunhua. Fubao had been observing secretly from the side. She felt as if she had changed a lot. Now she could see more hidden diseases in the patients. Those hidden diseases were not very clear yet. But this was much better than before when she could only see major illnesses. Fubao felt that all this was related to what had flowed into her body that morning. She saw that Chunhua's whole body was filled with a layer of light gray gas, which meant that Aunt Chunhua had problems all over her body. She specifically observed Chunhua's hands and found red spots on them. Could it be that Aunt Chunhua had smallpox? However, Fubao quickly denied this conclusion. If she had smallpox, there would be other symptoms. Not like now. Aunt Chunhua. Since you know I'm a doctor, you came to see me just now. Do you have any hidden illness that you want me to see? Chunhua glanced at Xiaocui, then glanced at the bottom of the hillside. Seeing that there were indeed only two little girls, she looked at Xiaocui and said, Xiaocui, I used to love you the most. Can I ask you for one thing? Don't tell anyone what you saw and heard today. Don't even tell your mother. Okay? Okay. I promise not to tell anyone. Xiaocui agreed without thinking. She really wanted to know what happened to Aunt Chunhua. Then come in with me. You can't go into this room. Just sit with me in the yard. It's a little cold outside. I light a pot of fire for you. Chunhua invited the two into the yard, and quickly went into the kitchen to light a fire. Soon she brought up a pot of burning fire. Come and warm yourself by the fire. I don't have anything good to treat you at home. These are the peanuts I fried myself. You can eat whatever you want to fill your stomach first. I won't pour you tea, so that you won't have no stomach for delicious food later. Chunhua seemed to have returned to the cheerful woman she used to be. Perhaps it was because she let down her guard in front of the two children. Aunt Chunhua, please sit down and stop busying yourself. I came here this time just to see if you have any unspeakable illness. Fu Bao patted the bamboo chair beside him with his little hand and looked up at Chunhua. Chunhua sat down a little awkwardly. She held the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands. It can be seen that she was very nervous at this time. Fu Bao's eyes fell on Chunhua's hands again. She was not wrong. There were red spots on her hands. Chunhua seemed to have noticed that Fu Bao was looking at her hands, so she quickly hid her hands. Chapter 597 can be cured. Aunt Chunhua, you can tell me now. You can tell me anything. Don't hide it. Otherwise I can't help you. Fu Bao looked at Chunhua seriously. Shiosue also looked at this familiar aunt. Chunhua pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and then took her hands out from behind. Little doctor, look at my hands. I don't know what happened half a month ago. Suddenly these red spots grew. I have them all over my body, especially the itchy part below. And there is a strange smell. I dare not go out now, for fear that people will find out. I sent my children to my mother's house. I am afraid that I have the plague, so I lock myself up at home and try not to go out unless necessary. Chunhua said slowly. Shiosue was so shocked that she almost slipped off the chair and fell to the ground. She looked at the red spots on Chunhua's hands in horror. Aunt, this isn't really a plague, is it? Where's Uncle Hungli? Is he okay? Chunhua nodded. He showed up before me, but it didn't grow on his hands. On his body, it has already started to fester. Oh my god. Aunt Chunhua, why didn't you tell me earlier? We need to tell the village chief about this as soon as possible. Xiao Chui said as she was about to stand up and walk out. Sister Xiao Chui, don't worry. Aunt, this isn't a plague. And you promised Aunt Chunhua that you wouldn't tell anyone about this. Fu Bao quickly pulled Xiao Chui and looked into her eyes and said. Xiao Chui looked a little embarrassed and sat back down. After all, she was still a child. How could she sit still when she heard about the plague? Aunt Chunhua, I was too anxious. Chunhua didn't seem to be surprised, and her reaction seemed very calm. Xiao Chui, Auntie understands. Xiao Chui quickly took Fu Bao's hand and asked, Sister Fu Bao, can you tell what disease Auntie has? You must save Auntie. Auntie, can I see your skin? Fu Bao is not sure what disease Chunhua has, but he has compared Chunhua's symptoms with the symptoms recorded in the old doctor's notebook, and recalled all the symptoms he had seen on the road. He roughly determined several directions in his mind. Now he just needs to check more deeply to further determine what disease Chunhua has. Chunhua's face immediately turned slightly pale. She became more nervous, and her fingers holding the corner of her clothes turned pale. Fu Bao noticed Chunhua's nervousness and immediately comforted her in a gentle voice. Aunt Chunhua, there is a saying that goes afraid of seeing a doctor when you are ill. But I don't think you are that kind of person. Since you took the initiative to find me just now and caught my attention, you must want to recover. Right? Chunhua looked up at Fu Bao. Tears flashed in her eyes, and then she quickly lowered her head again. Xiao Chui felt very sad when she saw Aunt Chunhua like this. She said anxiously, Aunt Chunhua, what happened to you? We are all very worried about you. My mother would tell me every day how good you were before. Why did you become like this now? Don't cry. You make me want to cry too. Aunt Chunhua smiled with tears in her eyes. You kid. It's okay. Don't cry. I asked the little doctor to see you. The little doctor is right. I really want to recover. My children are still waiting for me to pick them up. I miss them every day. But I'm afraid that they will dislike me if they know that I have this shameful disease. So I have been holding back and not picking them up. Aunt Chunhua saw Xiao Chui crying anxiously, and finally confessed her feelings. Everything went smoothly afterwards. After questioning and examination, Fu Bao finally confirmed Aunt Chunhua's condition. Aunt Chunhua, you have syphilis. Fu Bao looked at Aunt Chunhua with a serious expression and said. When Fu Bao said these words, Aunt Chunhua's sky collapsed, and she fell directly to the cold ground. Shiatsue didn't know what syphilis was. After all, she was just a little girl. But she saw Aunt Chunhua's reaction, and knew that the disease must be very serious. Little doctor, is this disease difficult to treat? You are a little doctor. You must have a way to cure Aunt Chunhua. Right? Shiatsue placed all her hopes on Fubao. She looked at Fubao earnestly, and held Fubao's hands tightly. Fubao gave Shiatsue a reassuring look. Sister Shiatsue, don't worry. This disease sounds bad, and it is difficult to treat. But I can cure it. Little doctor, can I really cure it? Chunhua's trembling voice came from behind. Fubao looked back and saw Chunhua had excitedly stood up from the ground, her eyes full of disbelief. Walu Bing Chunhua heard the women in the village mention this when they were gossiping, during the slack season in the village. When everyone had nothing to do, they would gather together to bask in the sun, do needlework, and chat. Sometimes they would say some dirty words. But since they were all women, they didn't think it was a big deal. Chunhua also heard about it from them. And they heard it from their husbands. So it was inevitable that there was some praise. When Chunhua heard about it, venereal disease became not only an incurable terminal illness, but also a way to ruin a person's reputation. What kind of woman would get venereal disease? Of course, it would be the women who often served men in brothels. She was a rural woman who kept her husband's chastity. If people knew that she had this disease, how would they look at her? Chunhua wanted to die. But she was always strong. Otherwise she wouldn't have thought of going to Fubao for treatment. She probably had some guesses in her mind. Otherwise she wouldn't have hidden herself at home for so long. Now that Fubao gave her the exact cause of the disease, the glimmer of luck in her heart disappeared. Now Fubao's words gave her new hope. And she was very excited. Little doctor, can you really cure my disease? Fubao nodded affirmatively. Aunt Chunhua, believe me, I can do it. Chunhua quickly smiled and nodded with tears in her eyes, and said excitedly, Aunt Chunhua believes in you. Other doctors will not treat this disease when they hear about it. Little doctor, you are not only a great doctor, but also a good person. When I cure the disease, I will definitely build a temple for you. I will build it myself and offer incense to you every day. Chunhua's words made Fubao a little shy. She had seen the bodhisattvas in the temple, high above, with a compassionate image of compassion. If she was also worshipped, wouldn't it be a bit funny? Putting her own statue on the altar. The scene is funny to think about. However, Fubao knew that this was a sincere expression of gratitude from others. So she waved her hand and said, Don't worry, Aunt Chunhua. You will definitely get better. I will prescribe a prescription for you right now. You can get the medicine according to my prescription. I will tell you clearly which medicine is for internal use, and which is for external washing. I guarantee that you will recover after taking the medicine for half a month. It was not until this moment that Shiatsue and Chunhua smiled with relief. The three of them smiled, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion flowed in Chunhua's heart. If it weren't for the little doctor, she would definitely not survive. She would remember the kindness of the little doctor for the rest of her life. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the yard. Chunhua's face changed when she heard it, and she subconsciously wanted to hide. Chapter 598 Discovering the Clues. Before Fubao and Shiatsue could turn around, the bamboo door of the fenced courtyard was kicked open from outside. You damned woman. How dare you lure the little doctor to our house? Are you looking for death? The man was Gao Hongli, Chunhua's man. He used to treat Chunhua differently, but he changed after he took the family's money and said he was going to learn how to do small business. Not only did he not come home all day, but the family's original financial resources were also increasingly stretched. Behind Gao Hongli followed a group of people from the village, including Old Lady Su and Old Second Wan. Gao Hongli came in and kicked his wife in the heart without saying a word, kicking Chunhua far away and falling to the ground. Chunhua had been tortured by illness during this period and was emaciated. Her body fell to the ground like a dead leaf. Hongli, don't mess around in front of me. Your wife is famous for her virtue and ability in our village. You beat her in front of so many people. What do you want to do? Old Lady Su shouted. Gao Hongli didn't dare to disrespect his elders. If he dared to act arrogantly in front of his elders, he would probably be expelled from the village by the village chief. Aunt Su, I didn't mean it. Don't be angry. I was just angry. This woman didn't know what was going on. Not only did she not help you on your good day today, but she also lured the little doctor to my house to make it easier for everyone to find him and delay time. I beat her to teach her a lesson. Gao Hongli licked his face and explained a few words. But old lady Su didn't buy it. Humph. Don't think I don't know your little thing. I won't say anything in front of so many people today. After the guests leave, I will go to the village chief to tell him. You quickly pull up your wife and apologize. Let's forget about this matter. Old lady Su hates men who beat their wives the most. Gao Hongli was flexible and really went forward to help Chunhua up. Fu Bao? Why are you here? Everyone is looking for you. The meal is ready and everyone is waiting for you to eat. Why didn't you tell daddy when you came out? Wan Lauer didn't want to blame Fu Bao. But so many people in the village were waiting for his daughter to start the meal. He was under a lot of pressure and felt a little guilty if he didn't say something. However, because of his voice, the scene was not so awkward, and everyone's attention shifted to Fu Bao. Dad, let's go back to eat. Fu Bao is so hungry. Fu Bao first looked at Chunhua worriedly, then smiled and took Wan Lauer's hand to leave. She was protecting Chunhua. She didn't want everyone to stay here. She wanted to take people away quickly. On her way to Beijing last year, Fu Bao met a woman with syphilis. She was infected by her husband. But the villagers thought that the woman was not decent and worked as a prostitute outside. So she got this shameful disease. In the end, they burned the woman alive. This scene left a deep mark in her heart. Wan Lauer couldn't stand his daughter's coquetry. So he had to shamelessly apologize to the people standing in and outside the yard. I'm really sorry. Everyone. My daughter is young, ignorant, and playful. We have found this man. Let's go back quickly. Shall we? It's cold. And the food gets cold quickly. Wan Lauer just wanted to eat and leave quickly. These people were too hospitable. And he couldn't stand it. When Fu Bao was giving free medical treatment to the elderly in the village at the village head's house, he was surrounded by the men in the village to chat. They praised Fu Bao in various ways, which made Wan Lauer marvel that there were so many words to praise people. And they were also very enthusiastic towards him. He couldn't stand it. Finally, it was time for dinner. But no one found the protagonist of today. There was another round of hustle and bustle. However, Gaolu village was so small that it was easy to find someone, according to the clues provided by the children. Xiaotsue took Fu Bao to the mountain. Everyone came all the way here and heard the happy laughter from Chunhua's yard. Then they knew that Fu Bao came here to play. Since the little doctor has been found, let's go back quickly. We can't let the little doctor starve. Old lady Su was the investor this time. She treated everyone to dinner, and no one refuted her words. Fu Bao was the kind of person who would climb up the pole if given a pole. Hearing this, she immediately let go of Wan Lauer's hand and ran over to hug old lady Su's hand. Grandma really loves Fu Bao. Fu Bao is really hungry. Old lady Su was coaxed by Fu Bao and laughed. She took Fu Bao's hand and was about to leave the yard. Someone suddenly said, Chunhua, what's wrong with your hand? This sentence drew everyone's attention to Chunhua again. The person who spoke was Xiaochui's mother. She usually had a good relationship with Chunhua. Just now, Chunhua was kicked hard by Gao Hongli. She cursed Gao Hongli in her heart for being a coward. On the other hand, she was also worried that Chunhua had internal injuries. In addition, Chunhua rarely went out during this period, and she hadn't spoken to Chunhua for some time. So she was quite concerned about Chunhua. She immediately noticed that something was wrong with Chunhua's hands. There were red spots all over her palms, which looked extremely scary. Everyone's eyes were on Chunhua at this time. Chunhua felt like a clown, being stared at by everyone. She felt that the curious eyes were like swords piercing her. Chunhua had hidden her hands long ago. The moment Xia Qinying opened her mouth, she hid her hands behind her. It's okay. It seems that a centipede has crawled on it recently. There are red marks. It will be fine in a few days. Chunhua quickly interrupted people's imagination. She was afraid of being stared at. No, it doesn't look like a centipede crawling. Chunhua, you are not sick and dare not say anything. Right? If you feel uncomfortable, you must go to the doctor. You still have children. Xia Qinying wanted to persuade her, but was interrupted by Chunhua immediately. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. I'm really fine. You guys hurry up and have dinner. Don't worry about me. I go see a doctor. The little miracle doctor has just examined me. I go to the town tomorrow to get some medicine to apply and it'd be fine. Everyone hurry up and have dinner. This woman is just being pretentious. Don't worry about her. Let's go to dinner. She can go or not. Gao Hongli let go of Chunhua with disdain. His tone was very cold and thin, and there was a strong sense of disgust. Fu Bao clearly saw a trace of loneliness flash across Chuanhua's face. She must be very sad now. Right? Fu Bao really couldn't stand such a man. He had infected his wife with a dirty disease, and now he began to dislike her and didn't care about her life or death. This is the sadness of women that Mr. said. Right? But today, Fu Bao is here to seek justice for Aunt Chunhua. If it was before, she might not be able to protect Aunt Chunhua. But now she has a good reputation in the village. It can be seen that everyone respects her. No one will refute what she says. So she can protect Aunt Chunhua. She wants everyone to see the true face of this hateful man. Why should Aunt Chunhua suffer all the suffering? Uncle, what's on your neck? Fu Bao blinked his big eyes, looked at Gao Hongli's neck curiously, and asked in a crisp voice. Gao Hongli subconsciously touched his neck, and sure enough, there was a red scar on his neck, which was already a little ulcerated. Everyone's attention was also focused on Gao Hongli's neck. Chapter 599. The slap in the face came too quickly. At the cost of life. Gao Hongli's eyes were a little evasive, and he immediately pulled up his collar to try to cover the festering in his neck. Little doctor, you are still young and don't understand. Let's go eat quickly. Shall we? Gao Hongli tried to use this method to laugh and divert everyone's attention. Fu Bao did not understand what Gao Hongli meant, but it did not prevent her from exposing Gao Hongli's ugly face. Uncle, I am a doctor. I don't understand. Do you know better than me? The thing on your neck seems to have festered. Won't you let me see it? Fu Bao and Gao Hongli said their own things, but the married men and women knew what Gao Hongli meant, and also heard what Fu Bao meant, and understood that Fu Bao had misunderstood Gao Hongli's meaning. Gao Hongli tried to explain the festering on his body as kiss marks left between husband and wife. But Fu Bao did not understand Gao Hongli's obscure expression and directly pointed out the symptoms on Gao Hongli's body. Uncle, you should have it too. Right? You should have seen a doctor. Did the doctor kick you out? The smile Gao Hongli had deliberately put on froze on his face at this moment. Everyone knew at a glance that the little doctor was right. Hongli, what happened to you too? Your wife stays at home all day, and you stay away from home all day. What disease do you have now? Your parents died early. I watched you grow up. If you have any unspeakable secrets, you should tell everyone. We are all from the same village. You can't write 2 Gao characters with 1 stroke. If you have any difficulties, tell us, and we will help you think of a solution. You can't live in such a muddle. Right? Grandma Su's son Gao Hongkong always went to the town to sell prey. So he also heard some of Gao Hongli's behavior. He went home and told his mother about it. That's why Grandma Su said what she said to Gao Hongli just now. Aunt, I'm really fine. Don't worry about us. We're fine. Gao Hongli really didn't want to talk anymore and wanted to end the topic. But Fu Bao didn't want to. Uncle, I just treated Aunt Chunhua. Are you still unwilling to tell the truth? Fu Bao looked at Gao Hongli with clear eyes. Gao Hongli was annoyed by Fu Bao's repeated questioning. He didn't care whether Fu Bao was a little doctor or not. He replied directly and angrily. Don't think that you are a little doctor just because everyone says you are a little doctor. You are just a little girl. Even if you started learning medicine in your mother's womb, you only know the basics now. You saved your aunt's daughter-in-law with this bit of luck. So everyone gave you some face and called you a little doctor. Do you take it seriously? I'm not sick. But you insist that I am sick. Is this what a doctor does? Gao Hongli's words were immediately refuted by the people of Gaolu village standing here. Hongli, shut up. You haven't even had your drink yet. And you're already talking nonsense? We all know how good the little doctor is. The symptoms of the elderly, who took pulses at the village chief's house, were all described by the little doctor exactly the same. How dare you question the little doctor? It's fine if you're a jerk at other times. But if you dare to be a jerk now, you won't be able to go to the banquet today. A man of the same age as Gao Hongli pointed at Gao Hongli's nose and scolded him. Others also glared at Gao Hongli. Gao Hongli saw that he had offended everyone, and he knew that he had said something wrong just now. But he felt aggrieved. Why did this little girl seem to be deliberately making trouble for him, and specifically going against him? Little doctor, this guy is a jerk. Don't bother with him. Even if he is sick, let him be sick. Let's not care about him. Everyone began to persuade Fu Bao. Fu Bao was also a little hesitant. Even if she exposed this matter and cured both of them, after she left, would this man beat Aunt Chunhua even more severely? then out all his hatred for himself on Aunt Chunhua. Fu Bao pursed her lips, and at the moment she hesitated, Chunhua, who had been hiding, burst into tears. She could see that this little doctor was helping her, and because she was humiliated by her own man for helping her, she felt even more guilty. She decided not to endure it anymore. She wanted to tell the story. She had been worried and grievous all this time, while the father of the child was still free and easy outside. However, it was probably because he was sick and no one took him in. So he would come home to live every day. But it would be better not to come back. Once he came back, he would torment her. She hated him in her heart. But there was nothing she could do. Chunhua, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? If you have anything to say, tell me. Everyone is here today. Xiao Chuanyang was the first to come forward to comfort Chunhua. Chunhua quickly dodged. Stay away from me. I have syphilis, which is contagious. Fu Bao opened her mouth in shock. She didn't expect Aunt Chunhua to tell the truth in front of everyone after hiding for so long. She was shocked. What? Syphilis? Oh my god. Syphilis. There's no cure for it. Hurry up. Hurry up. In the blink of an eye, the villagers who had just gathered in the yard dispersed, leaving only Chunhua and his wife, Wan Lauer and Fu Bao, and Xiaocui and her daughter. Wan Lauer also reacted at this time, picked up Fu Bao, and was about to run. Daddy, put me down. I can treat this disease. Have you forgotten? Wan Lauer was purely a conditioned reflex. And when he heard about syphilis, he couldn't remember anything, and ran away like everyone else. Fu Bao word stopped Wan Lauer in his tracks. But Fu Bao, you are still so young, and you are treating this kind of disease for others. This, Daddy, the doctor does not distinguish between men and women, noble and humble. If you are sick and cured, you are still a good person. And Aunt Chunhua doesn't want to get this disease. She is also forced to do it. Although Fu Bao knows this disease and the treatment method of this disease, she doesn't know how this disease is transmitted specifically. She only knows that this disease is not a good disease. Everyone dislikes people with this disease. They all say that people with this disease will get it because they don't love themselves. Fu Bao also asked the doctors, but they all refused because Fu Bao is still a child. It's just that the severity of this disease is different, and the symptoms are also different. Fu Bao just checked Chunhua and determined that Chunhua had syphilis, because Chunhua's condition was not particularly serious, and it was very different from the woman who was burned to death she saw before. Fu Bao medical records will have another case of syphilis. Everyone outside the yard heard what Fu Bao said. Little doctor, can you really cure this disease? Fu Bao nodded. I can really cure it. Aunt Chunhua's condition is not serious. She will be cured in half a month. I will prescribe medicine for her when I return. Everyone's respect for Fu Bao increased after hearing this. Gao Hongli fell to his knees with a plop, and he kowtowed to Fu Bao. But he had syphilis, and Fu Bao was unwilling to help him. Little doctor, I was blind and offended you just now. Please forgive me and save me? Gao Hongli seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. When he felt uncomfortable, he went to the town's clinic. As Fu Bao said, people knew about his disease and drove him out directly. Gao Hongli originally thought that he could only wait for death at home, but he did not expect that the young doctor he had just scolded could actually cure this disease. The most important thing is that she does not despise patients with this disease and is willing to treat them. In terms of medical ethics, she is already many levels higher than those so-called old doctors. Fu Bao was held by Wan Lauer, looking down at Gao Hongli, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. How can such a person have the nerve to live in the world? She is a doctor, not a fool. People just scolded her, but she still rushed to treat people? Then her brain is really sick. Chapter 600. My mother's family is here. Fu Bao hugged Wan Lauer's neck and said in a childish voice, Daddy. Fu Bao is hungry and has no strength to treat patients. Let's go quickly. Wan Lauer felt sorry for his daughter, and Fu Bao only ate one bun in the morning, so it was normal for her to be hungry now. Okay, let's go. I can't go. Little doctor, please save me. I didn't expect Gao Hongli to climb up and hug Wan Lauer's legs. This made Wan Lauer sick. Everyone was disgusted with people with syphilis from the bottom of their hearts and wanted to stay away from them. Wan Lauer was hugged by the other party's legs. Under the psychological effect, he felt that his legs were itchy. Get out of the way. My daughter is hungry. Can't you hear me? She is still a child, and her medical skills are not good. Your illness is so serious. My daughter can't be cured. You should go find another doctor. Wan Lauer was also very angry. How could he not bear a grudge when his daughter was slandered? I was wrong. I just said the wrong thing. Please save me. Little doctor? Only. Let the little doctor go to eat first. You have done the harm yourself. And you have also caused your wife to suffer. If your wife's family knew, they would not forgive you. Besides, you will be fine for a while. Wait until the little doctor is eaten. Then talk. Chunhua's family has 5 brothers. Gao Hongli usually treats Chunhua kindly because he is afraid of her brothers. But since he went to learn how to do business, he has changed. However, Chunhua is reasonable and did not tell her family. Yes, Hongli, you can't let the little doctor starve. The villagers outside the yard began to persuade him. But Gao Hongli was selfish to begin with. He knew that Fubao had something against him. But he also knew that Fubao was still very good to his wife. Gao Hongli stood up like crazy, grabbed his wife, who was not far away from him, and pinched her neck with his big hand. Little doctor, if you don't treat me, then you don't have to see my wife. Even if I go to hell, I will drag her with me. She is a member of our Gao family in life, and a ghost of our Gao family in death. Gao Hongli's actions were too fast, and no one expected that he would use extreme means to threaten the little doctor. Old Lady Su really couldn't stand Gao Hongli's behavior. Hongli, let go. The little doctor didn't say she wouldn't save you. She just said she was hungry. What's the difference between what you did and threatening the little doctor? Fubao didn't expect Gao Hongli to do this suddenly. She despised Gao Hongli even more. Mom? Dad? Several children's voices sounded from behind the crowd. Everyone looked back and saw that it was Chunhua's brothers from her mother's family and Chunhua's parents, who came with Chunhua's children. It turned out that Chunhua had never returned since she took the children to her mother's house. Her family was worried that something had happened to Chunhua's family, and the children also missed their mother. So the family decided to bring the children back to see her. Unexpectedly, before she reached her daughter's door, Chunhua's mother saw a group of villagers gathered at her daughter's door. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous and quickened her pace, especially since Chunhua's brothers had already pushed through the crowd and entered the yard. Sister! Sister! Several people shouted at the same time. Gao Hongli, what are you doing? When Chunhua's brothers from her mother's family saw Chunhua being pinched by Gao Hongli, their faces suddenly changed. They all ran over quickly, grabbed Gao Hongli, pressed him to the ground and beat him up. Sister, are you okay? You were bullied at home. Why didn't you tell us? Did that bastard beat you? Look at you now. You are so skinny. Sister, we are too late. Chunhua wanted to throw herself into the arms of her brothers and cried loudly. But thinking of her illness, she quickly kept a distance from them. Stay away from me. I was infected with syphilis by Gao Hongli. Chunhua covered her face and sobbed. Chunhua's brothers were shocked when they heard this. What? They raised their voices one by one. When Chunhua's mother came in, she heard her daughter say this, and her tears immediately came out. Why is my life so miserable? At the beginning, I said not to agree to this marriage. Gao Hongli doesn't look like an honest man. Now, our daughter has been harmed. Chunhua's mother cried and said one sentence. Gao Hongli was beaten up again. But it was the people of Gaolu village who held Chunhua's family back. So Gao Hongli was not beaten to death. Mom, don't cry. There is a little miracle doctor in our village. She said she can cure me in half a month. When I am cured, I will take the children back. Why do you want to take them back? Divorce. You must divorce. Once this man turns bad, you will have no good life in the future. My poor daughter. You look like a ghost now. Aren't you stabbing my heart with a knife? Chunhua's family is well off. Otherwise Gao Hongli alone would not be able to make a living. He relies on his wife's family for support, and only has a few extra dollars. Chunhua's mother is right. This man is a scumbag. He has tasted the sweetness of eating, drinking and whoring outside. How can he live a good life at home in the future? Chunhua, where is the little doctor you mentioned? Mom, it's this little doctor. Chunhua pointed at Fubao. Chunhua's mother looked over and saw a fairy-like little girl. Disbelief flashed in her eyes. This? Mother! Don't underestimate the young doctor. She is a very skilled doctor. People in Gaolu village can testify to this. Yes. Chunhua mother. This little doctor is very skilled. And she is willing to treat Chunhua. Most doctors are unwilling to treat this kind of disease. Chunhua mother hurriedly said, Little doctor, Can my daughter's disease really be cured? Yes. I will prescribe a prescription for her in a while. I guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease, and she will be cured in half a month. But after she recovers, all her clothes need to be boiled in boiling water. Or throw it away directly. You can't wear it anymore. Thank you so much. Little doctor, please write out the prescription today. I will take my daughter home today. Mother Chunhua only has this one daughter. She is treated as an eyeball at home. She was able to marry Gao Hongli because of Gao Hongli's good words. In addition, the atmosphere in Gaolu village is good. Everyone in the village has the same surname and everyone is very united. The daughter will not be bullied after marrying. However, she did not expect that the person who bullied her daughter in the end was not an outsider, but the person next to her. Mother Chunhua was angry when she thought about it. Okay, I will go back and write a prescription for Aunt Chunhua. Without Gao Hongli's entanglement, Wan Lauer hugged Fu Bao and left quickly. If they delayed any longer, it would be dark. One of Chunhua's brothers followed them to get the prescription. Fu Bao took the 4 treasures of the study from his carriage and wrote 2 prescriptions. One for internal use and one for external washing. The usage and dosage were clearly written. Chunhua's brother immediately took out a tael of silver and handed it to Fu Bao. Little doctor, this is a small gift from our family. It's not much, but just a token of gratitude. Please accept it. Uncle, I won't accept the silver. I hope you will treat Aunt Chunhua well. She is very pitiful and has suffered a lot. Can you use this to buy medicine for her? Little Fu Bao refused to accept the silver. So Chunhua's brother bowed to him. Fu Bao felt another gas rushing into his body. This feeling was the same as the one in the morning, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze and their whole body was unobstructed. Chapter 601, Impersonating Texas Army. Chunhua's brothers left after getting the prescription. Later, it was heard that Chunhua and her children were taken away by her family. Gao Hongli was the only one left in Chunhua's fenced courtyard. Gao Hongli was beaten half to death by Chunhua's family. In addition, his condition was already serious, so he couldn't get out of bed. Because his disease was not an ordinary disease, no one was willing to take care of him. Even if Fu Bao prescribed him a prescription, no one was willing to wash him. Gao Hongli could only lie on the Kong and wait for death. But he was unwilling to divorce Chunhua even if he died. After Fu Bao had lunch at the village chief's house, Wan Lauer was about to say goodbye and leave. After all, they had wasted most of the day. Otherwise they should have arrived at the next town by now. When the villager saw him off, the village chief opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say it. Little doctor, can you leave a prescription? Even if Hongli's illness is incurable, we can't watch him die. Finally, Gao Hongzhuang asked Fu Bao for help. Fu Bao handed the prescription he had prepared to Gao Hongzhuang. Uncle, this is the prescription I wrote. Whether he can be saved depends on his fate. But Fu Bao had already seen the death in Gao Hongli. Even if there was a prescription, it was estimated that he could not be saved. Thank you, little doctor. Thank you, little doctor. Almost all the villagers came to see Fu Bao off, and the entrance of the village was full of people. After Fu Bao left, Old Lady Su discussed with the village chief to open up a place on the back mountain of the village and build a temple. She wanted to offer incense to the little doctor every day. The village chief felt that this matter could not be left to Old Lady Su to pay for it alone. And it would not cost much to build a temple. It would be enough for the whole village to pool together. In less than half a month, a temple of miracle doctors was built. The statue enshrined in it was a Fu Bao. If Fu Bao saw his own statue, he would probably laugh until his stomach hurt. A chubby little girl stood there with a kind face and a chicken leg in her hand. But since the construction of this miracle doctor temple, few people in Gaolu village have fallen ill, and the weather has been good every year. Later, everyone heard that the miracle doctor temple in Gaolu village was effective, and people from 100 miles around came to burn incense. The small temple was constantly popular and had a tendency to grow. Fu Bao left Gaolu village and continued on his way. Yuan Song wrote to Wang Xingmo about Fu Bao medical treatment by pigeon. Yuan Song was simply amazed by the talent of this little girl. As Gao Hongli said, even if she started learning medicine from her mother's womb, she only knew some basics. But Fu Bao had only learned medical skills for a few months and could already treat so many diseases. Not to mention that her achievements in the future would definitely crush those old antiques in the capital. After walking for half a month, they arrived in Dezhou again. Fu Bao wanted to see her eldest brother Wan Quan. She also carefully brought a gift for her eldest brother. A dagger. She bought this dagger from a stall. Although it was not particularly expensive. It was sharp. They had just settled down in the inn in the county town when they heard someone looking for Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer went downstairs and saw a group of soldiers in armor. Excuse me. Are you the second uncle of General Wan? Wan Lauer nodded. Yes. We are here to pick you up on the order of the general. Fu Bao heard the noise upstairs and hurried downstairs holding her small bag. Dad? Is that my elder brother? Did my elder brother send someone to pick us up? Yes. He said your elder brother sent someone to pick us up. Let's go find my elder brother quickly. I brought a gift for him. Okay. I go pack up now. The few people had just settled down. And now they had to pack up again. Yuan Song leaned against the second floor and looked down. He found that although the people downstairs were wearing armor, their temperament did not look like those of soldiers. And the sound of their footsteps was not right. Wan Air brother. Who are these people downstairs? Oh, brother Yuan. You don't know? My eldest nephew is the Lieutenant General of Dizhou. We are now in Dizhou. He must have heard about it and sent someone to pick us up. Wan Air brother. This is not right. First, although we are in Dizhou, as far as I know, the camp of the Lieutenant General of Dizhou is not nearby. And we just arrived in Dizhou. Your nephew knows it? Hearing this, Wan Lao Air paused while packing his things. Now that you put it that way, it's true. I remember that it took us more than 10 days to leave Dizhou after we came out of the Dizhou military camp. We have just entered Dizhou. How did my nephew know? Wan Lao also tasted something wrong. He was so happy just now that he forgot such a simple truth. Now after Yuan Song's reminder, his back began to feel cold. Brother Yuan, you said those people are not Wan Air brother. Is it true? Let's test it out, and we will know. Probe? How to probe? Wan Lauer looked at Yuan Song in confusion. Watch carefully. The moves used by ordinary soldiers are all the same. Only the moves used by assassins are different. And assassins' skills are definitely better than ordinary soldiers. Watch carefully. After Yuan Song said this, he jumped down from the second floor. And the fan in his hand was the first to hit. When the fan was about to hit the leader, he quickly drew his sword and counterattacked. Yuan Song's figure followed. Bold assassin. How dare you attack the general? You want to rebel? Come on. Take this man down for me. Several other soldiers drew their swords to meet him. And Yuan Song walked around among them a few times and retreated safely. He floated back to the second floor again. He looked down at the soldiers dressed downstairs and sneered. You dare to pretend to be a military commander? Don't you know that this is a serious crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of your clan? Who are you? The leader saw that Yuan Song easily saw through their disguise. So he stopped acting and tore off his armor, revealing the black suit underneath. Humph. You don't need to know who I am. But I know who you are. You are probably the princess's lackeys. Right? I don't know what you are talking about. Brothers, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him together. Yes. As he spoke, several people jumped up and surrounded Yuan Song in an instant. Xiao Tao, come to life. Yuan Song did not forget to call his comrades. Sir, I'm here. Xiao Tao soon appeared at the door. The master and servant fought against 7 or 8 killers again. But there was not much expression on their faces. Yuan Song had already explored the way just now. And these people were not very good. Will your princess only come after cheap guys like you? Who does she look down on? Yuan Song had already taken action to kill one of them after he finished speaking. The killers were so insulted that they were all angry. But their skills were indeed too inferior. And they were no match for Xiao Tao and Yuan Song at all. Soon, they were all defeated. Yuan Song chopped off a few of them. But he still left 2 alive. It seems that the Prince Li's mansion is really arrogant. He has to write a letter to Ice Face and ask him to get rid of the people. Otherwise, it's okay to have him protect them along the way. But what should he do when he reaches the border? The problem still needs to be solved from the root. Chapter 602, Meet Again. Because there was a fight in the inn and people died. Soon the government officials came. I don't know what Yuan Song said to the government officials. But they took the bodies away in a timid manner. And the remaining survivors were no longer asked. And they left quickly. Wan Lauer was a little curious about Yuan Song's identity at this time. But he didn't take the initiative to ask. So he couldn't find out. The innkeeper asked the waiter to clean the inn tremblingly. And his heart was still beating non-stop. He has been running the inn for so many years. But this is the first time he has seen an assassination in the inn. And so many people died. His business in the inn will definitely be affected in the future. The innkeeper has already thought of closing the inn. In the evening, Yuan Song wrote a second letter to Wan Qingma, telling him about this assassination and the last one. The next morning, the group had breakfast and left the county. But the inn welcomed a wealthy businessman that day, who brought his family and directly booked the inn with a large sum of money. The shopkeeper looked at the thick stack of banknotes and was so excited that he almost cried. He couldn't tell his front and back feet when he walked. "Mother, we are rich. Rich. I have never seen so many banknotes. We are really rich now." The shopkeeper took a stack of banknotes to the backyard, found his wife, and excitedly handed the banknotes to his wife. "I was planning to close the inn and return to my hometown to retire. But I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. It seems that our fortune has come." The shopkeeper's wife was also very happy. So much money was enough for their family to have food and drink for the rest of their lives. After that, the business of this inn not only did not decline because of the death of people in the inn, but it became more prosperous and was full every day. Since Fubao left Gaolu village for half a month, he now feels that there is a constant flow of energy flowing into his body every day. It makes her, who was originally beautiful, change little by little. Although her appearance is still the same as before, her whole temperament is like a different person, which makes people want to get close to her even more. She seemed to be glowing, and wherever she passed, good things always happened. I don't know since when. Those who were chasing her disappeared. "Dad, don't forget that we have to return the old man's medical book. We agreed that when we come back, we will return the book to him when we pass by their clinic." "Dad didn't forget. I remember it." Wan Lauer smiled and drove the carriage, responding to his daughter. The closer they went to the border, the colder the weather became. It was obviously the second month of the year, and the people in the capital had probably taken off their coats and put on padded coats. But Wan Lauer and his group were still wearing coats. After walking for a few more days, they finally arrived at Wan Chuan's military camp, and it was still Yuan Song who guided them. Wan Lauer guessed that Yuan Song must be related to the army, but it was just a guess, and he didn't ask. After all, they were just companions. "When we reach the border, we will go our separate ways. We can't just follow them home, right?" When we arrived at the camp outside Dizhou, we saw tents everywhere. There were 50,000 troops stationed here. It was afternoon, and Fubao stood on the carriage, looking up at the square of the military camp. The sun shone down, illuminating the soldiers' shiny armor and sharp weapons, reflecting the cold light. The army was arranged in rows horizontally and vertically, neat and uniform, like a chessboard. Their loud and neat slogans sounded at the same time, and the footsteps were thunderous. The cues changed like flowing clouds in water, sometimes dispersing and sometimes gathering. The complex formations were quickly formed and disbanded and reorganized under the tacit cooperation of the soldiers. The whole military exercise field was dusty, and the shouts of killing went straight to the sky, which made people awe-inspiring and shocked the soul. Yuan Song stepped forward and reported the name of Wan Lao, and asked the soldiers to report to Wan Quan. A quarter of an hour later, a group of young people walked out quickly with vigorous steps. "Second uncle? Is it really you?" The person who came out was Wan Quan. He had just finished training with everyone. The rest of the time was for each group to train on their own. He was going to take people out for inspection. This is what Wan Quan does every day. Although these things can be handed over to his subordinates, he still does it himself. "Quaner, my second uncle is back from the capital and came to see you on the way." "Uncle, I have nothing to do right now. Come on. I take you to my house." "Quaner, have you bought a house? I remember that when we passed by Dizhou a few years ago, you were still living in the military camp? The emperor rewarded me with a general's mansion. But I was alone, and the house was too big, so I didn't live in it. I thought that when you came back from the capital, you would definitely pass by Dizhou to see me. So I ordered people to decorate the house and leave rooms for my second uncle and sister Fubao. Someone cleans it every day. You should have nothing to worry about now. Brother Imo wrote to me and said that it has been resolved. You can stay a few more days." Second uncle. Wan Lauer was very happy. Quan Er loved him well since he was a child. He lived in their second house since he was a child. He was very considerate to him. Now he is a general, but he still hasn't changed. It's great. Let's go to your house. Uncle Heir has never lived in a general's house. My nephew really makes our Wan family proud. Wan Lauer's smile radiated from the inside out. It can be seen that he was really happy. Happier than his own son, who won the first place in the imperial examination. Wan Quan handed over the military affairs to the deputy general, and rode to take Wan Lauer to the general's house in the city. Big brother, Fu Bao wants to ride with you. Okay. Come on. Brother will take you. Wan Quan took Fu Bao down from the carriage, put him on the horse's back first, and then climbed on the horse, protecting Fu Bao in front of him. Big brother, your horse is so handsome. Fu Bao also wants to have his own horse. Fu Bao promised Sister Ro that he would ride a horse to Beijing to send her off when she gets married. That's still a long way to go. You can stay here for 2 more days. I will get you a pony suitable for you to ride and teach you how to ride. Is that okay? But Daddy said that we can't stay longer. Grandma and Mom at home must be very worried about us. And Daddy said that Big Brother is very busy and can't disturb him for too long. We can only stay for 2 days at most and then leave. Don't listen to your daddy. Big Brother has time. You can stay here without worry. Really? That's great. Fu Bao was so happy that she almost took off. She knew that after returning to the border, she didn't know when she would see Big Brother again. It would be great if she could stay with Big Brother for a while. Of course it's true. When has Big Brother ever lied to you? Sit tight. Big Brother will take you to race horses. Okay. Fu Bao's face was flushed by the wind, and he looked excited. His 2 little arms were still waving, and his 2 short legs were patting the horse's body. Go! Wan Quan shouted loudly and whipped the horse's butt. The horse felt pain and ran away. A cloud of dust was raised on the road, and a string of silver bell-like laughter was scattered. Chapter 603 General's Mansion. Yuan Song and Xiao Tao walked at the end, and the 2 slowly followed Wan Lauer's carriage forward. Sir, are we going to live in the General's Mansion too? Then where do you want to live? Do you dislike the General's Mansion? Yuan Song always liked to tease Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao didn't care about him. She was used to it. Sir, I think since we are in Dizhou, there will be the Lieutenant General of Dizhou to protect Miss Fu Bao. We don't need to disturb their reunion. Xiao Tao, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You said so, and I still followed you shamelessly. It seems a bit shameless. Then you can go and book an inn. Don't be reluctant to spend money. This young master wants to live comfortably and wash off the stinky sweat on his body. Yes. Xiao Tao whipped the whip, and the man and the horse galloped out. Yuan Song also rode his horse to catch up with Wan Lauer. Brother Wan Heir, I remembered that I have a friend in Dizhou. I just happened to visit him, so I won't go with you. Let's meet again if we are destined to meet again. Master Yuan, thank you for your protection along the way. If it weren't for you, Fu Bao and I might have died. I haven't thanked you yet. And you are leaving? I don't know if we can meet again after the separation. Brother Wan Heir, you have to believe in fate. It is very magical. Maybe we will meet again in 2 days. I will leave first. See you later. After Yuan Song finished speaking, he laughed and galloped away on his horse. Wan Lauer was driving the carriage, feeling very emotional. Wan Lauer finally drove the carriage to the gate of the city. He saw Wan Quan's horse at the gate from a distance. 2 people, one big and one small, were standing at the gate waiting for him. When the carriage arrived in front of him, Wan Quan took Fu Bao back on the horse and went into the city. When the soldiers at the gate saw Wan Quan himself, they all knelt down and saluted. Wan Quan seldom returns to the city, but the guards at the city gate are all from the Dizhou army, and they all know Wan Quan. Everyone was very discerning and did not check Wan Lauer's identity, but respectfully welcomed Wan Lauer into the city. Wan Lauer felt that only in Dizhou could he receive such treatment, and he had a deeper understanding of power. No wonder everyone wanted to be an official. This feeling of being high above and admired by others is really good. But not everyone has such an opportunity. It depends on talent and luck. And it doesn't work if you are born at the wrong time. Several people walked along the central street of the city for an instant stick of time, turned left at a crossroads, passed the government office first, and walked a distance before arriving at a magnificent house. There were 3 golden characters on the house: General's Mansion. The house was brand new and obviously renovated. There were also 2 stone lion statues and horse-tie stones at the door of the house. However, this house looked luxurious, but it was still far behind the Duke's mansion, and it did not have the heritage of the Duke's mansion. But in Wan Lauer's heart, this place is much more intimate than the Duke's mansion. This is the real glory of their one family. Wan Lauer stopped the carriage, jumped off the carriage, with tears in his eyes, and stroked the stone lion statue with his hands. He walked forward and touched the pillars at the gate. His face was always full of excitement, and his hands were shaking. Quanner, is this really your house? Second uncle, you are not dreaming. This is really our one family's house. Wan Quan also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the past few years, he had experienced life and death several times, just to fight for a breath and let his family get rid of the status of mud legs from now on. Now he finally realized his dream. But when he wrote to his family to take his grandmother to Dijon, they refused. Wan Quan was actually a little sad. And now his second uncle's words rekindled his hope in his heart. Uncle, why don't you go back and persuade Grandma to move to the general's mansion? Let's talk about this later. Let Uncle see if your house is spacious first. Wan Lauer came down the steps of the gate impatiently, climbed into the carriage and prepared to drive the carriage forward. Uncle, where are you going? Wan Quan looked at Wan Lauer with a bit of a smile. Aren't you going in through the corner gate? All the wealthy families in Beijing do this. They say that only people of noble status can go through the gate. Why? Don't you have a corner gate? Wan Lauer's words hit Wan Quan's heart like a heavy hammer. Uncle, come down. This is our home. Why should we go through the corner gate? Today I will take you to go in through the main gate with dignity. From now on, we will all go through the main gate. Wan Quan stepped forward and personally helped Wan Lauer down from the carriage. Wan Lauer was still a little dizzy. Could he go through the main door? Daddy, this is Big Brother's house. Which is our house. How can we go through the side door? Of course we have to go through the main door. Come on. Fu Bao and Big Brother, take Daddy in. Fu Bao said as he stepped forward and took Wan Lauer's hand. The guard at the door pushed open the heavy door, and Wan Lauer walked into the door with curiosity and excitement, led by his nephew and daughter. The driver of Wan Lauer's carriage immediately came and drove into the general's mansion through the side door. Wan Lauer felt like he was walking on cotton at this time. He entered the general's mansion dizzy all the way. Unlike the Duke's mansion, the general's mansion was not as large as the Duke's mansion, and it was bare everywhere. There was also a large martial arts training ground. There were not many servants in the mansion, and most of the people he saw were disabled. Wan Lauer was a little surprised. Quanner, why are the servants in your mansion either missing arms and legs or blind and deaf? Second uncle, these are all survivors of the battlefield. They can't support themselves if they go home like this, and they will also drag down their families. I let them do some light work in my mansion, and I will do my best to support them for a lifetime. They gave half of their lives to the court and protected the people of Daki. Although my salary is not much, it is still sufficient to support them. Fu Bao thought a little after hearing this. Big Brother, I know medical skills. Can I help them? Our Fu Bao is awesome. I already know that you know medical skills, and I've prepared gifts for you. These gifts are what your brother Mo has repeatedly asked me to give you. I bring them to you after I settle down. Wow. Brother Mo? Did he ask Big Brother to give me a gift? Fu Bao's eyes widened in surprise. A little unbelievable. Wakwan smiled and nodded. Your brother Mo knows that you are studying medicine, so he asked me to prepare a gift for you. But he also prepared some for you. But the journey is long. It's still on the way now. It will probably take a few months to get to you. Fu Bao felt that this trip to Texas was a huge gain, and there were gifts to receive. She liked receiving gifts the most. Big Brother, let's go quickly. Take me to my room, please. Fu Bao can't wait. Wakwan laughed when he heard this. Touched Fu Bao's little head, his eyes full of pampering. You are still so clever. Girl, come on. I take you to see your yard. Chapter 604 Silent Favor. Since he came in, Wan Lauer has not seen a maid. The whole house is full of men. He is worried that Fu Bao can't do it alone at night. So he said to Wan Quan, Quanner, don't bother. Let Fu Bao and I share the yard at night. I'm afraid she will kick the quilt if she is alone. Second uncle, I specially prepared a maid for my sister. These 2 maids are also given to her by me. You can take them with you when you go back. Wan Lauer waved his hand quickly after hearing this. How can this be? We don't need anyone to serve us. If we take 2 maids back, the villagers will laugh at us. Second uncle, if it was an ordinary maid, you would refuse it. But these 2 maids are not ordinary maids. Wan Quan said meaningfully. What do you mean? Wan Lao asked doubtfully. Wan Quan whispered, I spent a lot of effort to get these two maids. They have kung fu skills and can protect the family. I took you to Dezhou. But you didn't want to come. Now there are always accidents at home. I feel uneasy if I don't leave the two of you at home. Second uncle, this is my intention. I hope you will accept it. Quanner, you are really my nephew. Second uncle will definitely accept these two maids. I don't want anything else. But maids with kung fu skills are hard to buy even if you have money. Second uncle will not be polite to you. I know you want to repay your kindness. Second uncle understands it in his heart. But Quanner, we are all family. And we should not say different things. Wan Lao patted Wan Quan's shoulder and felt very relieved. Wan Quan took Wan Lao and Fu Bao to see the yard prepared for Fu Bao. This yard was carefully decorated at first glance. From entering the gate to now, he finally saw a hint of green. And there are flowers. It is hard to imagine that in such a large general's mansion, there are flowers blooming in Fu Bao yard. Even Fu Bao was surprised. Big brother, I thought you only knew how to fight and train soldiers. Your general's mansion is so deserted. I didn't expect that there are flowers in Fu Bao yard. Thank you, big brother. Fu Bao ran over happily, grabbed a flower, put it under his nose and sniffed it hard. Wow, it smells so good. Fu Bao was a little exaggerated in his intoxication. But Wan Quan laughed happily when he saw it. It's good that my sister likes it. My brother doesn't understand these things. But after I told him my idea, there was a retired soldier who used to be a gardener. He said he would take care of it. He spent 2 months to make these. I was also surprised. I didn't expect that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers among these retired veterans. Wan Yuan's smile was strong, looking at Fu Bao's happy look. It seemed sweeter than eating honey. I like it. I like everything that Big Brother prepared for Fu Bao. I can even wake up laughing in my dreams. Fu Bao is indeed the king of flattery. Making Wan Quan laugh, Fu Bao stood up and saw the swing not far away. It was decorated with flowers and vines. The seat was carefully tied with embroidered cushions. The cushions were embroidered with some cute little animals. Fu Bao liked it very much. Wow, Big Brother. Is this also prepared for Fu Bao? Fu Bao had already flown to the swing like a happy little fat bird. Sister, do you like it? Wan Quan walked over and carried Fu Bao to the swing. At this time, 2 pretty maids came in from outside. Meet the general. Sister, these 2 are Penelia and Angelica de Hurica. I don't know medicine, so I asked the military doctor to give them the names. I used 2 herbs to name them. If you think it's good, use them. If you don't think it's good, change their names. This is their indentures. From today on, there will be 2 more people to accompany you. Wan Quan took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to Fu Bao. He knew that Fu Bao could read. Wan Lao secretly wiped away tears when he saw Wan Quan being so thoughtful. Wan Lao didn't know that Wan Quan was able to take this path today entirely because of Fu Bao's guidance. And he was able to come back alive from the battlefield because of the jade pendant Fu Bao gave him. In his heart, he already regarded Fu Bao as the most important person in his life. A person who changed his destiny. He didn't want to thank Fu Bao with a pile of gold and silver treasures. He wanted to use his life to protect his sister. Moistening things silently, he gave Fu Bao everything he could think of and do. No one knew Wan Quan's inner thoughts. They just thought that this brother doted on his sister too much. Making this flower stand and swing not only took a lot of thought, but also cost a lot of money. Even if the general's mansion could grow flowers, how could it grow so many in just 2 months? And Wan Quan didn't know when Fu Bao would come back. So he had people go out every day since the new year to buy flowers at a high price to ensure that when Fu Bao came, the flower stand and swing would be full of fragrance. The flowers must be changed every few days or every 2 days. And they were changed dozens of times in 2 months. This is the warmth and pampering that only belongs to this pair of siblings. Fu Bao, holding 2 indentures, looked up at the 2 maids standing behind Wan Quan. Who is Banksia? Who is Baiji? My servant Banksia greets the young lady. My servant Baiji greets the young lady. The 2 maids heard Fu Bao question and immediately came forward to greet him. You can keep your current names. I like them very much. Yes. Fu Bao looked up at Wan Quan with a smile and said in a soft voice, Big brother, you are thoughtful. Fu Bao also has a gift for you. After Fu Bao finished speaking, he jumped off the swing and took off the small bag he had been carrying. Big brother, look. This is my gift for you. Do you like it? Fu Bao took out a dagger. The dagger had no decorations. It was just a simple dagger and a dagger sheath. It was very ordinary. Wan Quan was ready. No matter what the dagger was like, he would praise Fu Bao. He took the dagger and pulled it out in front of Fu Bao. When the dagger was unsheathed, his pupils were shocked for a moment. Sister, where did you get this dagger? I bought it at a stall. But I don't have much money. This dagger cost me dozens of taels of silver. When Fu Bao makes more money in the future, I will definitely give you a better one. Wan Quan saw that Fu Bao had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained with a smile, Sister, I guess you won't be able to buy such a dagger no matter how much money you spend in the future. This is a good dagger. Fu Bao didn't understand a little. Wan Quan took the dagger and walked to the middle of the yard, calling out to the outside, Come on! Bring weapons. Someone outside immediately brought several weapons, including swords, broadswords, spears, and double-ring knives. Wan Quan picked up a sword and threw it to a soldier. Come on! Stab me with a sword. The soldier stabbed Wan Quan with a sword without hesitation. Wan Quan stood still, holding the dagger, and swung it out to block the sword. The two weapons collided with each other, making a crisp sound, and the long sword broke into two pieces on the spot. General, this dagger. The soldiers were stunned. Wan Quan rubbed the dagger with excitement. What a good dagger. Congratulations, General, for getting a magic weapon. The soldiers around him also exclaimed, and everyone wanted to see the dagger in Wan Quan's hand. Wan Lao Er's eyes almost fell out. He only knew that his daughter kept talking about giving Wan Quan a gift, which was bought from a small stall, and he didn't care at all. It turned out that this dagger was so powerful, it can cut iron like mud. His daughter's luck is really against the sky. Chapter 605 Magical Weapons. After Wan Quan was overjoyed, he tested several other weapons. None of those weapons were intact. They were either cut off by the dagger or had deep marks on them, which were also considered waste. Wan Quan waved away the soldiers and turned around to hug Fu Bao. Sister, do you know how powerful this gift you gave to your brother is? This is a magic weapon. You can't buy it even if you have money. Did you really buy it from a stall? Wan Quan didn't believe it. If there was such a stall, he would also go there. It's true. Fu Bao really bought it from the stall. The boss even said that he finally sold the dagger. Wan Quan was very happy, and thanked the ignorant boss in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't know the goods. Otherwise such a good thing would not have come to him. Sister, are you hungry? Not really. Didn't you say you had a gift for me? Is it for these two maids? Of course not. Let's go inside. The gift for you is inside. Quanner, don't spoil her too much. You already have two maids. What other gifts do you need? Your salary is not much, and you have to support the people in this mansion. Don't spend money recklessly. Wan Lao hurriedly followed behind to persuade. Second uncle, it's okay. How can spending money on your sister be considered reckless? And the gift I gave my sister is something she can use. Wan Quan held Fu Bao, who lay on Wan Quan's shoulder, and made a face at Wan Lao. Wan Lao was amused by Fu Bao's appearance and followed him into the house. The house has 3 rooms, with a main hall in the middle for entertaining guests, and one on each side, the bedroom on the left and the study on the right. Wan Quan held Fu Bao and entered the study on the right. The furnishings in the study are all made of yellow rosewood. Spotless. It can be seen that someone cleans this yard every day. Sister Fu Bao, go and take a look at the table. Do you like it? Wan Lao also stretched his neck to take a look. Fu Bao ran over. Fu Bao could only barely see the things on the table, and he had to stand on tiptoe. But Wan Quan carefully ordered the servants to make a small stool for Fu Bao to stand on. He could easily sit on the chair behind him by standing on the small stool. Fu Bao stood on the small stool, and his entire upper body could touch the table. He could see clearly what was on the table, which was wrapped in a light blue bag. Fu Bao couldn't wait to open the bag and saw a pile of medical books inside. Fu Bao opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Wan Quan in disbelief. Big brother, are these for me? Yes. Do you like them? I like them. I like them so much. I've been dreaming about where to buy medical books. But these are not sold in bookstores. Big brother is so considerate. Fu Bao's whole body was glowing, and everyone present could feel her joy. Wan Quan smiled and looked at Fu Bao's surprised expression. He also got these medical books through the relationship with the military doctor. Some were handwritten, and some were original. Anyway, it took a lot of time. But Wan Quan didn't want Fu Bao to have a psychological burden. So he didn't mention his hard work. Wan Lauer saw that it was medical skills. And he didn't say anything. Seeing his daughter so happy, he was still reflecting on why he didn't think of collecting medical books for his daughter. And his daughter's words just now made him feel very guilty. It turned out that his daughter looked careless and wanted something. But she was very sensible and didn't ask him for it. Or he, as a father, was too careless. But to be honest, he was also very pleased that this nephew was thoughtful and more careful than him as a father. Fu Bao had such a brother who considered everything for his sister. And he, as a father, felt very happy. After all, one more person loves Fu Bao. And Fu Bao has more love. The two men watched a little girl start to flip through medical books. Fu Bao would unconsciously indulge in medical books when he read them. And Wan Quan and Wan Lauer couldn't bear to disturb him. So this picture appeared. The sun shone through the window onto the floor in the room and onto the three people. The two men smiled at a pink little girl behind the desk, who was absorbed in reading until a voice came from outside. General, dinner is ready. It was dark at some point, and the light in the room was not particularly good. Sister, are you hungry? I have prepared a large table of delicious food for you. Do you want to go and have a look? Fu Bao raised her head, rubbed her aching neck, and then stretched her back. I'm hungry. My stomach is growling. Wan Quan hurried over, picked up Fu Bao, and rubbed her neck. Wan Chuan's hands were calloused, and Fu Bao's neck was white and tender. When his big hands touched it, Fu Bao felt itchy and shrank her neck with a giggle. Uncle, shall we go eat together? Yes. Wan Lauer's legs were a little sore after standing for so long. The three of them came to the flower hall, where a charcoal basin had been lit, and the room was warm. The unique aroma of food immediately hit them. This flower hall is connected to two rooms. They were eating in this room, and there seemed to be someone else in the other room. Fu Bao looked in curiously, and saw someone roasting mutton inside. Wow! Big brother. Roasting mutton. It smells so good. I can smell it from a distance. Fu Bao smelled a fragrance in the yard, and it became stronger when she entered the house. She thought it was the smell of the dishes on the table, but it turned out to be the smell of roasted mutton. Fu Bao excitedly held Wan Chuan's hand and shook it twice. She wanted to jump a few times, but she was wearing a big coat and was chubby, so she was not very flexible and clumsy. She only bent her knees and moved up and down, but did not jump up. But this did not stop Fu Bao from expressing her enthusiasm excitedly. Wan Quan smiled and let Fu Bao pull his hand around, with a doting smile on his face. Although the food on the table was not very exquisite, it was indeed rich, with all the dishes that Fu Bao liked to eat. Fu Bao liked meat the most. Wan Quan knew it, and he asked the kitchen to cook a portion of meat that he could get. He also asked the best barbecue chef in the military camp to come to the general's mansion to barbecue meat for Fu Bao. After a meal, Fu Bao's belly was swollen again. She patted her belly, burped, and lay lazily on the soft couch, not wanting to move at all. Big brother, your food is the best for Fu Bao. Fu Bao doesn't want to leave. Wan Quan smiled and showed a row of white teeth. This girl just likes to eat. He planted flowers and plants all over the yard and had a flower stand and swing. But he might not be able to keep her. Unexpectedly, a table of food would make her heart move. It seems that he has to remind his second uncle to keep a close eye on Fu Bao in the future, in case some kid uses a meal to trick Fu Bao away when she grows up. Chapter 606 Wan Quan's Knot. Wan Quan was going to let Fu Bao go to help digestion, but the little girl yawned and fell asleep soon. Uncle, please sit for a while. I carry my sister to her yard. Let me do it. You've been tired all day. Take a break. I'm not tired. Uncle, you must be tired after driving the carriage for so long. But I still want to have a couple of drinks with Uncle. Just now, Fu Bao was there, and the two did not drink. Now that Fu Bao fell asleep, it was just the right time for the uncle and nephew to reminisce about the past. That's fine. But this girl likes to kick the quilt when she sleeps at night, and she doesn't sleep well at all. Uncle, don't worry. I told Banksia and Baiji that one of them will sleep with my sister at night. It's okay. Banksia and Baiji are skilled in martial arts, and they can detect any movement of Fu Bao at night. Wan Lauer was relieved and watched Wan Quan gently pick up Fu Bao and walk out. After settling Fu Bao down, Wan Quan returned. Second uncle, come here. We haven't had a drink together for a long time. The last time you came, it was too sudden, and the house was not ready yet. Now you have a home. When you come to Dijo in the future, just come to the general's mansion. Well, good. Quanner, you are now the face of our one family. Our family is finally proud. Our family is now the most prestigious in Shitsi village. Even the county magistrate. Wan Lauer paused when talking about Shinjin Yuan, because he thought of Wan Laona and Shin. Although Wan Quan agreed that Wan Laona married Shin, he could see that the child had no intention of going back, and might still remember his mother in his heart. When his mother died, the child was sad for a long time. How could he not see it? Besides, his eldest sister-in-law died without a complete body, and she was on the road of exile. There was not even a bone left. Now even if she wanted to build a tomb, she couldn't. Wan Quan is now successful and famous. He must have some resentment towards his father in his heart. This is probably Wan Chuan's not. Right? Wan Quan saw that his second uncle stopped talking about the county magistrate. He looked up and saw a flash of unnaturalness on Wan Lauer's face. Second uncle, I know what you are thinking. Everything is over. I don't blame my father. He is old, and we are not around. It's just that Anshin takes care of him. So I feel relieved. Wan Lauer sighed and patted Wan Chuan's shoulder, lowered his head, and raised a glass of wine. Okay. Let's stop talking. Let's have a drink today. Hey. Come on. I toast to second uncle. The two of them drank one cup after another, recalling the things in Yonglu village, and the things on the road of exile. They drank until midnight, and both of them were drunk. Finally, they were helped back to their rooms by servants and tossed and turned for half a night before they fell asleep. The next morning, Wan Lauer was still sleeping soundly, and Wan Quan had already gone to the suburban camp for training. When Fubao and Wan Lauer got up, everything in the mansion was still the same as yesterday, except that Wan Quan had not returned yet. Second master, the general ordered that you and the young lady should eat first after getting up. He said he would be back soon and would take you and the young lady to visit Dijo today. Is the young lady up? Yes. The young lady is washing, and will be here soon. Okay. I go and wait for her first. Wan Lauer was taken to the dining room by servants, and breakfast was already on the table. Fubao had also finished dressing up at this time. Banxia's hands were very skillful, and she combed Fubao into a bun that was the most popular among the young ladies in the city. Although it was the first time for Fubao to stay in the general's mansion, her bedroom was complete. The wardrobe was full of clothes, from spring and summer to autumn and winter, all cut according to her size at different periods. Because Wan Quan didn't know when Fubao would come back, he asked the tailor what size clothes a child should wear at a certain age, and thoughtfully prepared clothes for Fubao for all seasons. There were many headdresses in the dressing box. Wan Quan didn't know what headdresses women liked, so he asked the prefect's wife. The prefect's wife had a little daughter, so he asked the prefect's wife to help him prepare all the headdresses for Fubao. In the morning, Fubao got up and saw this full of love. She was deeply touched by her brother's love. She touched and looked at every piece of clothing. Every piece of clothing was very beautiful, and the material was all superior. Fubao was originally very thoughtful. Although she looked like she didn't care about anything on weekdays, she knew everything in her heart. She knew that her elder brother was silently repaying her. Fubao waved her hand and ordered Banxia and Baiji, when you have time, pack all these clothes for me. I want to take them all back to the border. I like all these clothes very much. And the headdresses too. I have never seen them before. Banxia and Baiji were puzzled, but the rules prevented them from questioning their master's decision. Fubao was expressing her gratitude to Wan Quan in her own way. These clothes were made according to her size. If she didn't take them away, it would be a waste. If she took them all away, her elder brother would definitely be very happy. Fubao walked around the room beautifully, feeling the love of her elder brother. After careful observation, she found that every corner of the room was carefully treated. Every stool was covered with soft cushions embroidered with small animals, and the stools in the room were obviously shorter than normal. The entire room was decorated in pink, and some sharp corners were rounded. Was he afraid of falling and bumping into something? Fubao's eyes were full of smiles, and she was deeply moved. Okay. I'm hungry. Let's go at breakfast. Is the elder brother at home? My lady, the general is not here, but he came this morning and said that the lady should have breakfast first after waking up. He will go to deal with military affairs first, and will come back to accompany the lady to go shopping on the street today. Really? That's great. Sister Banksia. Sister Baiji. Let's go quickly. Fubao was very excited when she heard that she was going out. She ran out with a maid in one hand. My lady, please go slowly. Be careful not to fall. Banksia reminded with a smile. Wan Quan had already told Banksia and Baiji that if Fubao had any unusual words or actions, they should just follow her. And there was no need to correct him, because it was useless. The three of them came to the dining room, and Wan Lauer had been waiting for a while. Dad? Good morning. You don't look very energetic. Did you not get enough rest? Do you want Fubao to take a look at you? Wan Lauer's eyes were a little swollen, and his head was still a little dizzy. It's okay. I had a few drinks with your eldest brother yesterday, and I drank a little too much. I may not be sober yet. Dad, drinking is harmful to your health. Don't drink too much in the future. If you are really happy, you can talk more. Drinking can't express your happiness. On the contrary, many words can't be said because you are drunk. Fubao persuaded Wan Lauer seriously, and he looked like a little adult. Banksia and Baiji stood behind, lowered their heads, and gently raised the corners of their lips. Daddy, I remember. I won't drink too much in the future. Come on. Eat quickly. Wan Lauer was afraid that Fubao would continue talking, so he quickly used eating as an excuse. Fubao saw a table full of beautiful breakfasts, all kinds of buns, and they were made into cute little animal shapes and flower shapes, which made her reluctant to start eating. The chopsticks in her hand moved from one plate to the next, and she didn't pick up any for a long time, and her face was very tangled. Chapter 607. Let's go shopping. Daughter, what's wrong? Did you eat too much last night? Aren't you hungry? Wan Lauer was already dizzy, and he felt even more dizzy when he saw Fubao chopsticks circling on the table. Daddy? Of course not. Your daughter is so confused. The cook at Big Brother's house made all these dishes so beautiful that I don't know which one to eat. Ha ha ha. There are times when you don't know where to start. Wan Lauer slapped his thigh and laughed as if he had heard a big joke. Fubao's eyebrows were almost knotted. She pouted at her father, and didn't want to pay attention to him. As a result, Wan Lauer directly picked up a bun in the shape of a little fox, and put it on the plate in front of Fubao. Eat it. Eat it with your eyes closed. Fubao thought it was a good idea. He closed his eyes, and picked up the bun in front of him and took a big bite. When she opened her eyes, she found that the bun was half bitten. The delicious bun exuded the aroma of meat in her mouth, which made her no longer entangled. Because she got up late, she was really hungry. Without waiting for Wan Lauer to pick up food for her, she started to eat by herself. She was very satisfied with the meal. As soon as Fubao put down her chopsticks, she heard footsteps outside the door. Fubao found that she could now identify people by their voices. This magical ability could only be used on acquaintances before. Now she can remember any footsteps she has heard and can hear them from a distance. Big Brother is back. Fubao slid down from the stool in surprise and ran towards the door. As soon as Wan Quan stepped onto the steps, he saw a little girl in a goose-yellow jacket and skirt flying out. Big Brother, you are back. Wan Quan quickly bent down to catch Fubao. Sister, why are you running so fast? Do you miss your big brother so much? Why don't you just stay here and keep your brother company? If she really stays here, it will be a headache for you. Wan Lauer followed from behind and said with a smile. Sister is so well behaved and obedient. How can she give people a headache? I'm just afraid that your second uncle and second aunt will not agree. Not to mention, your second aunt probably misses her daughter so much that she has no appetite. We ran all the way from the capital, and it was indeed much faster than when we went there, just to get back to the border earlier. Fubao also misses Mother. I wonder if Mother is hungry and thin. Fubao said with a little sadness in his heart. Let's go. Big Brother will take you to the street. Let's buy some gifts for your mother, grandmother, third uncle, third aunt, fourth uncle and fourth aunt, and take them back. An uncle and aunt, brother and your. Fubao counted them one by one with his fingers, not missing a single one. Okay. Let's buy whatever my sister wants. Wan Quan has become a sister con. He agrees to whatever Fubao says. Wan Lauer's face almost froze with laughter. But he was very happy when he saw this pair of people who were not real siblings, but were better than real siblings. Quan, don't spoil her too much. Buy what you should buy and don't spend money on what you shouldn't buy. It's time for you to get married. Our family is poor, and we can't afford any decent betrothal gifts. You should save some money. Wan Lao really loves Wan Quan as his own son. Daddy, don't worry. Big Brother's betrothal gifts are in Fubao hands. Fubao must let Big Brother go out in style. Pa. 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 Children's words are innocent. Children's words are innocent. What do you mean by going out in style? Marrying a girl is going out in style. Your Big Brother wants to marry a wife in style. Fubao quickly covered his mouth and smiled secretly. His two big eyes were curved into two crescents with a little starlight. Fubao is wrong. It's a glorious marriage. A glorious marriage. Second uncle. You don't have to worry about my marriage. I don't have any plans to marry for the time being. There is a country before there is a family. If the country is not peaceful, how can we, the soldiers, marry and have children? I have my own plans for my marriage. Wan Lao saw Wan Quan's firm attitude and said nothing more. But Fubao looked at Wan Quan with a smile. Big Brother, good things are coming. But they can't be stopped. You don't want to marry. But others do. Fubao looked at Wan Quan meaningfully and said. Wan Quan thought Fubao was joking and didn't take it to heart. Wan Lao smiled and glanced at Fubao, knowing that the good things of this eldest nephew should be coming soon. After talking for a while, Wan Quan hugged Fubao and Wan Lao and went out together. Banksia and Baiji were Fubao personal maids and guards. It was natural for them to follow Fubao to protect her. Several people came to the street. Today was still a sunny day. Although it was spring, the street was still chilly. Pedestrians were wearing thick cotton clothes or cloaks and hoods. The vendors were soliciting customers while shrinking their necks, stamping their feet, and holding their hands in their sleeves. Their faces were covered with red and blue chilblains from the cold wind. Life is not easy, and ordinary people have a hard time. In order to support their families, they stand in the wind all day. Fubao was carried by Wan Quan and walked to the street. Wan Quan was wearing plain clothes today. A blue brocade cotton coat, a cloak on the outside, a piece of warm jade on his waist, and the dagger given by Fubao, without any other accessories. Despite this, Wan Quan is tall and handsome, and as a soldier, he can be seen in the crowd with extraordinary temperament. In the past few years of training in the military camp, he has been reborn, and he also has the pressure of a superior. Sister, what do you like? Just tell me, and I will buy it for you. Okay. I have to pay for it today. Fubao seemed to have sensed something and looked towards a place selling antiques. Wan Lao thought his daughter really wanted to spend Wan Yuan's money. My daughter? Daddy also has banknotes. Just tell Daddy what you want to buy. No. The money today must be paid by Big Brother. No one else can pay. I will be anxious if anyone pays. Fubao pinched his waist with both hands and said to Wan Lao angrily. Wan Lao was also anxious when he saw that Fubao was really angry. But there was nothing he could do. He could only keep an eye on it secretly. When the money was spent, he would secretly give Wan Quan some money. His daughter had high standards and would not look down on cheap things. All she liked were good things. Wan Quan was very happy to hear Fubao say that. Okay. It's good that my sister doesn't go against her brother. Big Brother, let's go over there and take a look. Fubao pointed to an antique shop called Jubiozai. When Wan Lao saw that the shop was decorated so luxuriously, he knew that the things in the shop were not cheap, and he felt a little painful in his heart. He touched his purse, which was still bulging. Maybe after leaving the shop, the purse would be deflated. But Wan Lao turned around and thought that his things would belong to Fubao in the future anyway. So it didn't matter if he bought them early or late. So there was no need to feel bad. After Wan Lao figured it out, he felt relaxed all over and entered Jubiozai before Fubao and the others. Chapter 608 Big Brother. Your face is not valuable. Fubao didn't care about Wan Lao's changes, and was carried by Wan Quan into Jubiozai. Jubiozai is the most luxurious shop on this street. But the three characters on the plaque are all made of pure gold. And the plaque is made of the best small leaf red sandalwood. Jubiozai is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is some antiques of ordinary quality. The second floor is more precious antiques and paintings. And the third floor is not affordable for ordinary people, and is not open to the public. If there are good things, they are usually gone before the wind blows. Wan Lao entered Jubiozai first, and the waiter of Jubiozai saw that Wan Lao's clothes were just average. So his attitude was not so enthusiastic. Sir, the things here can only be seen, not touched. And you can't afford to pay for them if they are broken. Juan Lauer has seen too many such clerks who looked down on others in the past few months. And he didn't care, but stood in front of each antique shelf with his hands behind his back for a while. The waiter followed Juan Lauer closely, as if he was guarding against thieves. Juan Lauer looked back at the waiter. I don't need your hospitality. I just take a look. I won't buy anything. Go and do your own thing. If you can't afford it, don't look. If you look but don't buy anything, what are you looking at? You are so funny. Waiter, isn't this thing put out for people to see? You have to buy it before you can see it? Juan Lauer also got angry. He just wanted to look today. But he didn't want to buy anything, and he wouldn't leave. He wanted to see if the people here could still throw him out. The waiter looked at Juan Lauer with contempt. His eyes almost rolled up to his head. Second uncle, what are you looking at? Juan Quan stood at the door holding Fubao, and saw everything the waiter said and did. The waiter and Juan Lauer turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Quaner, Uncle Air has never seen so many antiques. I think they are very beautiful, and I want to take a closer look. The waiter saw that Juan Quan was extraordinary, and the little girl in his arms was even more delicate. It was obvious that he was from a wealthy family. Moreover, he just called this Uncle Air. Are they a family? The waiter's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Sir, do you need me to explain it to you in detail? The waiter smiled flatteringly, bent his body, and nodded. Juan Lauer glanced at the waiter coldly and felt embarrassed. How could this person change so quickly? Like a psychopath. Juan Lauer walked away directly, leaving a sentence, just don't follow me. The waiter immediately ran to Juan Quan and offered his kindness to Juan Quan. Go and call your shopkeeper. Juan Quan gave a cold order and walked towards Juan Lauer. The waiter was complaining at this time, and he just hoped that these people would not report him. Sister, which one do you like? Juan Quan held Fubao higher. There were some antique vases here, which were placed a little high. Juan Quan was afraid that Fubao couldn't see them. Fubao rode on Juan Quan's neck, looked around, and shook his head. Big brother, the things here are not good. They are not worthy of you. It's not face to use them as betrothal gifts. Let's look for better ones. Juan Quan was a little amused. This little girl really took this seriously? Sister, I don't plan to marry so early. No need to prepare betrothal gifts. Today I am here to buy things for you. If you like anything we will buy it back. Fubao smiled. A cunning light flashed in his eyes. Nodded. Yes. 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 Fubao is wrong. It's for Fubao. He. Juan Quan also looked around just now. But unfortunately, he didn't understand these, and couldn't see any tricks at all. He didn't know how Fubao knew that these things were not good. But Fubao was different from other children, since he was a child, and could distinguish what was good. So if she said the things here were not good, then they were probably really bad. Actually, Juan Quan misunderstood Fubao's meaning. Fubao said that the things here were not good, which did not mean that the things here were fake. They were just some low-grade antiques, and the age and workmanship were not top-notch. Fubao had high standards, and these things were not in her eyes. She felt that these things could not be used as betrothal gifts. Fubao planned to buy some betrothal gifts for her elder brother today. She saw that her elder brother was about to get married. At this time, the shopkeeper was invited by the young man. It turned out that General Wan was here. We are sorry for not welcoming him from afar. We are sorry for not welcoming him from afar. The shopkeeper of Jibiozai certainly knew all the dignitaries in Dizhou, not to mention a young and promising general like Juan Quan, who had unlimited prospects. They were too busy to curry favor with him. It's not your fault for not welcoming him from afar, but it's your fault for not being strict with your subordinates. Before Juan Quan could speak, Fubao, who was held in his arms, spoke first. She saw with her own eyes that the young man mocked her father. She was very vindictive and had to avenge her on the spot. The young man was already nervous, and when he heard the shopkeeper say that this young man was actually the popular General Wan, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. The shopkeeper would definitely not let him off. The treatment in Jibiozai was very good, with a salary of 2 taels of silver every month. If he was fired, there would definitely be plenty of people waiting to fill the vacancy. Miss, I am blind. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I will let you punish me. Please calm down. The waiter knelt on the ground without waiting for the shopkeeper to punish him. The shopkeeper was very smart, and he knew that the waiter had offended someone just now as soon as Fubao opened his mouth. Come on. Take him away. I don't want to see him again. The shopkeeper fired the waiter on the spot. The waiter was taken away by the people who came up, and his mouth was blocked. Soon the room returned to peace. Wan Lauer was very relieved. This girl was not raised in vain. She knew how to protect him at such a young age. General Wan, I am not strict with my subordinates and offended you. Please forgive me. To express our apology to Jubiozai. All the things selected by General Wan today are 20% off, and General Wan will be given an extra item. Wan Quan did not speak, but looked at Fubao in his arms. As long as Fubao calmed down, he didn't care. Sister, what do you think? Fubao put on a smiling face and looked at the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper uncle, my brother is a general. Can I only give him 20% off for his face? After saying that, Fubao looked at Wan Quan again and said with disdain, Big brother, your face is worthless. The shopkeeper was stunned by Fubao's words. He was just being polite. He didn't expect that this little girl would take advantage of the situation to blackmail him. But who is this girl? It seems that General Wan cares about her. Miss, you are joking. The general is the youngest general in Texas. He has a bright future. It is an honor for him to come to our store. So, how about a 50% discount? This is the shopkeeper's maximum authority. This is because the profit of antiques is high. Otherwise they will definitely lose money. He had not expected that the little girl was so sharp-tongued. Generally, wealthy families value their reputation and would not bargain directly. He wanted to give a 20% discount to give both parties a way out. But the little girl refused to give in and took the opportunity to bargain with him, leaving him hanging. Now the shopkeeper not only had to give a discount, but also a big one. Otherwise General Wan's face would be worthless. Whose girl is this? Why is she so cunning? The shopkeeper's back was sweating coldly. He was afraid that Fubao would say something else, and he would really have to pay. At this time, the shopkeeper was about to curse the young man's ancestors in his heart, because his dereliction of duty caused Jubiozai to suffer such a huge loss this time. He didn't know how to explain to the boss later. It seemed that he had to teach these guys a lesson in the future, so as not to cause him such a big trouble again. Chapter 609 Bargaining. Fubao reluctantly glanced inside the store before nodding. Okay, but there's nothing good on this floor, and it's not worthy of my brother's status. Don't think of using these junks to fool my brother. My eyes are very sharp. The shopkeeper was really convinced by this little girl. Not only was she sharp-tongued, but her eyes were also very sharp. Although the things on this floor were not as good as the collections on the second and third floors, they would not lose face if they were placed at home. However, this girl had high standards, and these things could be placed at home. The ones upstairs were more suitable for collection. I dare not. I dare not. Even if I have 10 guts, I dare not fool the general. The things on the first floor are definitely not worthy of the general's noble status. Please move with me to the second floor to have a look. Wan Chuan's heart was simply blossoming with joy, but he still kept a cold look on his face, and outsiders could not tell his mood at the moment. Only he knew how happy this sister was when she just scolded the shopkeeper. She was just his mouthpiece. He really wanted to take Fubao with him, and take him to the military camp to quarrel with those old bones instead of himself. It must be very happy. Several people followed the shopkeeper to the second floor. The furnishings on the second floor were completely different from those on the first floor. They were all rooms, not halls. The things in each room were classified by category. Some were vases, some were large screens, some were calligraphy and paintings, and some were rare books. Wan Quan carried Fubao into a room. There were all kinds of vases in the room, which dazzled Fubao. Moreover, these things were much higher than those on the first floor. Although Fubao couldn't name these things, she knew how to look at them, so she didn't delay picking out the good ones. Fubao waved his hand and said, This, that, those, and those over there. Pack them all up for me. The shopkeeper was shocked. Is he here to buy things or to purchase goods? He was afraid that Fubao could not make the decision, so he had to look at Wan Quan. General Wan. Listen to my sister. Bring them all here. The shopkeeper was so happy that he got a big business and could finally report to the boss. He immediately took all the things that Fubao had pointed out just now and carefully put them on the middle table. Miss, look. Are these the ones? Uncle, although you are a little older, your memory is quite good, and you are not wrong about anything. Fu Bao does not give face to people he doesn't like very much, so there is no need to say good things to others. The shopkeeper touched his face secretly. He was not old. Was he? But now that she was the sponsor, he could only smile and nod. And thank her. Thank you for the compliment, Miss. Fu Bao burst into laughter. These people were really ridiculous. But she did not say anything to embarrass the shopkeeper. The master said that you should be more considerate when speaking. And you should forgive others when you can. Shopkeeper, can you calculate how much these are worth in total? Wan Quan spoke in a deep voice and moved Fu Bao to his knees. The shopkeeper carried a golden abacus with him. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out the abacus and fiddled with it with a smile. General Wan, these are worth a total of 100,000 taels of silver according to the original price. But I just gave you a 50% discount. You only need to give 50,000 taels. Shopkeeper, I just praised you for your good memory. How come you forgot so quickly? Didn't you say you would give one to my brother? I want that one. Fu Bao pointed to a double-linked plum blossom bottle with her pink little hand and said to the shopkeeper with a smile. The shopkeeper took a look at the vase that Fu Bao pointed at, and his face changed immediately. And he couldn't smile. Miss, this is the most expensive one here. Why don't you pick another one? I give it to you no matter which one you pick. Fu Bao's big eyes flashed with cunning light. And she reluctantly replied, okay. I take a look. The shopkeeper was secretly relieved. It was a cold day, and his back was already soaked. If he gave this one away, he would leave on his own. And the boss wouldn't fire him. And the shopkeeper still had a fluke mentality. He thought Fu Bao must have been lucky and pointed out the most valuable one just now. This time, he didn't believe that this little girl could point out the second most valuable item in their room. It's not that the shopkeeper looked down on Fu Bao. It's just that Fu Bao was too young. How could such a young child know so many antiques? Isn't that a child prodigy? Fu Bao's eyes slowly turned around among the antiques on the table, and it seemed difficult to make a decision. The shopkeeper couldn't help but smile with relief. He bet right. This girl just got lucky. In fact, Fu Bao was struggling with two antiques of similar value, and she was just struggling with which one to choose. Finally, she really didn't know how to choose, so she gave the right to choose to Wan Quan. Big brother, which of the two do you like? Let the shopkeeper give us whichever one you like. The shopkeeper's eyes almost fell to the ground when he saw the two vases that Fu Bao pointed to. Impossible. How could it be possible? He had to admit at this time that the one in front of him was a child prodigy. Otherwise, how could he choose the best in their store? Fu Bao chose a total of 10 items this time. The most expensive one was 8,000 taels, which was the plum blossom double vase. The next most expensive one was the 2 phoenix tail vases and the 6-sided vase, which were worth 6,000 taels. Wan Quan secretly observed the shopkeeper's face and saw that he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. So he knew that the two Fu Bao chose this time were not cheap. Then let's go for the blue one. Wan Quan randomly pointed to a phoenix tail vase. Fu Bao nodded immediately. Uncle Shopkeeper, did you hear that? My elder brother said he wanted the phoenix tail vase. Fu Bao emphasized that it was Wan Quan who said that, not her, for fear that the shopkeeper would find excuses to refuse and not want to send it. Well, I heard that. Since the general asked, let's take this one. This one is 6,000 taels. So there are still 44,000 taels. Fu Bao shook his head immediately. Pooh. 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 What for? Don't you think it's unlucky for the shopkeeper to do business? Let's take 41,800 taels. It sounds good. Auspicious. 418. Swear to be rich. The shopkeeper was about to cry. Where did this little girl come from? With just a few words, she took away another 2,200 taels. He only earned 5,000 taels in this order. And now he has to take away another 2,200 taels. He doesn't have to work anymore. Miss, this won't do. 2 fours is fine. Everything goes well. Miss, please stop bargaining with me. I've already made a bargain. I'm still thinking about how to explain to the boss. If you bargain like this, I won't have to work here anymore. Can you leave me a living? Wan Lauer was stunned when he saw his daughter bargaining for 2,000 taels. Especially when the boss said that this pile would cost 100,000 taels. Wan Lauer's eyes were straight. He tightly grasped his purse, which only had more than 10,000 taels of silver notes. He thought that he should take Fu Bao away quickly because they couldn't afford it. Who knew that the price would drop directly from 100,000 taels to 41,800 taels. He admired Fubao's eloquence, but he didn't expect his daughter to have this talent. Chapter 610. These are all junk. Fubao turned his head and looked at Wan Quan. Big brother, since they don't want to sell, let's just take the one you chose and go. It just so happens that I don't like the things here very much. Wan Quan stood up holding Fubao, reached out to take the phoenix tail vase, and was about to leave. The shopkeeper immediately stopped several people. General Wan, please stay. Please stay. Isn't buying and selling a process of bargaining? Don't be anxious. It's easy to talk. Shopkeeper, my sister said she didn't like these things, which means your things are not the best. So there is no need for us to stay. It's the lady's high standards. The things in our store are not in the lady's eyes. It's all our store's fault. But you didn't buy anything. But you want me to give you one for free. Isn't it not good? Fubao was unwilling immediately. Shopkeeper, be careful with your words. Do you mean that we are stealing your things? Didn't the clerk in your store disrespect my elder brother and promised us to pick one at random as an apology? The shopkeeper laughed and said, Miss, you are making a far-fetched argument. I have already fired that rude guy. And I have also given an explanation to General Wan. Do you think this is okay? Let's make the deal at the price you just mentioned. The shopkeeper didn't want to offend Wan Quan, but he also wanted to make this deal. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only make less money and make up for it from other places. When he goes to report the accounts next month, he can balance the accounts. If you said so earlier, wouldn't we all be happy? Fubao pouted and snorted. In that case, I will pack it up for you and send it to the general's mansion? Wan Quan nodded. The shopkeeper quickly called people in to get busy. Fubao no longer had the interest to look at other things. Big brother, let's go. There's nothing good here. The shopkeeper hurried to see them off. He really hoped that the two big Buddhas would leave quickly. If he continued to buy them, he would not be able to balance his account next month. Okay. If my sister says to leave, we will leave. Wan Quan had a doting smile on his face. This was the first time the shopkeeper saw him smile since he met Wan Quan. The shopkeeper also wondered if this little girl was really General Wan's sister. I heard that General Wan had 3 brothers. Where did his sister come from? But before the shopkeeper could figure it out, someone called him downstairs. Shopkeeper, someone is here to sell something. They brought a big box. Come and have a look. Let them wait. I have a distinguished guest. Wan Quan walked downstairs holding Fubao and saw a man with patches all over his body standing in the lobby. In front of him was a rusty iron box. The shopkeeper also saw that person and thought that this was the person who was going to sell something. General Wan, I take you there. The shopkeeper was going to send Wan Quan away first, and then go to see the man's goods. But Fubao's eyes had long been glued to the box. She could see that the box was covered by a ball of golden light, which meant that the box was full of good things. But Wan Quan had already passed by the man with her in his arms. Wait, Uncle Shopkeeper. There's nothing good in the things upstairs. Since there's new stuff here, can you open it and let us see it? Fubao looked at the shopkeeper with a smile. The shopkeeper's heart was already a little broken at this time. The more he wanted to send people away, the more they refused to leave. The shopkeeper sighed heavily in his heart. Since the young lady wants to see it, how can I chase her away? The shopkeeper turned around, no longer fawning on Wan Quan and Fubao, but stood up straight, with one hand behind his back, looking at the man with a bit of scrutiny. He had already guessed the man's identity in his heart. He was rushing to give him money. It seemed that the money he had earned less upstairs just now could be recovered immediately. The shopkeeper was secretly happy. You want to sell something? That's right. Shopkeeper, here is a box of things I dug out from my field. I wonder how much it is worth. You give me a price. The man blushed a little when he spoke, but he didn't stutter. He was just a little embarrassed. He looked like a countryman. Open the box. Let me see what's inside. Okay. The man immediately bent down and opened the lid of the iron box, revealing a wooden box. After opening the wooden box, he finally saw the items wrapped in straw. However, each item was rusty and looked very shabby. But it can be seen that these items were originally very beautiful. I don't know how many years they have been buried underground. They are all corroded and rusted. And there is no beauty at all. Is this what you are talking about? The shopkeeper picked up a teapot and took a look at it, then threw it in. Look at these for yourself. Are they valuable? How dare you send any junk to our Jubiozai? Do you really think we are junk collectors? The man's face turned redder after what the shopkeeper said, and he quickly closed the box. Shopkeeper, since you don't want it, I take it away. Sorry for bothering you. Stop. Seeing that the man was about to leave, the shopkeeper slowly spoke to keep him. Although the things in the box are not valuable, this box is still an object. So, if you leave the box, I give you 10 taels of silver. What do you think? The man was very disappointed. He thought he could make a lot of money, but people didn't want these things. Now he was told that the box was valuable, and his eyes were immediately filled with joy. Shopkeeper, can you give more? I'm giving you 10 taels, because it's not easy for you to send it all the way here. How much more do you want? Since you think it's too little, then go ask somewhere else. I don't want it. I want it. I give you 100 taels. The shopkeeper originally wanted to use the method of retreating to advance to make the man willingly sell the box, but he didn't expect Fu Bao to intervene. The shopkeeper's nose was almost crooked with anger. Why is there such a girl everywhere? It seems that today is not an auspicious day, so it is not suitable to open for business. The man was so happy that he knelt down and kowtowed to Fu Bao. Miss, are you really willing to pay 100 taels of silver? I am willing to sell it to you. The shopkeeper's face was a little embarrassed, and he clenched his fist and coughed. General Wan. You see? Wan Quan whispered in Fu Bao's ear, Sister, you are having fun. Let's let this shopkeeper go. I know you want to help this uncle, but this Jibiozai is the property of the wife of the prefect. And the wife of the prefect is not bad. Fu Bao nodded in understanding. Okay. I don't want it. The shopkeeper was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly ordered someone to take out 100 taels of silver and hand it to the man. Thank you, shopkeeper. Thank you, miss. The man took the silver note, and his eyes were red with excitement. 100 taels of silver. Their family can't earn so much money in their lifetime. Chapter 611 Picking up a bargain. The shopkeeper ordered his men to take the box away, and poured the junk inside into the rusty iron box intact, and let the man take it home. Fu Bao watched the man move the box with great effort, and the box was still shrouded in a ball of golden light. Fu Bao was a little surprised. Could it be that the good stuff was still in that pile of junk? She looked back at the wooden box that the shopkeeper bought. Although it also had golden light, it was very faint, and could not be compared with the iron box. Big brother, let's go. Okay. The shopkeeper quickly sent the few people out of Jibiozai, hoping that the little girl would not come again in the future. He was almost certain to get the box with 10 taels of silver, but because of the little girl's interruption, he had to pay an extra 90 taels of silver. However, this box was indeed a good thing, made of the best golden Nanma wood. It would not be a problem for him to sell this box for 5,000 taels. Sister, where are we going? What else do you want to buy? Wan Quan smiled at Fu Bao in his arms. Wan Lao Air quickly stopped him and said, Quan Air, we have spent so much money today. Let's stop shopping and go back. Your salary is not much, and you have so many people to support. 40,000 taels is not a small amount. Second uncle still has some silver. If you don't have enough, second uncle will give you this first. Second uncle, don't worry. I have money. The emperor gave me a lot of things. I am usually in the military camp and rarely go back to the general's mansion. I have no place to spend money. Sister is here to help me spend money. As the two talked, Fu Bao's eyes were always looking for the man just now. Sister, what are you looking for? Looking for the uncle just now. Big brother, there are good things in the uncle's box. We must buy it. Fu Bao, did you see it wrong? The shopkeeper just now said that those are all a pile of junk. I also saw that the things in them are rusty and full of spots. How can there be good things? Wan Lauer thought Fu Bao was talking nonsense. Really? Big brother, believe me, there are really some. Fu Bao was a little anxious. Okay, let's go after him. Wan Quan held Fu Bao and shuttled through the crowd. The man was carrying a broken box, which was still a bit heavy. He didn't walk fast, and was soon caught up by Wan Quan. Uncle, please stay. Wan Quan shouted at the man's back. The man heard the voice and felt familiar. He turned his head with effort, and saw that it was the people in Jibiozai just now. Noble, are you calling me? The man stood there, waiting for the people to come forward. Uncle, are you going home? Fu Bao asked crisply. Yes, my family is in the village. I took someone's ox cart to the city. We agreed to wait at the city gate. If it's too late, I can't go back. Uncle, did you only dig this one box? The man listened to Fu Bao's question and hesitated. Why do you ask that? Young lady? Fu Bao knew at a glance that there must be more than one. She just had a feeling and asked directly. But she didn't expect that there really was more than one. Uncle, it's tiring to carry this box home. Why don't you sell it to me? I give you 1,000 taels of silver. Do you think it's okay? The man was so shocked by Fu Bao's words that he almost couldn't hold the box. What? 1,000 taels? Miss, are you kidding? The shopkeeper just said that the things in here are worthless. Miss, don't feel sorry for me. I have earned 100 taels of silver. I am very satisfied. This 100 taels of silver is enough for our family to have food and drink. Then don't you want your grandchildren to have food and clothing? Fu Bao's words seemed to touch the man's heart. He was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly. Miss, you are joking. Our family is too poor. I haven't married yet, let alone children and grandchildren. Fu Bao and Wan Quan were both shocked. This man looked at least 30 years old, but he hadn't married yet. It was really pitiful. In fact, this man was only in his early 20s. He worked in the fields all year round, and there was a pair of bedridden parents at home. This was why he was tortured by life and looked much older than his peers. Then uncle can use this money to marry a wife and continue the family line. As the saying goes, there are 3 kinds of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no offspring. I will give uncle 1,000 taels of silver to buy all your boxes. Can you give me all the things in your house? Miss, thank you so much. You are really a living bodhisattva. I do have 5 boxes of these things at home, but they are all rusty like this. But there is indeed a wooden box like the one just now. If you want to buy them, I will give you 1,000 taels. Only those wooden boxes are valuable. If you hadn't said it just now, I would have sold them for 10 taels of silver. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Wan Lauer behaved very calmly this time. He had figured out something. This was probably his daughter picking up a bargain. He had experienced similar experiences several times. The first time was buying land. The second time was buying a shop. And there were many other times in between that he didn't need to think about. This time it seemed that she picked up a big bargain. Otherwise his stingy daughter would not be so generous and spend 1,000 taels. But Wan Lauer couldn't figure it out. These things were obviously rusty. The shopkeeper said that these things were worthless and were just a pile of junk. He racked his brains, but couldn't see how these things were valuable. How could he pick up this bargain? Before Wan Lauer could figure it out, Fu Bao had already called him. Dad, please follow this uncle to his house and bring all the remaining things. Give the uncle 2,000 taels of silver in total. The man waved his hands after hearing this. No. No. Absolutely no. These things are worthless. Although my family is poor, my mother said that people should not be greedy. The young lady gave me 1,000 taels of silver, and I already felt like I was dreaming. I would feel uneasy if she gave me another 1,000 taels. Well, I won't force it. Dad, just give him 1,000 taels of silver. Fu Bao looked at the man in front of him. Giving him too much money would harm his life. It's better to give him 1,000 taels. Uncle, I remind you that you should not show off your wealth. Otherwise you may be in danger of losing your life. The man thought it was a kind reminder from Fu Bao and didn't take it to heart. But he was a cautious person in his heart, so he wouldn't show off casually. Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi. I will keep it in mind. After the man finished speaking, he pointed to the box on his shoulder and said, Then I won't take this box back. How about I help you send it back? No need. Banksia, you send the box back. Yes. The man opened his eyes wide and looked at the thin Banksia, stuttering. Sir, should I do it? Banksia stepped forward without saying anything, took the box on the man's shoulder, and carried it on his shoulder easily. The man said this for a long time, but didn't say a complete sentence. Seeing Banksia leave lightly, he came back to his senses and became more cautious. These people didn't look like ordinary people. And it was true. Chapter 612 Qinxiang Garden. Wan Lauer pulled the man off the street and prepared to go back to drive the carriage. Uncle, let Baiji go with you. She can help, Wan Quan said loudly. Wan Lauer waved his hand with a smile. No, Uncle can do it. Wan Quan winked at Baiji, and Baiji immediately followed. Okay, everyone has left. And it's just the two of us. If you want to buy anything, tell me. Big brother. Big brother. I don't want to buy anything. But I want to see the life in Dezhou City. Just take me for a walk. Walk anywhere you like. Take me wherever you think is beautiful. Wan Quan didn't let Fu Bao walk a step. From the time he left home until now, Fu Bao has been hanging on him like a kangaroo. Wan Quan took a look at the now bare city, and didn't know where to have fun. He usually spent more time in the camp, and didn't know much about these things to eat, drink and play. Fu Bao might as well say what he wants to do. He also has a purpose. It seems that he has done too little homework. However, Wan Quan remembered a place. If you want to talk about fun places in Dezhou, there is really one. That is Qinxiang Garden. Wan Quan didn't know who the owner of Qinxiang Garden was, but he heard that it was a woman with a very mysterious identity. Qinxiang Garden was also newly established in the past year, but once it was completed, it became a paradise for powerful people in Dezhou. Not everyone can enter there. Those who can enter there are all well-known figures. Wan Quan has never been there once, but he heard from those old antiques who have been there in the army that they want to go there a second time after going there once. Sister, brother will take you to a very fun place today. Okay? Okay. Okay. Let's go. Big brother. Is there anything delicious there? Delicious? There should be. Right? Wan Quan guessed that the consumption there is not cheap, and the food should not be bad, which probably suits Fu Bao's taste. Then let's go quickly. Qinxiang Garden is in the west of the city, and the general's mansion is in the east of the city. The two places are far apart. Wan Quan has to go back to ride a horse first, and he also has to wear something that can show his identity. Otherwise he can't get in. The two arrived at Qinxiang Garden just before noon. Although it was chilly in spring, Qinxiang Garden was really as its name suggests. Standing at the gate of the garden, you can smell a refreshing fragrance of flowers. Wow! It smells so good. Big brother. Is this the fun place you said? Xin. Xiang. Garden. Fu Bao looked at the three vigorous and powerful characters hanging on the ancient plaque, pointed at the characters with his tender white little fingers, and read them one by one. Yes. It's here. Qinxiang Garden. It was almost noon at this time, and people came to Qinxiang Garden in an endless stream. Both men and women, old and young. From the gate, it can be seen that Qinxiang Garden should be a place full of elegance and simplicity. Wan Quan really couldn't figure out what those old bones in their military camp, who were illiterate, could do here. At this time, a melodious piano sound came from the garden. Even though Wan Quan didn't understand the emotion in the music, he thought it was very nice. Suddenly, the piano sound changed suddenly, from the original soft and boneless, suddenly turned into a killing and decisive, which made people's blood boil. Wan Quan was immersed in this song, and was a little fascinated. Big brother. Let's go in quickly. Fu Bao couldn't wait any longer. She saw that more than 10 people had already entered at this time. It was just dinner time. Fu Bao was afraid that there would be no place for them in a while, and they would not be able to eat, and it would be a waste of time. At Fu Bao urging, Wan Quan came back to his senses from the piano sound. Oh! Okay. Big brother will take you in. Wan Quan carried Fu Bao to the gate. The gate was made of camphor wood, and the unique fragrance of camphor wood could be smelled. This garden looks ordinary, but it actually has a lot of secrets. How are you, young master? Please show me your ID card. A man in colorful clothes, with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. His words and demeanor revealed just the right amount of distance, which neither made people feel neglected nor comfortable. Wan Quan pulled his ID card from his waist and showed it, and the other party bowed. Hello, General Wan. This is the first time General Wan has come to our Qinxiang Garden. Do you need me to arrange someone to accompany you? No. No. We just want to stroll around. By the way, you just need to tell us where to eat. Also, how is your family's food? Is it delicious? Fu Bao refused immediately without waiting for Wan Quan to answer. She didn't want to bring a follower. The man smiled and nodded when he heard the words, bowed to make way, and made a gesture of invitation. Wan Quan took Fu Bao into Qinxiang Garden. Qinxiang Garden is really big. I heard that it was built by changing several streets and adding a rich family's garden. It is said that a mountain of silver was spent on its construction, but the exact amount is unknown. However, judging from the scale, a lot of silver must have been invested. Entering Qinxiang Garden, the first thing you see is a floor-to-ceiling screen wall. on which the topographic distribution map of the entire garden is clearly depicted. Fubao took a careful look and memorized the topography of the entire garden in his mind. Big brother. Shall we go? I want to go to the delicacy garden and have dinner first. After dinner, I will go to the herbal fragrance garden and the rare birds and animals garden. Xinxiang Garden contains 30 gardens, 24 of which are named after the 24 solar terms. And the other 6 gardens include the exotic flowers and herbs garden, the rare birds and animals garden, the herbal fragrance garden, the song and dance garden, the bamboo garden, and the delicacy garden. Fubao. Wait. Let Big Brother take a look. Otherwise you will get lost in a while. Big Brother. Don't worry. You won't get lost. Fubao has remembered it all. Fubao pointed to his head with his chubby fingers. Wang Quan knew that Fubao was smart. But he was shocked that he could remember all of this after just one look. Sister. Have you written it down? Yes. Big Brother. Let's go quickly. Fubao is so hungry. And it's a long way from the gate to the delicacy garden. It doesn't matter. If you feel tired, we can take a carriage. There is a carriage waiting over there. Where? Can we take a carriage? That's great. Let's take a carriage directly there. I want to eat. Wang Quan looked at Fubao's cute and coquettish appearance. And he was amused directly. He is really a happy person. Wang Quan waved his hand. And immediately a waiter came forward to ask. General. What do you want? We need to take a carriage to the delicacy garden. General. Please wait. The carriage will be here soon. The two did not wait for long. And a carriage different from the one used at home slowly drove over. This carriage is different from ordinary carriages. Ordinary carriages are made of firewood. But the carriages in Xinxiang Garden are covered with canopies, which look a bit like a carriage. When the weather is cold, white translucent gauze curtains are used to cover the carriage to block the wind and cold. There are also hand warmers, foot warmers and fox furs on the carriage for warmth. You don't feel cold when sitting in the carriage. And you can also see the scenery along the way. If it is summer, you only need to use the canopy to block the sun. Without the curtain, the field of vision is wider. If it is a woman, she will use a carriage with gauze. So people outside can't see inside, but people inside can see outside. Chapter 6:13. Lunch in Xinxiang Garden. Fubao kept pushing aside the curtain to look outside. So Wang Quan simply lifted the curtain to let her see enough. Anyway, they were not very cold. And it was sunny today. So it was just right to bask in the sun. To go to Jiaya Garden, you have to pass through some of the gardens in the 24 solar terms. These gardens are not surrounded by red tiles and white walls. Some gardens have many green plants planted on the borders. And some are decorated with bamboo. The plaques of the gardens are casually placed next to these green plants. And the plaques are all directly engraved with the names of the gardens. The fonts are different, but each one is free and elegant. It can be seen that the owner of the font must be a free and unrestrained person. Wow! Big Brother. It smells so good. It's winter plum. Fubao's nose is very sensitive. When passing by Lichuan Garden, a fragrance penetrated into his nostrils. I've smelled this flower. It smells good. How many winter plums do you need to plant to make the fragrance spread 10 miles? Fubao was full of curiosity and wanted to go in to see the beauty of the garden. But she wanted to go to the delicious garden to eat delicious food. So she held back. Wang Quan looked at Fubao's appearance and smiled softly. Then after dinner, let's take a good walk in this garden. Okay. The carriage came all the way to the delicious garden and stopped at the gate of the garden. Big Brother. I can smell the aroma of roasted chicken. There is really delicious food. Fubao couldn't wait to crawl under the carriage, but was picked up by Wang Quan. Brother will carry you. Don't worry. Fubao was carried down the carriage by Wang Quan. The delicious garden is different from other gardens. It is a large house like a palace, with a simple and elegant shape, and green trees shaded by red walls and golden tiles. When the two stepped into the delicious garden, they saw many people coming and going inside. Some of them carried food boxes, and some directly carried plates full of food, and found a place to eat with a few friends. There are many pavilions in this garden, high and low, with rockery and flowing water, and towers. Fubao looked up and saw someone sitting by the window on the second floor attic, drinking and chatting happily. The two walked into the hall, and saw a very long bar-shaped dining table in the middle as soon as they entered the door. This table Fubao had never seen before, and it was completely different from the dining table at home. This table is not flat. There are 2 layers on it. Each layer is filled with food. And it is still steaming. Guests can take whatever they want to eat. It is very convenient and innovative. Because there are too many guests. Everyone has different tastes. Here, the famous dishes from all over Daki are cooked, taking everyone into consideration. Even Wan Quan was full of emotion. No wonder those old antiques like to come here. He already knows the reason. There are so many good wines here. The top layer of the dining table is full of famous wines from all over Daki. You can't buy them outside. And only here is it so complete. Those old guys just like to drink. No wonder they come to Qinxiang Garden as soon as they have a day off. While Wan Quan was looking at the drinks, little Fubao hand had already reached out to the table. At this time, he held half a roasted chicken in his left hand and a chicken leg in his right hand, eating with oil dripping from his mouth. Wan Quan looked down and saw Fubao gnawing on the chicken leg while his eyes were still searching for something he liked. That expression showed the saying of eating in the bowl and looking at the pot to the fullest. Wan Quan smiled helplessly and doted on him, took out a gray handkerchief from his body, and wiped the corners of Fubao's mouth. What else do you want to eat? Brother will help you get it. Let's find a place to sit down and eat. What do you think? Well, Fubao had a big mouthful of roasted chicken in her mouth. And she was mumbling. It was hard to hear what she said. But Wan Quan knew that she agreed. So he held her and found a window seat on the first floor to sit down, so that it would be convenient to pick up the food. After settling Fubao down, Wan Quan took some of the dishes that Fubao had just been looking at, and took some other pastries for her according to her memory. The 2 of them filled the table. If these are not enough, I get more. Fubao quickly waved her hand, swallowed the food in her mouth, and then said clearly, Brother, it's enough. Don't take more. We can't finish it. We can't waste it. Many people at the border don't have enough food. Wan Quan couldn't help but squint his eyes after hearing this. He could do his best to protect the border of Daki from being invaded. And he made this his goal in his life. But he couldn't fill the people's stomachs, which was not his strong point. Fubao saw Wan Quan's face change slightly, and knew that his elder brother must have thought too much. So he quickly explained, Big brother, I know that you and Brother Mo are doing your best to protect Daki. But the food and clothing of the people are not your responsibility. Don't worry. When my husband and I return to the border, we will definitely fill the stomachs of the people at the border. Sister, I know that you have been different from other children since you were a child. You are born with good luck. I hope your good luck can bless the people and let everyone no longer suffer from hunger and cold. Your husband is very capable. Brother Mo wrote to me and told me that your husband is actually from the Jia family in Jiangnan. Your brother Xingchen has told your brother Mo about this. He wrote to me and told you not to worry. He has arranged people to help Mr. Jia get redressed. But the best result may be redress. The lost property may not be recovered. But Mr. Jia should be able to continue doing business. That's good enough. As long as you can continue to do business, I believe you can definitely revive the Jia family. You have me. You're little Fubao. Fubao patted his chest with a smile. Yes, we all have you. You're little Fubao. Wan Quan looked at Fubao with a smile on his face. The 2 of them ate quickly. Fubao was full and sleepy. But she still had tasks to complete today, so she couldn't fall asleep. Brother, let's go to the garden and take a look at the herbal fragrance garden. Okay. Brother, hold me. Wan Quan picked up Fubao and walked out. The herbal fragrance garden is in the northwest corner of Qinxiang Garden. It is remote and only open to some people who like medical skills and doctors. It is difficult for ordinary people to enter because there are some precious medicinal materials inside. Ordinary people don't know how to enter and are easy to destroy. In addition, some flowers and plants are poisonous. If visitors touch them by mistake, they may die. Big brother, the herbal fragrance garden is a bit far away. Can you make it? Fubao wants to walk. Can we not take the carriage? What's this distance? If you want to walk, let's walk. It's boring to take the carriage. Big brother is so nice. Fubao hugged Wan Quan's neck and giggled and flattered him. Wan Quan was so fascinated by Fubao's flattery that he couldn't tell east from west. He followed Fubao wherever he asked him to go. After all, he had no impression of the map in his mind. But Fubao could remember it clearly. Chapter 614 Falling into the Water. To get from the delicacy garden to the herbal fragrance garden, you have to cross several arch bridges. It must be said that the Qinxiang garden is really picturesque. And the location is also unique. Several rivers in Dezhou City pass through the Qinxiang Garden, crisscrossing and sparkling in the sun. There are tourists boating on the river, playing music and singing. And the singing is lingering. A scene of singing and dancing. Brother, I want to go over there and take a look. There are so many people over there. I wonder what they are looking at. Wan Quan looked up and saw two groups of people standing on the bridge not far away. One group of men and one group of women. There was an obvious dividing line between the two groups, which should be the difference between men and women. The sound of people reciting poems and making couplets came from time to time on the bridge. They should be writing poems. Neither of us can write poems, so we'd better not join in the fun. Wan Quan was not interested in these literati stuff. He was only familiar with the art of war, which Wan Xingmao forced him to read when he fought against the enemy together at the border. It was also at that time that he knew a lot of words. Otherwise his cultural level would be worrying. Big brother, I can write poems. Let's go and take a look. Those sisters are so beautiful. Fu Bao looked at the group of women standing on the bridge. They were all dressed up and were all young girls. Fu Bao, there is a difference between men and women. Brother can't go. Okay, but we have to go to Yaoxiang Garden. And that bridge is the only way. Fu Bao's eyes flashed with cunning. Impossible? How could there be only one road in such a big Qinxiang Garden? Because there is a river here. And you need to build a bridge to cross the river. Building a bridge costs much more than building a road. Why do they build so many bridges? Wan Quan was a little surprised by what Fu Bao said. As if it was true. But he always felt that Fu Bao was using this to deceive him. Brother, let's go quickly. It will be dark soon. I still want to see other gardens. Fu Bao hurriedly urged Wan Quan. Wan Quan had no choice but to hold Fu Bao and walk towards the arch bridge. The presence of a woman was just Wan Quan's excuse. In fact, he didn't want to meet those young masters. These young masters were all children of aristocratic families in the city. Many people knew him. He would definitely be dragged to drink and socialize when he passed by. So he couldn't take Fu Bao with him. But as soon as the two stepped onto the bridge, they saw that everyone on the bridge was looking excitedly at the river. Look! The flower boat is coming. Wow! This is definitely the most beautiful flower boat I have ever seen. Wan Quan also turned his head to look at the river, and saw a big boat in the distance, with a woman standing on the bow. The woman was not very clear, and the distance was still a bit far. But in the sunlight, it was already clear that it was a real flower boat, with flowers on the boat in various shapes, an arch built with flowers, and a crane standing on the arch. The two sides of the river were also full of people, and everyone was attracted by the flower boat. At this time, a pleasant piano sound came from the flower boat, and the piano sound was melodious, like fairy music. Everyone was intoxicated and couldn't extricate themselves. Suddenly, a pink figure jumped straight into the river from the arch bridge. Ah! Miss! Our miss fell into the water. Someone come to save her. A maid stood on the bridge with an anxious face and asked for help from the surroundings. But now it was the chilly spring, and although there was sunshine today, the river water was still icy cold. Besides, there is a river below, and the undercurrent is surging. No one wants to risk their lives and jump down. Everyone on the shore looked worried, but everyone was pushing and shoving, and no one was willing to lend a hand to rescue. Big brother, someone fell into the water. I remember Grandma said that you grew up by the river when you were a child. You are a good swimmer, right? Go down and save people quickly. Don't worry. With my medical skills, I will never let you and your sister get sick. Fu Bao immediately struggled to get down. But Wan Quan hesitated. This was in the public eye. If he jumped down like this, even if he rescued the woman, he would be responsible for her. But he didn't want to get married so early. Big brother, don't hesitate. That's a life. Can you just watch her drown in front of you? Miss, my miss is gone. It was the maid's call again. She stood on the bridge and was anxious to jump off the bridge to save people, but was pulled back by another maid next to her. What are you doing? You will die if you jump down. So why don't you find someone to save the young lady? There are many maids in this garden. Go find someone quickly. Another maid calmly pulled the maid who was about to jump off the bridge to find someone. Wan Quan put Fu Bao on the ground. He looked down. The river was flowing, and the person should have been washed downstream. The movement here did not affect the tourists upstream. They were all immersed in the flower boat. Only the people on the arch bridge. Some were watching the excitement, And some were also trying to save people. Fu Bao pushed Wan Quan from behind. Big brother. Hurry up. Hurry up. Fu Bao's words really moved Wan Quan. He couldn't watch a fresh life disappear in front of him. He jumped down. And both sides of the bridge were surrounded by people. As Wan Quan jumped, everyone looked at Wan Quan's back. Someone jumped down. Look! Who is this person? Looks like a young man. I didn't see his face, so I don't know who he is. But I look familiar from the back. Don't guess. That's my big brother, the Lieutenant General of Dezhou. Do you know him? Fu Bao raised his head and looked at everyone. His voice was soft and cute. At this time, everyone saw a delicate little guy standing by the bridge railing. Whose doll is this? So cute. Where is your parents? Who did you come with? Little girl? Didn't you hear? The one who just jumped into the water was her brother. Dezhou Lieutenant Colonel? Oh my god. The one who just jumped into the water was Dezhou Lieutenant Colonel. The youngest Major General? Can I jump in now? A girl in a green jacket and skirt covered her face and turned her head to look into the river in shock. You nymphomaniac. What are you thinking? No one will save you if you jump in. Another woman in purple clothes mocked. Fu Bao was secretly delighted. It seemed that her elder brother was quite popular in Texas. She said that since her elder brother was so young and promising, how could there be no women who were interested in him? You are talking about me? How can you? A man whose engagement was rejected. Be qualified to talk about me? The two quarreled, but the people around them looked nervously into the river. At this time, because Wan Quan jumped in, someone finally noticed the situation here. After all, it was Wan Quan's first time to come to Qinxiang Garden, and the managers could not help but pay attention. At this moment, a boat had already rowed to the middle of the river, waiting for rescue. Chapter 6:15, Wan Quan saves people. After Wan Quan jumped into the river, the freezing cold water surrounded him instantly, making his face pale. Fortunately, he had been training for many years and had a good physical foundation, so he quickly adapted to the cold water. But he looked around in the river and didn't see anyone who fell into the water. Suddenly, something hit his waist. He subconsciously grabbed it with his hand and grabbed a person's hand. Wan Quan immediately sank down and saw that it was a woman who had fainted at this time. He held the woman's waist with one hand and scraped the water with the other hand. And soon he came out of the water. It's rescued. It's rescued. Look! At this time, the people watching on the bridge and the tourists on both sides all exclaimed, General Wan, grab the bamboo pole quickly. On the rescue boat, a man stretched out a long bamboo pole and handed it to Wan Quan. At this time, Wan Quan really didn't have much physical strength, because it was early spring, and the clothes on both of them were cotton. The cotton absorbed water, which was almost the same as sinking into the river with a big stone. Besides, there were two people, but fortunately the girl fainted. Otherwise it would be even more difficult to deal with her. Wan Quan immediately reached out and grabbed the bamboo pole, and was pulled to the side of the boat by the people on the boat. Two maids immediately stood on the boat and pulled the girl that Wan Quan saved up. Wan Quan climbed onto the boat by himself. General Wan, put on your clothes quickly. I'm fine. You put on the girl. I can still hold on. The boat soon docked, and Fu Bao had already run down from the bridge and stood on the shore waiting. Seeing Wan Quan coming up, she hurriedly held Wan Quan's cold hand. Big brother, let's go change clothes quickly. Yes. General Wan, please come this way. Immediately, a servant came to lead the way. There were clothes prepared for guests in the garden, all brand new. Wan Quan didn't have the habit of bringing spare clothes when he went out. Unlike those noble families, who would prepare 2 sets of clothes when they went out. Fu Bao looked back at the woman, and there were 2 maids beside her, and 2 maids were rescuing her. Fu Bao broke free from Wan Quan's hand. Big brother, go change your clothes first. I think the sister seems to be a little bit unwell. Come to me later. Then be careful. Don't worry. I'm fine. This is my sister. You must take good care of her. Don't let her get hurt. Otherwise I will overturn your garden. Also, no matter what my sister wants to do, you just obey her and don't disobey her. Wan Quan said coldly to a man standing beside him with his head bowed. He was afraid that Fu Bao was too young and others didn't believe that she had medical skills. He said this so that Fu Bao could rescue her smoothly. Yes, General Wan. Don't worry. As long as the young lady is in our garden, I guarantee that she will be safe. Wan Quan then said to Fu Bao, "Sister, just do your best. Don't be stubborn. I will come soon." Fu Bao pushed Wan Quan. "Big brother, you should go quickly. Otherwise you will catch a cold soon. You don't have to come quickly. Take a hot bath. Drink a bowl of ginger tea. Sweat before coming out." After saying that, Fu Bao turned around and ran to the young lady who fell into the water. "Young lady. Young lady. Wake up. Young lady. How is our young lady? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" One of the two maids knelt beside her and cried. And the other questioned the old woman who rescued her. The two old women were also sweating with anxiety. If someone died in their garden today, the master would definitely be angry. "You all disperse. I come." A childish voice came from the crowded crowd. Fu Bao squeezed in from the crowd and walked to the side of several people. "Pick her up and support her here with your shoulder." Fu Bao pointed at a woman and said crisply, "Where is this child from?" "Little girl. Where are you from? Get out of the way quickly. Don't delay saving people. She seems to be General Wan's sister. Just now on the bridge. She seemed to be there. And she said that General Wan was her brother." Yes. Yes. I have an impression too." Everyone said one thing after another. And Fu Bao's identity was revealed. "Even if you are General Wan's sister, you can't say anything casually. This is a matter of life and death for our young lady. What would you, a little child, do?" It was a maid next to the young lady. She had a questioning look on her face, and didn't let Fu Bao get close. Another maid kept crying and didn't say anything. But she also looked at Fu Bao defensively. "I'm a doctor. If you don't want your young lady to die, get out of the way quickly. Unless you do it on purpose." Fu Bao's words were full of meaning. What a joke. We did it on purpose. This is our young lady. If anything happens to her, we will both die. What nonsense are you talking about? The other maid who had been crying was a little relieved. "Are you really a doctor?" "Yes, I am a doctor. Your young lady has been holding her breath for a long time. If we don't rescue her quickly, even if she survives, we will be fools." "Ah? Then please, miss, please save my miss?" "Yin Xiao, what are you talking about? How old is she? Do you believe what she says?" "Sister Jin Xiao, but we have no other choice. If miss has any accident, we will both be buried with her." The two maids quarreled. "Oh, it would be great if Sister Xiaotao was here." As soon as Fu Bao finished speaking, he heard a familiar voice from behind the crowd. "Miss Fu Bao, are you looking for a maid? Sister Xiaotao? Is it really you?" A green figure appeared in front of Fu Bao across the crowd. "Wow, Sister Xiaotao. Quick, clear the area. These two people are trying to stop me from saving people." "Yes, Miss Fu Bao." The green figure flashed, and the two maids fell to the ground immediately. "This is much easier. Sister Xiaotao. She is drowning. And the water she drank must be squeezed out. I understand. Miss Fu Bao says what to do. I will do it." Fu Bao really liked Xiaotao more and more. Xiaotao quickly carried the person up according to Fu Bao's description. After some effort, the woman finally coughed up the water. "Sister Xiaotao, quickly carry the person into the pavilion over there." "Yes." Xiaotao quickly carried the woman into the pavilion over there. There was a curtain in the pavilion, and Fu Bao also trotted over. Several maids from Qinxiang Garden also rushed over at this time. "Put down the curtain quickly. I want to treat this sister. In addition, prepare a bucket of hot water immediately, as well as writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. Prepare the medicinal bath immediately according to the prescription I wrote." "Yes, miss." After the curtain was put down by the servants, it blocked the eyes of those outside. A sly light flashed in Fu Bao's eyes. This is her elder brother's wife. How can she let people look at her carelessly? Fu Bao is very protective of her shortcomings. Chapter 616 Returning from a Lost Loot. Xiaotao stood aside to protect the people around Fu Bao, so that no one would come in and disturb Fu Bao. Fu Bao touched the woman's pulse with his little hand, and his face could not help but change. She looked at the woman's face carefully, which was pale without a trace of blood. "Alas, you are so lucky to meet me and my brother. After this hurdle, you will be rich and powerful in the future." Fu Bao muttered to himself and put the woman's hand back. "Miss, the things are ready." The servant of Qinxiang Garden reported through the curtain. "Bring it in." Fu Bao stood up and walked to the table in the middle. The charcoal fire had been lit in the pavilion. and the temperature rose quickly. The servants of Qinxiang Garden were quite tactful in doing things. A corner of the curtain was lifted, and two maids walked in. The maids put all the ginger tea, pens, ink, paper and inkstone in their hands on the table. Because the weather is still cold, ginger tea is prepared in the garden every day. You feed her ginger tea. Fu Bao picked up the brush and dipped it in some ink, and began to write the prescription. It seems that this prescription needs to add a few detoxifying ingredients. Fu Bao wrote 2 prescriptions in total, one for medicinal bath and one for internal use. She glanced at the woman lying on the beauty's back, and a deep thought flashed in her eyes. It seems that she has to stay in Texas for a few more days. Otherwise this future sister-in-law's body is not well adjusted, which will harm her elder brother. Okay. These are 2 prescriptions. You go and get the medicine immediately. I tell you, if this person can't be saved, your garden will suffer. And these 2 prescriptions must be kept properly, and not let others know. Otherwise this sister will be in danger of life, and your garden will be unlucky. The 2 maids immediately hid the prescriptions in their sleeves. But they went to a yard after leaving the pavilion and handed the prescriptions to a middle-aged man. Is this prescription really written by a little girl of 4 or 5 years old? The man took the prescription and read it carefully in surprise. It's absolutely true. We saw her write it with our own eyes. Okay. You can go and get the medicine according to the prescription. Don't let anyone know about this matter. Let's not interfere. Yes. Huan changed his clothes and came out. The servants immediately took him to find Fu Bao. Fu Bao was still in the pavilion at this time. But the lady who fell into the water was no longer in the pavilion. Brother, are you here to see your wife? Huan was confused by the question. Sister, what are you talking about? Brother, it's okay. Let me feel your pulse. Huan let Fu Bao feel his pulse, and sat at the table without moving. After a long while, she let go of her hand. Big brother, you are in good health. You are fine. You are strong as a bull. This is your blessing. Huan always felt that Fu Bao's words today seemed to have hidden meanings. But he could not understand what his sister meant for a while. But no matter what it meant, she would not harm him. Xiao Tao had already left. She had completed her mission and just lied and left. She happened to follow Yu Song to Qinxiang Garden today. Yu Song was a person who loved to join in the fun. He loved to go wherever there was fun. He heard that Qinxiang Garden was the most fun place in Texas. After separating from Wan Lauer and the others, he lived directly in Qinxiang Garden. And Xiao Tao naturally followed him to live. But she didn't expect that when she was wandering around. She saw that there were many people around here. As soon as she approached, she heard Fu Bao's voice. She was a little excited and wanted to go up to greet Fu Bao. Unexpectedly, Fu Bao also needed her. She immediately responded and helped Fu Bao again. Sister, shall we continue to stroll? Sure. I want to go to the herbal fragrance garden and the rare bird garden. Come on. I carry you. Fu Bao was tired after strolling for an afternoon, and fell asleep on Wan's body. When she woke up, he was already in the general's mansion. When did I come back? Fu Bao sat up from the bed and saw Banksia sitting at the door, embroidering. Banksia heard the noise, quickly put down the embroidery in her hand, got up and walked to Fu Bao. Miss, you are awake. Are you hungry? The general went to the army, and before leaving, he ordered that he would come back in the evening and have dinner with you. What time is it now? Fu Bao looked outside, and it was already dark. It's the end of the hour. Fu Bao lifted the quilt, and Banksia helped her put on her shoes. Have my father and sister Baiji come back? Not yet, but they should be back soon. Sister Banksia, I'm hungry. Has elder brother come back? The general said that if he doesn't come back in time to accompany the young lady, you can eat first if you are hungry. Then shall we go to the dining room? Banksia led Fu Bao to the dining room. As soon as Fu Bao sat down, he heard the servant come to report. Miss Banksia, the second master and Miss Baiji are back with a cart of things. Where are they? Fu Bao immediately stood up and asked. My lady, they are in the front yard, unloading the car. The second master asked me. Come on. I go take a look. Before leaving, Fu Bao did not forget to grab a chicken leg and a few snacks from the table, and asked Banksia to take a few snacks to eat. Banksia looked at the food on the table and felt a little reluctant. She had never been so casual before. Sister Banksia, take it quickly? Aren't you hungry? Fu Bao said and stuffed some directly into Banksia's hand. Okay. Let's go! Fu Bao ran out of the dining room quickly, leaving Banksia standing there, struggling whether to put the cakes down or take them. Finally, she made up her mind and stuffed a piece of cake directly into her mouth. The general said that whatever the lady said was what it was. She had to obey the lady's orders wholeheartedly. If the lady ordered, she would eat. Miss, wait for me. Banksia ate too fast and almost choked. The two ran quickly to the front yard, and saw that the originally quiet front yard was now brightly lit. Won didn't know when he came back. He was standing under the eaves, watching the servants carrying boxes into the house. Big brother, Daddy, you are all back. A pink figure rushed directly towards Won. Won opened his arms and picked up Fu Bao from the ground and hugged him. What are you eating with your little mouth? It's greasy and stained with residue, Won said, took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of Fu Bao's mouth. Chicken legs and cakes. I heard that Daddy is back, so I came to see him quickly. There's no need to be so anxious. Look at how you run. What if you bump into something? The things have been moved back. Can you still run away? Fu Bao laughed. My daughter, come and see. Daddy has brought all these things back and gave him 1,000 taels of silver. You said that the things you bought with 1,000 taels are all rags. Is it worth it? Wan Lauer was thinking all the way. Did his daughter make a mistake this time? But every time his daughter picked up a bargain, she was quite accurate. He returned to the general's mansion with a repeated mentality of doubt and affirmation. Dad, although I don't know what went wrong in the middle, but there is someone who must know what's going on. Who? Sir. Sir has a broad vision and knows a lot of things. He must know the strangeness in the middle. I have asked my eldest brother to send a letter to Brother Xingchen through Brother Fei. Let him help ask you, and you will know. Wan Lauer had to admire his daughter's little brain. Chapter 6, 17 Gold Bricks. Let's put these things aside for now. If there's any news from the capital in a few days, we come back and take a look at these things. Wan Lauer had been busy all day and was a little tired. He had some snacks at noon and was hungry now. Dad, I want to see what's inside. Fu Bao was very curious. Although it was just some rags, she still wanted to take a look. What if she could find some clues herself? Okay, let's take a look. Dad will tell you. I spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy all these things. That family would kneel down and kowtow to me. If I hadn't moved the things and left, they would have let me stay for a meal and a night. But their family was really poor. There was only one sick old mother in the family, who was a woman. The rest were men, squeezed into a small house. It was harder than when our family was not exiled. At least your grandmother married wives for all four of us brothers, Wan Lauer said, feeling deeply, and he knew how difficult it was for his mother at the time. Fu Bao had never experienced such a period. As far as she could remember, she had never been short of food or clothes, and she had never worn patched clothes. She had eggs for at least one meal, and meat every 3 days at most. Fu Bao's experience and feelings about what Wan Lauer said were not as deep as his, but Won could feel it. After all, he had also suffered a lot when he was young. Second uncle. Won opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Fu Bao had already stood next to the boxes. Sister Banksia, can you help me open this box? Fu Bao pointed to a box in front of her and turned to Banksia. Yes, miss. Banksia walked to Fu Bao and easily opened the lid of the box, revealing the wooden box inside. Fu Bao could see what was in the box, but she couldn't see the bottom because she was not tall enough. Sister Banksia, can you take out an object so I can take a closer look? Banksia picked up a vase at random. It looked like a plum vase, but she couldn't tell what dynasty it was from, let alone how well it was made. Fu Bao could only feel that this vase should be a good item. She could see the golden light on it, which represented wealth. But outsiders only saw a broken rusty bottle. Fu Bao put the bottle on the ground, and then asked Banksia to take out everything inside and put it on the ground. Girl, everything here is the same. I've looked at it. These things are not valuable. Did you make a mistake this time? Fu Bao didn't say anything, and his eyes never left the box. After Banksia took out all the things, Fu Bao found that the box was still shining brightly. Fu Bao felt a little strange. She remembered that when she was in Jubiozai today, the box that the uncle sold to the shopkeeper was only shining with a faint golden light, which was far less golden than this box. Could it be that the material of this box is different? Sister Banksia, please move the box out as well. Banksia nodded. She bent down to pull the wooden box inside the iron box. But it didn't move at the first try. She thought it was an empty box. So she didn't use too much force. So the box didn't move at all, and was still in the iron box. Fu Bao also found the problem. Sister Baiji, go and help. Banksia raised her hand to stop him. No. I can do it. Banksia was mentally prepared this time. She gritted her teeth and used her internal strength to pull the box out. Banksia knew there was something strange about the box as soon as she touched it. Miss, this box is strange. It is much heavier than ordinary boxes. Banksia put the box on the ground. And several people stood around the box. Wan Quan walked forward and opened the lid of the box. At this time, it was empty inside. But he soon found the problem. The bottom of the box seemed to be different. From the outside, the bottom of the box was obviously higher than the inside. Which means that the bottom of the box is empty, and there is a mezzanine. Wan Quan squatted down, leaned half of his body in, and knocked on the bottom of the box gently. Dong dong. There is an echo. The bottom of this box is empty. Everyone moved closer nervously. Baiji, bring the lights and look carefully. This box must have a mechanism to open the mezzanine. Yes, General. Baiji brought a few lights and gave one to Wan Quan. Others also took one in their hands. The area around the box was suddenly as bright as day. Fu Bao also wanted to go forward to take a look. But she was small and couldn't see clearly inside. But she knew there must be something good underneath. She just looked at the material of the box carefully, and it was the same as the one the shopkeeper bought. That meant there was nothing wrong with the box. That was the stuff at the bottom of the box. Wan Lao Er also held his breath. He didn't know why his heart was beating non-stop. His intuition told him that his daughter must have picked up a big bargain again this time. As time went by, Wan Quan finally found a hair-thin thing in the gap at the bottom of the box. He pulled it hard, and a crisp click sound came from inside. It's open! Banksia shouted in surprise. Wan Quan quickly looked up and looked inside. Wan Lao also leaned over. And Fu Bao also tiptoed and looked inside the box. Wan Quan gently lifted the bottom layer of the box board with his hand. And a golden light almost blinded several people's eyes. Wow! It's gold. So much gold. Baiji was so excited that she almost dropped the lamp in her hand. Fortunately, she steadied her hand, but she covered her mouth excitedly, afraid that she would be too excited and scream again. There were only a few of them in the room, and Wan Quan had set everyone else out. Fu Bao was relieved, and she said that this box could not emit such a strong golden light for no reason. It turned out that there was something inside the box. Oh my God! This golden light almost blinded my father's eyes. How much gold is this? I have never seen so much money in my life. Wan Lao squatted down excitedly and reached out to take out a gold brick from the box. That's right. There were 2 layers of gold bricks inside. No wonder the box was so heavy. After the excitement, several people looked at the other boxes at the same time. An even more exciting idea flashed in their minds at the same time. Could it be that the other boxes were all like this? Fu Bao couldn't tell for a while, because she knew that the things in the box were all good things. If she didn't take the things out, she couldn't tell whether there were gold bricks under the box. The other people also turned their eyes to Fu Bao and looked at her. Or, why don't you open the other boxes and take a look? Maybe there are some? Fu Bao couldn't stand the pressure of so many eyes and said softly. Chapter 618 Night Pearl. Everyone thought so too. The remaining boxes were all opened one by one, and the contents were all taken out. Everyone, look separately. If you find a layer, look for a hair-like thread in the gap at the bottom edge. Pull it, and you can open the mechanism inside. Wan Quan looked at the boxes and ordered. Yes, General. Fu Bao was too young to do anything. She was so anxious that she ran back and forth between several people, looking at this box, and then running to the bottom of that box to look at it. She was so excited. These were all money. I got rich. This time I really got rich. Hee hee. General. There is a layer here. Ban Xia shouted excitedly. Quanner. There is also one here. Uncle Air. General. There is no one here. Baiji compared the gap between the inside and outside of the box and found that the box was very deep, and it was impossible to hide a layer. Wan Quan had just looked at the box in front of him, and there was also a layer inside. That means 3 of the remaining 4 boxes have interlayers. Banksia. Uncle Air. Let's open the interlayers of these 3 boxes and see what's underneath. Wan Lao and Banksia nodded at the same time. Baiji saw Fu Bao scratching her head anxiously because she wanted to see but couldn't. And couldn't help laughing. So she quickly picked her up from the ground. Miss, I hold you and let you see. Fu Bao took the opportunity to hug Baiji's neck. And her eyes were already looking at the box that Banksia had opened. Banksia followed Wan Quan's previous practice and pulled the thin wire hard. After hearing a click, she quickly looked into the box. Finding that the interlayer was loose, she opened it. And the same dazzling golden light rushed out. Wow! Sister Banksia. It's gold bricks again. I'm rich. I'm rich. Fu Bao clapped his hands excitedly. And his eyes narrowed into a crescent. Banksia also stood up happily and looked at Uncle Wan and Wan Quan. Both Wan Lao and Wan Quan had opened the interlayer. What was underneath Wan Lao turned out not to be gold bricks, but 5 exquisite small boxes. Fu Bao looked at the light emanating from the small box, which was more dazzling than the gold bricks, indicating that the things in the box must be more valuable. Fu Bao was looking forward to it. Wan Lao also couldn't wait to open a small box, and saw a night-shining pearl the size of a baby's fist lying inside. Wan Lao was a little shocked and speechless. Everyone stared at the night-shining pearl in Wan Lao's hand. It was the first time for Fu Bao to see a shining pearl, and Wan Lao had never seen such a thing. Second uncle, this is probably the night-shining pearl that others talk about. Right? Baiji, Banksia, turn off all the lights in the room. Although Wan Quan had never seen it, he had heard many stories in the military camp for so many years, and this night-shining pearl had been mentioned by others. Banksia and Baiji immediately turned off all the lights in the room. And at this time, the night-shining pearl emitted a faint and gentle light. Oh my god! Is this the night-shining pearl? I can actually get the night-shining pearl? This pearl really glows, and is not dazzling. No wonder it is so valuable. Wan Lao's heart was pounding. He took a look at the remaining boxes. Could it be that they were all in here? Everyone looked at the remaining boxes in the box at the same time. Wan Quan walked forward and opened all the remaining boxes. Suddenly, the light in the room became much brighter. The remaining ones were indeed night-shining pearls. Suck. Wan Quan also took a breath of cold air. He quickly covered all the boxes, and the room returned to its original darkness. After relighting the lights, Wan Quan stood up and looked at the several large boxes on the ground. His own box also opened gold bricks. In this way, there are 3 boxes of gold bricks and 5 night-shining pearls in total. This amount of money is enough for their family to eat for several lifetimes. Wan Quan's hands were shaking at this time. There was suddenly such a large amount of money in the mansion. He didn't know where to put it. The general's mansion did have a warehouse, which was filled with things given by the emperor. Because there was no mistress in the mansion, those things could only be left in the warehouse to gather dust, and no one took care of them. Now there were so many more valuables, and he didn't know where to put them. He couldn't let his second uncle and Fu Bao transport them back to the border. Right? That would be dangerous on the road. This is really a sudden wealth that is hard to be at peace with. And wealth is like coming, so be careful to hide it. Big brother, give me money. When Wan Quan was thinking about how to deal with these valuables, Fu Bao suddenly spoke and stretched out his little hand to Wan Quan. Wan Quan was a little confused. Sister, do you want money? How much do you want? Big brother doesn't have that much silver on him. Do you think this is enough? Wan Quan didn't know why Fu Bao suddenly asked him for money. But he didn't ask much. He just pulled off his purse and handed it over. Fu Bao took the purse, tore it open, and poured out everything inside and put it on the table. Fu Bao counted the silver and banknotes. A total of 300 taels. Not enough. Big brother, we still need 700 taels. Wan Lao hurried forward and stuffed the money into his purse. Fu Bao, what are you doing? How can you ask big brother for so much money? Daddy still has some. Just ask daddy if you need money. No. This money must be paid by big brother. You don't understand. Daddy, don't worry. I only asked big brother for it. Wan Lao was pulled behind by Fu Bao's wrist and looked up at Wan Quan. Wan Quan couldn't figure out why Fu Bao suddenly asked him for so much silver. But since Fu Bao asked, he couldn't let Fu Bao down. And 1,000 taels is really not much for him. Sister Fu Bao, I asked someone to get 700 taels. Quaner. Wan Lao was a little anxious. What's wrong with these two? One dared to ask, and the other dared to give, which made Wan Lao confused. Soon, the accountant brought 700 taels of silver notes. Sister, Do you think these 700 taels are enough? Fu Bao counted them in front of her, and then said with a smile, enough? Big brother, I will take a total of 1,000 taels of silver from you. And everything here is yours. Today is to save up for your betrothal gifts. Fu Bao promised that he must let you marry a wife in a grand manner. Before everyone could react to what Fu Bao meant, Fu Bao had already handed the 1,000 taels of silver to Wan Lao. Dad, these silvers are the silver you paid for Big Brother today. I will return them to you. These things have nothing to do with us. They all belong to Big Brother. Everyone then understood Fu Bao operation, which was to clarify the ownership of this huge wealth. Wan Quan immediately disagreed. No, Sister Fu Bao. These are all yours. No one can touch them. You discovered them all. If it weren't for you, how could we get such a large windfall? These are your dowry. I'm the eldest brother. How can I take advantage of you? Wan Quan was anxious and angry. Angry that he couldn't give Fu Bao better, and anxious about how to persuade Fu Bao to change her mind. This girl is very stubborn. Once she makes a decision, 10 cows can't pull her back. Chapter 619. Is this what it means to treat money as dirt? Not to mention Wan Quan. Even Wan Lao Er and Bai Ji Ban Xia were stunned by Fu Bao's words. Ban Xia and Bai Ji thought of the same sentence at the same time. Is this what it means to treat money as dirt? The way they looked at Fu Bao changed at this moment. Miss Fu Bao really had a deep brotherly love for the general. After being surprised, Wan Lao realized that Fu Bao did say that he would buy a betrothal gift for Quainer. But there was no sign of the wife yet. Isn't it too early to buy a betrothal gift? My dear, isn't it too early for you to buy a betrothal gift for your elder brother? Shouldn't you ask someone to find a girl who is a good match for your elder brother first? Fu Bao waved his hand. It's already been found. They have already met. But the girl has some troubles and needs your help. It's a good opportunity to increase mutual understanding. Hee. Already met? How come I don't know? When did it happen? Wan Lao was confused the whole time. Dad, now is not the time to talk about this. For the sake of the girl's reputation. I can't tell you yet. You will know in a few days. In a few days? My dear, are we not going back to the border? Wan Lao asked anxiously. He wanted to go back to the border to see his family. He had been away for several months, and he was very anxious. Dad, it may take more than a few days. Big Brother's business is not over yet. I can't leave. Fu Bao looked at Wan Lao in embarrassment. She also wanted to go home quickly. But this was related to Big Brother's lifelong happiness. She couldn't just let go just to go home a few days earlier. Wan Lao hesitated for a while before asking. Then when can we leave? Well, at least half a month. Wan Quan was very happy. He didn't care why Fu Bao stayed. As long as he could stay with him for a while, he would be very happy. Uncle, don't worry. I will write a letter to my family to reassure Grandma and Aunt. Tell them that you are here with me. They shouldn't worry. Wan Lao sighed. That's the only way. I've been away for a few months. I don't know how my family is doing. And the family business is managed by your uncle, Schwanger and Herr Guzi. Now I don't know whether the business is going to fail or has already started. I'm very worried. Dad, don't worry. There will be nothing wrong at home. When you go back, just wait for the money to be collected. Uncle C is very capable. And Brother Shuang is also very capable. Wan Lao listened to his daughter's comforting words. And the feeling of insecurity in his heart instantly subsided a lot. If it's true as you said, Dad will be relieved. Let's clean up and go eat. I'm hungry after working for most of the day. Wan Lao took a look at the room full of things. And he had to clean it up properly. This is all money. Uncle, pack up your things first. But I don't want these things. When you go back to the border, I will hire an escort company for you. And I will go back with you and take all these back. Wan Quan said, then bent down and started to pack up. Quaner, it's useless to tell Uncle about these things. This is a matter between you two brothers and sisters. And Uncle won't get involved. Wan Lao cleared himself of all wrongdoings at this moment. So he didn't have to worry about it. Wan Quan looked at Fu Bao again, and saw Fu Bao's big eyes looking at him with a determined look, which made him suddenly not know what to say. Ban Xia and Bai Ji were very surprised. How could this family not love money? It's rare to push so much money back and forth. Aren't those big families fighting over it and deceiving each other? Why are the people in the general's mansion so generous? This is not just a few thousand or tens of thousands of taels of silver, but a priceless sum. But in their eyes, so much money is like a worn-out shoe. and they actually push it away. Wang Quan had to put this matter aside for the time being. After all, there was still half a month left. Since Fu Bao said that this was a betrothal gift prepared for him. If he didn't get married by then, how could there be a betrothal gift? He then found an excuse that he was often not at home and that there was no room for so much money at home. And he could just transport the treasures back to the border. Wang Quan made up his mind and packed up almost everything. He said to Fu Bao and Wan Lauer, second uncle, "Sister, let's go to eat. Send these things to the warehouse first." They put the things back to their original state. After thinking about it, those gold bricks and night pearls were safest to put in the interior layer of the box. And the whole mansion was full of Wan Quan's people. The people in the mansion were all remnants of the battlefield. They were all loyal to Wang Quan. After all, they depended on Wang Quan for their lives. And no one would be willing to betray Wang Quan. After the things were packed up, they came to the dining room to eat. At this time, an hour had passed. After eating, Fu Bao was not in a hurry to sleep. She wrote another prescription and gave it to Banksia. "Sister Banksia, today we saved a sister in Qinxiang Garden. I checked her pulse and found that she was poisoned by a chronic poison. If she hadn't met me this time, her body would have been invaded by the poison in a month. Fu Bao likes to save people to the end. Can you take this prescription to that sister, please?" Banksia took the prescription and put it on her body without even looking at it. "Miss, I will definitely do what you asked me to do. But is there any other information about the person you mentioned?" Fu Bao shook his head. "No, I didn't ask at the time. But don't worry, Sister Banksia. You will know if you go to Qinxiang Garden to ask." "Well, I go right away." "Sister Banksia, wait a minute. You know that Qinxiang Garden is a place that ordinary people can't enter, right? I went there today and saw that it seemed that only some powerful people could enter there." "Sister Banksia, are you going to go in?" "Miss, don't worry. I will go in myself. There is a way. If you can't get into Qinxiang Garden, I have another idea. You can find out by drinking a cup of tea in a tea house. Anything happening in Qinxiang Garden should be the topic of conversation in all tea houses. If something like this happened today, people in the tea house will definitely talk about it. Sister Banksia will probably know it after just a little bit of listening. Qinxiang Garden is a bit far from our general's mansion, and it takes a lot of effort for Sister Banksia to go there and back. Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi. I go right away." After Banksia left, Fu Bao was helped to bed by Baiji. After Fu Bao stopped sleeping with Wan Lauer, only Haichuan accompanied Fu Bao to sleep. But Wan Lauer didn't allow Fu Bao to go to bed with Haichuan. Haichuan was too dirty. He didn't take him with him these 2 days. He had become like a little wild dog, with hair all over his body stuck together. He needed a good bath. Haichuan lay next to Fu Bao's shoes every night, sleeping sweetly, smelling the scent of his little master. Banksia left the general's mansion and turned 2 streets to a tea house. This tea house was in a great location, in the East City. It was still open, and there were people telling stories inside. Banksia pushed the door open, and the waiter inside enthusiastically found a seat for Banksia, served a pot of good tea, and went downstairs. At this moment, everyone was listening to the storyteller intently. He was telling a story about a man who was in love with a woman. But in the end, the couple was separated by the woman's parents. Banksia felt that these storytellers were all making up stories. How could a real lady from aristocratic family meet a poor scholar? I'm afraid they wouldn't even meet. So they were just deceiving the common people. Chapter 620 Lu Family. The storyteller was talking excitedly, and the people below were listening fascinatedly. At this time, the 2 men sitting next to Banksia suddenly said, "Have you heard? Today someone fell into the water in Qinxiang Garden. I heard that it was the daughter of the Lu family in Dizhou. Guess who saved him? The Lu family in Dizhou? The Lu family with a 3rd-rank official in the capital? That's right. But I heard that this person today is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. But it seems that she came back to visit her relatives. Yesterday was her first time to go to Qinxiang Garden, and she didn't expect to fall into the water. It's just a coincidence that since the opening of Qinxiang Garden, General Wan, who had never been there before, also went there yesterday." "General Wan? Are you talking about the youngest lieutenant general of Dizhou?" "Of course. Could it be the Wan family in Beijing? Then what does this have to do with the Lu family? Could it be General Wan who saved Miss Lu yesterday?" "You are right. It is General Wan. I heard that General Wan's sister said it herself on the shore, saying that her brother is the lieutenant general of Dizhou. I also heard that the girls on the bridge at that time wished that they were the ones who fell into the river. Hearing this, Banksia took a sip of tea, left the silver and left. She left the inn, and went directly to the Liu family in the west of the city. Banksia is very familiar with Dezhou. The Liu family in Dezhou is the ancestral home of the Liu family in Beijing. It is said that Lord Liu will bring his family back to worship his ancestors every 3 years. This year is the 3rd year again. Qingming Festival is coming soon, which is the day when Lord Liu comes back to worship his ancestors. At this time, there are very few pedestrians in Dezhou City, and the temperature outside at night is still very low. Banksia didn't have to walk from street to street like she did during the day. She took a shortcut directly from the roof. In less than a quarter of an hour, Banksia was already in the courtyard of the Liu family. The ancestral home of the Liu family is located in the west of the city and covers a large area. Most importantly, the Liu family is prosperous and a family of scholars. There are many officials in the court, but only Miss Liu's father has become a 3rd-rank official. At this time, the warm room of the Shoan Hall of the Liu family was still as bright as day. At this time, Mrs. Liu should have gone to bed long ago, but today she was still sitting at the top. Next to her sat Liu Xiu's father, Lord Liu. There were several women sitting below, and behind them stood several girls, who seemed to be other young ladies of the Liu family. In the middle were 2 maids kneeling. These 2 maids were the 2 on the bridge during the day, Jin Qiao and Yin Qiao. Jin Qiao, tell me, what happened today? How did the young lady fall into the water from the bridge? The speaker was Liu Xiu's mother, Madame Liu. Madame Liu had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Liu Xiu had been raised by her like a jewel in her palm since she was a child. Unexpectedly, she fell directly from the bridge today and was rescued by a man. Not only did they lose face for the Liu family, but she might have to watch her daughter being betrothed to a man who was not suitable for her. She had already found a family in the capital and was waiting for the Qingming festival to be over. She would send someone to propose marriage. Now everything is ruined. Madame Liu was so angry that she slammed the table in anger. She wanted to beat the 2 maids to death. They couldn't even protect their master. So what was the use of them? Madam, the flower boats from Qinxiang Garden came at that time, and everyone went to see the flower boats. Many young ladies squeezed to the bridge. I and Yin Qiao were squeezed out. We didn't stop the young lady, and the young lady was squeezed down by them. After Jin Qiao finished speaking, she cowed out quickly, trembling all over. Madame was famous for her love for her daughter. She didn't dare to think about how Madame would deal with them later. Humph! You are full of lies. If you don't tell the truth, I will peel off your skin. My master and I also went to Qinxiang Garden today. I just passed that bridge this morning. I clearly saw that the guardrail was not that low. How could she be squeezed down? Madame Liu was used to the secret activities in the backyard. But if someone dared to set his sights on her daughter, she would have to think carefully. Jin Qiao cowed out quickly and said, Madam, I really didn't lie. When the young lady got into trouble, I was really squeezed out by everyone. Yin Qiao's face was pale, and she knelt aside, not daring to speak. Come here. Lock these 2 people in the woodshed for me, and I will interrogate them tomorrow. Jin Qiao and Yin Qiao were quickly dragged away. Old Lady Liu sighed. Old wife, now that Xiu has been in this kind of thing, her reputation is ruined. Otherwise, find someone to marry her in Dezhou. Fortunately, our roots are in Dezhou. My nephew from my mother's family passed the imperial examination last year and is now taking the imperial examination in Beijing. I don't know what the result will be, but fortunately he has the status of a Juren and a good family background. Otherwise, I will ask someone to test the waters. Old Lady Liu seemed sad, but in fact, there was a smug light in her eyes. Madame Liu was so angry that her teeth itched. This old lady really had a good plan. She actually wanted to force her to marry her daughter in a muddle? It's wishful thinking. She knew about her nephew from her mother's family. Every year when they returned to their hometown to worship their ancestors, her nephew would come. He seemed to come to greet his great-aunt. But in fact, he was here to make connections and get in touch with their master. And it was said that the nephew had a chaotic private life. There was no maid in the family who had not been handled by him. How could she push her daughter into the fire pit with such a person? Old Lady Liu saw that her daughter-in-law did not respond and her face was not good, which obviously meant that she disagreed. She looked at her son sitting next to her. Boss, you have been far away in the capital for these years. You have become very successful. But I didn't ask you to take care of you. It was my nephew who came to our house to ask about our well-being. Now Shiyu's reputation has been ruined. It's good enough that my nephew doesn't dislike Shiyu. You are still nitpicking. Shiyu must get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can other sisters in the family get married? I don't know what people outside are talking about the girls in our Lu family now. Lord Lu was also a little embarrassed. He originally proposed to take Madame Lu to Beijing to retire. But she didn't want to go. She said she was used to living in Dezhou. And there were several sons and daughters-in-law in Dezhou who could take care of her. Now, for her mother's family, he even said that the credit for taking care of her by other families was gone. Mother, you can't be so careless about your children's affairs. Besides, I don't know who saved Shiyu today. After Shiyu got into trouble, I was not in Xinxiang Garden. I had something to do and left in advance. Let's talk about it after I find out tomorrow. Okay? It's late today. Mother, you should go to bed early? Lu Zhiqing said with a headache. Seeing that the couple disagreed, Mrs. Lu was very unhappy. She snorted and stood up and went into the bedroom. Seeing that Mrs. Lu wanted to rest, the others went back to their rooms. On the way back to the room with Master Lu, Madame Lu's dowry nanny came over and whispered to Madame Lu, Madam, when I took Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao to the woodshed just now, Yin Xiao secretly told me that before the young lady fell into the water, she was not squeezed out, but was pulled out by someone. However, the scene was too chaotic at the time, and she did not see clearly who pulled her out. I did not continue to ask because she was afraid that Jin Xiao would hear it. Madam, do you want to interrogate Yin Xiao alone later? There is such a thing? Take Yin Xiao to my room quickly, and don't let anyone find out. Make Jin Xiao unconscious. I think there is something wrong with Jin Xiao's hoof. Madame Lu clutched the handkerchief, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. If she knew that someone deliberately framed her Shiyu, she would definitely skin that person alive. Chapter 621 Banksia secretly helps the Lu family's main house. After the nanny left, Lu Zhiqing and Madame Lu returned to their own courtyard. The Lu family is prosperous, and all the branches and the main line live in this area. As the saying goes, a big tree has branches. The Lu family now seems to be connected, but each branch has its own mansion and several houses. But the Lu family's main line is Lu Zhiqing's branch, and the location where they live now is the core area of the entire Lu family. Although Lu Zhiqing and his wife do not live in Dezhou all year round, the main courtyard has always been reserved for them. After returning to the courtyard, Madame Lu immediately sent away the servants. She has lived in the capital for many years. The servants in the Lu family mansion in Dezhou are all Madame Lu's people. She is worried. This time she came back with only 5 servants, 4 maids, a woman, plus Lu Shiyu's 2 maids. The mother and daughter only brought 7 servants in total, and now 2 more are locked up. The manpower seems a little thin. After Madame Lu sent all the servants away, the huge courtyard seemed empty. Banksia had quietly sneaked into Madame Lu's courtyard. Although the lights were on in the courtyard, no one was walking around. Banksia hid herself. She wanted to know what happened in the Lu family. Soon, the nanny came with Yin Xiao. Banksia saw people being brought into the house, so she jumped onto the roof and untied the bricks and tiles above. She could clearly see everyone below. Yin Xiao knelt on the ground as soon as she entered the warm room. Madam, someone wants to harm the young lady. Madame Lu was mentally prepared. But when she heard Yin Xiao say this, her heart still skipped a beat. Someone really wanted to harm her daughter. Yin Xiao, tell me everything you know. Madame Lu sat sideways on the couch, one hand tightly grasping the edge of the low table, the other hand clenched into a fist and placed on her knees, with an angry light in her eyes. Yes, madam. There were many people on the bridge today. It was the son of the prefect who suggested that we all recite poems together, because the arch bridge is at a higher position. We can see most of the scenery of Xinxiang Garden clearly, so we gathered on the arch bridge. But just after we wrote a few poems, the flower boat of Xinxiang Garden came out, and everyone rushed to see the flower boat. Miss was not standing at the edge. When the flower boat came out, I don't know why Miss was suddenly squeezed away. I wanted to pull Miss, but someone pulled me from behind, and I was squeezed out of the crowd. Yin Xiao replied while recalling. Yin Xiao, don't be afraid. What you said is very important. You can slowly recall who was around you and Miss at that time? Madame Lu had adjusted her mentality at this time. Madam, I remember it very clearly. It was Jin Xiao and the second young lady, as well as the two maids beside the second young lady, Lung Yu and Lung Yuan. After the young lady fell into the water, I was ready to jump in to save her. It was Jin Qiao who pulled me to find someone to rescue her. At that time, the second young lady and her two maids looked panicked, but they did not call for help. Yin Qiao felt that the situation was so wrong at that time. She was anxious at the time, and did not pay attention to so many details. Now thinking back, it seems that the second young lady's position seems to be the closest to the young lady. Lu Xia? Madame Lu was a little unbelievable. She did not doubt Lu Xia. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the second house. It was impossible for her to have any grudges with her daughter. Every year when they came back from the capital, Lu Xia would prepare gifts for them and get along well with her daughter. Lu Xiu told her more than once that she would help Lu Xia find a marriage in the capital. She didn't know that Lu Xia had such a vicious side. Yin Qiao, go back to the woodshed first and don't say anything to Jin Qiao. If she asks, just say you know nothing. Madam, do you suspect Sister Jin Qiao? Humph. It's better not. Otherwise I make this little hoof look good. Yin Qiao stood up and prepared to leave. Madame Lu seemed to suddenly remember something. Yin Qiao, do you know who saved the young lady today? Madame Lu had to make the worst plan now. She absolutely couldn't marry her daughter to the old lady's nephew. Madam, I know it was General Wan, the Lieutenant General of Dizhou. I heard the general's sister shouting in the crowd at that time. Many people heard it. Madame Lu frowned slightly when she heard this. Lieutenant General of Dizhou? She didn't know him. As a woman in the back house, she didn't know much about the affairs of the court. It seemed that she had to ask her husband about this matter. But did this Lieutenant General of Dizhou marry a wife? She didn't know his family background and character. It seemed that she had to investigate it carefully. Thinking of this, Madame Lu waved her hand and asked someone to take Yin Qiao away. As soon as Yin Qiao was taken away, Madame Lu immediately asked someone to search the two people's residence. The two maids were Lu Xiu's personal maids. They usually served Lu Xiu. They usually lived in the ear room next to Lu Xiu's boudoir. Mammy, you should immediately take people to search the room where Jin Qiao and Yin Qiao live. Whatever you find, bring it to me immediately. She didn't believe that Jin Qiao, this little hoof, would judge the master for no reason. Someone must have given her benefits. Perhaps gold or silver. Or someone else promised her something. Otherwise she couldn't bear the consequences of judging the master. According to what Yin Qiao said just now, Jin Qiao was standing behind her at the time. So the person who pulled her must be Jin Qiao. Madame Lu was so angry that her teeth itched. This was really raising an ungrateful person. Banksia followed the nanny out of the main courtyard, and went to Lu Xiu's courtyard. Lu Xiu's courtyard was not far from Madame Lu's courtyard. And it took only a quarter of an hour to get there, because Lu Xiu's two maids were imprisoned. The person serving Lu Xiu at this time was sent by the second wife, who was now in charge of the Lu family's internal affairs. Mammy brought people to search Jin Qiao and Yin Qi's residence, and someone immediately went to report to the second wife. Banksia rolled her eyes, stopped the man, knocked him unconscious, and threw him into the bushes. She felt that the young lady valued the young lady of the Lu family so much and asked her to deliver the prescription in the middle of the night, which meant that the young lady of her family must be very important to her young lady. Then she had to help the young lady, and couldn't let the servant do anything bad. Banksia dealt with the servant who leaked the information. And when she returned, she saw that the nanny had brought people out of Jin Qiao and Yin Qi's room. Mammy, you came to the young lady's yard so late and searched the room. Is there something wrong? The maid who was temporarily sent to serve Lu Xiu came forward to ask. This matter has nothing to do with you. This is our eldest room's private matter. You'd better not ask. The nanny directly scolded the maid and took people away. Sister Xiaohe, should we hurry up and inform the second madam? I've already sent someone there. You all should do your part and not cause any more trouble. Yes. After the nanny left, Banksia knocked out all the servants in the yard and swaggered into Lu Xiu's room. Lu Xiu must have taken medicine at night and was sleeping soundly at this time. Banksia walked over and felt Lu Xiu's breathing and found it was normal. She felt a little strange in her heart. How could such a delicate lady not catch a cold after falling into the water in such a weather? What Banksia didn't know was that Fubao had expected this a long time ago. So he prepared a medicinal bath for Lu Xiu. After taking the medicinal bath, Lu Xiu not only had a stronger resistance, but also could drive away the cold. Chapter 622 Lu Shiyu learns about the person who saved her life. Banksia gently pushed Lu Shiyu, but she did not respond. Miss Lu, wake up. Banksia took some effort to wake Lu Shiyu from her dream. Who are you? Lu Shiyu opened her eyes and saw a strange face. She was so scared that she woke up instantly. She immediately wrapped herself tightly with a quilt and stayed away from Banksia. Miss Lu, don't worry. I'm not a bad person. This is the prescription my lady asked me to send you. She said that you must follow the prescription to get the medicine. And you should also be careful. It seems that someone in your house wants to harm you. But who it is? Your mother is checking. You have to be more careful. Banksia did what she should do. Left the prescription and left. Lu Shiyu was stunned for a long time. And she couldn't remember who had just come. After she fell into the water and fainted. She woke up again and found that the person was already in the mansion. She thought she was dreaming. She remembered that she had clearly fallen into the water and was about to drown. She didn't know what happened afterwards. Her maid was also taken away by her mother. She had no one to ask. After drinking the medicine, she fell asleep. Lu Shiyu took the prescription, not knowing whether to believe it. But she still carefully kept the prescription. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Madame Lu brought her personal maid and mother-in-law to Lu Shiyu's yard, but found people lying on the ground in the yard. She screamed and immediately led people into Lu Shiyu's bedroom. Shiyu. My Shiyu. Lu Shiyu was awakened by Madame Lu's scream, and she quickly got off the bed. Mother! What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Madame Lu was relieved to see that her daughter was intact. Shiyu. What's going on outside? Lu Shiyu didn't go out last night. How could she know what happened outside? She hurried out and saw the maids lying on the ground outside, and was also shocked. Mother! A woman entered my yard last night and left me a prescription, saying that her mistress asked her to send it. Mother! What's going on? My daughter is confused now. And what about Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao? Why haven't they come back yet? Is there really something wrong with these two people? Lu Shiyu couldn't believe that the two people who had followed her for more than 10 years would betray her. Shiyu. Let's go in and tell them. Someone. Let Yin Xiao out. Yes, madam. After the mother and daughter entered the house, Madame Lu told Lu Shiyu all the news she got last night, including Wan Quan. Madame Lu asked Master Lu yesterday and got to know Wan Quan. Although this man's family was a little poor, he was young and promising. If she was forced by the situation in the end, she could only marry her daughter to this young general. She had already inquired and found that this general had not yet been engaged. Mother! You said that the person who saved your daughter last night was a young general? Lu Shiyu asked nervously, holding Madame Lu's hand. Yes. Many people saw it. He entered Qinxiang Garden for the first time yesterday. Unexpectedly. He saved you by accident. If I hadn't asked someone to go to Qinxiang Garden to inquire about the situation, I would have thought that he had set you up. Mother! Why did Grandma want to harm me? Was it just to make me marry her nephew? I am her granddaughter. Is it possible that a relative is not as good as a cousin? Lu Shiyu really couldn't figure it out. Although she and her grandmother, Madame Lu, were not close. Every time she came to her hometown in Dezhou, her grandmother was very kind and didn't treat her harshly. So she liked her grandmother very much. Humph. You don't understand her. Her heart has always been in her mother's family. When your grandfather was still alive, he could suppress her. Now that your grandfather has passed away for so many years, no one can suppress her. Isn't she the one who has the final say in the Lu family? We have been far away in the capital for these years, and have not fulfilled our filial duties. If she now says that you should stay in Dezhou to fulfill your filial duties for your father and mother, none of us can object. So now, while she has not made any further plans, Mother has decided to take you back to the capital in advance. But, Mother, Father will not agree. We are here to worship our ancestors. The date will come in a few days. Let's go now. But Mother can't watch you jump into the fire pit. You are the flesh and blood of Mother. Lu Shiyu bit her lower lip. Mother, I am willing to marry General Wan. My daughter is fine now. Why don't we send a letter to the general's mansion today and try to find out what they think in the name of thanking him for saving our lives? Anyway, my daughter will never marry my grandmother's nephew. Lu Shiyu said with tears pouring down her face. Don't worry. Mother won't let them get what they want. Madam, Yin Xiao is here. Let her in. I greet you, Madam and Miss. Yin Xiao, get up and answer. Lu Shiyu had many questions to ask Yin Xiao, and couldn't wait to let her get up. Miss, please tell me. I will tell you everything I know. Yin Xiao, mother has told me about my falling into the water that day. I know you are innocent, but I want to know who saved me that day. I'm not talking about the person who jumped into the water, but after I got ashore. Mrs. Lu was also surprised. Shiyu, what do you mean? After you got ashore. The people from Qinxiang Garden notified me, and I immediately brought you back. Could there be someone else in between? Lu Shiyu nodded. The scene was too chaotic at the time, and Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao didn't have time to say anything. When they returned to the mansion, they were taken to the lobby for questioning. Miss, there was indeed a little girl who saved you. She is General Wan's sister. I heard people call her Miss Fubao. She knows medical skills, and her medical skills are not low. After Miss fell into the water, she prescribed 2 prescriptions for Miss, one for medicinal bathing and the other for internal use. So Miss didn't catch a cold when she fell into the water this time. It should be related to those 2 prescriptions. Why didn't you say it earlier? Mrs. Lu slammed the table in anger. Madam, there were many people around the old lady at that time, and when Miss Fubao rescued Miss, I was outside the pavilion. I seem to have vaguely heard Miss Fubao say that she wanted to keep it secret for the time being. I didn't dare to take the initiative, so I didn't say it in public, thinking of finding an opportunity to tell Miss in private. Yin Xiao knelt down immediately in fear. Lu Shiyu quickly patted Madame Lu on the back. Mother, don't be angry first. In short, the general's sister didn't have bad intentions. She also saved my daughter's life. We owe her 2 favors now. Just now, my daughter was thinking that if we went to thank General Wan, it would not be appropriate. Now this opportunity has come. Right? I can go to thank General Wan's sister in person. Mrs. Lu nodded. Shiyu, you are right. Mother will ask someone to prepare a gift right away. After Madame Lu left, Lu Shiyu took out the prescription from last night. She looked at it for a while, but couldn't understand it. But she didn't dare to ask someone to get the medicine. Miss, Jin Xiao committed suicide by swallowing gold last night. But before she died, she told me that there was more than one person who harmed you. And it wasn't Madame Lu either. Lu Shiyu was stunned. Why didn't you tell my mother just now? Such an important thing. You are still hiding it. Miss, there are many people in our house, and I don't want people to notice it. I must protect you well. When we leave the Lu family, I will tell Madam everything. Lu Shiyu grabbed Yin Xiao's hand. Good Yin Xiao. I misunderstood you. Let's go find my mother now. Chapter 623 Lu Shiyu responds to an emergency. The master and servant went directly to Madame Lu's courtyard. But halfway through, the maidservant beside Madame Lu came to invite Lu Shiyu in person. Miss, the old lady wants you to come over and talk. Yin Xiao and Lu Shiyu were immediately shocked. Someone must have tipped off that they were going to the general's mansion. Could it be that they wanted to keep her here? Is it a forced marriage? Go and tell Grandma that my father just sent someone to call me to his study. I will go to see Grandma after I see my father. Lu Shiyu was in a hurry, and could only use Lu Shiqing as a shield. If there was anyone in the Lu family who could make the old lady afraid, it would be Lu Shiqing. Although Lu Shiqing loved Lu Shiyu very much, he valued Lu Shiyu's future marriage value more, including the concubines in the family. They would all become tools for the Lu family's marriage. Lu Shiyu is very smart. She has been well-read since she was a child. The Lu family is a family of scholars. When the old master Lu was alive, there were many students in Dizhou. The Lu family is very good in Dizhou, so the Lu family cherishes their feathers very much. But after Lu Shiqing went to the capital, his ideas were different from those of the old family in Dizhou. Although he also cares about reputation, he cares more about the future of the Lu family. Lu Shi grew up with Lu Shiqing and knows what kind of person her father is. So she is sure that she can let her father stop her grandmother. After hearing what Lu Shiyu said, the maid of the old lady Lu had to bow and retreat, and go back to report to the old lady truthfully. After the maid left, Lu Shiyu and Yin Xiao both breathed a sigh of relief. But Yin Xiao soon became worried. Miss, what does the old lady mean? Why do you want to stop you when we are about to go out? Yin Xiao was a little uneasy. Yin Xiao, there's no time. Let's talk while we walk. Lu Shiyu was originally going to Madame Lu's yard, but now she turned around and went to the front yard to find her father. Yin Xiao, tell me who wants to harm me. Seeing that there were no people on the road, Lu Shiyu asked Yin Xiao in a low voice. Yin Xiao immediately looked around vigilantly, and saw that there was indeed no one passing by on the road. After all, this was the way to the front yard. Second miss. Yin Xiao said these words quickly. Lu Shiyu snorted coldly as if confirming her guess. I know. No matter who harms me now. One thing is certain. My grandmother is trying every means to get me to marry someone from her family, so that my father can support her family. This is a really good plan. But I guess her previous plan might be to marry the second lady. After all, my status is much higher than that of the second lady, and she would never set her sights on me. Miss, do you mean that the old lady has changed her mind now? Yin Xiao is not stupid either. It should be. If my guess is correct, Lu Shiyu pushed me into the water thinking that I would not die, even if General Wan did not save me. There were so many people present at the time, including people from Qinxiang Garden. Someone would definitely jump in to save me. Under the watchful eyes of the public, I would definitely be disgraced if I came up wet. If she whispered in my grandmother's ear, she would definitely let me marry her. After all, my status is higher than Lu Shiyu's. Lu Shiyu was very clear-headed at this moment. Her guess was almost right. But now the key was how to get out of the predicament. But Lu Shiyu is not a softie. She let Lu Shiyu frame her without fighting back? Lu Shiyu. She should stay in Dizhou for the rest of her life and serve the grandma's romantic nephew well. Miss, I think Jin Xiao's death is also very strange. When I returned to the woodshed last night, Jin Xiao was still fine. She asked me what I did. I made up a reason to cover it up. But when I woke up in the middle of the night, she was breathing weakly. I realized something was wrong and went to check. I found that she committed suicide. She said that sentence to me and then died. But I know. Jin Xiao didn't have any gold. Before she died, she pointed at her mouth and said 2 words. Gold. Only then did I know that she had swallowed gold to commit suicide. Yin Xiao, do you mean that Jin Xiao didn't commit suicide, but was killed to silence her? If she was silenced, why didn't you hear anyone go in? Miss, I think someone knocked me out. When I woke up, I felt a little dizzy. If it wasn't for Jin Xiao's loud noise, I wouldn't have woken up. This is interesting. Yin Xiao, walk faster. Lu Shiyu's face was a little cold, but she was still calm. The two came to the outside of Lu Xiqing's study. Lu Xiqing had the habit of getting up early to study. Although he was already a third-rank official, he still kept the habit of studying hard in the cold window, and got up at the crowing of the cock. Lu Shiyu knocked on the door, and soon Lu Xiqing's voice came from inside. Who is it? Daddy? It's my daughter. I have something important to discuss with you. As soon as Lu Shiyu finished speaking, Lu Xiqing had already opened the door. Shiyu, why are you here? It just so happens that Daddy has something to talk to you about. Come in and tell me. It was too late last night, so Lu Xiqing couldn't go to ask his daughter questions. So he thought about going this morning. However, he hadn't seen his daughter yet, but she came to see him instead. He was somewhat confused. Yin Xiao, you stay outside. Lu Shiyu glanced at Yin Xiao and ordered. Yes, miss. Lu Shiyu followed Lu Xiqing into the study. She knelt down without saying a word, and soon burst into tears. Daddy, you have to make the decision for your daughter. Only you can save her. Lu Xiqing was confused by Lu Shiyu's action. Shiyu, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Tell Daddy if you have anything to say. Lu Xiqing helped Lu Shiyu sit down. Dad, Grandma wants to marry our daughter to her nephew from her mother's family. Do you know about this? Lu Xiqing nodded. I know. I was there last night and heard your grandma mention it. I heard that Guangyou will take the imperial examination this year. If he passes, your grandma asked me to mediate and let him stay in Beijing. But I think this kid is a little smart. But I think it will be difficult for him to become an imperial scholar. Dad, do you agree with Grandma? Do you also want to marry your daughter to Qin Guangyou? I didn't agree. I haven't figured out what happened in Qinxiang Garden yesterday. But you were rescued by a man in public. Your reputation is really bad. Even if you return to Beijing, you can't find a good family. If you can really marry Guangyou, it's a good place. At least, he won't dare to bully you. Dad, do you know who saved your daughter yesterday? Who? Do you know? Lu Xiqing asked immediately after hearing this before he had time to send someone to investigate. Lu Shiyu nodded, and then she realized that her mother had not told her father yet. She probably wanted to find out the truth before telling her father. However, time did not allow her to think any more. Dad? It was the Lieutenant General of Dezhou. Lu Zhiqing thought of Madame Lu, who suddenly asked him about the Lieutenant General of Dezhou last night. He was still wondering. It turned out that he saved her daughter. But this man had a shallow foundation. Although he was a fourth-rank official at a young age, he was a military general after all. Even if their family wanted to find a son-in-law, they had to find a scholar who was well-matched. This military general would make their family look inferior. Chapter 624 Persuasion. Lu Zhiqing pondered for a long time before saying, Shiyu, you grew up by your father's side. Your father has high expectations for you. Your mother has already found a marriage for you, and is waiting for us to go back to Beijing this time to have someone arrange it. Now that you have done this, the marriage your mother found for you will definitely not work. Although Chen Youguang is a bit of a jerk, his family's status is not as high as ours. As the saying goes, marrying high and marrying low. If you marry Chen Youguang, it will also be considered marrying low, and his family will definitely treat you well. When your father uses his connections to get Chen Youguang to the capital in the future, you can also be under our noses, and he dare not do anything to you. Lu Shiyu listened to Lu Zhiqing and said, Lu Zhiqing's words made her back sweat. Has her father already planned to marry her to Chen Youguang? Dad, although I grew up in the boudoir, I am not completely ignorant of the affairs of the court. My brothers sometimes come to my place to sit for a while, and say a few words about the current situation of Deqi. I want to ask you, do you want to fulfill your filial piety, or the future of our Lu family? How dare you? What does the future of the Lu family have to do with you? This is not something you should worry about. Lu Zhiqing was a little angry. Maybe he knew what the best choice was in his heart, but he couldn't let go of the grudge in his heart. He looked down on military generals from the bottom of his heart. He believed that military generals were all warriors. When the world was peaceful in the future, civil officials would still be needed to govern the country. Dad, I beg you to give me a chance to let me express my thoughts. If I am wrong, I will let you decide my marriage. Lu Shiyu knelt on the ground again. Lu Zhiqing snorted coldly, and stood behind the desk without speaking. Lu Shiyu knew that this was tacit consent. It seemed that Daddy still loved her a little. Otherwise, he would have kicked her out directly. Dad, now that Daqi is facing internal and external troubles, the current emperor values military power over literature. The Lieutenant General of Dezhou is a young general, which means that he is brave and good at fighting. His future is boundless. Although our Lu family has been a family of scholars for generations, didn't the saints also say that people should learn to judge the situation? My daughter thinks this is a good opportunity. If our Lu family can take the initiative to marry a military general, I think this must be what the emperor wants to see. Since ancient times, ministers must worry about what the emperor worries about, and think about what the emperor thinks. If our Lu family takes the initiative to do this, it will be different from being forced to marry by the emperor. Daddy is such a transparent person, and he doesn't need me to do it. Did I elaborate too much? This may be the blessing of our ancestors, giving our Lu family another opportunity to move up. Dad has come to this point, and it is like ascending to heaven to want to go to the next level. But if Dad wins the heart of the emperor, wouldn't it be a step to heaven? Also, Father, instead of thinking about pulling Chen Youguang up, it is better to focus more on the nephews and nieces of the Lu family. My daughter heard that Chen Youguang is bad behavior. How can such a person be grateful? The most important thing is that his surname is not Lu. After listening to Lu Shiyu's explanation, Lu Zhiqing couldn't help but clench his hands slightly. If this daughter was a boy, their Lu family would definitely be better than the father. But it's a pity that she is a girl. Lu Zhiqing quickly walked around the desk and helped Lu Shiyu up. Shiyu, don't mention what you said to Dad today to anyone else. As for your grandmother, don't worry. I will make it clear to her. Since it was General Wan and his sister who saved you, I will take you and your mother to thank them in person today. Although Lu Shiyu's heart was relieved, there was no ripple on her face, and she bowed calmly. Thank you for your help, my daughter. Even if I get married, I will plan for our Lu family, and will definitely help my father and brother. You are worthy of being the legitimate daughter of my Lu family. A gleam flashed in Lu Shiyu's eyes, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her lips. This is the father-daughter relationship of officials. Without a solid interest bond, the daughter is a discarded piece. But Lu Shiyu feels that even if she is a chess piece, she has to pull her father to become her own chess piece. Everyone is on the same chessboard and uses each other. Miss, the nanny next to the old lady is here, saying that she wants you to come over and talk. Inchu's voice just came from outside at this time. Lu Shiyu stood up and glanced at Lu Zhiqing. Lu Zhiqing patted Lu Shiyu on the shoulder and said softly, "Shiyu, don't worry. Daddy will take care of it. You go find your mother and ask her to prepare a gift. Let's go thank General Wan for saving your life." "Yes, Daddy. Thank you for your help. I take my leave." Lu Zhiqing looked at this unmoved figure and felt relieved. As his daughter said, the emperor valued military officials over civil officials. He saw it more clearly in the court. However, because emperors of all dynasties valued civil officials over military officials, civil officials looked down on military officials and thought they were all reckless and uneducated. But think about it carefully. Without them, where would the peaceful and prosperous times come from? Without a peaceful and prosperous era, how could there be a glorious stage for their civil officials? At this moment, Lu Zhiqing suddenly understood a lot. He had fewer grudges against military generals. But he didn't know what kind of character this lieutenant colonel of Dizhou was. It seemed that he had to find out. "Come here. Master. What do you want?" "Send someone to find out everything about Lieutenant Colonel of Dizhou. No matter how big or small." "Yes, Master." After Lu Shiyu came out of Lu Zhiqing's study, her legs were weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Yin Xiao quickly supported her. "Miss, are you okay?" "Yin Xiao, hurry. Go to my mother's yard." "Hey, I help you." Facing Lu Zhiqing's pressure in the house, Lu Shiyu didn't show it on her face. But she was still under great pressure in her heart. Moreover, Lu Zhiqing almost got angry just now. How could she not be afraid? If her words didn't hit the point, all the previous efforts would be wasted. But fortunately, the results are all good now. I just hope that General Wan won't let her down. By the way, Yin Xiao, when Jin Xiao was dying, she said that there was more than one person who harmed me. What does this mean? We have only been in Dizhou for less than 3 days. Could there be someone else besides Lu Xia? This? I don't know. I found out too late. Jin Xiao was already beyond saving. Fortunately, she felt guilty and knew to tell the secret. When a person is about to die, his words are good. Jin Xiao should not lie to you. After today's work is done, I will deal with Lu Xia. Doesn't she want me to marry Chen Youguang on her behalf? The more she dislikes Chen Youguang, the more I want her to marry Chen Youguang and make her live a life worse than death. Although Lu Shiyu looks gentle, she is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Others have bullied her, but she still doesn't fight back. Do you really think she is a loser? She is kind, but not cowardly. Chapter 625. Secretly crossing Qinsong. The two of them came to Madame Lu's yard. Madame Lu had already prepared gifts, and was about to send someone to call Lu Shiyu. "Mother, my daughter is here." Lu Shiyu heard Madame Lu talking in the yard. "Shiyu, you came just in time. Mother has prepared gifts, and has sent the visiting card. Please pack up and let's go." "Mother, don't worry. My daughter still has something to say to you." Madame Lu was pulled by Lu Shiyu to sit on the couch in confusion. "Shiyu, what's the matter? Can't you come back and talk about it?" "Mother, this is my daughter's lifelong event. I just went to see my father. Grandmother knows that we are going to the general's mansion to express our gratitude today. As soon as you left, your grandmother's people came to invite me. Are you trying to keep me here?" "What? Is this true? Have you told your father? What did your father say?" Mrs. Lu was a little anxious. She absolutely didn't want her daughter to marry Chen Youguang. But she asked Lu Zhiqing indirectly last night. It sounded like he also wanted to marry her daughter to Chen Youguang. That's why Mrs. Lu was anxious to go to the general's house to express her gratitude and see if this young general was worthy of her daughter. "Mom, don't worry. I have succeeded in persuading him. Dad said he would go to thank General Wan in person for saving my daughter's life, and asked you to prepare a gift quickly." "Really? My daughter is really amazing. How did you persuade your father to agree?" "Mom didn't dare to tell your father about this last night. You just told him directly. Will your father accept it? Will he still be willing to thank him in person? This is really rare." Mrs. Lu excitedly held her daughter's hand, and finally felt that there was some hope. "I won't tell you about this. Anyway, the result is good." Mrs. Lu didn't ask any more questions. She was still upset at this time. She was very curious about how this daughter, who seemed to be always docile and well-behaved, had the courage to persuade the head of the family, who hated military officers the most. "Madam, the old lady asks you to take the young lady to her place." The voice of a maid came from outside the yard. Lu Shiyu and Madame Lu looked at each other, and saw a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. Mammy. Go and tell them to report to the old lady. We will be there in a while. Yes, madam. Soon. The sound of footsteps leaving the yard was heard. Mother. What should we do next? Don't say anything. No matter what your grandmother says. You will blame me. You, as a granddaughter, cannot be known as unfilial. If I am not mistaken, she will definitely make things difficult for you when we meet later, so that we will retreat in the face of difficulties. Mother. There is one more thing. Jin Qiao was killed by someone. Do you know? Well, your second aunt sent someone to tell me early in the morning. I haven't told you yet. A traitor is dead, so there is nothing to regret. When Madame Lu said this, her face was full of disgust. Such a betrayer would not survive even if he did not commit suicide. But, Mother, you don't know that Jin Qiao didn't commit suicide. And I also guessed that the person who pushed me into the water this time was Lu Xia. Because I was indeed pushed down by someone at that time. The people closest to me were Lu Xia and her two maids. Before Jin Qiao died, she told Yin Qiao that the person who harmed me was not the old lady, but more than one person. I can understand the first sentence, but my daughter can't figure out the second half of the sentence. Jin Qiao was silenced? Mrs. Lu took it seriously. If Jin Qiao committed suicide out of fear of crime, it would be reasonable. But if Jin Qiao was silenced, it means that someone really wanted to harm her daughter deliberately. Mrs. Lu went through all the people in the Lu family's old house in her mind. Everyone sat in the warm room of old lady Lu last night, which means that the person behind the scenes must be among them. Don't think about these things for now. The most urgent thing now is to settle your marriage. I'm afraid your father is soft-hearted. If your grandmother threatens you with her life and lets you get married, I'm afraid your father will change his mind. It's not like he hasn't done such a thing before. She did this when your fourth uncle married your fourth aunt. Your fourth aunt is her niece from her mother's side. Now the safest way is to get engaged first. As long as you can get engaged, everything will be settled. Mother, even if you get engaged, you can change your mind. If you want to kill this marriage, the only way is to ask the emperor to grant you a marriage. Grant a marriage? Will the emperor agree? Mother, believe me, the emperor will not only agree, but also reward our family. Lu Shiyu said affirmatively. Madame Lu felt that this matter was a bit uncertain. Even if the emperor agrees, it's not enough to quench your thirst now. Madame Lu paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Mom, don't worry. Grandmother doesn't know our plan yet. Let's calm her down first, and do it secretly. Sneak into Chinsong? What does that mean? Mother, just listen to me. I promise that I will not let my grandmother down. And I will definitely not marry Chen Youguang. I will go back to the yard and lie down. You can say that I suddenly feel unwell. Mother, today I can only let you and father go to the general's mansion. As long as I am sick, I don't have to see my grandmother. I can delay it for a day. After we finish the ancestor worship, we will immediately return to Beijing. That's the only way. I let Yin Qiao help you go back. After Lu Shiyu left, Madame Lu packed up and went to Madame Lu's yard. Madame Lu's room was already full of people. After greeting, Madame Lu sat down on the chair next to Lu Shiqing. Where's Shiyu? Why didn't she come? Madame Lu didn't see Lu Shiyu, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Madame Lu quickly stood up and lowered her head and said, Mother, Shiyu just came to see me. She was exposed to the cold wind and is feeling a little uncomfortable now. She fell into the water yesterday. She is a weak girl and fainted just now. I asked someone to send her back to the yard and asked a doctor to see her. You don't have to worry about her. Madame Lu seemed to have predicted what old lady Lu was going to say next, and she blocked all the words that old lady Lu was going to say. Old lady Lu was obviously even more unhappy, and snorted coldly, Humph. Since she is weak, she doesn't take care of herself and fell into the water. It's almost time to worship the ancestors. And she dragged her sick body to let the ancestors see it. Mother, you are too serious. Although it is a worship of the ancestors, we women cannot enter the ancestral hall. She will be raised in her own yard and will not disturb the ancestors. Old lady Lu turned aside with a cold face. Madame Lu Air came out to smooth things over. Mother, sister-in-law, don't be angry. Mother, sister-in-law didn't mean to contradict you. She was also worried about Shiyu's condition and was a little anxious. Don't be like her. Second sister-in-law. I don't understand what you said. Which ear did you hear me contradicting mother? You don't need to sow discord here. I'm not deaf or stupid. You don't need to explain. Madame Lu didn't give Madame Lu and Madame Luer a chance to act and expose their true faces in public. Madame Luer sat back with an embarrassed look on her face. Chapter 626, Making Trouble. Old Madame Lu was very angry. She had prepared a lot of words to scold Lu Shiyu. Now she hadn't even seen the real person. Who would she tell them to? How could she talk about her nephew's marriage if no one was listening? Okay. Stop arguing. Lu Jiqing finally spoke. Madame Lu wanted to see if the head of the family could resist his mother's tricks. Lu Jiqing slammed the table heavily, and Madame Lu sat back immediately. Madame Lu shrank her neck even more. Old Madame Lu glanced at her eldest son and said nothing. I have the final say on Shiyu's marriage. Since ancient times, the marriage of children has been decided by parents and matchmakers. Mother, you should just rest assured and take care of him. The children's affairs will be taken care of by their parents. You don't have to worry about it. Madame Lu almost applauded Lu Jiqing. She secretly looked up at old lady Lu and saw that her face was ashen, and her heart was beating violently. She was obviously angry at Lu Jiqing's words. It was understandable that she was alone in Dizhou, without the suppression of old Master Lu, and her children and grandchildren still respected her. The only eldest brother Lu Jiqing who could make her a little afraid had gone to Beijing. No wonder she didn't want to go to Beijing to retire, but was willing to stay in Dizhou. Now she wanted to interfere in Lu Shiyu's marriage, so she had to think carefully. However, Madame Lu was not completely relieved. She felt that old lady Lu must have a backup plan. Sure enough, old lady Lu just fainted after hearing Lu Jiqing's words. Mother! Old lady! Why don't you go and ask for a doctor? Everyone was in a panic. Lu Jiqing was also startled, and he quickly ran over to help old lady Lu up from the couch. Mother! Wake up! Master! Please stop shaking the old lady. The old lady has an old illness and cannot be stimulated. Otherwise she will easily faint. Every time the doctor comes to check her pulse, he tells the servants to obey the old lady in everything and not to let her get angry. The personal nanny of the old lady Lu supported the old lady Lu and bowed her head. Lu Jiqing couldn't help but frown. Was it because he didn't let her interfere in Shiyu's marriage? Is the old lady angry with him? Stupid. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the old lady has this problem? My lord, everyone in the mansion knows that you are usually not in Dizhou. You come back once every 2 or 3 years. The old lady doesn't let us tell you because she is afraid that you will worry. Besides, you are very filial, and you should not disobey the old lady. So everyone thinks that nothing will happen. Mrs. Lu was so angry that her teeth itched. This old man? What he meant was that the people in their first room were not filial. Okay. I know. Go and ask the doctor to come. Lu Jiqing waved his hands irritably. He bent down and carried the old lady Lu back to the bedroom. Mrs. Lu must be busy at this moment. She had never served the old lady in Dizhou before. Now the old lady was still angry with the people in the first room, so she could only stay to serve her. Xiaoshui, go and tell the young lady what happened here immediately. I can't leave now. Tell her to take good care of herself. Got it? Madame Lu said well, and squeezed Xiaoshui's hand hard. Xiaoshui gave Madame Lu a reassuring look, and immediately bowed and said, I understand. The doctor came soon. Madame Lu stood aside and watched the doctor coming coldly. The doctor was a middle-aged man with a thin body, high cheekbones, and small eyes. He looked like a little man. The doctor sat on the stool in front of the bed, felt the pulse of Madame Lu, and then sighed. This is an old problem of the old lady. Didn't I tell you not to make the old lady angry? If it happens again, it will be a problem whether the old lady can wake up. Madame Lu had been observing the doctor secretly, and happened to see him looking at Xiaohua, the maid of Madame Lu, with a squinting look. Madame Lu couldn't help but spit in her heart. But she also understood that maybe the old lady was pretending to faint this time. But she couldn't say it. But she was already thinking of an excuse to send Shiyu back to the capital first, or to get engaged to General Wan as soon as possible. The doctor wrote a prescription and left. And it was Xiaohua, the maid of Madame Lu, who sent him away. Madame Lu quietly retreated and whispered a few words to the maid Xia Bing. Xia Bing nodded gently and followed her out. When Madame Lu entered the room again, she saw everyone looking at her, and she immediately covered her face with a handkerchief and sobbed softly. Mother has suffered so much. My daughter-in-law just ordered someone to make tonic for mother. Mother! Please don't get into trouble. Right? Everyone stopped looking at Madame Lu. And Madame Lu's daughters-in-law all surrounded Madame Lu at this time. Since mother's body is not in serious trouble for the time being, everyone should do what they should do. It's not good to have too many people here. So just leave 2 people to take care of her. Lu Zhiqing spoke up. And then asked Madame Lu to stay. And the other rooms could send 1 person to serve in turns. Just when Lu Zhiqing was about to leave, Madame Lu woke up slowly. Madame Lu rolled her eyes, and almost rolled her eyes to the sky. She woke up at the right time. Mom, are you awake? How do you feel now? Are you still dizzy? Madame Lu was the first person to find that Madame Lu had woken up. She immediately asked loudly, as if she was afraid that others could not hear her. Lu Zhiqing's steps to leave also stopped at this time. Mom, you are awake. It's all your son's unfilial piety. I didn't know you still have this problem. Chung, mother is not going to die yet. I'm just worried about the marriage of my children and grandchildren. You said that she marrying Yao Guang is such a good marriage? Why don't you let it go? You, Madame Lu said. And she looked like she was having difficulty breathing again, which scared Lu Zhiqing so much that his face turned pale. Mother, are you okay? Don't be angry. I do whatever you say. Take a good rest first. When you feel better, we can talk about the children. After hearing what Lu Zhiqing said, old lady Lu finally felt relieved. She closed her smug eyes slightly, hiding all her calculations behind her eyelids. Mrs. Lu's face turned green and white, while second Madame Lu looked very proud. Lu Shi waited for a long time, but didn't get any news from Mrs. Lu, but got the news that old lady Lu had fainted. It seems that Grandma is really using the same old trick again? Mother still understands her, but she will definitely take the opportunity to threaten Dad. Now it depends on how well I know Dad. I bet he cares more about the future of the Lu family. Lu Shiyu looked at the winter jasmine in the yard with a firm look. Xiaoshui, go back and tell my mother not to worry, and take good care of my grandmother. Don't give her any chance to get angry at this time. Yes, miss. I take my leave first. After Xiaoshui left, Lu Shiyu was not idle. She guessed that her grandmother's illness was definitely fake. But now all the granddaughters have gone to take care of the sick. But she is lying in bed. It seems that she has to show her face. Yin Xiao, put on makeup for me. Make it whiter. Look like I'm seriously ill, haggard, and weak. Understand? Yes, miss. Don't worry. I know. Lu Shiyu sat in front of the mirror, looking at her beautiful face in the mirror. Her hands were already clenched tightly in her sleeves. Chapter 627 Lu Zhiqing discovered the clues. After Lu Shiyu finished putting on her makeup, she looked like a sick beauty, and was supported by Yin Xiao to go to Old Lady Lu's yard. At this time, everyone in Old Lady Lu's room had not yet dispersed, because Old Lady Lu held Lu Zhiqing's hand tightly, and refused to let go, obviously meaning not to let him go. Li Zhiqing had no choice, but to sit down and watch Old Lady Lu. Sister-in-law, where is she? Her grandmother is sick. Why doesn't she come to the bedside to show filial piety? You are usually far away in the capital, and now you have returned to Dizhou. It's not good to hide and spread this. Fourth Madame Lu, the niece of Old Lady Lu, suddenly spoke up. Fourth sister-in-law, she went to my yard today and was exposed to the cold wind. In addition, she fell into the water yesterday and has not recovered yet. She fainted just now. I asked the doctor to see her. Didn't I tell mother just now? Madame Lu felt that this fourth sister-in-law was intentional. Oh, look at my brain. Sorry, sister-in-law. I forgot. It's really unfortunate. Those who don't know would think she was pretending to faint. Fortunately, sister-in-law mentioned it again. Mrs. Lucy mocked openly and secretly. How could the people present not hear it? Except for Mrs. Lu San, who was gentle and did not move. Mrs. Lu couldn't help but curl up a sarcastic smile at the corner of her mouth. Mrs. Lu was very angry about Mrs. Lucy's words, but she couldn't let her daughter suffer at this time. And see, I'm here. I just woke up and heard that Grandma fainted. I came to see Grandma. Cough cough. Lu Shiyu heard Aunt C's words outside, and she was even more disgusted with the people in the old house of the Lu family. Everyone looked towards the door of the warm room and saw that Lu Shiyu had really come, but her face was really like a ghost. How could she be so haggard? Shiyu, why did you get up? If you don't take good care of your body, you will have a chronic disease in the future. Mrs. Lu was also shocked. It was clear that her daughter was not like this when she walked out of her yard. Could she really be sick? Mother. Cough cough. I'm fine. My daughter is worried about Grandma. So she has to crawl here even if she has to crawl. Otherwise, wouldn't my daughter be unfilial? Mrs. Lu turned her head away awkwardly. She didn't expect that this dead girl had such a strong desire for revenge. She just said that. Lu Shi pretended to go to Mrs. Lu, coughing loudly as she walked. Sister, you are so sick. Don't serve Grandma here. Don't pass the disease on to Grandma. Lu Xia stood behind Mrs. Lu, quickly covered her mouth and nose, and hid back in disgust. But Lu Xiu ignored Lu Xia. Grandma, your granddaughter is here to see you. Are you feeling better? Lu Xiu deliberately put her face in front of Old Lady Lu, and then deliberately coughed more severely. Old Lady Lu sat up directly from the bed, her complexion ruddy, and waved her hands to drive Lu Xiu away. Go away. Go away. You unfilial son. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you want me to catch a cold too? Are you all dead? Why don't you take her away quickly? Don't let her enter my yard in the future. Old Lady Lu cherishes her life very much. She doesn't want to be killed by a cold. Last winter and the beginning of this year, several old sisters of her age were killed by a cold. Lu Zhiqing frowned. He glanced at Old Lady Lu in surprise, but his eyes only swept past. As a shrewd person like him, there was nothing he couldn't see. It turned out that his mother was pretending to be sick. Old Lady Lu seemed to feel that her reaction was a bit too much. She quickly covered her head and cried out in pain. Oh! I feel dizzy. Chung! Help me. Lu Zhiqing said nothing. Once he found some clues, he would pay attention to some details that he had overlooked. He observed Mrs. Lu calmly, and found that her complexion was better than Lu Xiu's. How could this be like the insufficient blood supply the doctor said? Easy to faint? But he looked at his daughter again. Obviously, his daughter was fine when she left him. But she fainted after going to her mother's yard? But she soaked in the river for so long yesterday. She might have caught a cold. She might really fall ill in the cold wind. At least her complexion didn't look fake. Lu Zhiqing had a rough idea in his mind. But he wanted to find out why the old lady pretended to be sick. Is it to threaten him to marry his daughter to Qin Youguang? Mother, since you are dizzy, you should rest well first. Your son will take Shi back first to avoid her passing the disease to you. This time, the old lady Lu did not speak. Nor did she hold Lu Zhiqing's hand to keep him, but closed her eyes and said nothing. Lu Shi was supported by Yin Xiao to pay her respects to the old lady Lu, and she almost fell down, but was held by Yin Xiao and Madame Lu, so she did not fall down. After Lu Shi was sent back to the yard, Lu Zhiqing took Madame Lu back to their own yard. Do you know that mother has this old problem? I remember when the fourth son got married. He wanted to marry a woman he liked, but mother disagreed and was so angry that she fainted. Since then, she has had this old problem. Master, you probably know something in your heart, right? It just so happens that I asked Xia Bing to catch someone. Let's go and see together. Catch someone? Catch who? Catch the person who harmed the old lady. At this time, Nani Zhu came in from outside and reported, Madam, Xia Bing sent a message that someone was blocked in the abandoned utility room and has not been alarmed yet. The old lady sighed. I know. Block the news. Especially don't let the second lady's people know. Madam, everyone here is the second lady's people. Maybe the news has already reached the second lady's ears. We'd better go there early, so that we can get the news before the second lady. Madame Lu looked at Lu Zhiqing. Master, the man has been caught. Do you want to go and interrogate him in person? Humph. What are you talking about? I want to see what shameful things the Lu family has hidden. Lead the way, Lu Zhiqing said angrily, flicked his sleeves, and walked out first. Madame Lu smiled at the back, watching the show. Under the leadership of Nani Zhu, the two came to a more remote courtyard. There was not even a gatekeeper at the gate of this courtyard. It was obviously poorly managed. It stands to reason that even if the Lu family is in a remote courtyard, they will arrange 2 night guards. But this courtyard is dark, and there is no one in sight. If they were not deliberately sent away, it was just that the servants were lazy. What are you looking for in the dark? Lu Zhiqing stood at the gate of the yard, pointing inside the yard and angrily scolding Nani Zhu. Before Nani Zhu could say anything, a blushing and heart-pounding voice came from inside. How could Lu Zhiqing, who had experienced human affairs, not hear it? He walked over in a hurry and kicked the door of the room open. Chapter 628 Suicide. Lu Xiqing's kicking on the door startled the two people in the room. Although the room was full of clutter, the situation inside could still be seen clearly. What are you doing? Lu Xiqing looked at the two people who were hurriedly putting on their clothes, and was furious. This was his grandmother's first-class maid, and she could do something shameful. This was to trample on the face of their Lu family. What happened? Outside the yard, a group of people came in. They were brought by the second wife. At the instruction of the second wife, they surrounded the yard, and did not allow anyone to enter the yard. Madame Lu knew that the second wife was afraid that someone would gossip about it, and damage the reputation of the Lu family after the incident was exposed. However, Madame Lu dared to conclude that the second wife definitely knew about this matter. And more than once. She really underestimated this old lady, and actually gave her maid to this doctor. Could this be the reason why the doctor was willing to make up lies for her? Brother, what happened? I heard from the servants that there was a thief here, so I hurried to see. This is, Madame Lu said as she entered the house, and saw two naked figures, who were hurriedly putting on clothes. Oh my God! This is not. Madame Lu hurried out, and held back her words halfway. Take these two people to my yard. I want to interrogate them personally. Lu Xiqing had regained his composure at this time. But Madame Lu knew that the calmer Lu Xiqing was, the angrier he would be. And now there was something interesting to watch. Madame Lu glanced at Madame Lu'er, and then followed Lu Xiqing away. Madame Lu'er immediately entered the house, and slapped the two people twice. Are you so impatient? Now, I have caught you in the act. If you dare to ruin the old lady's plan, I will not forgive you. Second madam, spare me. I know I am wrong. Please save me. Second madam, this is the person given to me by the old lady. Why can't I touch him? I have said long ago that I would marry him back. Your old lady was afraid that I would tell her secret, so she held him and wouldn't let him go. Now that something has happened, do you Lu family want to put the blame on me? The doctor was not stupid. He stood up from the ground and pointed at Madame Lu too, and said angrily, Humph! I don't know what you are talking about. Do you know that slander will lead to imprisonment? After saying this, Madame Lu Tu turned around and left. She must not let these two people see Lu Xiqing alive. Although Madame Lu was flustered, she was still sober. At the same time, she was weighing the pros and cons. If the wife and the eldest brother were to be alienated, then the few families left in Dizhou would not be protected by the eldest brother, and life would definitely be more difficult, which would not be good for her. However, if she maintained the old lady's secret, they would be the same as before, and she would not have to marry her daughter to Qin Guangyu. The eldest family may only know that Qin Guangyu has a bad reputation, but she was born and raised in Dizhou. Qin Guangyu not only has a bad reputation, but also has a concubine. But the Qin family has never dared to make it public. Otherwise, who would be willing to marry Qin Guangyu? After thinking about it, Madame Lu finally made a decision. She is now on the same front with the old lady, and must protect the old lady well. Come here, Madam. Madame Lu whispered a few words in the ear of the personal nanny, and the nanny immediately bowed and left. Others, fence off this yard for me. No one is allowed to approach or leave. Not long after Mrs. Lu left, a woo and dong-dong sound came from the utility room. Mrs. Lu came to Lu Xiqing's yard. Where are the people? Didn't I ask you to bring them to me for personal interrogation? What did Lu Xiqing not understand at this time? Even if he didn't interrogate them, he understood the trick. He just wanted to find a reason to convince himself. Brother, I have asked someone to tie up the two people. Lu Xiqing sat quietly in the hall drinking tea. Mrs. Lu was a little nervous. She sat on the chair with her body straight and stiff, and her eyes drifted outside from time to time. Mrs. Lu felt that this time seemed a little too long. Second sister-in-law, it's almost tea time. Where are the people? Sister-in-law, don't worry. They have to clean up. Otherwise, if they come in disheveled, everyone in the mansion will know about it. It's not good for my mother's reputation. Madame Lu didn't say anything, but she felt something was wrong. Second madam, it's bad. Those two people committed suicide. One hanged himself, and the other hit the wall and died. What? What do you think of people? How can you let people die in your mansion? It's so unlucky. Second Madame Lu stood up angrily, pointing at the people and cursing. Madame Lu finally knew what was wrong, but she didn't expect that the second madam would be so cruel and kill people directly. These were two lives. Brother, it's all my fault. Please punish me. Lu Zhiqing seemed to have seen through everything. He put down the teacup calmly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. My second sister-in-law, since she is dead, you should give her family an explanation. Can you take care of her?" "Yes, brother. You are really kind-hearted. I will go and do my work first." The second wife bowed and left. Mrs. Lu was furious, but she had no way to deal with it. After all, she was not the master of the Lu family's old house. "Master, those two people definitely did not commit suicide. Okay. This matter ends here. Are you ready for the thank you gift I asked you to prepare?" "Thank you gift? What thank you gift?" Mrs. Lu was confused by Lu Zhiqing's big span. "General Wan saved Shiyu. We should go to thank him in person. Didn't I ask Shiyu to tell you? Didn't you receive it?" Lu Zhiqing looked at Mrs. Lu calmly. Mrs. Lu exclaimed, and a happy expression immediately appeared on her face. "But, Mother, we go to General Wan's house to express our gratitude. What does it have to do with Mother? I have already sent the visiting card. General Wan is busy with military affairs. But he said that he happens to be free at home in the afternoon. His sister has recently come to Texas for a visit, and he will take time out every afternoon to accompany her. Let's go in the afternoon." "Hey. Okay. I have prepared the thank you gift. Do you know when we will leave?" Mrs. Lu didn't know why Lu Zhiqing had such a change, but she didn't care anymore. She was still looking forward to it. If the old lady knew the news, would she faint from anger? "Put away the stupid ideas in your mind, and don't make trouble for me." Lu Zhiqing glanced at Mrs. Lu lightly, and slowly drank a sip of tea. Mrs. Lu quickly smiled awkwardly, and walked to the chair and sat down. "Master, I didn't think about anything. I just thought that General Wan's sister is such a good doctor. I want to ask her to come and see the old lady and Shiyu. That depends on whether she is willing. The general's sister is not an outside doctor. You can ask her if you want." Lu Zhiqing scolded Madame Lu. Madame Lu was scolded and quickly lowered her head to pretend to drink a cup of tea. But she was thinking, what if she is willing? How can you know if you don't try? Chapter 629 Visiting to Thank You. When Lu Zhiqing brought Madame Lu to the general's mansion, Wan Quan had just returned. "General, Lord Lu and Madame Lu are here." "Okay. I see. Bring out the best tea in our mansion and entertain Lord Lu later. I go out to greet them." Wan Quan only found out this morning that the person he saved yesterday was actually the daughter of the Lu family. He was also very surprised. But that was all. It's not that Wan Quan doesn't want to be responsible for others, but he doesn't want to marry someone higher up. He doesn't want to be like his father, who married the county magistrate's sister and lived a miserable life. Although Boss Wan didn't feel miserable, the fact that Boss Wan separated from his family after marrying a wife still made Wan Quan feel a little uncomfortable. In his heart, he never thought that one day their family would be separated. Even if they were to separate, it wouldn't be for everyone, but only for the eldest house. At that time, he was still young and powerless. But now, he has grown up and can make decisions for himself. He doesn't want to repeat his father's old path. Before Wan Quan arrived at the gate, he saw the servants leading Lu Zhiqing and Madame Lu in. "I didn't know that Lord Lu was coming to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. General Wan, you are too polite. It is my husband and I who are bothering you." After the two sides exchanged greetings, Wan Quan led the people into the main hall. The two sides sat down as host and guest. This was Wan Quan's first time to receive civil officials, and it was also the first time to deal with civil officials after being named the general of the Central Army of Dizhou. He was a little uncomfortable, but fortunately Lu Zhiqing came with a purpose this time, and he only thanked Madame Lu to avoid her ruining the big things. Madame Lu sat for a while, then stood up and said, "General Wan, I heard that your sister is a little genius doctor with excellent medical skills. I also brought her a thank you gift this time. I wonder if I can meet her." Wan Quan thought of the little girl who had told him no less than 10 times in the morning that if someone wanted to see her today, he must bring the person over. How could Wan Quan dare not disobey? But how did Fu Bao know that someone wanted to see her? Wan Quan did not think about it anymore, because people were waiting for his reply. Madame Lu really thinks highly of her. She is just a little girl, not a miracle doctor. Since you want to see her, I will ask someone to take you to the backyard. Then I trouble you, General. Soon Wan Quan called a servant. But the servant was a man, and Madame Lu could not help but frown. Wan Quan was careful and noticed Madame Lu's expression. and quickly explained, "Madam, there are only 2 maids in my house. And now they are serving in my sister's yard. It's really rude to you." After listening to Wang Quan's explanation, Madame Lu couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that General Wan is not interested in women. When she marries here in the future, the backyard will be clean, and there will be no parents-in-law. It is said that his parents are at the border and don't want to come. Then she will be the mistress when she enters the house. And there is no need to set rules. This is really a great blessing. The more Madame Lu thought about it, the more she liked it. General Wan is really devoted to the country, and not in the backyard. No wonder the Emperor values the general so much. How could Madame Lu know who the Emperor values? She just said a few random words to ease the embarrassment. Madame Lu bowed and went to the backyard. Fu Bao was reading medical books, which were prepared by Wang Quan for her. She didn't go out this morning, except for eating. She read books and never went out of the front door or the back door. "Miss, Madame Lu is here." Banksia saw someone approaching from a distance. She had seen Madame Lu before, so she knew her. So she hurried into the house to report to Fu Bao. Then prepare tea. Today is a good day. Fu Bao stretched lazily, closed the book in front of her, and stepped down on the footstool prepared for her by Wang Quan. "Madame Lu, please come in." Fu Bao heard Banksia's voice, and quickly pulled her close. She couldn't lose face for her big brother. As soon as Madame Lu came in, she saw a delicate little girl. Even though she had seen so many beauties in the capital, she still exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl." Madame Lu felt an indescribable comfort when she saw Fu Bao. She felt that all the depression she had felt in the Lu family today had disappeared, and her body felt indescribably comfortable. Madame Lu was very surprised, but she didn't know what was going on, so she didn't think about it any further. Fu Bao greets Aunt Lu. Fu Bao bowed properly. She couldn't learn the bowing ceremony well, so she felt more comfortable doing it this way. Madame Lu didn't pay much attention to Fu Bao etiquette, and hurried forward to pull Fu Bao up. "Are you General Wan's sister? The little genius doctor?" "Auntie, I am General Wan's sister. I am a little doctor, but I don't dare to be a genius doctor." Madame Lu looked at Fu Bao's serious words, and she was very happy. This little girl was so cute. How long had she not seen such a little spirit? "Auntie, please sit down." Fu Bao took Madame Lu's hand and sat down at the table. She realized that the table and stool in Fu Bao's room were different from those she had seen before. "Your stool is special, Aunt. This is specially prepared for me by my elder brother, because I am too young. My elder brother was afraid that I could not reach the table, so he asked someone to make this kind of stool." Madame Lu did not expect Wang Quan to be so careful. Thinking that she just frowned and Wang Quan found out, she could not help but sigh. It seems that her Shiyu will be blessed in the future. There are really few men who can spend their minds on women. It is lonely and unbearable in a deep house. If the husband does not understand, then living in this life is really too bitter. Just like her, there are several concubines in the backyard, and they are jealous every day, which gives her a headache. Fu Bao observed Madame Lu's expression, and knew that this sentence touched her heart. Her bright eyes flashed a gleam. "Aunt, is my sister feeling better?" "Oh, are you talking about my daughter Shiyu? She is much better. Thanks to your brother and sister for saving her in time. I came here today to thank you. If you hadn't let her take a medicinal bath, she might still be lying in bed with a fever. The river water in early spring is icy cold. She has been raised since she was a child. I am worried that she will not be able to bear it and catch a cold." Mrs. Lu thanked Fu Bao from the bottom of her heart. If Lu Shiyu really caught a cold, she might have been kept in Dizhou by the old lady for recuperation. "Aunt, I'm not just talking about her not having a cold. I'm talking about the chronic toxins in my sister's body. Did she take the medicine according to the prescription I gave her? I asked Sister Banksia to deliver this prescription in a cold wind. You must not be careless. Otherwise, even if you save her, it will affect her offspring in the future." Mrs. Lu was scared to death by Fu Bao's words. "Little doctor, are you saying that my daughter is poisoned? That shouldn't be the case. She doesn't have any problems. I haven't heard that she's uncomfortable anywhere. Did you see it wrong?" Fu Bao looked into Mrs. Lu's eyes and said seriously, "Aunt, if you don't believe it, wait another 7 days. My sister will definitely be in a coma. But at that time, even if she is saved, she won't be able to have another baby in the future." Mrs. Lu was sweating profusely on her back. She quickly took out a jade bracelet from her bosom and stuffed it into Fu Bao's hand. "Little doctor, This is my gift to you. Can you tell me in detail how my daughter was poisoned? And why she looks normal? Fu Bao picked up the jade bracelet and smiled sweetly. Aunt, thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Fu Bao quickly put the jade bracelet in her arms and put it away. This is her consultation fee. Chapter 630. The villain blocks the way. Madame Lu saw that Fu Bao liked the jade bracelet so much, and quickly took off the one she was wearing. Little doctor, if you like it, Auntie will give you this one too. No. No. Although this one is also very nice. But it looks better when Auntie wears it. Fu Bao quickly pushed it back. She couldn't embarrass her big brother, and couldn't look at it anymore. Although the jade bracelet was really good, she had to hold back. Hold back. But Madame Lu was determined to give it to her, and she stuffed it into Fu Bao's arms. Thank you, Auntie. Fu Bao saw that she couldn't refuse it, so she had to accept it. But she was not greedy for money. She was too cute, and people gave it to her because they liked her. After Fu Bao mentally prepared herself for a while, she looked at Madame Lu with a smile. Aunt, what I just said is true. Sister has a chronic toxin. Doctors can't see it at the beginning. And this kind of poison can't be completed in 1 or 2 days. It takes at least 2 months to poison. And sister has to insist on eating every day. Aunt, think about it carefully. Is there anything that sister likes to eat at home, and eats it every day? Fu Bao's words made Mrs. Lu's heart fall to the bottom. If she had doubts about what Fu Bao said at the beginning. But such a detailed poisoning process, combined with Lu Shiyu's usual eating habits, she was sure that Fu Bao was right. Shiyu drinks a bowl of sweets every day. Although it is not the same kind of sweets, the kitchen will prepare a bowl for her every day. Does this count? Aunt, there is a kind of grass that grows in the valley. It is called red grass. It is named because its body is bright red like blood. It tastes sweet and greasy, and its juice is bright red. It is colorless when boiled. However, if it is eaten with almonds, it can produce chronic toxins. Long-term use can gradually paralyze people's nerves. Once they are in a coma for more than 3 days, they will never wake up again. Mrs. Lu was so scared that she fell directly from the stool like a puddle of mud. Aunt, what's wrong with you? Madam, are you okay? The genius doctor said that the young lady can still be saved. You must take good care of yourself. Otherwise, what will happen to the young lady? Madame Zhu pulled Mrs. Lu up from the ground. Fu Bao got down from the stool, held Madame Lu's pulse, and after a moment, he said, Aunt, your body is not very good. I will prescribe a prescription for you to replenish qi and nourish blood. Your qi and blood are insufficient. You always feel dizzy when you wake up in the morning, and your hands and feet are cold all year round. No matter how you cover them, they can't warm up. You need to use a hot water bottle or a hot water bag to warm up to get better. Right? You are really a little genius, doctor. Everything you said is right. My wife has this problem. The doctor also prescribed a prescription, but it didn't help much after taking it. Madame Zhu admired Fu Bao very much. Auntie, in addition to the medicines you take orally, you also need to soak your feet every night. I prescribe some medicinal herbs for your feet. In a few months, we will enter the dog days. I prescribe a medicinal bath for you in advance. After you enter the dog days, take a medicinal bath every 5 days. I promise that you will never have cold hands and feet when you sleep this winter. Oh, if the little doctor can really cure my wife's illness, I will set up a longevity tablet for the little doctor and worship him. Madame Zhu was so excited that she almost knelt down to Fu Bao. Little doctor, can Auntie please come to my house and take a closer look at my daughter? Of course. I can go today. Fu Bao agreed very readily, which surprised Madame Lu. She thought the little doctor was hard to invite, but he was really a child. But Madame Lu was completely relieved now. She now trusted Fu Bao's medical skills very much. That's great. Do you want to tell General Wan? After all, don't worry. I let Banksia tell him right away. Mrs. Lu was overjoyed. As long as General Wan agreed, she could immediately take the little doctor to the Lu family to detoxify her daughter. Banksia, tell Big Brother that I want to go to her house with Madame Lu to see Big Sister. Yes, Miss. Banksia went quickly and came back quickly. Miss, the general said that you can go, but you must take me and Baiji with you. No problem. Let's go now. Mrs. Lu always felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this doctor a little too easy to invite? And he seemed a little impatient. Fu Bao had already stepped out of the door, but found that Mrs. Lu was still standing there stupidly. Aunt, what's wrong with you? Aren't you going to leave? Hey, let's go. Aunt is just too happy. Mrs. Lu quickly followed Fubao's footsteps. Although Fubao was small, he jumped and skipped and left Mrs. Lu behind in a moment. Mrs. Lu is a guest. Should we wait for the guest? Oh, Sister Banksia. Why didn't you remind me? I forgot when I was happy. Fubao quickly turned around and held Mrs. Lu's hand. Aunt, I show you the way. The general's mansion is huge. Mrs. Lu didn't say anything, but she loved Fubao even more. When they arrived at the front yard, Lu Ziqing had almost finished talking to Wan Quan. I don't know what Lu Ziqing and Wan Quan said, but their relationship seemed to have become closer. Wan Quan saw Fubao standing in the yard being pulled by Mrs. Lu. So he waved. Sister, come here. I have something to tell you. Brother, what's wrong? When you go to Lord Lu's house, be careful. As far as I know, although the Lu family is a scholarly family, the old lady of the Lu family is not easy to get along with. You should stay away from her. Okay. After the consultation, let Banksia and Baiji bring you back quickly. Fubao nodded and leaned over to Wan Chuan's ear and said, Don't worry, big brother. If someone really runs into me, they will definitely be the unlucky ones. Wan Chuan's eyes were full of smiles when he heard this. This girl has never been the one to suffer losses since she was a child. If she is bullied, she will definitely bully back. So far, he has never seen anyone who can bully her. Those who bully her seem to have no good end in the end. Okay. Brother believes in you. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, don't show off. Understand? You must let Banksia send you back first. Big brother, you are a bit long-winded. If you continue, it will be dark. Wan Quan couldn't help pinching Fubao's chubby little face. Do you dislike your brother? Hee hee. Of course not. I'm leaving. Fubao broke away from Wan Chuan's hand and ran away with a smile. The relationship between the brother and sister is really good. Mrs. Lu stood not far away, watching the interaction between the brother and sister, and couldn't help but put on a smile from the heart on her face. Did you really persuade General Wan's sister to come to our house? Lu Ziqing still couldn't believe it. Such a young and tender girl could know medicine? Master, General Wan's sister is very good at medicine. She just felt my pulse and described my illnesses for many years. Isn't it amazing? There are always people who are better than you. The ancestors of the Wan family were buried in a feng shui treasure land. The Wan family is really full of talents. Lu Ziqing couldn't help but sigh. Mrs. Lu walked towards Fubao with a smile on her face. Several people got on the carriage and returned to the Lu family. Before entering the door, they saw the nanny beside Mrs. Lu waiting at the door. Looking anxiously, Fubao glanced at the nanny through the curtain and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. He sighed in his heart. Big brother is really a jinx. He met a villain blocking the way before entering the door. Chapter 631. The old lady is not feeling well again. When the nanny saw Lu Ziqing's carriage coming back, she came forward immediately. Master, you are finally back. The old lady is not feeling well again. She keeps calling your name. Can you go and see her? Lu Ziqing was originally very happy to be teased by Fubao. But when he heard the nanny's words, his face immediately turned cold. But his eyes were immediately on Fubao. Little doctor, my mother is not feeling well. Can you please go and see her? Is it the old lady Lu? Fubao looked up. His voice was soft, and he pouted his little mouth. His big eyes were black and white, which was very cute. It's my mother. She always says she's dizzy. The doctor diagnosed her and said she can't be stimulated, let alone angry. Today, she fainted from anger. It's our fault as children that we didn't invite a famous doctor to treat my mother. So she has been suffering from illness for so many years. Lu Ziqing shed a few tears while speaking. He happened to be at the door of the Lu family. There were people coming and going on the street. It didn't take long for all the tea houses in Dizhou to know that the eldest son of the Lu family was a filial son. The nanny standing at the door stared at Fubao carefully. Who was this little girl? She was so young. Why was the master so polite to her? He even called her a little genius doctor? The nanny couldn't help but pull the corner of her mouth. Such a young child knows medical skills. Who is she trying to deceive? But since the person was invited by the master, she couldn't say anything. Otherwise it would be a contradiction with the master. Mrs. Lu didn't want Fubao to see Mrs. Lu first. After all, her daughter was poisoned. She wanted to take Fubao away directly, but she didn't dare. Master Lu, I want to go see my sister first. Okay? Fu Bao didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly looked up and said. Lu Zicheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Since the little doctor wants to see Shiyu, I can't stop him. But please go see my mother after seeing Shiyu. Okay? Well, don't worry. I will go. But my consultation fee is relatively high, and I charge the consultation fee based on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I might not charge the consultation fee. If I'm in a bad mood, I've also received the 100,000 taels of silver. Fu Bao made up a lie seriously, but Lu Zicheng didn't doubt it. This was because Fu Bao's real skills along the way felt Lu Zicheng's pulse, and told him all the stubborn diseases of Lu Zicheng, which made him convinced. Master, then I will take the little doctor to see Shiyu first? Well, treat the little doctor well. Lu Zicheng didn't want to spend 100,000 taels of silver. Fu Bao was taken to Lu Shiyu's yard by Madame Lu. Shiyu, my son, how do you feel now? It's all because of my mother's confusion. If it weren't for the little doctor, I wouldn't know that you actually... Mom, be careful with your words. Be careful that there are ears on the other side of the wall. Lu Shiyu immediately stopped Mrs. Lu from continuing. The moment Lu Shiyu saw Fu Bao, she knew that this was probably the little doctor who saved her life. Lu Shiyu winked at Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao hurried out to close the door and personally stood guard outside the door. Lu Shiyu lifted the quilt, got off the bed, walked to Fu Bao, and bowed deeply. Shiyu, thank you for saving my life. Little doctor. Fu Bao quickly grabbed Lu Shiyu's hand. Although he had seen Lu Shiyu once, Lu Shiyu was soaked at that time. Her makeup was messy, and her original color could not be seen at all. Now she put on makeup that made her look haggard, and Fu Bao could not see Lu Shiyu's true face clearly. However, based on her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and face shape, Fu Bao was sure that Lu Shiyu was definitely a great beauty. Sister Shiyu, you don't have to call me little doctor. Little doctor, my name is Fu Bao, so you can call me Sister Fu Bao. Right? Are you sick? Why are you so haggard after just one day of not seeing you? Lu Shiyu quickly touched the makeup on her face, smiled knowingly and said, Sister Fu Bao, this is not a disease. I pretended. This is a long story. But I didn't expect that my mother really invited you. Mrs. Lu also pulled the two to sit at the table. Shiyu, Miss Fu Bao said that you have been poisoned by a chronic poison. Your food is from the kitchen in the mansion. Think about whether the sweets you usually eat are all added with almonds. Mrs. Lu now wants to find out who poisoned her daughter. And the timing is very good. It happened to be a period of time before they came to Dizhou. Even if Shiyu was poisoned, it would not involve those people in the capital. Others only thought that Shiyu was killed in Dizhou. It seems that the people in the backyard are really shameless. Almonds? Is there a problem? There are indeed almonds in my desserts every day. I don't know why the kitchen always adds almonds, but the taste of the sweet soup is indeed sweeter than before. I don't know if it is related to the addition of almonds. Mrs. Lu's hands tightly grasped the handkerchief, wishing she could crush it. When she returns to the capital, she will find out the person who harmed her daughter and tear him into pieces. Sister Shiyu, the soup you drank contains red grass. This grass itself is not poisonous, but it can breed toxins when added to the soup with almonds. Long-term consumption will cause poisoning. You are now deeply poisoned. If you don't detoxify immediately, you will faint within 7 days. And if you don't wake up within 3 days, you will never wake up again. Even if you can wake up, you will not be able to have children in the future. Lu Shiyu was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. She had never thought that someone would use such a sinister trick on her. But now it really happened to her. Shi's heart couldn't help but tremble. Who wants to harm her? Shiyu, don't think too much now. When we return to the capital, Mother will definitely investigate the mansion thoroughly. When I find that person, I will make her live a life worse than death. But the most urgent thing is that you have to detoxify quickly. Sister Fu Bao, can I still be saved now? Sister Shiyu, I want to feel your pulse again. Well, okay. Fu Bao felt Lu Shiyu's pulse again. But this time, the pulse was much better than last time, because the last medicinal bath had a certain effect. Sister Shiyu, your poison has been reduced a little, which may be related to the medicinal bath I used for you last time. I will prescribe you a new medicine now. You drink it on time 3 times a day. I guarantee that all the poison in your body can be removed. Sister Fu Bao, don't worry. I only trust you now. Fu Bao was very happy. This was the effect she wanted. This was her future sister-in-law. After Fubao prescribed the medicine, he handed it to Madame Lu. Mammy, you go get the medicine yourself. I don't trust others. Remember, the medicine cannot be boiled by anyone else. You must watch it yourself. Madam, don't worry. I won't have to. After Mammy Zhu left, Fubao asked Lu Shiyu. Sister Shiyu. Madame Lu said she was not feeling well. Can you tell me if she treated you well? Sister Fubao. Grandma treated me well. It's just that because I fell into the water yesterday and ruined my reputation. She wanted me to marry one of her relatives. I disagreed. So I pretended to be sick. And that's how you see me now. Fubao suddenly realized. But she was not happy in her heart. This old woman dared to hit on her future sister-in-law. It seemed that she had to teach her a lesson. Such a beautiful sister-in-law. She must keep her big brother safe. Chapter 632. Fubao suddenly took action. Fubao looked up at Lu Shiyu and Lu. Auntie. Sister Shiyu. Lord Lu asked me to see the old lady just now. Right? Please lead the way. I go now. Sister Fubao. If my grandmother makes things difficult for you, don't be angry with her. She is a little different from ordinary old people. Lu Shiyu quickly reminded Fubao. Sister Shiyu. Don't worry. I'm a doctor. I'm going to treat the disease. I have no grudge against her. She won't do anything to me. You should take good care of yourself. Take medicine on time. And get well soon. Fubao admonished Lu Shiyu like a little adult. By the way, Sister Shiyu, how did you fall into the water yesterday? Were you pushed down by someone? Fubao felt very strange. Why did Lu Shiyu fall into the water when there were so many people on the bridge? She had a maid protecting her. Even if she fell down, it should be the maid. How could she push the young lady down the bridge? This made people a little confused. Although she had a premonition that her elder brother's future wife would have a flood that day, she didn't know what form the flood would take. Sister Fubao. This is a long story. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. But you saved my life, so I shouldn't have hidden it from you. I was indeed pushed into the river that day. The person who pushed me was my second aunt's cousin Lu Xia. But I have no evidence. They have already killed one of my maids. I can only suffer this loss in silence. Fortunately, our stay in Dizhou is about to end. After a few days of worshipping our ancestors, we can return to the capital. My mother doesn't want to cause trouble. In addition, I am in trouble now, and have no energy to deal with Lu Xia for the time being. I can only slowly look for opportunities. Lu Shiyu said with a trace of unwillingness on her face. All this was seen by Fubao. Fubao was originally a person who protected her shortcomings. She had already listed Lu Shiyu as her relative. If she was right, within 7 days, the eldest brother's marriage would be almost settled. She had a strong intuition and never missed it. Sister Shiyu, don't be sad about this. You have to believe that God will not let a person who does evil go. They will all get what they deserve. Fubao words comforted Lu Shiyu's heart. She felt that this little lifesaver seemed to have a strong sense of closeness with her, which made Lu Shiyu unconsciously want to get close to her. Sister Fubao. I'm not sad. Sister is not so fragile. Sister's body doesn't allow it now. There is also the opportunity. When Sister finds the opportunity, she will definitely not let her go. Then Fubao is relieved. I leave first. Please help lead the way. Aunt. Fubao looked at Madame Lu. Madame Lu brought Fubao to Madame Lu's yard and found that there were servants standing in the yard. In such a cold day, they were shivering outside to be punished. I don't know what happened. Everyone saw Madame Lu holding a little girl, and they all bowed to Madame Lu. However, Madame Lu didn't care about these people. They didn't resent her for being punished, and she didn't want to know it all. Madame Lu took Fubao into the hall, and went through the side door into the warm room at the back. Ouch! Ouch! I can't breathe. Go get a doctor. These servants are so mean. They are doing these dirty things right under my nose. How can I live at my age? If you don't want me to live well, I will make you sober up. How should slaves abide by the rules? Fubao listened to the old woman voice coming from the bedroom with curiosity. Auntie, who is this? The voice sounds confident and healthy. But judging from the voice, it should be an old lady. Right? This is your sister Shia's grandmother. Ah? No way. Didn't the doctor say that Grandma Lu faints easily? I just concluded from the few shouts just now that she is definitely pretending. Mrs. Lu quickly covered Fubao's mouth and pulled her out a little. Then whispered Fubao. and he believes in your judgment. But you are still young and don't understand some of the relationships between adults. There are some things that you should not say even if you know them well. Ah, wouldn't that make you a fool? You know you're being teased, but you still don't dare to say anything? Can you bear this humiliation? Fu Bao really didn't know what was wrong with the Lu family. Could it be that the old lady had bewitched them? Madame Lu didn't know how to explain the Lu family's customs to a child. She was just glad that she came back once every 3 years, and had escaped many old ladies' tricks. Aunt, shall we go in? Fu Bao had her own plan. She felt that such people deserved to be punished, and just needed to be frightened. When the two came to the old lady's bedroom, they saw several women, and several young ladies of different ages standing inside. The small bedroom was filled with people, and the air was filled with the smell of powder. Fu Bao couldn't help but frown. Mom, this is the little doctor that my master and I invited for you. He has excellent medical skills. He heard that you are not feeling well, and he said he would feel your pulse. When Mrs. Lu first heard about the little doctor, her body stiffened on the bed, and she dared not move her eyes. But when she saw Fu Bao's face clearly, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't know if such a young girl was still breastfeeding, and she was imitating other doctors to see patients. Eldest daughter-in-law, is this how you honor your mother? You haven't been back to Dezhou for 3 years. Every time you come back, you stay for a few days and leave. You have never. You have served me before. And now that I have just had an accident, you find a little girl to fool me? What do you think you are thinking? Old Madame Lu completely ignored that Madame Lu was talking about the little genius Dr. Shi and Lu Zhiqing had found together. Why are you putting all the responsibility on her? Mother, I specially asked for this. The little genius doctor is very skilled. I have confirmed it. You have been seeing the same doctor for so many years. But there is no improvement. Why not try another one? Lu Zhiqing's attitude was very firm, with a tone of no doubt. Old Madame Lu shut up. But her face was obviously unhappy, and she immediately cried out, "Oh, I can't breathe again. You two are all looking forward to me going to find your father as soon as possible. Right? You are unwilling to be angry to death. Why is my life so miserable? Why didn't I go with your father? Master, have you seen that your good children and grandchildren are trying to make me angry in various ways?" Before Mrs. Lu finished her words, a silver needle suddenly appeared in Fu Bao's hand and pierced Mrs. Lu's throat. Mrs. Lu could not make a sound immediately. She looked at the little girl standing in front of her in horror, with disbelief in her eyes. Chapter 633. Rolling his eyes halfway. Fu Bao's behavior scared everyone around him. How dare you? The first person to speak was Madame Lu Er. Come here. Throw this little bitch out and go get a doctor. This was Madame Lu Si, the old lady's niece. Several maidens came in immediately and wanted to take Fu Bao away. Stop! Lu Zhiqing, who had been standing aside, suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at Lu Zhiqing, and Madame Lu took the opportunity to protect Fu Bao behind her. Brother, what do you mean? Mother was speechless because of this little girl. Are you going to favor her? Madame Lu Er looked at Lu Zhiqing with an incredible light in her eyes. In her heart, this brother should be a filial son. How could he do such a foolish thing? Everyone, get out! Lu Zhiqing scolded. The servants who had just rushed and looked at Madame Lu Er, then at Lu Zhiqing, and finally retreated with their heads down in fear of Lu Zhiqing's pressure. Lu Zhiqing looked at Fu Bao. Little doctor, tell us why you give acupuncture? Lu Zhiqing now trusted Fu Bao as much as Madame Lu, and he felt that there must be a reason why Fu Bao took action. Because she was too noisy. After Fu Bao finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the room. And then Madame Lu Si accused Fu Bao with saliva splashing. She did not dare to blame Lu Zhiqing, so she could only vent her unhappiness on Fu Bao. You little liar. Where did you come from? A little girl who is still wet behind the ears dares to pretend to be a miracle doctor? I think we should report you to the police and have you arrested. You also committed a crime in front of everyone. Now the evidence is solid. You can't run away. Come on. Send this little liar to the government office. Lu Zhiqing was also a little speechless. He looked at Fu Bao's clear eyes and didn't know what to say at this time. Fu Bao, you must not think so. Right? Mrs. Lu was also a little panicked at this time. If Fu Bao really thought so, she would not be able to protect her. That's what I thought. She's so noisy. If she keeps talking like that, she faint again. I acupunctured her to stop her from fainting again. This will relieve her anxiety and help her calm down quickly. I see from her complexion that she may not have much time left. If she is allowed to be so depressed, it may be detrimental to her condition. Fu Bao didn't take Mrs. Lu's threats to heart. In her eyes, Mrs. Lu's face was like a donkey's cry. Why should she bother with the beast? But Mrs. Lu on the bed was so angry that she almost sat up from the bed. Fu Bao glanced at Mrs. Lu's movements and reached out to pull out the silver needle from her neck. This silver needle was given to her by her elder brother, and she treasured it very much. And today was the first time she used silver needles on a real person. This acupuncture book was also given by her elder brother, and she had just read it. Even if she had a photographic memory, it would still take time to combine practice with theory. Unexpectedly, Fu Bao succeeded in her first attempt, which shows that her talent is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Madame Lu felt that the tightness in her throat disappeared immediately. She didn't care that she was pretending to be dizzy and breathless just now. She quickly lifted the quilt from the bed, grabbed Fu Bao's collar, and almost pulled Fu Bao from the ground to the bed. Fortunately, Fu Bao ate well and grew well on weekdays. This weight is not something that Madame Lu, an old lady, can pull. Madame Lu just pulled Fu Bao in front of her and scolded Fu Bao in her heart. Little bitch. I didn't see that you are still a little fat. And you almost took me to the bed. Everyone was also confused by Madame Lu's move. But Fu Bao was not a vegetarian. The silver needle that she had just put away appeared in her hand again like a magic trick, and pierced Madame Lu's back of the hand. Madame Lu's hands were unable to move, and she lost consciousness. You bitch. What have you done to me again? Chung. Is this the doctor you found for your mother? Look. Is she a doctor? This is clearly trying to kill your mother. I don't want your first wife to serve me all year round like the other 3 wives. But you should always show your filial piety when you come back once in a while. Right? Look at what you are doing. What are you asking me to come back for? Are you afraid that your mother will live too long? Are you asking me to find your father earlier? Madame Lu looked at Lu Jiqing with her hair disheveled and her eyes red. Lu Jiqing also felt that Fu Bao move this time was a bit excessive. He could understand the first time because it was to calm the old lady's emotions. But this time, he didn't think it was to calm the old lady's emotions. Little doctor, what do you mean by this? Lu Jiqing didn't get angry, but asked Fu Bao carefully. He was a cautious person, and was afraid that if Fu Bao said something later, he would offend him. Lord Lu, although I am a child, I am also General Wan's sister. I came to your house to see Sister Shiyu. You asked me to come to see the old lady. Now I am here, and I just saved her life. Is this how she repays her lifesaver? I am a little kid, and I know how to treat guests. I don't believe that the old lady, who is buried in the earth, doesn't know how to treat guests. Besides, your Lu family is known as a scholarly family by the people of Dezhou. If this gets out, won't people laugh at you? Fu Bao pulled the small flowered jacket on her body. This was specially prepared for her by her brother. It was her favorite piece of clothing. She wore this to meet her future sister-in-law. But it was wrinkled by this old lady. It was really unlucky. Fu Bao spoke without mercy. When everyone heard Fu Bao say this, they subconsciously took a few steps back. General Wan's sister. Why didn't the eldest brother tell her when she first came? Mrs. Lu too regretted it now. She seemed to have scolded her just now. Would this girl go back and learn from her brother? Lu Jiqing coughed awkwardly, then squatted down and looked at Fu Bao. Little genius doctor. My mother was wrong. She shouldn't have treated you like this. I apologize to you on her behalf. Can you pull out the needle? Since it's Lord Lu who's speaking, I give you a face. But the most important thing is that your sister Shiyu's father. Fu Bao never forgets to save face for Lu Shiyu at any time. Lu Jiqing nodded quickly. Okay. I know. Fu Bao then stepped forward to pull out the needle. But this time Mrs. Lu was finally honest. Fu Bao's words just now not only made her lose face, but also made the Lu family lose face if they were spread. She was very embarrassed at the moment. But she could only pretend to faint to resolve this situation, which she was best at. Fu Bao had been observing Mrs. Lu, and saw her eyes roll back, and she was about to faint again. Fu Bao smiled silently and said in a clear voice, Old lady, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you faint once in the future, your lifespan will be shortened by 1 year. If you don't believe me, try it. Do you feel dry mouth and want to drink water, and go to the toilet every time you faint and wake up? And your food intake increases, but your weight decreases? Old lady Lu just rolled her eyes halfway, but was stopped by Fu Bao's words. She slowly opened her eyes, with a trace of fear in her eyes. Not only her, But even the people serving beside her were incredible. Because Fu Bao was right. Chapter 634 Letter from the Capital. Everyone saw that old lady Lu opened her eyes. And she also looked at Fu Bao. What you just said is true. Don't lie to me. The doctor said that I fainted and felt unwell. Old lady Lu was panicked at this time. She didn't want to die yet. She lived comfortably at home. It was the time to enjoy her life. She couldn't die. Old lady. I just felt your pulse. This is a rare disease. As the number of times you faint increases, the number of times you get sick will increase. And your lifespan will be reduced by 1 year. If you can stop caring about worldly affairs, worship Buddha with all your heart, and eat more vegetarian food, you may live a few more years. If you add my acupuncture, you may live a few more years. However, I am a grudge. You just offended me. And I am in a bad mood. So forget about acupuncture. I have said everything. And we will never meet again. After Fu Bao finished speaking, he pushed through the crowd and walked out. No. I can't die. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and bring the person back to me? Old Madame Lu's legs went weak at Fu Bao's words. The symptoms Fu Bao just mentioned seemed to reappear. She felt dry mouth and wanted to go to the toilet. But her limbs were weak. But she had always pretended to be fainted before. Is pretending to be fainted not working? Fu Bao was soon caught up by the Lu family. She was small and couldn't walk fast. Banksia and Baiji saw her coming out and hurried forward. Miss, are we going back? Yes. Go back. Their family bullies people. I don't want to come anymore. Fu Bao said aggrievedly and was picked up by Banksia. Banksia was furious when she heard this. Miss, you were bullied by them? Just wait. I will go and avenge you. Sister Banksia. No need. Their old lady won't live long. And she won't be able to bully me anymore. The people from the Lu family who came out just happened to hear Fu Bao's words. And Madame Lucy knelt down immediately. Little doctor, please save my mother. It was all my fault just now. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please forgive me, and don't bother with me. If you are not satisfied, you can punish me however you want. But please save my mother. Madame Lucy is the niece of the old lady. And her life will be better as long as the old lady Lu is alive. So she doesn't want the old lady to get hurt. I've said it before. Your old lady can live a few more years with the company of the ancient Buddha. It's useless for you to beg me. Sister Banksia. Let's go. No. Little doctor. You can't go. Frau Lucy wanted to step forward to stop them. But Baiji held a sword in front of her. Frau Lucy almost bumped into her. And barely stopped. Looking at the sword in Baiji's hand with horror. Fu Bao turned his head to look at Frau Lu. And seeing her open her mouth, wanting to say something, Fu Bao quickly winked at Frau Lu. Fortunately, Madame Lu was not stupid. She quickly asked Fu Bao. Little doctor, since the old lady is Shiyu's grandmother, can you give her a prescription? Fu Bao sighed pretentiously. Since it is Sister Shiyu's mother who asked me for help, I have to give Sister Shiyu a face. Okay. I will prescribe a prescription for her. As for whether you want to use it or not, it is none of my business. But I still say that even if you take the medicine I prescribe, you must cultivate your body and mind. Eat more vegetarian food in the future. And get angry less. If you faint again, I can't do anything about it. Lu Zhiqing didn't know why Fu Bao valued Lu Shiyu so much. But he was very happy at this time. What's the use of the other 3 rooms serving well? Only the people from their big room can persuade the little doctor. Lu Zhiqing has already finalized his daughter's marriage with Wan Quan in his heart. In addition, he went to the general's mansion today and met Wan Quan in person. Although he still cares about the family background of the Wan family, he thinks there is no problem with Wan Quan. Fu Bao left a prescription and then left. However, from that day on, Mrs. Lu seemed to have never fainted again. Everyone knew it but didn't point it out to her. So everyone lived in peace. Whenever Mrs. Lu wanted to ask about Lu Shiyu's marriage, Lu Zhiqing would fool her and directly use Fu Bao words to prevaricate her, asking her to rest more and worry less, so that she could live a long life and watch the Lu family multiply from generation to generation. When Mrs. Lu wanted to pretend to faint to threaten Lu Zhiqing, she thought of Fu Bao words. If she fainted again, her life would be reduced by 1 year. She was now full of anger and had no place to vent. She kept it all in her heart and gradually became a little sluggish. After the Lu family finished worshipping their ancestors, Lu Zhiqing had someone build a small Buddhist temple in Mrs. Lu's yard. Mrs. Lu sat in the Buddhist temple all day long. and her spirits improved instead. Mrs. Lu finally came to her senses. It turned out that the little doctor was really a god. During these days, Fu Bao also received a letter from the capital, which was a reply from Jia Yanbing. Miss, it's a letter from the capital. Banksia came in from the yard holding a carrier pigeon. Fu Bao was sitting on the swing, being pushed by Baiji. Hearing this, Baiji quickly stopped the swing, and Fu Bao jumped off the swing. Sister Banksia, is it really a letter from the capital? Let me see it quickly. I dreamed of a letter from the master last night, and it came today. Isn't this a dream come true? The two maids also laughed. Fu Bao couldn't wait to open the letter. After a quick glance, she suddenly realized that there was such a clever method in the world, and such a clever craftsman. They would actually hide antiques in antiques. Jia Yanbing told Fu Bao that there was a hidden family. They knew a very mysterious method to create a layer of film on the surface of antiques. But this film would be corroded over time and look rusty. But as long as the outer film was removed, the real antique inside could be obtained. This is also because Jia Yanbing is knowledgeable and knows a lot, and ordinary people may not know it. Sister Banksia, is my elder brother home? Miss, the general is not at home. He said he has to do a big drill today and will be back very late. You and the second master can eat by yourselves. Let's go to the warehouse. After Fu Bao put away the letter, he ran towards Wan Chuan's warehouse with his short legs. Fu Bao also had a key to the warehouse. Wan Quan tied a knot with a red rope and hung the key around Fu Bao's neck. Banksia and Baiji followed behind, and the three of them came to the warehouse together. Sister Banksia, please help me take an object from those boxes, and we will take it away. Yes. Banksia opened the boxes that Fu Bao pointed to, took out an object that looked like a bottle, and closed the box again. The three returned to Fu Bao's yard. Banksia and Baiji were very curious. What did the young lady do with this suddenly? Chapter 635 Antique Value. Fu Bao asked Banksia to put the things on the table. Fu Bao followed the method taught by Jia Yanbing and asked Banksia to prepare the tools. After an hour of hard work, a beautiful double-handled moon-embracing bottle finally appeared in front of Fu Bao. Wow! Miss, I didn't expect that such a beautiful bottle was hidden under this rusty thing. Although I don't know these things very well, this bottle looks very beautiful. Sister Banksia, Sister Baiji, do you want to know how much silver this bottle is worth? The two nodded at the same time with bright eyes. Yes. Simple. You two take this bottle. Let's go to Jubiozai. The owner of Jubiozai must know the value of this bottle. Banksia and Baiji immediately took a bundle and wrapped the things up. The two took Fu Bao to Jubiozai in a carriage. It was still early, and Jubiozai's business was still booming today. There were several people looking at the bottles on the first floor. The clerk recognized Fu Bao at the first sight. Last time, the clerk suffered a loss at the hands of these people. This time, he had to show his face. Oh, isn't this Miss Wan? What a rare guest. Well, I want to find your shopkeeper. The shopkeeper is counting the inventory upstairs. Miss Wan, please go upstairs. Fu Bao was taken upstairs and found the shopkeeper in a calligraphy and painting room. Shopkeeper, Miss Wan is looking for you. The shopkeeper looked back and saw that it was Fu Bao. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He didn't know what was going on, since he was cheated by this little girl last time. He felt a little scared when he saw this little girl. I don't know what wine blew Miss Wan to our store. Please take a seat. Of course, it's the wind of making money. I'm not here to buy things today. I want the shopkeeper to help me see how much my things are worth. Banksia put Fu Bao on the stool and sat him down. Baiji took the bag from behind and put it on the table. The shopkeeper guessed the shape as soon as he saw it. It should be a bottle or something like that. Although the shopkeeper's character is not very good, his eyesight is still good. If he has the knowledge of Jia Yanbing, it is not a problem to get into the Jubiozai in the capital. It's a pity that his knowledge is limited and his eyes are ordinary. So Fu Bao still picked up the leak. Baiji opened the bundle, and the shopkeeper's eyes immediately seemed to be glued to it, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Miss, where did you get this thing? The shopkeeper's face was full of excitement. This craft is now extinct, and it is almost impossible to find antiques with such good craftsmanship on the market. He was also fortunate to have seen it once in the owner's house. This is the second time he has seen it, and this object is better than the one he saw in the owner's house. Don't worry about where I got it from. Just tell me how much it's worth. Fu Bao stared at the shopkeeper's expression. From his expression, Fu Bao had already made a rough estimate. even if the shopkeeper wanted to cheat him. It was impossible. She initially estimated that this thing was definitely more valuable than the one she bought here a few days ago. The shopkeeper looked at it carefully for a long time, completely treating it as a priceless treasure. He looked at it carefully, and finally put it down reluctantly. This thing is worth at least this amount. The shopkeeper stretched out 2 fingers and made an 8,000 taels? Yes, 8,000 taels. Miss, or you can sell it to me. I will give you 9,000 taels. The shopkeeper was itching in his heart. This thing is in the market and has no price. If he can get one, he will definitely get the first place at the conference at the end of this year. Fu Bao calculated in his mind. According to the character of this shopkeeper, the value of this bottle must be doubled. What Fu Bao didn't know was that this thing couldn't be measured by money. No, I'm just here to ask for the price. But thank you anyway. If I need money, I find you. Fu Bao was so happy at this moment. And Baiji and Banksia standing by were also shocked. This small bottle was worth 9,000 taels of silver. So wouldn't their general's mansion storehouse be filled with a mountain of silver? No. There was also a mountain of gold. Oh my god. Could this Miss Fu Bao be the reincarnation of the lucky star? She had only been in the general's mansion for less than half a month. And the general's mansion had escaped poverty and become a nouveau riche. The shopkeeper sighed when he heard this. How could the general's sister be short of money? Miss Wan, I add a little more. Will you sell it? Ah? Can I add a little more? Then did the shopkeeper not tell the truth just now? Fu Bao tilted her head and looked at the shopkeeper, her eyes full of innocence, which made the shopkeeper feel a little embarrassed. Miss Wan, it's not that I didn't tell you the truth. Jubiozai is also a business. Don't we want to make some money? Fu Bao pretended to understand and nodded. Oh, so that's how it is? But I'm not going to sell it. Thank you for your help. I leave first. The shopkeeper saw that Fu Bao was determined, and there was no room for negotiation. So he had to go downstairs to send him out. After leaving Jubiozai and getting on the carriage, Banksia and Baiji exclaimed, Miss, this bottle is so valuable. I feel like I'm carrying 10,000 taels of silver on my back. It's heavy. Baiji tightened the bag on her body again, feeling completely different from when she came. When she came, she didn't know the value of this thing. But now she knows. She's afraid that she will bump into it. The shopkeeper didn't tell the truth. According to the shopkeeper's temperament, this bottle should be worth twice as much. It seems that my big brother can get married in style. Hee. Fu Bao was in a very good mood. So she opened the curtain and looked out. Just then, a carriage passed by their carriage. The curtain on the opposite side was blown up by the wind. Fu Bao vaguely saw a familiar face. She thought for a moment and remembered that it was Lu Xia. Sister Baiji, please send this bottle back to the general's mansion first. I want to go out with Sister Banksia. Baiji nodded. This place was not far from the general's mansion. She could walk back. Miss, it's getting late. Where are we going? Sister Banksia, please ask the coachman to turn around and catch up with the carriage. I think I saw Lu Xia. Lu Xia? Why does this name sound so familiar? Banksia didn't remember this person, but she seemed to have heard of her somewhere. She is Sister Shiyu's sister, the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Lu family, Fu Bao reminded. Oh, it's her. Why are you following her? I think she must be in trouble. She looked a little nervous just now. It's late now, and she's still going out of the city. She must be up to no good. Let's follow her and see. I'm afraid she will hurt Sister Shiyu again. This evil woman is so evil. Fu Bao pouted angrily, defending Lu Shiyu. The carriage had turned around and followed behind Lu Xia's carriage. The driver was a retired soldier with a broken leg. Driving a carriage without walking was quite suitable for him. Moreover, when he was in the military camp, he was originally tracking. This was also the omnipotent man making full use of him and arranging him to drive the carriage. Banksia admired Fu Bao's sensitivity more and more at this time. No wonder the general doted on this sister so much. The lady was indeed not an ordinary straw bag lady. She was cute and smart, and had a chivalrous heart. Who wouldn't like her? Chapter 636, Uncovering Lu Xia's Secret. The carriage followed Lu Xia's carriage out of the city. Miss, the carriage in front has left the city. Judging from the direction, it should be heading to the farm. There are farms of some aristocratic families in the city. It seems that they are going to the farm. The driver's voice came from outside. Fu Bao and Banksia also quickly stuck their heads out and looked ahead. Then let's follow them and see. I don't think they are going to do anything good, Fu Bao said firmly. Although the face she saw just now was Lu Xia. Her clothes did not look like those of a lady, but more like those of a maid. She was also flustered on her face. This must be a scene. The driver immediately continued to follow until he reached a farm, and the carriage stopped far away. Miss, if I remember correctly, this farm seems to be the farm of the prefect's family. The general came here last year. I still remember. Wait for me and Sister Banksia outside. We will go over and take a look. Be careful to hide, and don't let anyone find you. Yes, miss. Fu Bao was taken out of the carriage by Banksia, and the two of them approached Lu Xia's carriage quietly. Lu Xia had already got off the carriage and entered the farm. There was no one in the carriage. Banksia took a look at the carriage and whispered to Fu Bao, Miss, this carriage is not the Lu family's carriage. It seems to be rented, and there is no Lu family mark on it. Fu Bao looked up and saw that there was indeed no Lu family mark. She had ridden in the Lu family's carriage before. There was a sign in front of the Lu family's carriage with the word Lu written on it. Sister Banksia, can you take me in to have a look? No problem. This farm is for summer vacation. The owner usually doesn't come to the farm at this time. They grow some vegetables on the farm and send them to the mansion. I wonder why Miss Lu came to the farm of the prefect. Banksia was also very curious at this time. She flew up to the roof with Fu Bao in her arms. Although there were servants on the farm, there were no guards. Banksia walked in as if she was in an empty place, as if she was walking in her own back garden. After entering the wall, the front yard was quiet. This farm was very large and there were many gardens, but there were not many people. Banksia soon saw Lu Xia. She and her maid entered a yard together. Banksia landed on a big tree in the yard with Fu Bao in her arms. It was already a little dark, but there was no light in the yard. Fu Bao and Banksia were wondering what Lu Xia was doing here, when they saw the door of the upper room suddenly opened and a man who looked elegant walked out from inside. Lu Xia immediately became shy when she saw the man. Xia meets Mr. Kai. Fu Bao and Banksia both saw the man's face clearly and were shocked, but they didn't say anything in tacit agreement, but continued to stare at the bottom. The man reached out and grabbed Lu Xia's hand, pulling her into his arms. Xia, you miss me so much that I can't eat or drink. Do you think you are bad? Mr. Kai, isn't Xia the same? It's just that a lot of things have happened at home recently, and Xia can't get away, since it's so difficult to meet. Let's not waste time. Kai Wenji laughed and put his arm around Lu Xia's waist and went into the house. Mr. Kai, don't worry. I have something to ask you. When will you come to my house to propose marriage? The idea you gave me last time was useless. Although I pushed Lu Xia into the river, God made her meet General Wan. Last night, I heard from my uncle and grandmother that General Wan would come to propose marriage soon. If Lu Xia didn't marry Chen Guangyao, then my grandmother would definitely let me marry him. After going around in circles, not only did she not let Lu Xia marry Chen Guangyao, but she also found a good marriage for her. You have to think of a way for me quickly. Kai Wenji's eyes flashed with impatience, but with the beauty in front of him, he had to coax her patiently. Don't worry. I will let my father go to your house to propose marriage tomorrow. I won't let you marry that Chen Guangyu. I am the legitimate son of our Kai family. My mother loves me very much. As long as I say it, my mother will definitely agree. Lu Xia was immediately coaxed by Kai Wenji and was at a loss. Are you serious? Then I wait for you at home tomorrow. If you don't come, I won't talk to you anymore. When have I ever broken my promise? You asked me to come, and I've been waiting for you for an hour. If you don't come, I'd be burning with desire. Lu Xia's face flushed instantly, and she was half reluctantly taken into the house by Kai Wenji. Soon, a sound not suitable for children came from the house, and Banksia immediately carried Fu Bao and left the yard. The little maid was standing outside the yard, apparently watching. After returning to the carriage, Fu Bao let out a long sigh. Sister Banksia, the man just now was not Brother Wenhua. I've seen Brother Wenhua, and Brother Wenhua would never do such a thing. Who is he? Why did you pretend to be Brother Wenhua? Miss, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the second son of the prefect's family, born out of wedlock. A playboy. But this is not the most important thing. What I didn't expect is that everyone in Dizhou says that the Lu family is a family of scholars and a pure stream of the times. But why would this second Miss Lu secretly meet with a man outside? and do something indecent. If the Lu family knew, would they execute her directly? Fu Bao didn't know about the affairs between men and women, but she knew that these two people must have done something bad. Sister Banksia, what are they doing in there? Fu Bao looked at Banksia with clear eyes, and Banksia didn't know how to answer for a moment. They. Banksia hesitated for a long time, but didn't say it, and her face turned red. What's wrong? Sister Banksia? Are you embarrassed? If it's embarrassing, forget it. Fu Bao was just asking casually, and didn't take it too seriously. Miss, they might have a baby in there. Right? Banksia thought about it, and could only answer like this. Fu Bao suddenly understood. So they are having a baby. But a woman needs 10 months to be pregnant. But I think Lu Xia's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. She actually mixed with a playboy. But I really want to see what her expression would be if she knew that the other party was pretending to be Brother Wenhua. Fu Bao felt that God really had eyes, and the evildoers would be punished by the evildoers. Banksia was greatly relieved when she saw Fu Bao change the subject herself. It seemed a bit strange for her to discuss having a baby with a child. Let's go back and see if this playboy will come to propose marriage tomorrow. But tomorrow is indeed a good day, and Big Brother should come to propose marriage. And now Big Brother has enough betrothal gifts. Banksia had just heard what Lu Xia said, and only then did she know that the general was going to get married. But the servants like them had not received any information at all. This was really the general's style. Chapter 637 Wan Chuan's Plan. Fu Bao and Banksia just arrived at the gate of the general's mansion by carriage, and saw Wan Quan leading the horse out. Big Brother, are you going out now? Fu Bao shouted to Wan Quan before getting off the carriage. Sister, where have you been? Baiji said you went out, and haven't come back yet at this time. Second uncle is very worried. I'm going to go out to look for you. Big Brother, Banksia and I met a shameless old acquaintance, and discovered her big secret. Let's go back and talk. Banksia was a little worried. If the general knew what Lu Xia did, would it affect Lu Xia's reputation? Would the general dislike Miss Lu? Banksia followed the two into the backyard. As soon as he sat down, Fu Bao told Wan Quan everything he saw today. Wan Quan was also shocked. This Lu family is a famous scholarly family in Dizhou. I didn't expect that a woman who would ruin the family would come out. Big Brother, you won't dislike Sister Xiu for this, right? After Fu Bao finished speaking, he realized that if one of the women in the family had a bad reputation, the others would be implicated. Wan Quan's face flushed unnaturally. Sister, what are you talking about? Your sister Xiu has no relationship with our family. If outsiders hear about it, it will affect her reputation. You should be careful in the future. Fu Bao covered his mouth and chuckled. Big Brother, are you already protecting your shortcomings? Hee hee. Being laughed at by Fu Bao, Wan Quan felt very uncomfortable. However, Fu Bao did not continue to tease him, but said mysteriously, Big Brother, I have one more thing to tell you. I already know the secrets of the treasures in those boxes. Look, this is a bottle we made today, and I have taken it to Jubiozai to inquire. Such a small bottle can be worth nearly 20,000 taels of silver. Then our boxes are not a mountain of silver. Fu Bao pushed the bottle that Baiji had placed on his desk towards Wan Quan. Wan Quan had just seen the bottle on the table. He did not remember that there was this bottle in Fu Bao room. Fu Bao room was decorated by him personally. He knew everything in the room. Now after listening to Fu Bao's explanation, he understood. Is this really made from that pile of broken copper and iron? Wan Quan picked up the bottle and looked at it carefully for a moment. But he could not see any value except that it was beautiful. Is this thing worth so much money? Then there must be more than 50 pieces of various sizes in our boxes. How much silver is this? Wan Chuan's breathing was almost stagnant. Big Brother, this is just a medium-sized one. There are a few bigger ones, which are definitely more valuable than this. You've made a fortune now, Fu Bao said, smiling at Wan Quan. Wan Quan put the things on the table, looked at Fu Bao seriously and said, Sister, I say it again. These things are all yours. I won't take them, no matter how much silver it is. It's yours. It has nothing to do with me. Big Brother, have you forgotten? You have already spent 1,000 taels to buy these things. How can you say they are mine? Wan Quan frowned, thinking of the fact that Fu Bao was very determined to ask him for 1,000 taels of silver at that time. So he sold these boxes of things to him? Then I take back my 1,000 taels of silver. I won't buy these things. I return them. Wan Quan felt that he was really stupid. He should have thought of it when Fu Bao asked for silver. We exchanged money and goods. And the money and goods have been paid. Do you still want to regret it? How is it possible? Besides, big brother, your good days are coming soon. Right? You want to marry Sister Shiyu. But our family is poor. And you have nothing to show for yourself. How can those snobs in the Liu family treat you well? Your face is Sister Shiyu's face. After you get married, you will be husband and wife. And the things are still the general's mansions. Your huge general's mansion, without these things to support it, seems too empty. How can my brother Fubao be laughed at for not being able to come up with a decent betrothal gift? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Fubao said righteously, with his hands on his waist. Sister, Grandma and my family don't know about my engagement yet. But I will write to my family after this is over. But my second uncle is here now. And I plan to let him play the role of my father. I have asked the wife of the prefect to be my matchmaker. And I will go to the Liu family to propose marriage tomorrow. Wow. Big brother has arranged everything? That's great. I will go tomorrow too. How can I miss you? I will definitely bring you with me. You are my lucky star. It's just that the betrothal gifts you prepared for me are a bit too much. I can't accept so much. I appreciate your kindness. But, Fubao wanted to say a few more words, but was blocked by Wanquan. Sister, listen to my brother. Our family is a peasant family with a poor family background. It is well known that Lord Liu came to our house to propose the marriage between me and Miss Liu for other purposes. It has nothing to do with our family background. If I suddenly offer such a generous betrothal gift, what will others think? My brother's salary is fixed. So the source of this betrothal gift will become a knife to kill my brother. Do you understand what I mean? Fubao slapped his head. Oh, how could I forget this? Brother is right. But even so, you still have to keep those things. After you and Sister Shiyu get married, I will tell her in person. Otherwise you will always be ashamed in front of Sister Shiyu. I know that our family is considered to be marrying up. And I don't want my brother to be wronged in the future. Jia Yanbing told Fubao a lot of things about the aristocratic families, which gave her a new understanding of the words equal status. So she did not allow her brother to be at a disadvantage in this marriage. Don't worry. Brother won't. Brother will use his own strength to prove to them that brother is worthy of a noble lady from aristocratic families. There is a saying that a good ironsmith must be strong himself. So sister doesn't need to worry about brother. Fubao looked at Wanquan with admiration. This big brother seemed to be very different from the previous one. But he was the same person. Some things changed. And some things remained the same. It was the difficult environment that gave the big brother a tough character. But the simple heart was still the young man from Shitsi village. Let's talk about this later. Have you prepared all the things for tomorrow's marriage proposal? Don't worry. Everything is ready. Second uncle has already known about it. You just need to have a good rest tonight. And then dress up beautifully tomorrow. No. There are still things to do tonight. The treasures in those boxes have not been opened yet. Don't worry. Leave it there, and open it slowly. It won't run away. Finally, under Wan Chuan's insistence, Fubao had to give up. Ate dinner and went to bed. Chapter 638 Serving Tea. Fubao woke up early the next morning. No one needed to call her today. Sister Banksia. Are my elder brother and father up? Miss, the general and the second master are already waiting in the front yard. They are waiting for you to wash up and have breakfast together, and then go to the Liu family in the west of the city. Oh, then I can't delay and miss the auspicious time. Banksia, hurry up and find me some clothes. I want to wear something festive today. Miss, don't worry. It's still early. The general said that when you go out, it will be the auspicious time. Don't pay special attention to these things. Big brother is really talking nonsense. Our family doesn't mind. But what does the Liu family think? Fubao got out of bed quickly. And Banksia and Baiji were busy helping her dress up. Fubao wore a festive red jacket and skirt with cute little carps embroidered with silver thread, which made her look lively and lively. Banksia combed her hair into a beautiful bun, put a pearl flower on her head, and put a small gold bracelet on her wrist, which was rare. She also wore 2 bells, which made the jingling sound very nice when she walked. Okay, we packed up. Let's go. Fubao was already impatient. The master and servants came to the front yard, and breakfast was placed in the flower hall. Fubao might be too excited. She didn't eat much and said she was full. Wan Lauer knew his daughter's temper, so he asked Banksia to prepare some food and put it in the carriage, and let her eat more on the way. Otherwise she would be hungry before noon. When she got on the carriage, the wife of the prefect had sent someone to deliver a message. I am the manager of the prefect's mansion. My wife sent me to tell the general that she has gone to the Liu family, and said that she met the general at the gate of the Liu family's mansion. I know. We will set off now. Wan Quan was wearing a black brocade cotton coat today, with cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. A belt around his waist made him look tall and straight, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. However, he did not look like he was going to get engaged. There was no joy on his face, as if someone else was getting engaged. He had not planned to get married so early. The country was not stable yet, so how could he talk about personal marriage? It was just a coincidence. He saved someone and ruined their reputation. In addition, what Liu Zhiqing said to him made him give up struggling completely. He knew that the emperor had always wanted to break the boundary between civil and military officials, so marriage was the best choice. Since he could help the emperor, he certainly agreed. In addition, Liu Shiyu's father came to the door in person to express his intentions, so he could not refuse. The carriage arrived at the gate of the Liu family, and the wife of the prefect just got off. Liu Zhiqing and his wife had been waiting at the gate for a long time. The Liu family was full of joy. In the second room of the Liu family, Liu Xia was a little restless. She sent the maid to the front yard to inquire about the situation from time to time, and finally heard the news from the maid. Miss, it's the wife of the prefect who is here. Liu Xia was so excited that she almost fainted. She immediately sat in front of the mirror and asked Lun Yu to dress her up. Lun Yu, come and see if there is anything wrong with me. Is my hairpin too tacky? And are these earrings too eye-catching? Miss, you are already as beautiful as a fairy. You look very good dressed like this. The wife of the prefect will definitely like you. Maybe you will get married in a few months. Lun Yu's words made Liu Xia shy. Lun Yu, stop teasing me. Let's go to the front yard and take a look. Have you seen Mr. Kai? Liu Xia suddenly asked. Mr. Kai must come to propose marriage today. She thought of the emotional moment between the two last night, and her heart couldn't help but beat non-stop, and her face was red like a burning cloud. Miss, I was in a hurry just now, and I saw the wife of the prefect, but didn't see Mr. Kai. Maybe Mr. Kai is still behind. Can I go and ask? I go with you. Liu Xia couldn't hold back. Lun Yu said in embarrassment, Miss, today is your big day. It's not good for you to go to the front. If the lady and the old lady find out, you will be scolded by them. It's okay. Let's go through the small road. Don't let anyone find out. Hide in the side hall, and we will eavesdrop. Lun Yu felt that she could not stop Liu Xia by herself, so she could only take Liu Xia to the front. In another courtyard, Liu Xiyu had just finished dressing up when Nanny Zhu came. Miss, Madame asked me to invite you to serve tea to the guests. Madame Zhu looked at this girl who had grown up, and she was indescribably happy, with a happy smile on her face. Madame arranged this so that the two engaged people could see each other. At the beginning, Liu Xiyu fell into the water and was unconscious, so she didn't see Wan Chuan's appearance at all. Madame Liu did this to let her daughter be sure of her feelings. Although Liu Xiyu knew that today was her good day, and it was also the result of her bold advice to her father, she was a little nervous now. Madam, is my makeup decent? The young lady is beautiful today, and the madam and the others are waiting. This old servant will accompany the young lady. Liu Xiyu's hand was held by Madame Zhu, and the nervousness in her heart disappeared. She originally had a madam, but because the madam caught a cold and could not come with her to Dijon, she only brought 2 maids this time, and one of the maids betrayed her. Now the only person available is Yin Xiao. Liu Xiyu nodded, tidied her dress, and went to the front yard with Madame Zhu. Madame Zhu, look, is that Liu Xia in front? Liu Xiyu quickly took Madame Zhu's hand, and the two hid behind the flowers. Madame Zhu looked carefully, and saw 2 figures sneaking around not far in front of them, who did look familiar. Miss, it seems to be Miss Xia. What are they doing here? After passing the front hanging flower gate, you will enter the front yard. Who are they going out to see at this time? The Liu family didn't know about Liu Xiyu's affair, let alone what happened last night, so they couldn't guess. Mammy, she won't come to ruin the marriage proposal. Right? After all, she didn't achieve her goal when she pushed me into the water. She won't want to do it again. Right? Liu Xiyu was so angry that her teeth itched. This Liu Xiyu was really a rat shit. Miss, no matter what she wants to do today, I won't let her succeed. You just go. and leave the rest to me. Mammy Zhu brought Lu Xiyu to the front yard. Lu Xia had disappeared, and Mammy Zhu didn't know where she went. Miss, it's too late. You hurry up and serve tea. Don't keep the guests waiting. I go find Miss Xia and stop her from sabotaging. Lu Xiyu nodded. The servant had already brought the tea tray over, and Lu Xiyu followed into the hall. At this time, Lu Xia had just hidden herself and could peek at everything going on in the hall from the window on one side. She happened to see Lu Xiyu bringing people in, and she looked around but didn't see the person she wanted to see. Her face looked very ugly at this time. Chapter 639. You have a baby in your belly. Lung Yu was afraid that her young lady was too impulsive, so she quickly pulled Lu Xia's arm. Miss, don't worry. Maybe Mr. Kai has something important to do today, so he can't get away. Let's listen to what they say first. Lung Yu persuaded in a low voice. At this time, Lu Xia grabbed the teacup with both hands and almost crushed it. Hearing Lung Yu's words, she felt even more uncomfortable. Lung Yu, if he really cares about me, why wouldn't he come on such a big day today? What is more important than me? I am his, and he treats me like this. At this time, Lu Xia wanted to rush out and question, but in the end reason overcame anger and made her stay where she was. I give them another chance and listen to what they can say. Lu Xia listened to the voices outside. Lu Xia just heard Lu Xiyu's voice. Xiyu greets Madam, and greets General 1. Lu Xiyu bowed gracefully, generously and without any pretense, and served tea to both of them before standing behind Madam Lu. This is your daughter, who looks like a fairy. Whoever marries her will be blessed. Madam, you are too kind. My daughter is just born with a good appearance. Madam Lu replied modestly with a smile. After a few people gave way to each other, they talked about the purpose of this visit, which was to propose marriage. Lu Xiyu knew that this was not what she should listen to, so she immediately found an excuse to go back to her yard. Everyone knew it well, so no one said much. However, when Lu Xiyu left, Fu Bao also followed her. After all, she came here to join in the fun. The hall was full of adults sitting, and it was boring. She didn't understand what they said. It would be better to play with Sister Xiyu. But just as the two of them passed the moon gate and entered the backyard, they were stopped by a shadow. Sister Xiyu, why is it so lively in front today? I heard someone came to propose marriage. How come the aunts didn't hear anything? We are a family after all. Isn't your eldest house a little too much? Even Grandma kept it a secret. Lu Xiyu glanced at Lu Xia and sneered in her heart. She was just looking for trouble with her, but she had no idea where to start. She didn't expect her to take the initiative to come up to her. However, today is her good day, and it is not appropriate to take action today. After thinking for a while, Lu Xiyu decided to let her go for the time being. Sister Xia, marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. My parents have their own reasons for arranging it. I, a junior, can't interfere. But Sister Xia, you don't seem to be very happy for me to get married? Am I blocking your way? Lu Xiyu looked at Lu Xia with a smile. Lu Xia heard everything clearly in the side hall just now. Although the wife of the prefect came this time, she was indeed a matchmaker. She was proposing marriage to Lu Xiyu on behalf of General 1. Lu Xiyu was really very proud to let the wife of the prefect be her matchmaker. Why are they so different even though they are all daughters of the Lu family? Humph. What are you so proud of? You let the wife of the prefect be your matchmaker. Aren't you afraid of an unhappy marriage? Can you afford this blessing? Lu Xia no longer cared about her face and pretended. She was completely disloyal. She spoke harshly and cursed. It was obvious that she didn't want Lu Xiyu to be well. Lu Xiyu saw that Lu Xia finally showed her true colors and was no longer a sisterly love. Instead, she felt comfortable. Humph. Why don't you pretend anymore? I thought you weren't tired of pretending for so long. But today it was just a marriage proposal, and you tore off your disguise. I really didn't expect you to be so impatient. I overestimated you. Lu Xiyu's words seemed to cut Lu Xia's face like a knife, making her very embarrassed. But she has always been vicious. And Lu Xiu's words only made her uncomfortable for a while. And she laughed. Ha. Sister, it seems that you are not particularly stupid. But didn't Uncle say that our family of scholars should find a scholar? How can you think of finding you a military commander? You have thin arms and legs. I am really afraid that you will die in bed on your wedding night. I heard that military commanders are very... Hee. Lu Xia deliberately stopped talking halfway. Lu Shiyu's face turned red. She was so angry that her hands trembled. She pointed at Lu Xia and said, "Our Lu family is a well-known family in Dizhou after all. And it is also a family of scholars." Lu Xia, do you know what you just said? These words actually came from the mouth of an unmarried girl like you. When I report to my father, I will make you kneel in the ancestral hall. Lu Xia's laughter stopped abruptly. She seemed to be too proud. How could she say such a thing? Although she was no longer an innocent woman, she was still a girl in the boudoir in name. Such words coming out of her mouth were indeed incredible. Lu Xia was immediately furious and said, "Lu Xiu, what did I say? What evidence do you have? If you tell your uncle, I will say you slandered me." "Sister Xiu, she seems to have a baby in her belly." Fu Bao's voice was like a thunderbolt. And the 4 masters and servants of the Lu family almost fainted. "Sister Fu Bao, what did you say just now?" Lu Xiu thought she had just heard an auditory hallucination. And she didn't want to believe her ears. "Sister Xiu, you heard it right. I just said that she had a baby in her belly." Fu Bao pointed at Lu Xia this time. This time it was not Lu Xiu who stuttered, but Lu Xia. "You, what are you talking about? Aren't you the liar who came to our house last time? Why are you here again? Someone, throw this little liar out for me." Lu Xia was a little too excited and was about to pull Fu Bao. But how could she be Banxia's opponent? Banxia stretched out her hand to pick up Fu Bao. And with a tap of her toes, he floated 10 feet away. Lu Xia didn't touch him. And she was anxious, angry, and terrified. Lu Xiu didn't want to fight with her anymore. If Lu Xia really did something out of line, the reputations of so many girls in their Lu family would be ruined. And it happened when she was discussing marriage today. More importantly, it was seen by General Wan's sister. She really wanted to die. Even if their Lu family married the Wan family in the future, she would be inferior to the Wan family. According to their family background, she was considered to be married down. And her life in her husband's family would definitely be difficult. It was better. But now, Pa, with a crisp slap, Lu Xiu slapped Lu Xia's face hard. "What are you doing? Why do you hit me?" Lu Xia has never been like this since she was a child. Not only was she stood up, but she was also slapped by the person she envied the most and hated the most. How could she be willing? She reached out and pushed Lu Xiu hard. Luckily, Bai Ji's hand was quick and pushed Lu Xiu from behind. So Lu Xiu didn't fall. But things had come to this point. Lu Xiu felt that the Lu family's face and reputation had been lost. And she had nothing to worry about. At most, she would cut her hair and be a nun for the rest of her life. She had to get rid of Lu Xia. This scourge had brought disaster to all the sisters in the family. Chapter 640. Lu Xiu starts to argue. Lu Xiu nodded gently to Bai Ji to express her gratitude. And then said to Fu Bao, "Sister Fu Bao, since this is a family scandal of our Lu family, and you know the inside story, I hope you can come with me to meet my grandmother." "No problem. But Sister Xiu, this matter is not your fault. I won't tell my big brother. My mouth is tight. Sister Xiu doesn't have to worry that big brother will know. And even if big brother knows, it won't implicate Sister Xiu. My big brother is not such a superficial person. Sister Xiu, don't worry." Fu Bao patted his chest and assured Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu's tears rolled in her eyes. But she tried hard to control it and didn't let it fall. "Sister Fu Bao, thank you for trusting me. But if this matter is true, it will be a heavy blow to the reputation of the Lu family. Perhaps from now on, the reputation of the Lu family as a clean family will never return," Lu Xiu said sadly. And tears fell uncontrollably. "Sister Xiu, what do you need me to do now? I want to ask Sister Fu Bao people to help me get Lu Xia to my grandmother's yard. I'm afraid I can't subdue her alone." "No problem. Leave it to me. I've been displeased with her for a long time." Fu Bao was very happy to help. And was a little excited. Lu Xia panicked. Although she said Fu Bao was a little liar, she knew very well in her heart that Fu Bao's medical skills must be good. And she really didn't have her period this month. She thought it was delayed for a few days, and didn't think about pregnancy at all. After all, she took contraceptive pills. "What do you want to do? Don't come over here. If you come over again, I will call for help. You dare to fight in the Lu mansion in broad daylight. I think you don't want to live." Lu Xia waved her arms wildly, trying to resist Bai Ji and Ban Xiao's approach. But she was a weak lady in the boudoir. How could she be a match for Ban Xia and Bai Ji? The two of them directly controlled the master and servant in an instant. Can you block her mouth? Lu Shiyu looked around and saw that the servants standing in groups of 3 or 2 under the eaves were stopping and looking over here. Lu Shiyu was afraid of complications, so it was better to get rid of them quickly. But none of them had anything to block Lu Shiya's mouth. In desperation, Ben Xia said, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry." She stretched out her hand and tapped Lu Xia a few times. And Lu Xia immediately became honest. Not only could she not speak, but even her hands drooped down. The group came to Old Lady Lu's yard. Before they entered, they heard Old Lady Lu complaining to Second Lady Lu. "Even if I'm not the head of the family, I'm still Shiyu's grandmother. What does this eldest brother want to do? The eldest brother didn't even tell me about such a big thing as proposing marriage. It seems that I'm really old and useless. I have to go find your father. The eldest brother doesn't take me seriously at all. Mother, maybe the eldest brother forgot?" Second Lady Lu explained. It would have been better if she didn't explain. This explanation directly made Old Lady Lu even angrier. Forgot? How could they forget such a big thing as proposing marriage? I said that the last time the eldest brother and his wife went to the general's mansion to thank him for saving their lives. It must not be that simple. Don't I know your eldest brother's character? He thinks highly of himself and never wants to associate with military generals. Even if he wants to thank him for saving his life, he will not personally go to thank him. There must be something fishy in the middle. What's going on? I guessed it right. Right? Mother, don't be angry. Things have come to this point. We can only accept it. After all, the eldest brother and his wife are Shiyu's parents, and we can't decide Shiyu's marriage. Don't get angry again. Mrs. Lu is used to making sarcastic remarks and adding fuel to the fire. Second aunt, you are right. My parents did decide my marriage. You are a reasonable person. Grandmother is the backbone of our Lu family. Of course, she knows more than second aunt. Do you need second aunt to remind her? Lu Shiyu's voice came from the door of the warm room. She changed her sickly image in the past. At this time, her back was straight, her voice was crisp, and her words were clear, which made everyone in the warm room look at her. Shiyu, why are you here? Mrs. Lu felt guilty, knowing that Lu Shiyu had heard what she said just now. It's really unbecoming. How did you talk to your second aunt? Is this how your father taught you the rules? It seems that your father has been focusing on the franchise for many years and neglected to teach you. Not to mention your mother. She doesn't know how to teach people at all. Mrs. Lu said that the first family was worthless. Grandmother, please forgive me for saying something disrespectful. If my father hadn't worked hard in Beijing, would you have wanted to live an upper-class life in Dizhou? Are you dreaming? Aren't you living a life of ease and comfort now because of my father's protection? What? You want to destroy the person who planted the melon after eating it? I really don't understand. Are you smart or stupid? Lu Shiyu was completely different from her previous image, which made everyone in the room unable to react. After all, Lu Shiyu has always been weak in everyone's eyes. Otherwise, why would Old Lady Lu bully her like this? In fact, Lu Shiyu took Lu Shiya's handle and taught everyone in the Lu family a lesson. It also had a bit of a broken jar flavor. After all, the Lu family was indeed not worthy of her father's protection. After confronting Old Lady Lu, Lu Shiyu pointed the spearhead at Madame Lu too. Grandmother, when it comes to not being able to teach daughters, I think my mother is far better than second aunt by a few streets. Second aunt's ability in teaching daughters really opened my eyes. Lu Shiyu waved her hand, and Banxia and Baiji brought Lu Xia and Ling Yu up. Xia? What happened to you? When Mrs. Lu Er saw her precious daughter being held by a strange maid, she was immediately furious. This was still in their Lu family, and this outsider started to fight. Does this person still take their Lu family seriously? Let go. Let go of Xia. Mrs. Lu too hurried forward and tried to pull Banxia away. Banxia only looked at Lu Shiyu. Seeing Lu Shiyu nodded, Banxia took a step back and left the warm room. Lu Shiyu, what do you want to do? You let someone hold your sister? She is your right-hand man in the future. How dare you treat her like this? Do you still have the bearing of a sister? Mrs. Lu too was furious and began to accuse Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu was not in a hurry to argue with him, but said to Mrs. Lu 3, Aunt San, your family has the most girls, and this incident has the greatest impact on your family. I know that Aunt San usually values harmony and never takes the initiative to cause trouble in the Lu family. But Lu Xia is pregnant. Aren't you going to say something? Lu Shiyu directly locked onto the target of this time. Mrs. Lu 3. She had long known that although Aunt Sam was gentle, she loved her daughters the most. And she could live like a fish in water in the Lu family, where Mrs. Lu 2 was in charge of the household affairs. She absolutely did not believe that Mrs. Lu 3 was really as weak and gentle as she seemed. Chapter 641 Confession. Lu Shiyu's words not only alarmed Madame Lu San, but also changed the faces of everyone present. Shiyu girl, what did you say? Madame Lu stood up in shock. Lu Shiyu was surprised for a moment. But then she figured it out. It seems that this grandmother is not unwilling to care about the reputation of the Lu family, and may even value the reputation of the Lu family more than she does. Grandma, I said that Lucia is pregnant. But the father is unlucky. Lu Shiyu said it again clearly, word by word. Madame Lu did not pretend to faint this time, and fainted on the spot. Mother! Lucia, you bitch. I have seen that you are not a good embryo since you were a child. You really don't do anything when you grow up. You should have been drowned in a urine bucket when you were born. Madame Lu San has 3 daughters and 1 son. Unlike others, Madame Lu San loves her daughters very much. She does not favor her sons more because she has 3 daughters and 1 son. Instead, she does not spoil her sons so much and pampers her daughters more. Madame Lu San stood up, ran over, and pulled Lu Shia's hair and pushed her to the ground. Madame Lu Er hadn't reacted yet, and her daughter had been pushed to the ground by Madame Lu San. But because Lu Shia was still sealed, she couldn't move or shout at all. Even if her head was hit and a big bump was formed, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. In addition, her 2 arms couldn't move. She felt very uncomfortable at the moment. But she couldn't speak. She had a lot of anger in her stomach and had nowhere to vent. She could only stare at Madame Lu San with her 2 big eyes. You little bitch. You still dare to glare at me? You have implicated my daughter's reputation. And you still glare at me? I dig out your eyes. Lu Shiyu never thought that the third aunt, who usually seemed to be indifferent and gentle and virtuous, actually had such a side. It turned out that if it didn't hurt her own interests, everyone would be indifferent. Lu Shiyu became the most comfortable person. She watched coldly with a sneer on the corner of her mouth, and had no intention of breaking up the fight. After Mrs. Lu Er reacted, she hurried forward to pull Mrs. Lu San. But although Mrs. Lu San looked gentle, that strength was not something that Mrs. Lu Er could shake. Third sister-in-law, let's talk nicely. You can't just listen to Lu Shiyu's one-sided words. She is framing our Shia. You must not fall into her evil scheme. Mrs. Lu Er saw that she couldn't pull her, so she could only persuade her earnestly. Mrs. Lu San finally responded, and her hands gradually slowed down. Second aunt, what you said is really ridiculous. What good does it do me to slander her? Before, the wife of the prefect acted as a matchmaker for me and proposed marriage. And Lu Shia got pregnant. How can I be so upset that I slandered her at this time? Lu Shiyu's words were like a hammer, hitting Mrs. Lu San's heart heavily, and her originally slow movements became more violent. Mrs. Lu Si and several other granddaughters surrounded Mrs. Lu. Mother! Wake up! Don't scare me. Go get the doctor. Mrs. Lucy cried and looked anxious. She remembered correctly that the little doctor said last time that if the old lady fainted again, she would die young. She didn't want the old lady to die young. As long as the old lady was here, their 4th room would be much better. The doctor is here. Why are you calling? Fu Bao took out the silver needle and walked forward, and Mrs. Lu Si immediately stepped aside. Fu Bao first felt the pulse of Mrs. Lu and found that she had fainted this time. It seemed that this blow was really not light for her. Fu Bao gave Mrs. Lu a needle in her philtrum, and the old lady woke up soon. Mother! Are you awake? You scared me to death. Mrs. Lucy quickly wiped her non-existent tears with a handkerchief. Mrs. Lucy helped Mrs. Lu sit up. The room was in a mess. All the maids and servants were driven out by Lu Shiyu. She still wanted to save some face in such a matter, except for Fu Bao, who was an outsider in the room. All the others were the masters of the Lu family. When Mrs. Lu saw that there were no outsiders in the room, she felt a little relieved. Evil creature. Come here. Mrs. Lu pointed at Lu Xia, and her voice was obviously a little bit angry. I love you so much and give you the best. And this is how you repay me? You are bearing the reputation of the entire Lu family with you. Are you worthy of our ancestors? Mrs. Lu still wanted to awaken Lu Xia's sense of shame at this time, but it was useless. Lu Xia's acupuncture time had also come. She untied herself and found that she could speak suddenly. Grandmother, you keep saying that you love me the most. How do you love me? Marry me to your nephew. Who in Dijon doesn't know that Chen Guangyo is now in a state of decline and relies on begging from our house to make a living? Is that how much you love me? It's not enough that you support your own family, but you also want me to give the Lu family's wealth to the Chen family as a dowry to support them? Grandmother, do you love me? In your eyes, all of us grandchildren combined are not as good as your nephew. Right? Lu Xia was crazy. Blood was flowing on her forehead, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely scary, and she was talking crazy. This person is crazy. Look at what she is talking about. Take her away and lock her up. No one can let her out without my permission. Mother, you can't just conclude that our Xia has done something to tarnish the reputation of the Lu family based on what Lu Xiyu said. There must be evidence for everything. Right? I saw her having a secret meeting with a man yesterday. That man is the illegitimate son of the prefect. Fu Bao immediately told what he saw yesterday, adding new revelations to the already chaotic group. Impossible. You are talking nonsense. He is obviously the only legitimate son of the prefect. You? Lu Xia was about to continue, but suddenly realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, and she actually confessed it on her own initiative. Now there is no need for others to provide evidence. She sold herself out. Fu Bao spread his hands, stuck out his tongue, and made a face at Lu Xia. Lu, you are so stupid. I haven't finished talking yet. And you confessed yourself. You are so stupid. And you still want to harm Sister Xiyu? You deliberately pushed her into the water. You deserve it. What? Xia. Is what she said true? Old Madame Lu's eyes were as cold as ice, shooting at Lu Xia. Lu Xia knew that she had nothing to hide, and she staggered to her feet, her hair disheveled like a madman. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that she was not drowned at that time. If she was drowned, I could be the eldest daughter of my uncle and marry the son of the prefect. I would be the eldest daughter-in-law of the prefect. Tell me, why didn't you die? How could you be so lucky? It would be nice if you didn't die, and you married Chen Guangyao instead of me. But, why? Why did your uncle let you marry a general? Why? We are all daughters of the Lu family. Why can you marry who you like? Why should my grandmother control my marriage? Lu Xia said everything she thought in one breath. Madame Lu was stunned. She looked at Lu Xia as if she was a stranger. I can reincarnate. I was reincarnated into my mother's belly. You must have done nothing good in your previous life, so you were reincarnated into the belly of your second aunt. You are born bad. Bad to the core. Lu Xiyu looked at Lu Xia coldly. She would live in the shadow brought by Lu Xia for the rest of her life. Who could she complain to? Chapter 642 The Change of Old Lady Lu. Old Lady Lu had just recovered. Seeing the crazy Lu Xia, she really felt dizzy this time. She felt dizzy when she saw everything. Mom, what's wrong with you? Little doctor, come and see my mother. She seems to be fainting again. Father Lucy didn't care about anything else at this time. Old Lady Lu's life was the most important thing for her. Anyway, she didn't have a daughter, and she now had 2 sons. Fu Bao took a look at Old Lady Lu's complexion. She is fine, but she was a little stimulated. Who told her to always pretend to faint before? This is probably karma. It's okay. After hearing Fu Bao's words, Old Lady Lu, who didn't look very good, became even more shaky. She really wanted to faint directly. How could she face people in the future after being exposed by a little girl in front of everyone? It seems that she could only stay in her own small Buddhist temple for the rest of her life. Come here. Take this evil creature away and send her to the manor as soon as it gets dark. Tell the public that the second young lady of the Lu family died suddenly. Let her fend for herself on the manor from now on. After Mrs. Lu finished speaking, she seemed to have been drained of all her strength and fell softly on Mrs. Lu Si. 2 maids came in and carried Lu Xia out. How could Lu Xia let them do whatever they wanted? She had carefully planned to hook up with the son of the prefect's family. Now that she is pregnant, they want her to fend for herself on the manor? How is this possible? Going to the manor would be a dead end. She absolutely could not go to the manor. Let go of me. I want to see the prefect's wife. I am pregnant with the prefect's grandson. How dare you? I want to see the prefect's wife. Lu Xia was crazy. She bit whoever she caught. The 2 maids could not do anything to her for a while, and almost let her run away. Banksia. Baiji. Come in and help. When Fu Bao saw Lu Xia was about to run, she kindly called someone in. After a while, there was no sound outside, and Lu Xia was dragged in by Banksia and Baiji. "Miss, we have knocked her out." Mrs. Lu too saw that her daughter had fainted and looked pitiful, but she didn't dare to say a word. Her daughter must have grown up to be like this because she didn't teach her well. If she pleaded again, her housekeeping power would be implicated. But even so, Mrs. Lu didn't let her go. The second daughter-in-law didn't teach her daughter well, and she is not suitable to be in charge of the Lu family's finances. From now on, the power of the finances will be handed over to the third daughter-in-law, and the second daughter-in-law will reflect on her mistakes for a month. Lu Xi watched all this coldly. It turned out that the old lady still cared about the Lu family. She thought the old lady was really confused. Now, whoever doesn't cut the knife will not feel pain, and they can't just wave the knife at their eldest house. Everyone has to taste the bitter fruit brewed by Lu Xia. The two maids immediately tied up Lu Xia, dragged her out through the back door, and put her in the carriage. "Little doctor, please prescribe an abortion medicine." Although Mrs. Lu was weak, she did not miss a single thing. Fu Bao shook his head. "Madam, I only save people, not kill innocent people. I can't prescribe an abortion medicine. But the child doesn't seem to be in good health. He will die in less than 3 months. Why do you have to commit more sins?" After hearing this, Mrs. Lu seemed to have suddenly realized something, and asked Mrs. Lu Si to help her into the Buddhist hall. A quarter of an hour later, Mrs. Lu Si came out of the Buddhist hall and brought Mrs. Lu's words. "Mother said that she will only see me in the future, and will not leave the temple for the rest of her life. She will concentrate on worshipping Buddha and praying for our Lu family. She will not care about worldly affairs. Don't disturb her if there is no big deal." When Mrs. Lucy said this, her expression was a little lonely. She will have to make a living under the third sister-in-law in the future. Fortunately, she has never offended the third sister-in-law. I wonder if it is too late to get along with her now. No one said anything about this result. "Third madam," the kitchen asked, "how to arrange the lunch dishes." After venting, Mrs. Lu San also got the real power. She changed from her previous gentleness and virtuousness to a bold and decisive one. She quickly ordered to take out the best things in the mansion and offer them. She must not let down the Lu family's cards. And she was also supporting Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu stood aside and listened, looking at Mrs. Lu San with gratitude. In the warm room that was in a mess just now, some were sent away, some were imprisoned, and some were secluded. Only Mrs. Lu San, Lu Xiyu and Fu Bao were left. Mrs. Lu Si went to accompany Mrs. Lu to worship Buddha. The lunch was very rich. After lunch, everyone in the Lu family knew that Lu Xiyu had been engaged. However, the wedding date had not been determined. According to Lu Xiqing's idea, he wanted to take Lu Xiyu back to the capital first, and then let Mrs. Lu go to the palace to ask the queen to grant the marriage. After all, what he did had to be of real use to the Lu family, and the current queen seemed to like to grant marriages to people and make them good couples. Fu Bao returned to the general's mansion. Wan Lauer was a little drunk. He was happy. Today was the happiest day of his life. He had watched Wan Quan grow up since he was a child. Now he saw his nephew getting engaged. And the girl was from such a good family. How could he not be happy? "Sister Banksia, ask the kitchen to cook a bowl of hangover soup for my father. He drank a little too much today." "My daughter, Daddy didn't drink too much." Daddy was happy. Happy! After Wan Lauer finished speaking, he fell on the bed with a thump and fell asleep, mumbling inaudible words. Baiji brought hot water, wrung out the towel, and handed it to Fu Bao. Fu Bao climbed onto the bed, wiped Wan Lauer's face and forehead, covered Wan Lauer with the quilt, and then came down. "Sister Baiji, when the hangover soup is ready, you feed it to my father. I go see my elder brother. He seems to have drunk too much." "Yes, miss." Fu Bao came to Wan Chuan's yard and found Wan Quan sitting on the doorstep, leaning against the doorstep in a daze, with a flushed face and blurred eyes. He was obviously drunk. "Big brother? Why are you sitting here in the cold wind? Go in quickly. The wind is strong, and it's easy to catch a cold." Fu Bao wanted to reach out and pull Wan Quan, but Wan Quan didn't even move. There was no way she was too young to pull him. "Big brother, are you listening to me? Big brother?" Fu Bao reached out and waved in front of Wan Quan. But Wan Quan didn't respond. "Hey, another one drank too much. He has such a poor alcohol tolerance. But he still drank so much. Fortunately, he is still good at drinking. He doesn't run around or get crazy. He is quite honest when drunk. He is also a little cute. Hee hee. Fu Bao suddenly felt like teasing. Took a brush dipped in ink from the room. Drew a cat's face on Wan Quan's face. And then covered his mouth and laughed. Big brother. Now you really become a cat. Hee hee. Chapter 643 Preparing to leave. Wan Quan was finally carried in by the servants. After playing a prank, Fu Bao was still kind enough to clean up Wan Quan, cover him with a quilt, and asked Ban Xia to bring him a bowl of hangover soup before going to bed. Not only was Wan Lao Er happy today, but even Fu Bao was very happy. Back in his yard, Fu Bao sat on the bed, touching the black ball while thinking about leaving. They had been in Texas for nearly a month. From the big coat they wore when they came here to the padded coat now. It means that the weather has begun to warm up. Even if it gets colder as they go to the border, it won't be too cold. And they can still enjoy the beautiful scenery of spring along the way. Sister Banksia. Sister Baiji. I will leave tomorrow. I will go back to tell my grandmother that my elder brother is finally engaged. This is the first big happy event for our Wan family. When my elder brother gets married, our whole family will come. By then, the general's mansion will definitely be very lively. Not as deserted as it is now. Miss, have you decided to leave tomorrow? During the time you have been in the general's mansion, the general's mansion has become lively, and looks like a general's mansion. If you leave, the general will definitely not come back, and live in the barracks all day. For the general's mansion is just a house, not a home. I can see that the general dotes on you very much. Wherever you are, there must be the general. Why don't you stay for a while longer? Banksia persuaded Fu Bao while cleaning him. No. I've been away for almost half a year. I miss my family, and they must miss me too. I have to go home quickly. I don't know how my mother is doing now. I know my mother must miss me day and night. And she wants to see me day and night. If she gets sick because of missing me, wouldn't it make me heartbroken? The more Fu Bao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. And he felt even more uneasy. Banksia saw that Fu Bao's face changed a little when she said this, which showed that the mother and daughter must have a good relationship. Banksia hurriedly persuaded, Miss. Then you leave tomorrow. Isn't it too hasty? The general just decided on the marriage today. And you leave tomorrow. Will the general feel disappointed? Then I will go shopping in Dijon again. See if there is anything I can buy. Buy some specialties, and leave the day after tomorrow. Fu Bao was sure this time. Well, then miss, tell the general in person tomorrow, so that he can be mentally prepared. Banksia is serious and careful in her work. And her mind is also more delicate. Well, thank you for reminding me, Sister Banksia. The next morning, Fu Bao got up early, packed up and ran to Wan Chuan's yard. Big brother, are you up? Fu Bao leaned on the door frame and stuck half of his head in to look. Miss, the general seems to be practicing with a spear. Do you want to go and see? Well, sure. Fu Bao nodded immediately. Banksia picked her up and went to the martial arts training ground in the front yard. Wan Quan was only wearing a black middle-length coat, and the spear in his hand was dancing vigorously. Wow, big brother, you are so powerful. Fu Bao clapped his hands, with a happy smile on his face. Wan Quan stopped when he heard Fu Bao's voice, and the servant handed him a towel, and Wan Quan wiped his sweat. Sister, why did you get up so early today? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Big brother, I'm going out to buy some Texas specialties. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I want you to accompany me. Okay. Why? Didn't my second uncle say that he would leave tomorrow? Wan Quan was obviously a little panicked and asked hurriedly. I haven't told my father yet. So I tell big brother first. It's warm today, and it won't be too cold to travel. I'm going back to the border to tell my family that big brother and sister Shiyu are engaged. When big brother gets married, our whole family will come to the wedding and big brother will be able to see everyone. Fu Bao noticed the panic in Wan Quan's expression and quickly covered it up with Wan Quan's marriage, so that he was full of hope and looked forward to the next reunion. Sure enough, Wan Quan's face looked better, and Fu Bao didn't feel so guilty anymore. She felt that although she left, she didn't want big brother to be unhappy. Fu Bao reached out for Wan Quan to hold him, but Wan Quan waved his hand quickly. No. I'm sweating all over. Don't let you get choked up. Wait for me to go wash, and then go shopping with you on the street. No. Fu Bao doesn't dislike big brother. Wanquan then smiled like a fool and hugged the sweet and soft sister into his arms. Big brother, can you let Sister Shiyu come out and go shopping with us? I'm leaving Dizhou tomorrow. I want to see Sister Shiyu again. You're already engaged, so you should be able to meet, right? According to the customs of Daki, engaged men and women occasionally meet once or twice, which is tacitly allowed by their parents. This, Wan Chuan's face was a little red. It was the first time he saw Lu Shiyu's face clearly yesterday. It turned out that Miss Lu was so beautiful. He felt that he was not worthy of her. Big brother, are you embarrassed? How about I invite Sister Shiyu? Fu Bao tilted his head and looked at Wanquan. Seeing that his face was a little red, he knew that he must be shy. Then you invite her. We just got engaged. It seems a little inappropriate for me to invite her. Well, okay. Then big brother, you have to dress up better. Sister Shiyu didn't see you clearly yesterday. Right? You have to behave well today. Fu Bao smiled and told Wanquan. Wanquan was teased by his sister and didn't care about being shy. He put Fu Bao down. Then you wait for me. I be there soon. I go take a shower and change into my best clothes. Okay? Yes. I'm going to help big brother choose clothes. Fu Bao volunteered. Wanquan touched Fu Bao's little head and ordered Banksia and Baiji, take the young lady to my room to pick out clothes. Yes, General. Fu Bao ran into Wan Chuan's bedroom and excitedly opened the closet. But everything he saw was all black, and the styles were basically the same. Fu Bao gave up directly. What else was there to choose? It seems that the eldest brother really needs to get married. Without a wife, no one will make clothes for him. Fu Bao closed the closet door in disdain, and his little face twisted into a bitter face. Miss, what's wrong? Banksia just saw Fu Bao's happy look. But in the blink of an eye, his face turned into a bitter face. Sister Banksia, are all the big brother's clothes here? Yes. The general only has this one bedroom. His things should all be here. What's wrong? Take a look yourself. What are you still picking? Banksia opened the perfect wardrobe in confusion and laughed. No wonder the general's expression just now was a little wrong. It turned out that he was deliberately teasing the young lady. During the time she came to the general's mansion, she really didn't see the general wearing clothes of other colors. Then the young lady went to the street today and bought a few more nice-looking clothes for the general. Yes, I didn't expect that. Sister Shiyu is going there too, so she can ask Sister Shiyu to help make a decision. Fu Bao immediately became interested again. Banksia and Baiji looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. The young lady sometimes looked like a little adult, but most of the time, she was still a child. Chapter 644, Frightened Horse. After Wanquan changed his clothes, the group finally left the general's mansion. Fu Bao had sent someone to deliver a letter to Lu Shiyu. After agreeing on a meeting place, Fu Bao asked Wanquan to take them there and wait. The place where Fu Bao agreed to meet Lu Shiyu was a tea house. Fu Bao and Wanquan arrived first. They ordered a pot of tea near the window. Fu Bao could only drink flower tea, so Wanquan ordered a pot of jasmine tea, which was fragrant, with some honey. Fu Bao drank several cups. It's getting late. Miss Lu hasn't come yet. Banksia, are you sure you delivered the letter? Wanquan looked at the sky outside. The sun had risen high. General, the maid gave it to Yin Xiao in person. Miss Lu must have received it, but I don't know whether she will come or not, Banksia said as she glanced out the window. She happened to see a carriage parked outside the tea house. A master and a servant got off the carriage. The master covered his face with a veil, but the maid did not. Banksia recognized them at a glance. They were Yin Xiao and Lu Shiyu. General, they are here. Banksia pointed down and said to Wanquan with a smile. Fu Bao and Wanquan turned their heads and looked down. They did see two people. Just as Fu Bao was about to wave to Lu Shiyu, he saw a horse rushing towards him. Get out of the way! The horse is frightened! Get out of the way! A young man on the horse pulled the reins hard and waved the whip in his hand to warn the people along the way. However, this was the main street, and there were many people at this time. Many people had been trampled by the horses. There were wailing sounds on the street, but the horse was still more crazy and ran faster. General, the horse is frightened. Miss Lu, Banksia and Baiji both saw a horse rushing towards Lu Shiyu and her servant. Fu Bao's big eyes were staring at the horse with fear in his eyes. Banksia and Baiji were also sweating. Banksia, Baiji, you two go to save people. I will control the horse. Be quick. Miss Lu can't make any mistakes. Wakwan left this sentence, and half of his body had already been leaning out of the window. Banksia and Baiji jumped down from the windows on both sides, one by one, pulling Lu Shiyu and her servant to the side of the road. As soon as the two men left the spot, the horse flew out, brushing their clothes. Wakwan seized the opportunity, pounced from the sky, landed steadily on the horse, and threw the person on the horse's back directly off. It is not easy to tame a frightened horse, and this horse has trampled many people, and it is not known whether anyone has died. It takes time to tame a frightened horse, but who knows how many more people will be injured during this period. Wakwan acted decisively, bent down and pulled out a dagger from his boots, and stabbed it into the horse's neck. The horse felt pain and became more crazy, but Wan Chuan's aim was still good, and it just stabbed the horse's trachea. The horse didn't jump for long before it fell to the ground. Wakwan jumped to the side from the horse's back, turned over several times on the ground, and then stabilized his body. At this time, the streets were already in a mess. Wherever the horse passed, people and horses had already fallen and cried continuously. Just then, a patrol team came over after hearing the news. When they saw Wan Quan, they immediately stepped forward to salute. "Hello, General Wan. What happened here? This horse got scared and injured many people. You should help to settle them down and restore order on the street as quickly as possible. And the owner of the horse just now, arrest him and send him to the government office for interrogation. He will pay for all the losses on this street and the medical expenses of the injured." "Yes, General. I will take him away right away." Lu Shiyu, who was already standing in the tea house at this time, stood by the window. She witnessed the whole process of Wan Quan training and killing horses. Her heart couldn't help but beat fast. She had an unprecedented emotion in her heart. She looked at Wan Quan's tall figure and the momentum of the superior. She was deeply immersed in it. Fu Bao covered his mouth and laughed secretly. "Sister Shiyu, is my big brother very powerful?" Lu Shiyu's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head and drank a sip of flower tea to cover it up. "Sister Shiyu, did you use the wrong cup? This seems to belong to my older brother, and he seems to have already drunk it." Fu Bao's words were shocking, and Lu Shiyu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lu Shiyu hurriedly put down the cup, feeling that she was already sweating all day. Sister Fu Bao, didn't you ask me out to go shopping? Let's go now." Lu Shiyu quickly changed the subject, stood up, and hurried downstairs, as if there was a hungry wolf chasing her. But the more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Lu Shiyu walked downstairs with her skirt lifted up, and suddenly her head hit a strong chest. Hiss. Lu Shiyu covered her forehead, which had some red marks on it. She looked up, and her watery eyes just collided with a pair of dark eyes. "Miss Lu, are you okay? I offended you." Wan Quan didn't know how to deal with girls. Looking at the red marks on Lu Shiyu's forehead, he was thinking, why is this woman's skin so tender? He didn't feel anything, but her skin was already red. Wan Quan couldn't help but move his eyes down, and seeing Lu Shiyu's exposed white neck, he knew he shouldn't think too much, and quickly turned his head away. "General Wan, I didn't see it clearly. I don't blame you." Lu Shiyu bowed, as if to salute Wan Quan. "Sister Shiyu, why are you running so fast?" "Huh? Big brother? Are you back?" Fu Bao chased after them, and saw the two standing at the corner of the stairs, staring at each other. But because of Fu Bao, the happy fruit, the atmosphere soon eased. "Let's go shopping quickly, shall we? Sister Shiyu, my elder brother wants to buy clothes, so I leave it to you. I won't buy clothes for adults anyway. Sister Shiyu, please help my elder brother." Lu Shiyu was frightened by Fu Bao's words, and almost choked on her own saliva. Although the two have been engaged, isn't it a bit too much against etiquette to buy clothes for the future husband? "Sister, I'm here to accompany you shopping today. Just buy what you want, and buy things for grandma and family. Don't worry about the rest." Wan Quan saw that Lu Shiyu's face was red enough to drip blood, and knew that Fu Bao's proposal must be too much to ask. And besides, he really didn't need clothes. Fu Bao was immediately diverted by Wan Quan. The few of them kept shopping until sunset before going home. Fu Bao also made his own decision and bought a set of jewelry for Lu Shiyu, saying that he picked it for his brother. Lu Shiyu watched Fu Bao pick it out with her own eyes. That set of jewelry was not cheap, even if they bought such expensive jewelry in the capital. They would have to think twice. But Fubao didn't even blink. Either the general's mansion was very rich, or the general loved his sister very much. But Lu Xiyu was more inclined to the latter. Her parents told her yesterday that General Wan was a grassroots person and had no family background. When they got married, they planned to prepare more dowry for her. Lu Xiyu didn't know that the general's mansion had become a mountain of gold and silver. Chapter 645 Packing Luggage. When the group returned to the general's mansion, it was already completely dark. Dezhou is surrounded by mountains and is a strategic location in military terms. So 50,000 troops are stationed here. The sky in the city gets dark earlier than other places. When Fubao returned home, the shops had already delivered all the things they bought today to the general's mansion. Big brother, I go sort out the things I bought today and put them in order so that we can divide them up when we get back. This trip to the capital brought back a lot of things. When we came, there was only one carriage, 2 people, and a few bundles. When we left, the things had already filled 2 carriages. In addition to the money given by Wan Quan, we probably need another carriage tomorrow. Wan Lauer came over at some point. Fuba, are we going back tomorrow? Why didn't you ask Dad to go with you this morning? Wan Lauer felt a little aggrieved. He felt that after Fubao came to Dezhou, he was particularly dependent on Wan Quan and rarely got close to him. Dad, you drank too much last night. I told him not to call you and let you rest for a while. Otherwise you will have a headache. When Wan Lauer heard his daughter care about him so much, the grievance in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. What did you buy on the street today? Let Dad take a look. Dad, let's set off tomorrow. We have been in Dezhou for such a long time and did not get home on time. Mom and Grandma must be very worried. It's the weather that's warmer now, so you won't feel cold when driving. The days are longer, and we can go back in less than a month. Leave tomorrow? Okay. Your elder brother's marriage is finalized, and I feel relieved. Otherwise, he would be alone in Dezhou without anyone to take care of him. The Liu family has such a good family background, and our family is marrying up. Miss Liu is well educated and can help your elder brother support the general's mansion in the future. Most people really can't manage such a large general's mansion. Your elder brother is a blessing. Wan Quan became happier and happier as he spoke. Uncle, I am not blessed at all. It is all my sister's blessing. It was my sister who advised me to join the army when I was on the verge of death on the battlefield. It was my sister who gave me the jade token that saved my life. Now I am successful and famous. Even my marriage is thanks to my sister. Not to mention that my sister has prepared a betrothal gift for me. I can never repay my sister's kindness in my whole life. Wan Lauer smiled and patted Wan Quan's shoulder. Quanner, our family is all thanks to your sister. As long as you live well, your sister will be happy. She doesn't ask for anything in return from you. We are all a family. You are being polite when you say that. Big brother, Fubao doesn't want you to repay me. Fubao wants Big brother to be happy and healthy. In the future, I will be happy if I have more nephews and nieces with Sister Xiyu. I will take them to play when the time comes. Wan Quan's face turned red visibly after what Fubao said. Wan Lauer laughed. After dinner, Wan Lauer helped Fubao pack his luggage, and Wan Quan had someone carry a few boxes in. Second uncle, sister, you are still busy. Quanner, come and sit. I want to pack your sister's things first. I have to leave tomorrow, and it is easy to forget things if I am too hurried. But why did you prepare so many things for your sister? These things need to be packed in several large boxes. I asked her not to take them all away, but she didn't listen. She said that these were all prepared by you for her. If she didn't take them, it would be a waste of your efforts. I don't know why such a young person has so many ideas. Hey. Wan Quan was very happy to hear this. Second uncle, sister is right. These are all prepared by me for her. If she doesn't take them away, others can't wear them. As long as sister likes them, it's fine. Wan Quan knew that this sister understood him, and she had understood since she was a child. Wan Lauer saw the warm picture of the brother and sister and thought of his son. It has been a year or two. I don't know how Wan is doing. Quanner, why did you move the boxes here? Wan Lauer looked at the boxes on the ground and asked in confusion. Oh, these boxes were bought by my sister for 1,000 taels of silver. My sister insisted on giving them to me. If I don't want them, I will definitely let her down. But if I take them all, I will feel guilty. So I thought of a compromise. I will tell you about it. Please think about it and see if it works. Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao, and saw Fu Bao nodded. Brother, tell me about it. Fu Bao knew Wan Quan well. She knew that if she didn't bring something back, he would definitely feel uneasy. She didn't want to make her brother unhappy. I plan to divide these things into 2 parts. One for Sister Fu Bao, and one for me. We will split them in half. Brother, have you ever thought about where it is safer to keep so much money in our house, or in the general's mansion? Fu Bao questioned Wan Quan. Wan Quan only wanted to give half of the money to his sister, and he really didn't think that they would be at risk because of so much money in their hometown. If the other party was tempted by the money, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if Banksia and Baiji were protecting them, there were many bandits and horse bandits at the border, and it was easy to be targeted. Wan Quan was in a dilemma for a while. He wanted to share these things, but he was afraid of bringing disaster to his family. Big brother, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Fu Bao saw that Wan Quan was very embarrassed and frowned. So he smiled and said, What's your idea? Sister? Wan Quan and Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao. If you are really worried, then buy my share of land and shops, and exchange them all for your belongings. But I remind you that you must not sell those antiques and night pearls. These things are priceless. Don't worry. Sister, brother knows what to do. But where should I buy the shop and land? Do you have any ideas? Of course. The shop is best in the capital, and the land is at the border. The land at the border is cheap, and you can buy a lot. But it is not as fertile as here. But I have already thought about what to plant, and I will leave it to my father to take care of it when I go back. My daughter, how much land can you buy with so much gold? Will our family become a big landlord? Wan Lao could no longer imagine the scene after their family bought the land. Dad, the people at the border farm their own land, and the taxes are very high, and the harvest is not satisfactory. I plan to collect all the land in our entire county, little by little, and let the people in the county farm for our family. The wages are higher, so that they can not only have enough food and clothing, but also don't have to worry about not having rain for a long time. The master wrote to say that his progress is quite fast, and it is expected that he will be able to bring his family to the border to join us in early August. By then, the planning of the master and I has just begun. When we go back, we just need to buy land and don't need to worry about anything else. Wan Lao and Wan Quan were a little stunned. They looked at the little girl in front of them in shock. Such a young person. Her ideas seemed a little surprising. Girl, our family bought so much land. Isn't it too much? Wan Lao was frightened by Fu Bao's words and stuttered. He only knew that Fu Bao and Jia Yanbing were whispering all day on the way to the capital, and he didn't know what the two were plotting. Hearing Fu Bao say this today, it seemed that he knew the tip of the iceberg. Dad, originally, my husband and I planned to complete this plan in 5 years. But who could have thought that a windfall would suddenly appear now? Then our plan must be advanced. The people at the border are too miserable. I don't want to see them wearing shoes with open toes in winter, with their soles frozen on the straw sandals, peeling off a layer of skin. Wan Quan sighed. My daughter, we must do what we can. Even if you buy all the land, what will you let everyone eat? How can you pay everyone high wages? We have to make a living too. Dad, don't worry. My husband knows some crops that are very suitable for planting at the border. When he comes to the border, everything will be solved. With Ben Fu Bao here, God will not make things difficult for us. I am God's own daughter. Fu Bao patted his chest and promised. Wan Quan and Wan Lao were amused by Fu Bao's expression. Anyway, this money was unexpected money, so it was better to spend it all. In that case, I give you all the gold. It's hard for you to take it back. I go to the bank tomorrow morning to exchange it for silver notes, so you can carry it. Big brother, no need. I leave some of the gold with you. I won't take so much back. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Some people may not be willing to sell their land. Land is the lifeblood of the people. They will only consider it when they see tangible benefits. So we need to accumulate reputation and make everyone believe in us. This is not something that can be done overnight. But I have confidence. Wan Quan was a little embarrassed at this time. He was in charge of killing, but his sister was always saving. They were completely different people, but they had the same goal. I hope that Qi will become stronger and stronger. Chapter 646 Farewell. The next morning, Fu Bao slept in. According to Fu Bao's previous character, he must have gotten up early today, but he chatted too late last night and overslept in the morning. When Fu Bao finished cleaning up and had breakfast, Wan Lauer was already waiting for her at the gate of the general's mansion. Daddy? Why didn't you call me? Fu Bao was carried to the carriage by Banksia, and she hugged Wan Lauer's neck and acted coquettishly, feeling a little embarrassed. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. It's okay to leave early or late. Daddy? Why do we have 2 more carriages? As soon as Fu Bao came out, he saw 4 carriages waiting in line. Although it was not spectacular, it was definitely eye-catching. These are the things you bought yesterday. And there are some boxes and cages. Wan Lauer's words were vague, but Fu Bao understood that they should be the ones that Wan Quan ordered people to carry over yesterday. Sister, I see you off. Wan Quan led 2 horses out, one of which was his own, and the other was a smaller colt, which should be for Fu Bao. Big brother, this colt is so cute. Do you like it? This is a gift from me to you. This colt has a gentle temperament and is very suitable for you to ride. I like it. I like it very much. Unfortunately, I haven't learned to ride a horse yet, Fu Bao said, pouting slightly. It doesn't matter. When you return to the border, let Ban Xia and Bai Ji teach you. They are both good at horse riding. Really? That's great. Fu Bao's 2 big eyes sparkled, and his depression was swept away. Okay. It's getting late. Let's get going quickly. Otherwise, we will have to eat outside at noon. Wan Lauer asked Fu Bao to get in and sit down. He gently waved the whip, and the carriage slowly moved. Bai Ji and Ban Xia also followed Fu Bao into the carriage, so Fu Bao would not be lonely on the journey. Wan Quan escorted the people dozens of miles away before he stopped. Big brother, if you have confirmed the wedding date, you must write to me, and our whole family will come to the general's mansion. Fu Bao waved his hand reluctantly, his big eyes full of tears. Yes, I remember it. Wan Quan was also full of thoughts at this time, and the sadness of parting lingered in his heart. Quaner, go back. After sending you thousands of miles, you must say goodbye. Don't send you off. You still have military affairs to attend to. Go back and get busy. Wan Lauer knew that Wan Quan must have delayed a lot of things in the past 2 days. After they left, he should go back to live in the barracks again. Finally, the carriage slowly drove away until no shadow could be seen, and Wan Quan rode away. Sister Banksia, Sister Baiji, I have never asked you. Do you have a home? Baiji and I are both orphans. We were bought into a martial arts school when we were young and worked as chores in the school. Later, our master found that we had a high talent for martial arts and taught us kung fu. However, after our master passed away, someone else took over the martial arts school, and Baiji and I were sold out. We happened to come to the general's mansion. The general treated us very well, and the young lady was also very kind to us. From now on, wherever the young lady is, it will be Baiji and I's home. Baiji also nodded heavily. Sister Baiji, Sister Banksia, I won't treat you as servants. Our family doesn't care about this. We work together. Our family is not as big as the general's mansion and the martial arts hall, and the environment is not as good as here. I may have to wrong you 2 sisters. If you feel that it is hard to follow me and want to leave, just tell me. I won't force you to stay. Miss, Baiji and I are not afraid of hardship. When we were young, we suffered much more than this. Maybe God has a good eye and let us meet such a good master like you and the general. Miss will be my family in the future. Miss, I am the same. I will never leave you. Baiji and Banksia have been with Fu Bao for more than a month. They like Fu Bao very much, and they feel very comfortable around Fu Bao. Fu Bao smiled and grabbed the hands of the 2 people. Then we will be a family from now on. I don't have a sister, so you will be my sisters from now on. I will find you a good family in 2 years. Banksia and Baiji were very upset. The young lady seemed to like matchmaking very much. She had just arranged a marriage for the general, and now she was worrying about their marriage. This, young lady, we will never get married in this life, the 2 said in unison. Fu Bao did not mention this matter for the time being, but looked outside. The weather is really good today. Hey, why do those 2 people over there look familiar? Fu Bao saw 2 figures galloping from behind, and the horses' hooves raised dust. Banksia and Baiji also quickly looked over and found that there were indeed 2 people approaching. A handsome young man and a pretty girl. Wow! It's that big brother and big sister. What a coincidence. Fu Bao quickly waved behind him. Young master. Miss Fu Bao saw us. Xiao Tao responded to Fu Bao by waving the whip in her hand. Wan Lauer also heard the sound of horse hooves. He turned his head and saw that it was Yuan Song and Xiao Ao. He quickly stopped the carriage. Master Yuan? What a coincidence. Are you leaving today too? Today. Yuan Song changed his usual attire and wore an indigo robe. He looked much more elegant and no longer looked like a peacock. Brother Wan. What a coincidence. I went to the nearby state capital with my friends some time ago and just came back yesterday. I was thinking of leaving today, but I didn't expect to run into Brother Wan. This is really fate. It can't be stopped. Wan Lauer also felt that it was fate. Then shall we continue to travel together? I wish for it. The two exchanged greetings for a while and continued on their way. Fu Bao became suspicious. Although what the elder brother said was so common sense. The teacher said that too many coincidences would appear deliberate. Fu Bao couldn't help but observe secretly. Miss, who are these two people? Banksia also became alert. Her mission is to protect the young lady's safety. She must be vigilant against any suspicious people. We met these two on the way. They can be regarded as our saviors. At first, I thought they might be passing by and saved us. But we have been staying in Texas for more than a month. They actually set out with us on the same day. Sister Banksia, do you think this is really a coincidence? I think these two people must be suspicious. But they don't have any bad intentions towards the young lady and the master. Maybe they are secretly protecting the young lady. It is still unknown. But we still need to pay more attention. Let me and Baiji take care of this matter. Fu Bao nodded. If they really protected her secretly, then who asked them to protect herself? Fu Bao was a little puzzled. Chapter 647. The potato flour business is booming. Fortunately, nothing happened all the way back to the border. When we set foot on the land of Xianing County, it was already early May. Brother Wan, we say goodbye now. I hope we will meet again. Yuan Song finally escorted the people there, which was also considered to have completed Wan Xingmo's entrustment. He had to return to the border to find Wan Xingmo for a reward. He couldn't wait any longer. Master Yuan, see you later. Thank you for your escort. Fu Bao had secretly told Wan Lauer that these two people were the ones who escorted them back to the border. Yuan Song saw that the other party had seen through his purpose and smiled heartily. Brother Wan, it was Wan Xingmo who asked me to escort you. You can thank him later if you want to thank him. Although he didn't let me say it, I think you should always know who is helping you secretly. Neither Wan Lauer nor Fu Bao thought that it was someone said by Wan Xingmo. Wan Lauer was instantly moved. Amor was thousands of miles away. But he was still worried about the safety of their father and daughter. How could this not move people? Please ask Master Yuan to go back and tell me a message. I will definitely come to thank you. Yuan Song got on his horse and waved. Brother Wan, I will definitely tell you. Little sister, let's say goodbye now. Wan Lauer looked at the backs of Yuan Song and Xiao Ao going away and kept waving. Daddy, stop waving. No one can be seen anymore. Let's go back quickly. Fu Bao was very excited when he saw the familiar land. Hey, here we come. The few of them rushed for half a day and finally arrived at the county seat of Xianing County. Wan Lauer looked at the big word Xianing County and couldn't help crying. My daughter, we are finally home. Wan Lauer grew up and went through many twists and turns. Finally, he came to the border to settle down. This is where their family made their fortune and where he felt the most secure. In his heart, this is his real home. Wow. Daddy, Xianing County. We are finally here. Sister Banksia. Sister Baiji. Come and see. This is where my big brother's daddy lives. We will go to my uncle's house first. And you will see my big brother's daddy and aunt. Fu Bao has never heard Wan Quan call Shen's mother. So she will not take the initiative to introduce Shen to the two. Miss, I have heard people say that the border is bitter, cold and desolate. But we have been walking all the way. It is not like what everyone says. Except that the dust is bigger. The wind is stronger. And there are fewer trees. Other things I have not felt yet. Banksia said truthfully. Probably because they have been sitting in the carriage and have not had a deep perception of the outside world. Sister Banksia, don't worry. You still have a lot of time to integrate here. When you go back to Shitsi village with me, you will know that our village is more interesting. Fu Bao said that he was a little impatient. But since he had already arrived in the county, it was close to go home. Dad, let's go into the city quickly. I missed the mutton soup in our county. Okay. Girls, sit tight. Dad will go into the city now. They had 4 carriages in total. When they passed the city gate, The soldiers guarding the city recognized Wan Lauer at a glance. "Oh, isn't this Brother Wayner? You are finally back. Our boss has come to the city gate every day to ask about you in the past 6 months. Go and tell the boss that Brother Wayner is back," the officer immediately said to someone next to him. Wan Lauer hurriedly shouted, "No need to trouble. I will go to his house now." The officer and the soldier exchanged greetings with Wan Lauer for a long time. Wan Lao gave them some of the specialties he brought back from Texas. They were all acquaintances, so he did a favor. The two officers smiled from ear to ear, accepted Wan Lauer's gift, and let him pass without checking. After Wan Lauer's carriage went far away, the two looked at Wan Lauer's convoy and said, "It seems that they brought a lot of things back this time. I wonder if they went out to do business. With so many carriages, it seems that they made a lot of money. Of course, the Wan family's potato flour is in short supply now, and it's all robbed. How much money do they make in a day?" Wan Lauer drove the carriage to Wan Lana's house. But to get to Wan Lana's house, you have to pass through the main street. It's not yet dinner time, but a long line has formed in front of the door of a shop. The border in May is not hot. Everyone is chatting while queuing. Not in a hurry. "Oh, whose business is this? Why is it so good?" Wan Lauer was a little surprised. He remembered that when he left the county, there seemed to be no shop with such good business opened. He drove the carriage to avoid the crowd and walked forward slowly. 3 heads appeared on the window of the carriage. They were Fubao, Banksia, and Baiji. The 3 people also looked at the long dragon-like team curiously. "I have never seen such a prosperous shop in Texas. What does the shop sell?" Banksia was also very curious. Finally, the carriage reached the end of the long line, and Wan Lauer saw a few big words written on the plaque of the shop: "Wanji Potato Noodles." Wan Lauer was petrified on the spot. Potato noodles? If he remembered correctly, this potato noodles is their family's business. Right. He left for half a year, and the potato noodles business had not yet opened when he left. Now the shop has opened in Xianing. Wan Lauer didn't have time to think about it, and quickly jumped off the carriage, lifted up his robe, and ran quickly to the shop. He was a little nervous and a little excited, but as soon as he ran to the door of the shop and wanted to go in, he was stopped by an unfamiliar waiter. The waiter said politely, "Sir, our store is not open yet. Please go to the back to queue up." "Yes, go to the back to queue up. We have been waiting for more than half an hour, and you still want to cut in line? Hurry up." The people in the queue behind also thought that Wan Lauer came to eat potato noodles, and they all expressed dissatisfaction. "I'm not here to eat. I want to ask, who is your shopkeeper?" The waiter smiled and said, "Sir, our shopkeeper is of course Wan. Didn't you see it? It's written on the plaque. Wanji Potato Noodles. Wan is the family name of our shopkeeper. Then is your shopkeeper Wan Shuang or Wan Jihai?" Wan Lauer didn't expect that the Wan family could have someone else to manage the potato noodle shop besides Wan Shuang and Wan Laosi. The waiter still smiled and said, "Sir, do you know our shopkeeper Wan Shuang?" When Wan Lauer heard the waiter say it was Wan Shuang, his uneasiness disappeared, and was replaced by a huge surprise. The potato noodle business is much better than he imagined. Go tell Wan Shuang that his uncle is back. The clerk then looked at Wan Lauer carefully, wondering, isn't the shopkeeper's uncle the owner of the shop? He always heard the shopkeeper talk about what would happen when his uncle came back. So this guy is the uncle the shopkeeper always talked about? The clerk didn't dare to hesitate, and was very smart. So he quickly invited Wan Lauer in. Chapter 648 Seriously Ill. Wan Shuang was explaining today's affairs in the kitchen. Just after he finished speaking, he heard someone calling him outside. "Boss, the boss is here." The young man had a really loud voice. Wan Shuang came out from the back and bumped into Wan Lauer head-on. "Second uncle? Is it really you? You're finally back." Wan Shuang was so excited that he ran over and picked up Wan Lauer. "Second uncle? You don't know? Grandma and second aunt are both sick." Wan Shuang put Wan Lauer down and said anxiously, "Shuang, what did you say? When did they fall ill?" "It's been a month. Before the new year. We received a letter from our eldest brother saying that you went to the capital. Grandma and second aunt were relieved. Later, we received your letter saying that you would return to the border after the new year. Grandma and second aunt counted the days on their fingers every day. But it's already May. And you and Sister Fubao haven't come back yet. Both of you fell ill. Have you called a doctor?" "I called and got medicine. But the doctor said it's a heart disease and no medicine can help." Well, I go back first. I won't go to your father's house today. You go back tonight, and tell your father that I come to see him in a few days. By the way, I have something for your father, and your Aunt Shin in my carriage. You can take it back to them tonight. One Lauer was very anxious, and wished he could fly back immediately. Second uncle, don't rush. Eat something first before leaving. It's almost time for dinner. Where's Sister Fubao? Didn't she come back with you? Wan Shuang didn't see Fubao, and looked outside. She's back. She's in the carriage outside. I thought this shop looked familiar. So I came in to take a look. I didn't expect this shop to be opened in our county. You and your fourth uncle are both very capable. Aren't you? Wan Lauer looked at the crowds outside, all looking in, and couldn't help patting Wan Shuang on the shoulder and praising him. This shop has only been open for less than 2 months. Fourth uncle has already established himself, and wants me to open a branch shop in Xianing County. By the way, second uncle, the county magistrate is looking for you when you are not at home. The scale of potato planting has doubled this year. The county magistrate asked if our family can buy it? Let's not talk about business for now. I have to go back to see your grandmother and your second aunt. People are important. When they are better, I will be busy with business. I will not eat lunch. I will leave first. Wan Lauer was still worried about his family. Daddy, is it delicious? Fubao asked when he saw Wan Lauer coming back. It's our own shop. Your brother Shuang is in charge. Yeah. Then I go in and take a look, Fubao said, and ran out of the carriage directly. Fubao, your mother and grandmother are sick. We have to rush back to Shitsi village. Dad will take you to see them when we have time. Okay. Mother and grandmother are sick? Fubao originally smiling face immediately changed color. Yes. Your brother Shuang just said that. I want to go back to Shitsi village. Dad, please drive the carriage. Fubao hurried into the carriage, looking anxious. Sister Fubao. Sister Fubao. Fubao heard someone calling her, opened the window, and saw Wan Shuang running out with a food box. Brother Shuang, you have grown taller again. Fubao shouted in surprise. Wan Shuang has grown a head taller in the past 6 months. He has indeed grown a lot taller. Sister Fubao, I haven't seen you for half a year. You have lost weight, but your eyes are bigger. This is the food I prepared for you and your second uncle. Eat on the way. Don't go hungry. I will go back tomorrow when I am free. Brother Shuang, are you in charge of this shop? Yes, I am. You are really great. Thank you, Brother Shuang, for preparing food for us. I have to go back to see my mother and grandmother. I won't say more to you. I brought you a gift and will give it to you when there is a chance. Wan Lauer was driving the carriage slowly. Wan Shuang stood at the door and waved vigorously. His face was relaxed. It was great that Sister Fubao and second uncle finally came back. Wan Lauer hurried and drove several carriages. Finally, they arrived at Jinwu town when it was dark. Girl, let's go to the shop and ask your third uncle to find a torch or something. It will be dark soon, and we won't be able to see the road. Yes. Fubao was a little dazed and leaned on Bangxia's arms, wanting to sleep dazedly. Wan Lauer parked the carriage in front of the Wan family shop, where there were still several tables of customers eating. Third brother, I'm back. As soon as Wan Lauer entered the shop, he saw Wan Laosan cleaning the table. Wan Laosan held a rag in one hand and a bowl in the other, and just stood by the table watching Wan Lauer walk towards him. Third brother, are you stupid? I'm the second brother. Don't you recognize me? Wan Lauer shook his hand. The bowls and plates in Wan Laosan's hand fell to the ground and shattered. The customers in the shop all looked at Wan Laosan. They were all old customers, and they had long been old neighbors. I say, shopkeeper Wan, you didn't work hard today. Oh, isn't this brother Wan Air? I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that the county magistrate is looking for you everywhere. Where did you go to make a fortune? Everyone knows Wan Lao Air. But Wan Lao Air has been away for a while. When he came back, he changed a lot. People didn't recognize him at first glance, but some sharp-eyed people still recognized Wan Lao Air. It's really brother Wan Air. No wonder shopkeeper Wan lost his composure. Well, we've finished eating. Let's go quickly and let the family reunite. The customers in the store greeted Wan Lao Air one after another, put the money on the counter and left. Brother Air, you are finally back. You know, Wan Lao San suddenly choked up while talking. Wan Lao Air sighed. Third brother, it's my fault. He's been gone for half a year. And the family is worried. Mother and my wife are sick. You must have been worried a lot at home. I know it. Wan Lauer stepped forward and patted Wan Laos on shoulder. Wan Laos and took off the white sweat towel on his shoulder and wiped his face. Second brother. It's good that you're back. Mother and second sister-in-law haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm busy with things in the shop during the day and go home to take care of them at night. But they both have Fubao in their hearts and think about Fubao in their dreams. Wan Laos and described the situation of Mrs. Wan and second sister-in-law in more detail. Haven't eaten for 2 days? How can this be? There's no way. I don't want to drink tea or eat. I've been using supplements to keep them going for the past 2 days. If you don't come back? Wan Laos and couldn't say anything more. Third brother. I came to ask you for a torch. I heard from Schwanger that my mother and your second sister-in-law were sick. So I didn't even go to my eldest brother's house and came back directly. But it's still a little late. Second brother. Wait a minute. There's nothing to do in the shop. I pack up and go back with you. Okay. I help you. No. Don't get your clothes dirty. It's not much work. I can do it. You sit down and rest first. I asked the child's mother to get you some food. Third brother. Don't bother. It's so late. Hurry back. I'm not in the mood to eat. Wan Lauer said, as he started to help pack things. Wan San's wife came over when she heard the sound, and was surprised and happy to see Wan Lauer. Second brother. You are really back. I heard your voice from behind, and I couldn't believe it. Third sister-in-law. It's me. I heard from third brother that you have worked hard during this period. We are all family. So it doesn't matter whether it is hard or not. It's just that mother and second sister-in-law are in very bad condition. Second brother should go back earlier. Where is Fubao? Why don't I see Fubao? Wan Laosan always felt that something was missing. And then he realized that he didn't see Fubao. Oh! She fell asleep in the carriage. Then don't wake her up. Wan San's wife took over the work from the two people. You guys go quickly. Just leave it to me here. There are no customers. I will close the shop directly. The earlier you go back, the earlier mother and second sister-in-law can get better. Wan San's wife pushed the two people out. Wan Laosan took 1 or 2 torches and gave one to Wan Lauer and one to the driver at the back. When he came out, he was also startled by so many carriages. But now is not the time to ask about these things. The carriage went from Jinwu town to Shitsi village. Although there were torches to illuminate the way. It was night after all. And there was no moon in the sky. So it was not very clear, and the carriage was moving quite slowly. There was no point in Wan Lauer being anxious. Chapter 649 Treatment. After driving for half an hour, the group finally arrived at the entrance of Shitsi village. Looking at the familiar village and the familiar fence, Wan Lauer was full of thoughts. But before he could have too many complicated emotions, the villagers on duty ran over with torches. Who is it? Cha Sheng. It's me. Wan Lauer recognized the person at a glance by the light of the torch. Brother Wan Er? Is it really you? Cha Sheng couldn't help but speed up his pace. Walked up quickly, and looked Wan Lauer up and down. It's me. Cha Sheng. Are you on duty today? Brother Wan Er. Go back and see your aunt and sister-in-law quickly. I light the way for you. Cha Sheng didn't have time to greet Wan Lauer, and jumped directly into Wan Lauer's carriage and sat on it. The two talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the Wan family. 2 lanterns were hung at the door of the Wan family. There was no one in the workshop opposite. The new season of potatoes had not yet come down, and the workshop was temporarily vacant. Open the door. Ho-hot. Open the door quickly. Your uncle is back. Cha Sheng jumped off the carriage before Wan Lauer and knocked on the door. When Wan Lauer got off the carriage, his legs were weak, and he was a little scared. Soon the door of the Wan family opened, and a familiar face appeared inside. It was Ho-hot. Uncle Cha Sheng. What did you say? Your uncle is back. Hurry up and open the door. Cha Sheng stepped aside, and Ho-hot saw Wan Lauer standing outside the door at a glance. Uncle, you are finally back. Where is Sister Fubao? Ho-hot rushed over crying, grabbed Wan Lauer's arm, and was about to pull him into the house. Your sister Fubao is in the carriage. I will go in to see your aunt and your grandmother first. Wan Lauer's eyes were almost straight, and his heart was beating hard. At this time, 2 girls with beautiful faces walked out of the carriage. They were Banksia and Baiji, and Banksia was still holding Fubao. Sister Fubao. Ho-hot wanted to go forward and touch Fubao, but was stopped by Baiji. The young lady is asleep. Please speak softly. Hohat's outstretched hand froze in place. If she heard correctly, the sister just now was calling Miss Fubao. Right? That means these two sisters are maids? Are they the maids of Sister Fubao? Hohat withdrew her hand disappointedly and stood aside. But the longing and concern in her eyes were too strong. She kept looking at Fubao's profile and wanted to ask her what happened in the past 6 months. Fubao seemed to be touched. She moved her head gently, rubbed her eyes, and found that she was no longer in the carriage. Sister Banksia. Where is this? Fubao was a little confused in her sleep and couldn't tell where she was. Miss, the second master said this is your home. Shitsi village. The second master has already entered the house. Fubao woke up completely with a start. What? We're here already? Sister Banksia. Why didn't you wake me up? Fubao's voice was a little hoarse. He looked around and saw the gate of his yard in the light of the lantern. Yeah. I'm really back. Let me down. Fubao was so anxious. She had been waiting for this moment for half a year. She even saw the gate of her house in her dreams at night. Sister Fubao. A voice mixed with timidity and surprise came from behind Fubao. Fubao turned her head and saw that it was her best sister Hohat. Sister Hohat. Fubao misses you so much. Fubao rushed towards Hohat and almost threw her small body to the ground. Luckily, Hohat was prepared and caught Fubao steadily and took 2 steps back. Sister Fubao. I miss you too. I miss you every day. You are finally back. Hohat couldn't help but shed tears. Fubao raised his head and wanted to wipe Hohat's tears, but he couldn't reach her. She stood on tiptoe and touched Hohat's chin. Sister Hohat. Don't cry. Fubao will not leave after he comes back. We will be together every day in the future. Yes. Every day. Hohat wiped her tears and laughed. By the way, Sister Fubao. Go in and see your mother and grandmother. Hohat didn't know what to say. But Fubao had already grabbed Hohat's hand and rushed into the yard like the wind. Sister Hohat. I heard from my brother Shuang that mother and grandmother are sick. I know medical skills now. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to them. Fubao rushed into the upper room like a gust of wind. Wan Lauer was standing on the Kong in the upper room. On the Kong was lying old lady Wan, who had fallen into a coma. Mother. I'm the second son. I'm back. Fubao is back too. Wake up. Open your eyes and look at us. Wan Lauer was a little scared. He didn't dare to reach out and touch Grandma Wan. He was afraid. Grandma Wan looked too scary. She was skinny, with sunken eye sockets and all white hair. Grandma. Fubao rushed into the upper room. She was much braver than Wan Lauer. She took off her shoes quickly and climbed onto the Kong with great effort, like a monkey swinging on a tree trunk. Dad? Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Go see my mother. Bring her over. And put her together with Grandma. I want to treat them both. Fubao didn't even raise his head. He took a close look at Grandma Wan's face in the candlelight in the room. And then he felt relieved. She was not worried about her life. Oh. Okay. I go now. Wan Lauer agreed and ran to their room stumblingly. Hohat stood aside and watched Fubao treat Grandma Wan in an orderly manner. She was shocked. Sister Fubao had been out for half a year and knew medical skills? Looking at Fubao's appearance, Hohat felt that he didn't seem to be lying. When did Sister Fubao learn medical skills? Sister Fubao was too amazing. Sister Hohat, please move the candlelight closer. I want to give Grandma acupuncture. Okay. Hohat responded quickly. Turned around and carefully held the candlelight over, approaching Grandma Wan. Well, it's done. Fubao took out the silver needle bag he carried with him and spread it on the Kong. Under Hohat's nervous gaze, Fubao inserted the needles smoothly. Soon, silver needles were inserted into Grandma Wan's face and wrists. Okay. Wait a quarter of an hour and you can take them off. And Grandma will wake up. Sister Fubao. Are you serious? I was almost dying of anxiety. When you didn't come back, I couldn't wake up Grandma no matter how hard I shouted. If Grandma hadn't been breathing, I thought. Hohat cried as she spoke. She couldn't finish talking about how good Grandma Wan was to her for 3 days and 3 nights. How could she watch Grandma Wan leave the world? Sister Hohat. Don't worry. With me, Grandma and Mother will be fine. Fubao turned around and looked at Wan Erseo, who was lying beside him. Mom. I'm Fuba. I'm back. Can you listen to me? Fu Bao said carefully in Wan Erseo's ear. Her chubby little hands gently stroked Wan Erseo's cheeks. And she couldn't hold back her tears anymore, dripping onto Wan Erseo's body. Mother! I'm Fu Bao. Can you see if I can? I'm back. Mother! Fu Bao. Fu Bao. Wan Erseo's dry lips moved slightly twice. Her voice was low, and it was completely inaudible. But despite this, Fu Bao could already burst into laughter. She quickly held Wan Erseo's hand, and her little head lay on Wan Erseo's face, with her little face pressed tightly against Wan Erseo's cheeks. Mother! It's me. I'm back. Can you feel it? Fu Bao is back. Wake up and see if Fu Bao is okay. Fu Bao tears flowed down Wan Erseo's cheeks into the corners of her mouth. And Wan Erseo felt a little bitter. She moved her eyebrows, and finally opened her eyes a little. Chapter 650 Awakening. Sister Wan was very weak, and it was very difficult for her to open her eyes. Fu Bao? You are my Fu Bao? Sister Wan could only see the top of Fu Bao's head and hear Fu Bao's voice, which came from far away and woke her up from her coma. Mother! I am Fu Bao. Your Fu Bao is back. Please open your eyes and look at me. Fu Bao felt the movement of Sister Wan and immediately raised his head to look over, and saw that Sister Wan's eyes had slightly opened. Fu Bao was very surprised and immediately grabbed Sister Wan's wrist and carefully checked her pulse. After a while, Fu Bao let go of Sister Wan's wrist and felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing was wrong. Sister Hohot, can you go and cook some rice porridge? I want rotten rice porridge. There is in the pot. I prepare it every day. I just think that if Aunt Air and Grandma want to eat one day, I can feed them at any time. I will go and serve it now. After Hohot said this, she ran out. Lu just walked in, followed by her son Wanyu. Second brother, Fu Ba, you are finally back. Mother and second sister-in-law. Lu choked up halfway through her words. Fourth brother's wife, you have worked hard during this period. Now that Fu Bao and I are back, you can all rest. Leave it to us. Wan Lauer had been observing Fu Bao's expression. Seeing that his daughter was not panicked or sad at all, he felt relieved. Now that he saw his wife wake up, he felt relieved. Second brother, mother and second sister-in-law haven't eaten a grain of rice for 2 days. This is not a solution. It's better to wake them up. I can't sleep with them like this. Lu covered her face and sat on the Kong sobbing. And see, it's okay. Mom and Grandma are fine. Just a little weak. I stay with them tonight. You all go to rest. Fu Bao promises that Grandma and my mother will be able to get off the con tomorrow morning. Fu Bao, you're still a child. How can you take care of 2 people? And C will stay with you tonight. I bring your brother with me, so we can squeeze together. Fu Bao knew that this was not the time to explain, and it would be a waste of words to say more. Since Aunt C was willing to sleep here, let her do it. Daddy, Sister Banksia and the driver outside all need you to arrange. I'm here. Don't worry. Mom and Grandma are fine. Wan Lauer certainly knew his daughter's medical skills. Since she said she was fine, she must be fine. It really didn't make much sense for him to stay. There were still things outside for him to arrange. So Wan Lauer looked at Wan Air's wife and Wan Laoai again, and then left the upper room to make arrangements outside. Mrs. Wan didn't know if she was too excited, but she was silent and fainted again. However, Fu Bao felt her pulse and confirmed that she was fine. Then he went to see Mrs. Wan. Okay. Time is up. I'm going to take out the needles. Fu Bao took out all the silver needles on Mrs. Wan's body with a serious look. Oh my god. Fu Bao, what are you doing? How can you use silver needles? Lu was shocked. She was so sad just now that she didn't notice that Mrs. Wan was still wearing silver needles. After seeing it clearly, she was a little unbelievable. And see, I have learned medical skills in the past 6 months. This is a silver needle. Grandma will wake up in a while. You know medical skills? It's impossible. The medicine boy in the clinic in our town has been in the clinic for so many years. But he is still a medicine boy. I heard that he has just learned all the medicinal materials. And see, I am a genius that is rarely seen in a century. That's how the old grandfather evaluates me. My medical skills are recognized by the old grandfather. When Fu Bao passed by Baiyun town and went to return the book, the old doctor said that Fu Bao was a genius. Grandpa? Which grandpa? Lu didn't understand what Fu Bao was saying at all. It's just an old doctor. He taught me medical skills and lent me medical books. Lu realized that Fubao had received guidance from a master. What about your grandma and your mother? Lu asked expectantly, looking at the old lady one who had not yet woken up. My mother has just woken up. But she was a little excited to see me and fainted again. But it's not serious. Grandma will wake up soon. The two of them need to replenish their food now. As long as they can eat, they will be fine after a while, Fubao said affirmatively. As the two were talking, Grandma One woke up slowly. Fourth daughter-in-law. Why do I seem to see our Fubao? Am I dreaming again? Grandma One stretched out her hand weakly towards the air, and then fell down weakly. But Grandma One's hand fell into a chubby little hand. Fubao's little hand held Grandma One's hand, and he came over. Grandma, you are not dreaming. It's me. I'm back. Take a good look. Have I grown up a little? Fubao blinked his big eyes, and put his face in front of Grandma One so that she could see more clearly. He also grabbed Grandma One's other hand, and put it on his face, so that she could feel her presence more clearly. Fubao? You are really Fubao. Woo! Grandma One cried excitedly. Fubao felt very uncomfortable when she saw her grandmother crying. She lay on Grandma One, hugged Grandma One's neck, and rubbed her little face against Grandma One's face. Grandma One's nose was full of the smell of Fubao. She raised her arms with great effort, hugged Fubao's body tightly, and kept saying, My Fubao is back. Back? It's all Grandma's fault. You shouldn't have let your father take you out. It's all Grandma's fault. Grandma, don't blame you. It's Fubao's fault. Fubao shouldn't have gone out, and shouldn't have let Dad go out. Fubao will never leave Grandma again. Fubao will accompany Grandma every day, and won't go anywhere. Grandma One cried so hard that her heart, liver and lungs shrank together. Lu sat aside, shedding tears. One, you didn't know why Grandma was crying. Why sister was crying. Why was mother crying again? He also cried and howled. For a while, there were bursts of crying in the room, which scared Wan Lauer outside. What's wrong? Wan Lauer hurried into the room to see, and saw that Wan Lauer was holding Fubao and crying. Mom? Are you awake? Wan Lauer ran to the head of Wan Laoai's Kong in surprise, and wanted to see her. But Wan Laoai ignored her, and hugged Fubao tighter. Sister Fubao, the porridge is here. Hohot happened to come in, with a bowl of white porridge at this time. Fubao wiped his tears, and raised his head from Wan Laoai. Grandma, can Fubao feed you porridge? Lu also quickly took out a handkerchief from under the pillow, and wiped Wan Laoai's face. Grandma does whatever Fubao says. Grandma One is in better spirits. Especially after crying. She is in better spirits. Fubao, do you think your grandma is in better spirits? Yes. Grandma just cried. And the depression in her heart has dissipated. And she is in better spirits. We have a little doctor in our family. And no one in our family needs to go to the clinic anymore. Lu really believes that Fubao is a little genius now. Grandma One doesn't know about Fubao. She is full of Fubao, and doesn't listen to others. Fubao took the bowl from Hohot. It was a bit heavy, and she couldn't hold it steadily. Lu took it quickly. Fubao fed Grandma One porridge one spoonful at a time with Lu's hand. Grandma One might really be in a good mood. After eating 2 mouthfuls of porridge, she felt even hungrier. After the bowl of porridge was finished, Grandma One felt that she was only half full. Is there any more porridge? I want to drink another bowl. This porridge is so delicious. Hohot's cooking skills are getting better and better. Old Lady One couldn't help but praise Hohot. Grandma, it's because you saw Sister Fubao that you are in a good mood. Your appetite is good. And everything you eat is delicious. Hohot said with a smile. That's right. My precious granddaughter is back. I'm no longer sick. I can walk around our Shitsi village twice tomorrow. Old Lady One ate a bowl of porridge and felt that her body was not so soft. She wanted to sit up. Only then did she see clearly that Wan Urseo was lying next to her. Fubao, how is your mother? Grandma, my mother was too excited just now and fainted. Let her rest for a while. I will take care of her. Grandma, don't move around. Although you can eat now, you have been sick for so long. You still need to rest more. Starting tomorrow, I will help you adjust your body. Lie down quickly. Old Lady One just sat up and moved around for a while, and was helped by Fubao to lie down. Grandma, let's sleep together tonight. Fubao will sleep next to you. Grandma One couldn't stop smiling. She had dreamed of Fubao sleeping soundly in her arms for many days and nights. Chapter 651 Mother and daughter talk to each other. Finally, Fu Bao lay down beside Grandma Wan. Lu took Wan Yu and lay down on the Kong. Ho Hot went back to her room. And Wan Lauer went back to his own business. Maybe Grandma Wan's heart knot was untied. And she ate 2 more bowls of white porridge. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. And slept very soundly. Fu Bao slept all the way. And she was not particularly sleepy at this moment. She listened to the long breathing around her. And her heart was unusually warm. The lights in the room were not turned off. Fu Bao sat up carefully, crawled to the side of Wan Erseo, and felt her pulse again. No abnormality was found. Fu Bao gently moved to Wan Erseo's arms, hugged Wan Erseo's neck with his little arms, and leaned his face against Wan Erseo's face. Mother! It's all Fu Bao's fault. Fu Bao will never leave you again in the future. Fu Bao felt deeply guilty, looking at her mother's haggard face, and her heart was in pain. Wan Erseo seemed to sense something, and her arm, which was placed beside her, moved slightly, and then her eyes slowly opened. She smelled the familiar smell on her daughter's body, and tried to raise her arm to touch her daughter's little face. But her arm had no strength. Fu Bao also felt Wan Erseo's movement, and quickly raised his head to look. And his pair of bright eyes just met Wan Erseo's graceful eyes. Fu Bao, are you really back? Mother is not dreaming. Right? Mother, I am back. Can you touch it? Fu Bao helped Wan Erseo raise her arm, and put her hand on her face. Wan Erseo gently stroked her daughter's little face, and tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. It's me, Fu Bao. Who is back? Finally back. Wan Erseo hugged Fu Bao and cried silently. Fu Bao felt warm in his heart and comforted Wan Erseo gently. Mother, Fu Bao will never leave Mother again in the future. We will be together every day. Okay. Okay. Wan Erseo cried with joy. The place in her heart that had been missing for half a year was finally filled at this moment. Mother! Don't cry. Don't cry. Are you hungry? Can Fu Bao serve you a bowl of porridge? Fu Bao stretched out his little hand and wiped Wan Erseo's tears. Mother is not hungry. As long as you come back, Mother is happy. Even if she doesn't eat. Mother! How can that be? If you don't eat, your body can't support it. How can you still look at Fu Bao? If you faint again, Fu Bao will be very sad. Mother! Don't let Fu Bao talk nonsense. Mother, eat. Mother is hungry. Wan Erseo immediately changed her words. Okay. Mother! Wait. I will go to serve you rice. Miss, you don't have to come out. I will go. Banxia's voice came from outside the window. Wan Erseo was startled. Fu Bao? Who is it? How did Mother hear someone talking? Wan Erseo thought she was hallucinating. Mother! It's Sister Banxia. You don't know her yet? I tell you later. Fu Bao comforted Wan Erseo and looked outside and said, Then I have to trouble Sister Banxia. Fu Bao heard the footsteps leaving, and then said to Wan Erseo, Mother! We passed through Dezhou on our way back and stayed in Dezhou for an extra month. So we came back late. But we did something big in Dezhou. Big Brother got engaged. Sister Banxia and Sister Baiji were given to me by Big Brother. They will live in our house from now on. Sister Banxia and Sister Baiji both know Kung Fu. Big Brother gave them to me so that they can protect me. Really? My daughter? Is what you said true? Quanner got engaged. Yes, it's true. But the wedding date is not set. I've already told Big Brother that once he sets the wedding date, he will write to tell us. We can go to Dezhou no matter what happens. We are busy. And we all have to go. Yes. Yes. Quanner is the eldest grandson of our Wan family. And he is also a general. Our whole family must go. Does your uncle know about this? Mom, don't worry. Let's go to the county town together in 2 days and tell your uncle. We met Shuanggu in the county town. He said that you and Grandma were sick. My father and I hurried back and didn't have time to see my uncle. Alas, it's all because of my mother's poor health. Mom, it's all Fu Bao's fault. He shouldn't have left for so long, making me suffer from homesickness. I am unfilial. I can beat you or scold you. Silly child. How can I bear to beat you and scold you? You are my favorite. As long as you come back safe and sound. It's better than anything else. You are my best medicine. Seeing you, all my illnesses are cured. Fu Bao was deeply moved and threw himself into Wan Erseo's arms and acted like a spoiled child. Wan Erseo hugged Fu Bao's soft little body, and her heart was also soft. Miss, the porridge is here. Only then did Juan Urseo see Banksia's face clearly. You are Miss Banksia. Right? You have worked so hard. Juan Urseo struggled to sit up from the Kong. Banksia held a bowl in one hand and quickly went forward to support Juan Urseo with the other hand. Madam, this is what I should do. The Juan family had no habit of using servants. Suddenly, there were two more serious maids in the family, and Juan Urseo was still a little uncomfortable. Miss Banksia, our family is a proper farmer. There is no family in Sheetsy village that employs maids. You don't need to address me as a maidservant in our family from now on. I heard from Fubao that you were given to Fubao by Quaner to protect her. Fubao is getting older and older. She used to sleep with me. From now on, the three of you can stay in the same room. Fubao has no sisters. Only brothers. There are not many girls in the family. When you come, the family will be lively. Don't be restrained. Just treat this place as your home. Juan Urseo was a little weak. She was panting after talking so much at once. But Banksia could feel the simplicity of this family, which was completely different from those in the city. Second madam. Call me second aunt. From now on, you can call me second aunt just like Hohot. We don't like that in our family. Banksia looked at Fubao in embarrassment. Sister Banksia. My mother said so. Just do what she said. Second aunt. Hey. Good children. Fubao will be in your care from now on. You are all capable. Fubao has already told us that our family lives in the village. But we also do some small business. There will be more people coming and going in our house every day. You will get used to it in the future. In addition, the separation between men and women in our village may not be as strict as in rich families. It is normal to say hello when you meet. Fubao likes to run around in the village. As long as there is no fight, you don't have to care about her. Second sister Juan is kind-hearted and considerate. She is afraid that this delicate maid will not get used to the village. So she tells Banksia everything she can think of in advance. Second aunt. I know. Don't call me a maid. Although you were bought by Quaner. You and Fubao will be sisters in the future. Our family doesn't care about this. Although Banksia only met Juan Urseo once, she felt the radiance of a loving mother from Juan Urseo. Oh, I know. Right. That's good. You haven't had a good rest all the way. Go and divorce your wife quickly. Fubao is here. Banksia knew that the mother and daughter must have a lot to say, so she left tactfully. Fubao, do you think what mother did just now was okay? We live in the same village. We are all peasants. If we use maids, people will gossip about us. Juan Urseo was afraid that Fubao would think that he didn't handle it well. So she explained it again. Mom, you don't need to ask me. You are the boss of this family. All of us have to listen to you and Grandma. Do you have a way? I have told Sister Banksia many times, but she just won't change. Sister One finally showed a long-lost smile on her face and gently touched Fubao's head. Fubao fed Sister One a bowl of porridge. Sister One was a little tired and fell asleep soon. Chapter 652A Family. As the night deepened, the Wan family's courtyard finally returned to peace. No one spoke that night, but the courtyard became lively the next morning. Banksia, Baiji and Hohot were the first to get up. Old Lady Wan and second sister Wan did not get up in the morning due to health reasons. Lu and Wan Yu also woke up at a fixed time every day. Second brother Wan was tired all the way, and Old Lady Wan and second sister Wan were fine. So he put down his hanging heart and slept a little deeply. Third brother Wan woke up early in the morning and went to the town. In the yard, Banksia and Baiji were getting acquainted with Hohot. Little sister, my name is Banksia. Her name is Baiji. We are the young ladies' people. We are new to this family, and we don't understand many things, so we have to trouble you to explain to us. Hohot saw several unfamiliar faces in the house last night, but it was a bit chaotic last night, so she didn't ask. Sister Banksia, Sister Baiji, my name is Hohot. I was also bought by Grandma Wan and Annie Wan, but they are good people and have never treated me as a servant. I have been in this family for 2 years. Everyone treats me as a child of the Wan family. We are all a family in the future. You can ask me if you have any questions. But the two sisters look like they come from wealthy families, and should not do the work in our countryside. Hohot said, as she looked at the clothes on the two people. They were much better than hers. And they were skirts. These clothes were definitely not suitable for work. Banksia and Baiji also looked down at their clothes. Sister Hohot, is there anything wrong with our clothes? There is nothing wrong with the clothes. But we farmers don't wear them like this. It's not convenient to work. Another thing is that the material is too good. It's a pity to get it dirty. This is easy. Let's go change. What do you want to do? Let's help together. Banksia is quick to act and speaks quickly. I need to cook. Feed the chickens, geese, and rabbits. Can you light the fire? Sister? Yes. We can also help you feed the chickens and geese. Hohat took the two into the kitchen. This is the stove. Sister can light the fire first. Cook a pot of porridge for breakfast. I will knead the dough. Make pancakes. And stir-fry a few dishes. Sister Hohat, don't be polite. If you want to do anything else, just tell us. We can learn even if we don't know how. Baiji also asked. She found that this little girl, who was a few years younger than them, knew so many things, which made her admire her. Sister Baiji, you can help me wash the vegetables, and I will cut them later. I will go to chop grass leaves to feed the chickens and geese first. Use a knife? Let me chop. You wash the vegetables. I am good at using a knife. Baiji blinked and smiled at Hohat. But in Hohat's ears, she only thought Baiji was good at cooking. Okay, Sister Baiji, come here. I tell you how to do it. I saw Hohat went to the shed next to her, took out a bundle of green grass from the basket, and put it on the ground. Sister Baiji, there is a guillotine here. Just chop all the grass like this. Call me when you are done. I will mix some rice bran in it, and you can feed it. Baiji listened carefully and felt very fresh. Although she was a maid, she really had no contact with farm life. Okay, leave this to me. You go and do your own thing. Hohat was a little worried. The difference between this guillotine and a kitchen knife was very big. She took a look at Baiji's fair skin and was really afraid that she would chop her hand. Sister Baiji, if you really can't do it, don't force yourself. Safety is the most important thing. Baiji waved her hand. Don't worry. It's no problem. Baiji squatted down with curiosity about new things, imitating Hohat's appearance just now. Put a bundle of grass under the guillotine. Pressed hard, and the grass was cut. Hohat watched for a while, found that Baiji did a good job, and left. Fubao was awakened by the smell of rice coming from the kitchen. She opened her eyes and saw her mother looking at her, and her grandmother beside her. Mom, Grandma, are you awake? How do you feel? Fubao hurriedly felt the pulse of the two. Wan Erseo and Wan Lao I already knew that Fubao knew medical skills. At this moment, the two let Fubao feel their pulses with a doting smile on their faces. Second wife. Now that Fubao is back, I feel the air at home is different. It smells sweet. Grandma, it's really sweet. I can smell the fragrance of rice in the kitchen. It must be Sister Hohat who made delicious food, Fubao said with a smile while hugging Grandma Wan. Oh, when you said that, Grandma's stomach started to growl. It feels like she can eat a cow. Grandma, then you must eat more. You have lost weight. Fubao feels bad. Fubao touched Grandma Wan's sunken cheeks. She remembered that when she left, Grandma was still rosy-cheeked, and the wrinkles on her face had decreased a lot. Now she looks the same as when she was exiled to Shitsi village, or even older than that time. Grandma's heart is back, and everything tastes delicious. It will be back in a while. Fubao nodded heavily. Grandma, Mother, you two must be well. Don't worry. Mother will be fine. Mother still wants to watch Fubao grow up. The meal is ready. Let's eat. Hohat walked in from outside, followed by Baiji and Banksia. The two had been following Hohat since morning, and they did whatever Hohat did. This should be the fastest way to get familiar with this home. Hohat skillfully put away the quilt on the Kong and set up the Kong table. Now that there are more people in the family, Hohat knows that Grandma Wan likes to have children and grandchildren around her, and it is lively with more people. So she directly set breakfast in Grandma Wan's room. Grandma, Sister Fubao is back. You are in much better spirits today. Hohat, you have worked so hard recently. You have to take care of me and your second aunt. You are a great contributor to our family. Grandma, it is my duty to take care of you and your second aunt. I have been busy at home and outside, but I have not achieved anything. Anyway, it is the same work. I am used to it. I am worried about letting others do it. But Sister Baiji and Sister Banksia helped me today, saving half the time. Old Lady One had noticed Banksia and Baiji behind Hohat a long time ago. These two girls are really pretty. Looking at the young girls and wives in the village, they are not as pretty as these two girls. Fubao, Did you bring these two girls back? Old lady one did not think about anything else. Grandma. This is Banksia's sister. And this is Baiji's sister. They were given to me by my elder brother. They are both amazing and know kung fu. Oh! Know kung fu? I have never seen a woman know kung fu. Your elder brother is very thoughtful. After dinner? Tell me about your elder brother. Well, there is another happy event. I'm sure you will be so happy when you hear it. Fu Bao kept it a secret. Meeting you is the biggest happy event. Nothing else is as important as you. Grandma Wan hugged Fu Bao with wrinkles on her face. But she looked much better. Sister-in-law Wan also looked at her daughter with doting eyes. With 3 girls who are quick and skillful, the Wan family really had some free time. However, when eating, Grandma Wan asked everyone to sit at the table. Since there was only one man in the family, Wan Lauer, she didn't avoid it deliberately. Banksia and Baiji had never eaten at the same table with their master. They felt very uncomfortable when they were arranged to sit down by Grandma Wan. Fu Bao saw that the two were uncomfortable and comforted them. Sister Banksia. Sister Baiji. I said that we are a family from now on. We will eat every meal together. You will get used to it after a long time. Banksia and Baiji were relieved. They didn't eat much in one meal. They were only half full because of Lu's warm hospitality. The driver who came to deliver the things left with Wan Laos and early in the morning in order to hurry. At this time, the west wing of the house was full of things. And there was no place to step. The family had just finished their meal when they heard a lot of talking outside the yard. Chapter 653 The livelihood of the whole village. I was on duty last night, and I personally sent Brother Wan Air back. If you don't believe me, look at the carriage in the yard. There are no carriages in our village. Right? It's true. There is really an extra carriage in the yard. Is Jean Ju really back? Hey, that's not right. There were clearly 4 carriages last night. How come there is only one left? Chongqing scratched his head and saw that there was only one carriage in the yard. And there were 2 horses in the cowshed. One big and one small. Jean Ju, are you home? Before Chongqing could figure it out, the village chief had already shouted into the house. Village chief. I'm here. Wan Lao Air quickly put on his shoes and came out. A large group of people rushed into the yard. When everyone saw Wan Lao Air, they immediately rushed up to ask about his well-being. Jinju, where have you been for the past 6 months? You left without any news. And Aunt and Fu Bao mother were so worried that they fell ill. Yes, Jinju. You came back on a carriage and got 2 horses. Did you make a fortune outside? I heard from Chongqing that there were 4 carriages when you came back last night. Did you go out to do business? Everyone was talking to each other, and it was really too enthusiastic. Wan Lauer quickly invited everyone to sit in the house. But there were too many people, and there was no room in the main room. But now the weather was neither cold nor hot. So Wan Lauer asked Banksia Baiji and Hohot to move the table out. And everyone sat in the yard to talk. Oh, Jinju, whose family are these 2 girls? They are so pretty, but I don't recognize them. Are they from our village? They are companions that Wan Quan found for Fu Bao. He said that Fu Bao was lonely because he was alone at home. We lived in Dizhou for a month. When we left, Wan Quan asked these 2 girls to come back with us. It was Wan Chuan's intention, and I couldn't refuse. There were few girls in the family, and I didn't care about having 2 more pairs of chopsticks. So I brought them back. Fu Bao also liked these 2 sisters. Wan Lauer just said a few words, not wanting everyone to know that Banksia and Baiji were maids. There were many people in the village, and their hearts were not the same. Although their one family was now recognized as a wealthy family, their living habits were still the same as those in the village, and there had not been any major changes. It was just that they ate and dressed better. If they hired maids, they would immediately be able to distance themselves from everyone else and become the same as the landlords in the next village. If someone got jealous and made trouble behind his back, he would lose more than he gained. Wan Lauer went out once and was much more cautious when he came back. So it was Wan Quan who found a playmate for Fu Bao. But he seems to be a little old. It seems that he will get married in 2 years, and he can't accompany Fu Bao for many years. You blockhead. You also called him the general? The village chief immediately cast a warning look at the man. The man was frightened and quickly covered his mouth and shrank his neck. Wan Lauer did not speak for the man this time. He was low-key in the village. But it didn't mean that Wan Quan would not be respected. Jinju, are Aunt and Fu Bao mother better? The village chief changed the subject. Yes, They are better. Fubao came back last night, and I checked them. They are all fine. They ate white porridge last night. This morning, everyone drank 2 bowls of white porridge, and ate a bowl of egg custard. But Fubao said that he still needs to rest for a few more days before getting off the Kong. The village chief felt something was wrong. Jinju, you said Fubao saw it? What? Is Fubao a doctor? How is that possible? How old is Fubao? She can do medicine after being out for half a year? Uh-huh. She's really a child prodigy. Wan Lauer had seen too many faces like this, and didn't care. Instead, he said to the village chief, Village chief, Fubao has learned some basics in the past 6 months. His medical skills are not very good, but he can still take her mother and grandmother's pulse. He gave her grandmother a few needles last night, and she woke up. Wan Lauer didn't explain too much, just stated the facts. But what he said was so casual. But to everyone, it was like a thunderclap in their heads. Fubao can also give acupuncture? Is it like the doctors in the town's clinic, giving silver needles? Well, Quater gave her a pair of silver needles. She used it several times and saved several people. The more Wan Lauer said, the more others speculated. We have a child prodigy in Shitsi village. We don't have to go to the town to see a doctor anymore. We have our own doctor. How dare you let a little girl see you? Why not? I won't prescribe any medicine. So what? Wan Lauer listened to the whispers of the crowd and did not argue. Instead, he drank a sip of water and looked at the village chief. Village chief, it will be time to harvest potatoes in 2 months. Right? When I came back from the county, Schwanger said that the county magistrate asked the 2 towns to plant potatoes this year. I haven't been home for half a year and don't know the specific situation. Tell me how much you know so that I can be mentally prepared. When everyone heard Wan Lauer bring up the topic of potatoes, they all shut up and pricked up their ears to listen. This was related to everyone's livelihood this year. Last year, the Wan family's workshop fed the whole village, allowing everyone to have a good year. But now it's almost the potato harvest season, and Wan Lauer hasn't returned yet. People in the village come to the Wan family every day to inquire about the situation, fearing that the Wan family will not harvest potatoes this year. This is exactly why the village chief came here, and he was ready to tell Wan Lauer about the situation in the past 6 months. Jinju, your family saved potato seeds last year, and your aunt and your 4th brother decided to allocate them all. Even this is not enough for our town. The county magistrate came to your house in person during the spring plowing, wanting to discuss this year's spring plowing with you. But you were not there. Finally, after consulting your 4th brother, it was decided to plant potatoes in 1 more town this year. We only care about the families who planted potatoes with us last year, and the county magistrate will find a way to solve the seeds for the remaining town. Wan Lauer listened to the village chief and asked, which town is the other town? There are 3 towns under our jurisdiction in Xianing County. The other town is next to our Jinwu town, called Wenong Town, just southeast of our town, close to Hongnan County. Hongnan County? When Wan Lauer heard about Hongnan County, he thought of the county magistrate. I wonder how he is doing now. Yes, Hongnan County. I heard that Hongnan County solved a case last year. It was a newly appointed county magistrate. This case also involved a family in our county. It seems that the surname is Zhou, but I don't know the specifics. I heard that the Zhou family has moved away and was expelled from the county by our county magistrate. The village chief doesn't know, but Wan Lauer knows it very well. Isn't it Zhou Biao who wants to find out the secrets of their village? It seems that the county magistrate of Hongnan County is thanking him for spending money to buy their family's cow and saving his parents' lives. So he helped him completely eliminate this big trouble. It seems that he will go to thank him when he has time. Jinju, tell everyone. 2 towns have been added this year. Should we expand the workshop in our village? Otherwise, it won't be enough. Then potatoes can't be kept for too long. Otherwise they will become poisonous. Yes, Jinju. What are you planning? Tell me quickly. The villagers were talking impatiently. What are you arguing about? Jinju just came back, and the matter hasn't been sorted out yet. Why are you rushing? The village chief scolded everyone. Everyone shut up. The yard was surrounded by people. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Both men and women. And no one went to the fields today. And they all came to Wan's house to watch the fun. Wan Lauer couldn't come up with any ideas for a while. He was indeed a little confused. Suddenly there was an extra town to grow potatoes. He didn't know how his potato flour was selling now, and whether his family could sell all these things. He still needed time to make a plan. At this time, another wave of people came to the door of Juan's house. Chapter 654 Shinjinyuan's relatives visit. Juan Lauda rode his horse and followed Shinjinyuan's carriage. When he arrived at the door of the house, he immediately dismounted. "Sir, we are here. It seems that there are too many people at home. Please wait for a moment. I will go to call my second brother." "No need. Since I need your second brother's help, I will naturally go to see him. There is no need to disturb others." Shinjinyuan was wearing casual clothes today. His temperament was completely different from when he first came to Shitsi village a few years ago to redress the grievances of the Shin family. "Sir, please slow down." Juan Lauda stepped forward and helped Shinjinyuan. Shinjinyuan stood at the door of the Juan family's house, looking at the heads inside and the gate surrounded by water. It seems that it is difficult for him not to disturb others. "Second brother, are you at home?" Juan Lauda shouted directly. The people in the yard turned their heads to look at the door and saw that it was Juan Lauda, and the county magistrate was standing behind Juan Lauda. Everyone rushed out of the yard, because Shinjinyuan had come to Shitsi village more than once, and most of the villagers knew him. "Jinju, your elder brother is back, and the county magistrate is here too. You hurry out to greet him." The villagers outside also reminded Juan Lauda loudly, fearing that there were too many people and he couldn't hear inside. Juan Lauda really didn't hear Juan Lauda's voice. He just felt that people outside were commotion. After the villagers reminded him, Juan Lauda finally heard it clearly. "Village chief, the county magistrate is here. Let's go together." Juan Lauda was just thinking about going to the county town to ask the county magistrate in a few days. But he didn't expect the county magistrate to come directly to his door. It seems that the county magistrate is also very anxious. Because of the arrival of the county magistrate, the people in the Juan family yard quickly dispersed, and only the village chief stayed to accompany him. "Old second, you finally came back. Do you know that mother and your wife are sick?" When Juan Lauda saw Juan Lauda, he couldn't help but scold him. But when he thought that the county magistrate was still there, he didn't continue to talk about it. He would talk to him later. "Brother, I know I was wrong, but mother and the others are already well, but they still need to rest for a while." Juan Lauda knew that he was in the wrong and laughed a few times. "County magistrate, please come in." Juan Lauda hurriedly invited Shinjinyuan into the house. Shinjinyuan didn't know that Mrs. Juan was sick. Just now, after hearing what Juan Lauda said, he also went into the house to greet Mrs. Juan and asked her to take care of herself, and then came out to discuss business with Juan Lauda. Juan Lauda thought of Fubao and Jia Yanbing plan, so he took Fubao with him. Fubao sat next to Juan Lauda, but Shinjinyuan and Juan Lauda didn't care. "Sir, I just came back last night. You know the situation of my family. If the villagers hadn't come to tell me some of the things that happened in the past 6 months, I really didn't know anything. Since you already know that 2 towns in our county have planted potatoes this year, what are your plans? I came here to ask you what you think." Shinjinyuan has no official heirs at all, but Juan Lauda didn't dare to really treat Shinjinyuan as a villager. "Sir, I haven't thought about it yet. It's too hasty. I just came back last night. I have to ask my 4th brother, and then I will draft a charter for you. What do you think?" Shinjinyuan pondered for a moment before saying, "In that case, I wait for your reply at the county government." "Sir, I have another thing to ask you," Juan Lauda said quickly. "If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." "Sir, I want to know how many potatoes another town planted this year. Even if Juan Lauda wants to harvest potatoes, he must know whether he has enough ability. Wudong town is smaller than our town, with a total of 100,000 mu of arable land. The potato seeds I distributed are about 3 million kilograms, which is only enough to plant 1/10 of this town, half less than what Jinwu town planted this year." From Shinjinyuan's answer, he obviously did his homework. Juan Lauda didn't know how many potatoes Jinwu town planted, but now he has an idea. "Sir, I have an idea. Please give me some time. I will definitely give you an answer, at the latest in 5 days. Well, I wait for you to find me in the county." Since he came in, Shinjinyuan has never regarded himself as an official, and he has already lowered his status. Of course, Juan Lauda knew all this because everything he did was related to the performance evaluation of the county magistrate. People's livelihood is the most important evaluation of local officials in this dynasty. If Xianing County's tax revenue this year becomes the best among the counties under the jurisdiction of Xianqing Prefecture, then Shen Jinyuan will be promoted in a few years. Shen Jinyuan must lower his posture when it comes to his future. In addition, he and the Wan family are also relatives, so this can be regarded as mutual support. When Shen Jinyuan stood up to leave, Fu Bao, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Sir, Fu Bao has something to consult you." Fu Bao sat next to Wan Lao. His short legs couldn't even reach the crossbar of the stool. Blinking his big, bright eyes and looking at Shen Jinyuan, Shen Jinyuan was about to get up but sat back down. "Fu Bao, what do you want to ask me? I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring you candy. I will definitely bring you the best candy next time." Shen Jinyuan had no children at home and thought that children only liked to eat candy. "Thank you, sir. What Fu Bao wants to ask is that if our family wants to rent the entire land of Jinwu Town, can you be a witness?" Fu Bao's word shocked everyone. Wan Lauer seemed to have heard Fu Bao say that they bought it. So how come it has become rented now? What is this girl thinking? Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao in shock. How could a little girl, who was at the age of playing, care about land and rent the land of the whole town? Shen Jinyuan first glanced at Wan Lauer, and seeing that Wan Lauer seemed to be unaware, he thought Fu Bao was just asking for fun. But he still answered Fu Bao's question seriously. "Fu Bao, rent the land of the whole town. Do you know how much arable land your Jinwu town has?" Fu Bao shook his head. "Your Excellency just said that Wudong town has more than 100,000 mu of arable land, which is less than our Jinwu town. Then our Jinwu town must have more than 100,000 mu. Right?" Shen Jinyuan nodded approvingly. "This girl has a good mind. Yes, that's right. Your Jinwu town is located at the westernmost part of the border. It covers a larger area than other places, but the population is sparse. Although the cultivated land area is larger than Wudong town, it is only a few tens of thousands of acres, which is about 150,000 acres. You have to ask the master for the specific details, if your family wants to rent all of them at once. This will be a matter that will alarm the entire city, whether in terms of financial resources or manpower. You must be fully prepared. Then can you bear witness for us? If this is really the case, I will not only bear witness for you, but also stamp you with the official seal of our Xianing County." This is what Fu Bao was waiting for. "Sir, then you must keep your word. When my father comes to you with a land lease contract, you must stamp it for us." "No problem. How can I break my word?" After hearing Shen Jinyuan's words, Fu Bao had no other questions. After the father and daughter sent Shen Jinyuan and Wan Lao away, Wan Lao quickly carried Fu Bao into the house. He couldn't wait to know what his daughter was planning. Chapter 655 Fu Bao Plan. The two did not enter the upper room, but went to the west side room. "Girl, what did you mean just now? Why is Daddy a little confused?" "Dad, I have been thinking about one thing all the way. What is the purpose of our trip to the capital this time?" "Of course, it is to seek the protection of your brother Mo and ask him if the people of your kingdom come to us. How should we deal with it?" "Dad, there is a saying that it is better to ask for help from oneself than to ask for help from others. Do you think that the power of brother Mo alone can resist the power of your kingdom? The emperor has the final say in the Qi, not brother Mo. What if your kingdom can't do it secretly, and comes openly, and directly uses the city to exchange for the Qi to hand me over? At that time, won't we be very passive?" Wan Lao was confused, and didn't know what his daughter was going to say. "My daughter, your brother Mo is very powerful. He can lead troops to attack the kingdom of you." "Dad, be careful with your words. Brother Mo and we are just of the same clan. First of all, he is a general of the great Qi. Secondly, he is the most outstanding descendant of the Wan family, and the son of Uncle Wan. Finally, he is my brother Mo. Dad, do you want brother Mo to rebel? It is the emperor who decides who to attack, not whoever brother Mo wants to attack." Wan Lao knew that he had said the wrong thing. He was in a hurry and blurted it out. He regretted it as soon as he said it. "My daughter, Daddy said the wrong thing. We are just ordinary people. How can we save ourselves? If we can save ourselves, why did we travel thousands of miles to the capital? Dad, before we came to the capital, we really couldn't save ourselves. But I met the teacher. His enlightenment and help to me are something I can never repay in my lifetime. The teacher made me understand that in this world, only you can save yourself. No one can be relied on. Others can only help. The iron must be hard to forge, So I want to let the emperor know that our family is useful to Daki, and our value is far greater than those cities. Only then will the emperor stand on our side. The second son of Wan Lao was more and more confused. How did this involve the emperor again? My daughter? This? Daddy is stupid. Please speak carefully. We are a farmer. What use can it have to the chi? Daddy only knows how to farm. Yes. It's farming. Daddy. As long as you can master your farming skills, you will be the hero of the people of the world. What are the people most worried about? Just like when we were hungry and cold. Have you ever thought about who the emperor of the Chi was? No. You must be thinking about how to eat and wear warm clothes. The people of the whole country are the same. Everyone is worried about how to eat and wear warm clothes. Especially the people at the border. The environment is bad, and the people are living in poverty. If a person who can save the people from the water and fire appears at this time, what do you think the people will do? What? If it were me, I would definitely hope that he would live a long life, and our descendants would not be hungry. Wan Lauer suddenly got it. So, my daughter, do you mean that you want to be the one who saves the people from the water and fire? Daddy, it's not me. It's our family. And even all the forces that we can unite. What's the difference between that and rebellion? Wan Lauer asked stupidly. Dad? Of course it's different. We don't rebel. This is the same as what those aristocratic families do. They won't have new aristocratic families as dynasties change. Fu Bao saw that Wan Lauer was still a little confused, and knew that it was useless to say more. So he simply said, Dad, you don't have to worry about the rest. Just leave it to me and my husband. Your mind now is to grow good crops. You are a good farmer. The family business should be handed over to fourth uncle. You are not good at doing business. You will succeed if you do your best in what you are good at. Okay. What you said? Dad doesn't understand. Didn't you say you wanted to buy land on your way back? How come you're renting land again? Dad, I made this decision after careful consideration. Buying land costs more money, while renting land is cheaper. Another important obstacle is that people may not be willing to sell their land. If they can eat and wear warm clothes, no one will sell their land. And renting land has more benefits than buying land. Wan Lao looked at his daughter, and he was no longer looking at a child. He felt that Fu Bao temperament was becoming more and more like Jia Yanbing, a little fox. What are the benefits of renting land? After renting it for a few years, the land is still not ours, and the production at the border is low. After deducting the rent and taxes paid, we don't have much left. It's a thankless task. And if we pay the less to the lessors, they can't support their families. Wan Lauer felt that renting land was even more unrealistic. Dad, please listen to me first. We rent the land not to cheat the people, but to make them prosperous along with us. The money we earn is the money of the rich. The specific plan will be discussed after you come. Please harvest all the potatoes this year first. We will decide what to plant on the land in the future. Fu Bao couldn't tell Wan Lauer everything at once, and this couldn't be completed in 1 or 2 years. This required a pilot project, and then radiated to the surrounding areas. When everyone saw the first people who try to get the benefits, they would naturally follow. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and as long as this start is good, they will get twice the result with half the effort. Dad, I've told you so much first. The county magistrate has told you the planting area of Wudong town this year. You should think about how much silver you need. Right? And you want to discuss it with your fourth uncle. Right? How is the current sales of our potato flour? What are your plans for the next step? Fu Bao, aren't you going with Dad? Wan Lauer felt that his mind was a mess without his daughter by his side. Dad, I promised my mother and grandmother that I would accompany them in the future. It was because of my mother and grandmother's fall this time that I understood a truth more clearly. They would die without me. And I can't leave the Wan family, Fu Bao said seriously with his chubby little face. Wan Lauer hugged his daughter in his arms, feeling very relieved. Dad listens to you. Dad will do whatever you ask him to do. As expected, Wan Lauer drove the carriage to the city that afternoon. Wan Laosi was in charge of the potato flour shop in the city. Wan Lauer had no idea how many shops the family had opened. He really had to ask Wan Laosi. And if they harvested potatoes from one more town this year, could they consume them all? How much inventory was left last year? All these had to be considered comprehensively. Wan Lauer arrived at the city with a heavy heart. From the site selection to the opening of the shop in the city, he had never been there once. However, he randomly asked anyone about the Wan family potato flour shop. And no one didn't know it. Wan Lauer quickly found the one family potato flour shop. It was getting dark, but there were still people coming and going in the shop. The waiter was enthusiastic and sent people to the door before returning. Wan Lauer couldn't help but nod. It seemed that the fourth brother ran the shop very well. Chapter 656 Amazing Sales. Wan Lauer drove the carriage to the door of the shop, and a waiter came up to lead the horse and greeted him immediately. "Sir, please come in." Wan Lauer handed the carriage to the waiter and walked into the shop. The shop was much larger than he imagined. I wonder if it was the result of a later renovation. As soon as Wan Lauer came in, he was led to a seat. "I'm looking for your shopkeeper. Is he here?" Wan Lauer quickly explained his purpose. "Sir, our shopkeeper is in the back. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask him to come. When the shop is too busy, Wan Lauer will also help in person." Wan Lauer saw that the shop was almost full of people, and even the upstairs was full. Not long after, Wan Lauer came over. "Second brother? When did you come back?" Wan Lauer quickly took off his apron and handed it to the waiter, put down his rolled-up sleeves, and walked over quickly. "Fourth brother, I came back a few days ago and hurried to the capital to look for you. Let's go. Let's talk in the back. There is a small courtyard behind the shop, and Wan Lauer usually lives in the courtyard behind." The two brothers went to the back room, and Wan Lauer poured a cup of tea for Wan Lauer. "Second brother, you have been away for half a year, which has caused us a lot of trouble. In the first month after you left, our shop almost couldn't open. Fortunately, Shenyang managed to open the workshop despite his injury. Otherwise, all our business would be in vain, and the shop would be rented in vain. Second brother, what's the urgent matter with you? You have been away for half a year? No news? What are mother and second sister-in-law worried about at home?" Wan Lauer sighed heavily. His face was not very good. This is the first time that Wan Lauer has been scolded since he returned home. But he feels much better. "Fourth brother, I did have an urgent matter. We were being chased in Qiping County. The enemy was from Yu State. They came to rob Fubao. I had no choice but to take Fubao to the capital to seek help from Moer. The situation was urgent at the time, and I couldn't contact you. I was afraid that those people would find our family and harm you. I originally planned to write to you to report my safety when I arrived in the capital. But later I asked someone to bring you a letter saying that I would take Fubao out for a trip. I just lied." Wan Lauer knew that he was in the wrong and lowered his head. "Second brother, such a big thing. Why did you leave without saying a word? If they can find Fubao, they will definitely find our family. You are really confused." Wan Lauer slapped his thigh in anger. Wan Lauer didn't say anything either. He was stupid and had no choice. The only thing he could think of at the time was Wan Qingma. Wan Lauer saw that Wan Lauer didn't say anything and knew that it would be redundant for him to say anything now. "Brother, since you are back, I guess everything should be settled. Right? Mother and sister-in-law shouldn't know about this. Right?" Wan Lauer said what he was thinking. "Yes. Mother and the others don't know about Fubao yet. You must not let it slip. It was the right decision to go to the capital this time. And things should be stable for a while in the future. We didn't meet anyone from you on the way back, which means Mo really helped our family. When we passed through Dizhou, Quaner bought 2 maids who knew Kung Fu for Fu Bao, and I brought them back with me. But I only told the public that they were 2 playmates that Quaner found for Fu Bao. After all, there are many people in the village, and our family is in the limelight, so we should be as cautious as possible. Well, brother, you are right to worry. You have been away for half a year, and you haven't heard anything else since you came back?" Wan Lauer looked at Wan Lauer and asked. "The county magistrate came home and talked about planting potatoes this year. Wan Lauer came this time to discuss this matter with Wan Lauer, and he didn't hide it. Second brother, the county magistrate is not fair in this matter. We are relatives, but this town has grown potatoes. Has he ever considered whether our family can afford to buy them? We are just farmers, not good people. We also need to eat and drink." Wan Lauer quickly glanced outside and whispered, "Fourth brother, please keep your voice down. Be careful that there are ears on the other side of the wall. What are you afraid of? He can do it, but we are not allowed to say it. Isn't he doing it for his political achievements? But he can't sacrifice our family for his political achievements. Right? Alas, I haven't replied to him yet. He said he came to ask about your situation. If we really don't have the ability, we can only collect it in our town. and the rest can only be solved by the people going to the county government to find the county magistrate. Wan Lauer sighed heavily. He had so many things to deal with when he came back home, and he was a little overwhelmed. But, fourth brother, you should have an idea of how much potato flour our family consumes in a month. Right? Seeing that his second brother had hit the point, Wan Laosi stood up and took out a stack of account books from the cabinet beside him. Second brother, take a look for yourself. This is all the expenses and income of our shop since its opening. Wan Lauer looked at the pile of account books and felt a little overwhelmed. Fourth brother, you know I have a headache looking at these. Just tell me directly. This is all the money you paid? Although we haven't divided the family, the division was agreed in advance. You got the biggest share. You don't even look at the account books. Aren't you afraid that I will report false accounts? Fourth brother, you still say this to second brother? Second brother naturally believes you. Wan Laosi smiled bitterly, took the account book, opened it and took a look, and said, since you left, in the past 6 months, we have sold more than 100,000 kilograms of potato flour. This is just our shop. Xianing County and third sister-in-law have sold more than 100,000 kilograms of potato flour. The town has not been counted, and the total should be about 120,000 caddies, because the shop in Xianing County has not been open for a long time, and the population is not as large as here in the capital. Wan Lauer simply calculated in his mind and sighed. We purchased several million caddies of potatoes last year, excluding those for seeds. There are nearly 3 million caddies. At this sales rate, it is less than 1/3. In addition, this year's potatoes will be harvested in 2 months. How to get rid of the remaining inventory in these 2 months is the key. Wan Laosi has come up with a few ideas. Second brother, I now have 5,000 taels of silver in my hand, which is the profit of this shop in the past 6 months. The average monthly income is nearly 1,000 taels, which is very good. I think I will open a few more branches in the capital next, and it is time to open branches in various counties. In this way, the remaining inventory will be easily eliminated. But what worries me now is that there are no available people. Wan Laosi has to take care of this shop and worry about expanding the business, so his energy is limited. Fourth brother, let's buy someone. On the way to the capital this time, we saved a person. I learned from him that if you want to expand your business, you must have your own people. So if we want to open branches in various counties, we have to buy people, preferably managers. Spending some silver can make more money. What is this called? Oh, right. It's called money making money. Wan Lauer learned half of what Jia Yanbing said and told Wan Laosi. But Wan Laosi was smart and understood it as soon as he heard it. Second brother, I understand what you said. I didn't have money before. How could I dare to move these 5,000 taels without your permission? Even if we want to buy someone now, there may not be a suitable one, especially a manager. It is even harder to buy. This is something that can only be encountered by chance. Wan Lauer also knew this, so he didn't continue the topic and asked, fourth brother, how should I reply to the county magistrate when I go back? You are smart. Can you help me think about it? Wan Lauer directly pushed the problem to Wan Laosi. Brother, wait. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go. Let's go have a drink. Wan Lauer was in no mood to drink, but was dragged out of the shop by Wan Laosi to get some wine. As soon as the two of them went out, they bumped into a drunk man. The man vomited all over Wan Laosi, who was so angry that he wanted to punch the man twice. But when he saw the man's face clearly, he was stunned. Isn't this my brother-in-law? Chapter 657, Wang Jiu's Accident. Wan Laosi straightened the man and didn't bother to go out with Wan Lauer to get wine. The two of them quickly carried him to the backyard on the left and right. Fourth brother, isn't this my brother-in-law? After they moved to the capital, we didn't find their family. How come they suddenly appeared in the capital again? And he's drunk like this. What happened? Wan Lauer was busy pouring water for Wang Jiu and wiping his face. Wan Laosi changed into a clean set of clothes and frowned at Wang Jiu on the bed. I guess something happened at home. He wasn't like this before. It seems that he is drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Don't worry about him for now. He's drunk like mud now. You can't ask anything. Let him sleep. Ask him when he sobers up. Wan Laosi stepped forward to cover Wang Jiu with a quilt and pulled Wan Lauer out of the room. The two of them just ate some potato noodles in the shop, and Wan Laosi asked the kitchen to add 2 cold dishes. After the two brothers had eaten and drunk enough, The shop was basically closed. The next morning, the two brothers got up early. Both of them had something on their minds and couldn't sleep. Second brother, go see if brother-in-law is sober. Wan Laosi pushed open the door of Wang Jiawei's room and saw Wang Jiawei still sleeping soundly on the bed. He's not awake yet. What should we do? We have to go to the traffickers today and try our luck. Even if there is no suitable one for the time being, let the traffickers pay attention to it. If there is a suitable one, let them send a message so that we can buy people as soon as possible. This is the top priority. Wan Lauer said what he was thinking. Brother, the shop can't do without people. How about I stay in the shop and you go to the human traffickers to have a look? If you like it, don't buy it yet. Let the human traffickers keep it for a while, and I go and have a look. Okay. That's the only way. Where is the human traffickers? Although Wan Lauer has been to the capital, he hasn't been to many places, and he hasn't bought people before. He certainly doesn't know much about the human traffickers. Moreover, the human traffickers have a lot of tricks, and it's not something a rough guy like him can handle. I heard it's in Chongping Lane in the west of the city. I don't know the details. Where did our family buy people? You can go there and ask. While the two were talking, the person on the bed had opened his eyes. Wang Jiawei had a hangover and his head hurt so much that he groaned unconsciously. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi quickly turned their heads to look and saw Wang Jiawei covering his forehead with one hand and trying to sit up with the other hand on the bed. Brother-in-law, are you awake? Wan Laosi reacted quickly and hurried forward to help Wang Jiawei. After Wang Jiawei recovered, he began to look around and the people in front of him. Nowadays, Wan Laosi and Wan Lao are dressed differently from before. In addition, Wan Laosi has become stronger and has more flesh on his face. Wang Jiawei did not recognize Wan Laosi at first, but he recognized Wan Lao. Second brother? Fourth brother? Where am I? Wang Jiawei's voice was a little hoarse, and his head was still a little confused because of drunkenness. Brother-in-law, this is our shop. You drank too much yesterday and fell in front of our shop. My second brother and I saw you and brought you back. Are you better now? Wan Laosi explained the whole story in a few words. Wang Jiawei shook his head vigorously and thought about what happened last night. But his mind was blank. It was obvious that he was drunk. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I go get you a cup of tea to sober you up. Wan Lao hurriedly went to get a cup of tea and brought it over. Wang Jiawei drank it all in one breath. After drinking a cup of tea, Wang Jiawei felt much better. His dry throat was moistened, and he didn't feel any pain when he spoke. Second brother. Fourth brother. Thank you. Wang Jiawei didn't look like he used to be. Brother-in-law, what happened to you? Why did you and your family disappear after you moved out of town? We also went to the address that Sister Jing left for us, but the yard was empty. What happened? Wan Laosi was very anxious. Although Qiushi was not Wan Laotai's biological daughter, she was half a daughter. Wan Laotai was always thinking about her. Wan Laosi had been doing business in the capital for half a year and was always paying attention to her. But there was no news. Now when he was about to give up, someone suddenly appeared at the door of the shop. Wang Jiawei was a 7-foot man. He had never shed a tear when he was seriously injured. Now he was crying like a woman. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi were a little dumbfounded. What happened? Brother-in-law, what's on your mind? Tell us and we help you. Now that our family is well off, we can definitely help you. Where's my sister Jing? And my little nephew? Where is Qiner? Wan Laosi was anxious. But Wang Jiawei cried even more sadly after hearing this. Wan Lauer handed him a towel. Wang Jiawei wiped his face and finally stopped crying. Second brother. Fourth brother. To be honest, my family had a sudden change 2 years ago. I have been in a daze since then. I don't have the face to look for you. I can only get drunk and eat every day and wait for death. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi were both shocked. What was the sudden change? What could make the leader of a clan who had experienced many storms become so decadent? Brother-in-law, don't worry. Just talk slowly. No matter how big the change is, as long as people are still alive, everything will be fine. Wan Laosi didn't know what happened to the Wang family, and could only guess a little from Wang Jiawei's words. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi were patient, and moved a stool to sit down. Wang Jiawei had been too frustrated in his heart for the past 2 years. Now that he finally saw someone he could talk to, it was like he had opened a chatterbox and couldn't stop talking. 2 years ago, I took Jinger and the children to visit Jinger's family in Beijing. Just in case, I brought 50 guards with me. They were all good fighters of the cheetah sect. But before we entered the pass, we encountered horse bandits. After a fierce battle, there were less than 5 people left. My child was hacked to death by the horse bandits, and Jinger was also insulted on the spot. In the end, I tried my best to rescue Jing. I was stabbed dozens of times, and my injuries were almost as serious as when your family rescued me. Fortunately, the remaining brothers tried their best to send me out. I took Jinger to the nearest clinic with my last breath. I fainted at the time. When I woke up, I found that Jinger had changed and had. She was crazy. I was too badly injured to take care of her, so I had to have her tied up. I stayed in the town's clinic for several months and recovered halfway. Later, I took Jinger back to my home in the city and found that my home had long been occupied by someone else. It turned out that all this was designed by my enemy. But now I have no one and no money. The little money I have left is only enough to rent a small courtyard to support Jinger and me. I wanted to ask my brother for help, but my brother took the caravan to the outside world and will not be back for 10 or 8 years. After hearing this, one Lao Air and one Lao Sea sighed and hated the enemy in their hearts. What kind of hatred made the horse bandit kill the whole family? Chapter 658 Chio's Madness. Brother-in-law, where are you staying now? How is Jinger? Wan Lauer was a little worried about Chio's condition. This madman had no one to take care of her. If she was abused, she could be killed. Not to mention that Wang Jiawei was drunk every day. How could he take good care of Chio? Wang Jiawei's mind was much clearer at this time. He sat up on the bed and put on his shoes. Second brother. Fourth brother. I rented a small yard in the slums in the south of the city. The price is cheap, and I can rent it for 2 more years. I was afraid that my enemies would come to my door, so I didn't go out much. Yesterday was the first time I went out. I didn't expect to meet you. I have never been so cowardly in my life. If I wasn't afraid that Jinger would be left alone, I would really kill you. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi still had a little good impression of Wang Jiawei. He was quite affectionate and righteous. Brother-in-law, can you take us to see Sister Jing first? You didn't come back this night. It's hard to say how she is now. Wan Laosi was a little worried about Chio. Before he was exiled, he saw a madman who was drowned in the river without being watched by his family. His body was found outside the next village. Wang Jiawei was not too worried. When I left, I tied her to the bed. I was so sad that I thought about going out to get a jar of wine. But I didn't expect you to pick her up. Tied to the bed? You tied her to the bed alone? Hurry up. I have a carriage. Take me to your house. Wan Lao Air was a little anxious. Wan Lao Ma's illness had just recovered. If she knew that Chio had done this again, she might get sick again. And Wan Lao Air didn't know what to do. Wang Jiawei was dragged to the carriage in the yard by the brothers. Wan Laosi told the people in the shop and quickly got on the carriage with Wan Lao Air. Following Wang Jiawei's instructions, Wan Lauer came to a shabby and dark alley in the south of the city. It was mid-morning, and children wearing patched clothes were running around in the alley. There were also boys aged 4 or 5, wearing only a shirt and nothing on the lower body, running around the alley with their bare buttocks. When the children saw the carriage, they immediately swarmed around it. Their eyes were full of curiosity, and the brave ones directly climbed the carriage to see what was inside. Wan Lauer was afraid that the horse would scare the children and hurt them, so he immediately drove the children away in a harsh voice. The children laughed and scattered again, but stood in groups of 3 or 2 against the wall, whispering, "We're here. This is the house." Wang Jiawei saw his own courtyard and quickly asked Wan Lauer to stop the carriage. Wan Lauer took a look at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him and saw a rusty lock on the gate. The door panels of the courtyard were repaired later. The courtyard wall was very low. Standing outside, you could see into the courtyard. The courtyard wall was still made of adobe, and there were many lumps of soil on it. These were all marks left by years of erosion, by wind and rain. Wan Lauer got off the carriage, and Wang Jiawei came out of the carriage. The children saw Wang Jiawei coming out, and then they came forward again with courage. "Uncle Wang, is this your relative?" Wang Jiawei lost his beloved son and gave all his fatherly love to these children in the alley. He would bring back some snacks for the children. Although he was short of money, he still insisted, "Yes, they are my relatives. They came to see me. You can go and play." Wang Jiawei patted the child's head with a face full of pampering. Before he had no children, he didn't know what it was like to be a father. Later, When he had a son, he knew what the joy of family was. However, he lost his beloved son again, which made him more painful than before he had no children. The children were also very well behaved and ran away with a smile. Wang Jiwei took the key from himself, unlocked the door, and invited Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi to come in. The yard was very small and unobstructed. There was no extra long objects. Only a stone table and 4 stone benches. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi took a look at the yard and heard a shout from the house. Wan Lauer didn't have time to think about it, so he walked forward quickly and pushed open the door. There were only 3 rooms in the yard. One was the main hall, one was the bedroom, and the other was the kitchen. Wan Lauer pushed open the door and heard the sound coming from the bedroom. He immediately entered the bedroom and saw Chiyo tied to the bed, disheveled, her clothes no longer in their original colors, and the room was filled with an unpleasant smell of urine. Wang Jiwei hurried over to check on Chiyo and found that her pants were wet, and the mattress was also wet. Did she wet the bed? Second brother. Fourth brother. I'm really sorry to embarrass you. Please go sit outside for a while I change Jinger's clothes. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi were also a little embarrassed. They nodded and left the bedroom. Chiyo's low roars could be heard from inside from time to time. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi paced back and forth anxiously outside. Wang Jiwei was also sweating in anxiety inside. He was a grown man who used to be served by others, and he had never served others before. However, taking care of Chiyo for the past 2 years has tempered his bad temper. After a lot of effort, Wang Jiwei finally untied Chiyo. Looking at the red and swollen marks on Chiyo's wrists, it can be seen that she suffered a lot last night. Wang Jiwei felt a little guilty. Once Chiyo was freed, she immediately ran down from the bed, hugged a broken pillow from the bed, and ran out as if she was a child. Jinger. Wang Jiwei ran out after her. Chiyo had already run into the yard, but she didn't run out again. Instead, she huddled in the corner, hugged the pillow, pressed it tightly against her face, with a happy smile on her face, humming a little song in her mouth, obviously coaxing a child. Wan Lauer and Wan Laosi chased out and saw Chiyo in this state. Sister Jing. Fourth brother. Don't go forward. She is afraid of strangers. Otherwise she will go crazy again. That's not a solution. Have you asked a doctor to see her? Wan Laosi also looked distressed. I saw her and took medicine, but it didn't work. Wan Lauer suddenly thought of Fu Bao. Maybe Fu Bao could cure her madness? But if he just took her back to Shitsi village, would the old lady be more uncomfortable? After thinking about it, Wan Lauer finally came up with a compromise. He found an inn for the two to stay in the town first, and let Fu Bao go to see her. If he could cure her, he would take her back to Shitsi village. If he couldn't cure her, it was Chiyo's fate. He would rent a house for the two in the town, which was better than staying in this small yard. Looking at Chiyo's clothes, which looked like they were dug out of an ash nest, Wang Jiwei probably didn't know how to wash clothes. Wan Lauer pulled Wan Laosi and Wang Jiwei aside and told them his plan. But Wan Lauer did not mention Fu Bao's medical treatment. At this critical moment, time was tight, and he did not have time to explain Fu Bao's medical skills to the two. Everything could only be discussed after the Chiyo family was brought to Jinwu town. Chapter 659 Buying People. After the discussion, Wan Laosi asked, Are we going to the traffickers today? It's better to buy the stewards as early as possible. You want to buy people? Wang Jiwei asked after hearing this. Well, our family has run some small businesses, and now we need manpower. We are going to buy a few stewards to help. Wan Laosi explained briefly. I know a trafficker. I take you there, Wang Jiwei said quickly. That's great. We have no experience dealing with traffickers. If my brother-in-law knows someone, then this matter will be much easier. Wan Laosi didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Wan Lauer was also very happy. But the problem now was, what should we do with Chiyo? Fourth brother. How about we go to the human traffickers and buy a maid? It's a bit hard for my brother-in-law to serve a crazy person alone. He has to take care of her eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. And he can't handle it alone. Wan Lauer felt that it was a miracle that Chiyo was still alive. Not only did Chiyo smell bad, but her hair was all tangled. It was unknown how long it had been since she had washed it. Even Wang Jiwei himself was the same. It was obvious that the two of them were not living a good life. Wan Laosi had no objection, since the old lady had recognized Chiyo as her goddaughter. They were lifelong relatives. Now, he couldn't just let Chiyo become like this and leave her alone. After all, she was a life. And after Chiyo married Wang Jiawei, she had brought a lot of good things to their family. Okay, I'm going to the traffickers later and buy a maid. We are definitely not as careful as women in taking care of people. We can't do things like washing, dressing, and sewing. Wan Laoxi's words touched Wang Jiawei's heart. Fourth brother, you understand me. Although Jinger has always been taken care of by me, you can see that she is no different from a beggar. I can only ensure that she doesn't starve to death. I'm really helpless about cleaning the house and personal hygiene. Wan Lao patted Wang Jiawei's shoulder. He had a deep understanding of this. During the time he took his daughter out, he asked someone to wash her clothes and ate outside. Fortunately, they lived in an inn. Otherwise the house would be a doghouse. Okay, let's not talk about this. We are all relatives. We won't just watch you like this and ignore you. If we go to the traffickers, what will she do? Wan Lao glanced at Chiyo. Wan Laoxi wanted to go back to the shop. It was getting late, and the shop had to open for business. Wan Lao and Wang Jiawei were going to the pawn shop together. Chiyo sure couldn't be taken with him. Right? Let's tie her up first. Sometimes when I go out to buy things, I tie her up at home. Wang Jiawei said helplessly. Special circumstances can only be handled specially. Wan Lao and Wan Laoxi had no choice but to help Wang Jiawei tie Chiyo up first. Otherwise, if she was left alone at home, who knows what would go wrong. Wang Jiawei came out with a wide cloth strip and wanted to tie Chiyoshi back. But as soon as he touched Chiyoshi, she ran away immediately, and she was very strong. In the end, it took the three of them to tie Chiyo up together, in order not to disturb the neighbors. Wang Jiawei sealed Chiyoshi's mouth with a cloth ball. Okay, let's go quickly. I'm afraid she'd pee her pants if she gets anxious. Let's go quickly, and come back quickly. I have to get her food when I come back. Wang Jiawei closed the door, locked the courtyard door outside, and got back on the carriage. Wan Lao sent Wan Laoxi back to the shop, and went to the pawn shop with Wang Jiawei. With Wang Jiawei, Wan Lao found the location of the pawn shop smoothly. This area is full of pawn shops, but this pawn shop is the most honest, has a lot of goods, and has the best reputation. Wang Jiawei used to be a gang member, dealing with all kinds of people, and knowing a lot of people. Wang Jiawei tidied his clothes and hair, which only made him look neater. But the dirty parts of his body were still dirty. He went forward and knocked on the door. A servant opened the door. The servant said nothing and bent down to invite people in. People who come here don't do any other business except buying people. Wang Jiawei led Wan Lao into the courtyard. This house has 3 courtyards, except for the second courtyard where the master lives. The other houses are all occupied by servants waiting to be sold. The first courtyard is occupied by men, and the third courtyard is occupied by women. There was no business today, so the trafficker scolded some disobedient servants in his second courtyard. After the servant went to report, the trafficker came out soon. Wang Jiawei saw the person from a distance, and whispered to Wan Lao, "This is Chin the shopkeeper. People who buy and sell people are also called shopkeepers." This is the first time Wan Lao heard of this. He heard that they were all called brokers. Each family has a different name. Isn't it better to call it shopkeeper? Wan Lao nodded in understanding. When Chin the shopkeeper came closer, he looked at Wan Lao with a smile. "You are a distinguished guest. I am sorry for not welcoming you. I wonder what you should call me. My last name is Wan, and I'm the second child. So you're Mr. Wan. Please come in." Shopkeeper Chin didn't see Wang Jiawei at all. In fact, Wang Jiawei's image was too different from before, and Shopkeeper Chin didn't recognize him. "Shopkeeper Chin, long time no see. How are you?" Wang Jiawei bowed his hands, although he looked downcast, but his back was still straight. Shopkeeper Chin heard the voice sounded familiar, but after taking a look at Wang Jiawei, he felt that he looked familiar, and frowned for a while. "TSK, brother, do we know each other?" Shopkeeper Chin is really a noble man who forgets things easily. It's only been 2 years since we last met, and Shopkeeper Chin doesn't recognize me? Wang Jiawei had a scruffy beard and high cheekbones on his face, so it was really hard to recognize him. "Are you Sect Master Wang?" The shopkeeper finally recognized Wang Jiawei. Shopkeeper Chin still has such a good eye. Wang Jiawei bowed his hands. Shopkeeper Chin was shocked and took a step back. "Master Wang, what are you doing?" Shopkeeper Chin gestured up and down, meaning why is Wang Jiawei dressed like this? It looks like he is in a state of decline. Some changes have occurred at home, but they are all in the past. Today I am here to bring my second brother to do some work. He needs a group of managers. I don't trust other people, so I brought him to you. Shopkeeper Chen heard that there was a big business, and he didn't care about anything else. He quickly pulled the two into the inner courtyard. Master Wang, I was wondering why I haven't seen you in the past 2 years. It seems that you have suddenly disappeared from the world. It turns out that something happened at home. Why didn't you look for me? Shopkeeper Chen didn't know how sincere he was. But who wouldn't say such nice words? I really have no choice. Thank you for your kindness, Shopkeeper Chen. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, they got to the point. Since you are introduced by Wang Zhongju and are Wang Zhongju's relative, I will definitely give you the lowest price. Please tell me what kind of people you need and how many you need. I dare to guarantee that if you can't find the right people here, there will be no suitable people in this city. Wan Lauer felt that this person must be bragging. But since Wang Jiawei introduced him, let's give it a try. I need 10 managers, preferably those with experience in managing a shop, who must be honest and not cunning. When Manager Chen heard this, he realized that this was really a big deal. The price of a manager must be more than twice that of an ordinary servant, and he needed 10 at once. Manager Chen had already started to calculate how much money he could make from this deal. The problem now is that he doesn't have so many managers. Chapter 660. Managers are divided into different levels. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before saying, Master Wan, the person you want is not easy to find. Managers are also in short supply. You can't find them by chance. But you are lucky today. I just received a batch of goods the other day. They are criminal slaves exiled from the capital after their homes were confiscated. Some were transferred from Jiangnan. But there are only 5 in total, which is half of the number Master Wan said. When Wan Lauer heard this, he was really lucky. On the way here, Wang Jiawei told him that managers are not easy to buy. Unless you ask in advance, you can buy 1 or 2 directly at the door. Because the good ones have been reserved in advance, how can they get their turn? Now there are 5 directly. Isn't this a stroke of luck? Wan Lauer did not hesitate and immediately said, How about these 5 people? If they are good, I will take them all. Wang Jiawei quickly pulled Wan Lauer's sleeve. This second brother is still as honest and sincere as before. Manager Chen, can you call someone over for us to take a look? Wang Jiawei immediately smiled and suppressed Wan Lauer's urgency. Of course. I go get him now. You guys have some tea first. Okay. After Manager Chen left, Wang Jiawei said to Wan Lauer, Second brother, you're too impatient. You're so impatient. How are you going to negotiate the price later? Wan Lauer rubbed his face, a little embarrassed. Brother-in-law, it's not that I'm impatient. It's really that the family is really short of people. I haven't asked you yet. How much is this steward? Generally, male slaves are 10 taels of silver each. Stewards must be twice that. And the more powerful stewards are, the higher the price. I once heard Manager Chen say that he sold a big steward of a merchant's family for 1,000 taels of silver. So the price should be determined according to the steward's ability, not simply based on physical condition and gender. Wan Lauer was surprised. This steward is so expensive. This steward is so expensive. If I buy 10 stewards, won't it cost me nearly 1,000? Second brother, do you think it doesn't take time to train a steward? A good steward needs at least 5 or 6 years of training and learning. You want to use a ready-made one and buy it from a broker, which has saved a lot of money. For businessmen, time is money. If you train 10 stewards yourself, how much money will you need to spend? And how much less money will you earn? Have you calculated it? Wan Lauer felt that what Wang Jiawei said made sense, and he instantly felt that the price was acceptable. Then how can we bargain with him later? According to the market, you said, stewards are not easy to buy. And he can't raise the price? Wan Lauer also began to wonder in his heart. If one person wants 100 taels, he really needs to think about how long it will take to recover the capital. So we have to see. The basic skill of a manager is to be able to read and count. And the higher level is the manager. And managers are also divided into high, medium and low levels. Manager Chen should not ruin his reputation in order to ask for more money. Second brother, don't worry. Even if he makes money, he knows it. Not to mention that you are a big customer. Wan Lauer listened to Wang Jiawei's words, and after thinking about it in his mind, he said, You mean? Even if he asks for it casually? It won't be too much. Right? Yes, that's what I mean. But he must have left us some room for bargaining. Wan Lauer nodded in confusion and said simply, I will try to talk less in a while. You tell me. You used to manage so many people. You must know more than me. Wan Lauer was glad that he met Wang Jiawei. Otherwise he might find a broker to buy someone. And he would have no idea how this person worked in the end. Whether he spent money unjustly. Soon, the broker led 5 middle-aged men over. The 5 people were of different heights, weights and skinny. But most of them were in their early 30s. And one was slightly older. About 40 years old. Several people stood behind the broker, lowering their heads slightly. Like commodities for people to choose. Master Wan Air. Look. These are the 5 managers I mentioned. These are from the capital. And this one is from the south. The broker pointed to the oldest person and said, Wan Lauer couldn't help but take a closer look at the man. He looked neither humble nor arrogant. Although he lowered his head slightly, there was no ripple on his face. Nor was he cautious, giving people a sense of free and easy calmness. Wan Lauer nodded secretly. Although he was in this situation, he could still maintain such a calm mentality. This person must have experienced great storms. Then, Wang Jiawei asked a few questions and did a test himself. He found that these managers were not difficult to read, write and calculate, and most of them had certain management skills, and arranged things in a clear and appropriate manner. Even Wan Lauer, who was standing by, felt that these people were much better than him. If he were to deal with emergencies, he might not be as smart as these managers, especially the oldest manager, who was better at reading, writing, and dealing with problems. Wang Jiawei secretly winked at Wan Lauer, who nodded. This showed that he liked all of them. Wang Jiawei then said to Shopkeeper Chen, Shopkeeper Chen, let them go first. Let's talk. Shopkeeper Chen smiled. He liked them. He immediately waved his hand and asked these people to go back. Master Wang, how are these people? Are they all good hands? Not bad? But for our shop, they are still a little lacking in ability. Even if we buy them back, we have to train them for a few more years. Shopkeeper Chen and Wang Jiawei knew that this was the time to make an offer. So they should be careful. Shopkeeper Chen laughed. Okay. If Wang Zhongju likes them, take them all away. I give you a discount. How about that? Then Shopkeeper Chen, tell us first. If the price is right, we will take them all away. We are old friends. How can I cheat you? You just saw that the abilities of these managers are indeed high and low. But the basic skills of managers are the same. It's nothing more than managing a big shop or a small shop. With a few more years of experience, they may all be good helpers to Master Wan in the future. Shopkeeper Chen smiled as he spoke, making people feel very friendly. Then Shopkeeper Chen, tell us the price first. Wang Jiawei didn't want to talk nonsense with him. There were patients at home waiting for him to go back and take care of them. Manager Chen also wanted to facilitate this deal. If this person stayed one more day, he would have to take care of his food, drink, defecation and urination for one more day. Moreover, although the steward was in great demand, it depended on the market. Only when there was a need for a steward would they buy one. Generally, wealthy families would promote one from their own people, and rarely buy stewards from outside, unless it was a newly established family. But there were not many such people. Manager Chen had already calculated the price in his mind. So when Wang Jiawei opened his mouth, he responded, the 2 with less skills are 30 taels each. The other 2 with better skills are 50 taels each. And the best one is 200 taels each. Master Wang, you are also a worldly person. And you know that our business is also a business that follows the market. You know whether I have falsely reported to you. Wang Jiawei didn't say anything. But Wan Lauer had already started to complain in his heart. Why is it so expensive to buy a steward? The old one actually costs 200 taels, which he can't accept. In this way, wouldn't the 2 maids that Quater gave to Fubao be more expensive? Wan Lauer couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 661, Buy a butler and get a maid. Wang Jiawei saw through what Wan Lauer was thinking at a glance. But Wang Jiawei knew that although the price of the butler was high, there was really not much room for bargaining. The total price for the 5 people is 360 taels of silver. Right? Manager Chen immediately smiled and nodded. Yes, Wang Zhongju's calculation is absolutely correct. Isn't this a bit too expensive? 360 taels is enough for our family to eat and drink for a lifetime. Wan Lauer felt a pain in his flesh. Wang Jiawei also smiled and bowed to Manager Chen. Manager Chen. We are old acquaintances. Isn't your price dishonest? Manager Chen laughed. Wang Zhongju. Our friendship is friendship. And business is business. Right? The 360 taels are for your face. If someone else comes, I will also consider the 400 taels. Wan Lauer wanted to leave immediately after hearing this. It's still 400 taels. And he will consider the 300 taels. Wang Jiawei held up 2 fingers. Manager Chen. If you really want to save my face, then you can save 20 taels and give me a maid. I don't want a pretty one. Just one who can serve me. To be honest, my husband is insane. And my life is hard to describe. I just want a maid who can serve him well. The rest doesn't matter. Manager Chen sighed. He didn't expect that this good man would go insane. Master Wang, for your kindness, we won't say anything. We have been friends for many years. This girl is a little gift from me to my sister-in-law. Can you increase the price a little? I really can't give it 20 taels off. I have to make arrangements with everyone in the middle. Otherwise, how can this manager be assigned to our border? Manager Chen said with embarrassment. Manager Chen. I accept your favor. When my second brother comes back from overseas, if he has any good goods, he will definitely send them to you first. Do you think this price is acceptable? Manager Chen sighed. And finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay. This is all for your sake. I know. Otherwise I wouldn't come directly to you. Right? The two agreed on the price. And Manager Chen left to the backyard to pick maids. Brother-in-law, isn't this price a bit high? 340 taels for 5 people. An average of more than 60 taels per person. This, second brother, you won't suffer a loss. Trust me. Especially the manager with 200 taels of silver. I dare to guarantee that he can earn back double the money in a month. And this is still a conservative estimate. I have been doing business with my second brother for 20 years. And my eyes are still very accurate in judging people. Wan Lauer finally bled in his heart. Gritted his teeth and took out 340 taels of silver. But, you just said that he would just give us a random maid. He wouldn't give us a fool. Right? Second brother. You worry too much. At least people who buy and sell people won't be fools. If there are fools, they will be sold cheaply to widowers' wives. They will never be sold to the master's family. They can only give birth to children and can't do anything. They can be bought with 1 or 2 taels of silver. Wan Lauer was relieved. Not long after, Chun, the shopkeeper, brought a maid. The girl wore a gray summer dress, had big hands and feet, and looked ordinary. But her body was strong at first glance. This was definitely a girl who did rough work. Master Wang, look at this girl. What do you think? I picked a capable one. Look at her body and teeth. She can definitely serve my sister-in-law. Not to mention Wang Jiawei. Even Wan Lauer thought that this girl was really good. Shopkeeper Chen picked it. So of course it must be right. This is the silver. Please check it out. Shopkeeper Chen took it with a smile. After counting it in front of him, he said, Yes, it's just right. These are their indentures. If you have time today, we will go to the government office to have them stamped with the official seal. From now on, their life and death will be at your disposal. Then I trouble Shopkeeper Chen to accompany you. Of course. Of course. Wan Lauer drove the carriage and took a group of people to the government office. The brokers all had good relationships. So it didn't take much time to get the indentures done. Wan Lauer held a stack of papers in his pocket, feeling happy and heartbroken. Before leaving, Wang Jiawei did not forget to instruct Shopkeeper Chen. If there are any people who are in charge recently, please keep an eye out for them, and go to Wanji Potato Noodles on Yong'an Street to let them know. Oh, so Mr. Wan Air is the owner of Wanji Potato Noodles. The shop has only been open for half a year, but it is already well known. There are queues every day. My wife has to get up early to queue up if she wants to have a bite. Manager Chen. You don't have to queue up in the future. Just go directly. Tell me in advance and I will save a seat for you. Wan Lauer also knows how to behave. And quickly agreed. He will have to deal with Manager Chen in the future. If he has to establish a good relationship now, he can buy the person he wants in the future. They deal with hundreds of people a year, and they are much better at judging people than him. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Wan Air. I will tell my wife about this good news when I go back, so that she can be happy too. Shopkeeper Chen. Take care. I will treat you to a drink if I have a chance. Wang Jiawei clasped his fists and saluted. Shopkeeper Chen smiled, and waved his hand, and went back. Wan Lao returned to the shop with the people he'd bought. The shop was busy now. Wan Laozi also went to the kitchen to help in person. Wan Lao brought a group of people to the shop. And several people immediately put it into use. Anyway, we will have to deal with potato flour in the future. So it is better to get familiar with it earlier. Wan Lao sent Wang Jiawei and the maid home. Brother-in-law, I will go back tomorrow. You pack up, and I will pick you up tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Second brother. Wang Jiawei felt that he finally saw the light. If he continued to live in such a muddle, he didn't know how long he could hold on. Before leaving, Wan Lao gave Wang Jiawei 5 taels of silver. Take this first. Buy some clothes and pack up. Wang Jiawei looked at the white silver, and his eyes were red. He didn't expect the Wan family to save him from danger for the second time. He owed the Wan family a favor in this life. Wan Lao patted Wang Jiawei on the shoulder, sighed, got on the carriage and left. Back to the shop. The shop was busy after lunch and finally had time to relax. After observing at noon, Wan Laozi found that these people were indeed more capable. But he didn't have time to ask Wan Lao how much silver he spent. Second brother, come and eat. Wan Laozi asked the kitchen to fry 2 side dishes, and he and Wan Lao ate in the backyard. Fourth brother, how are you going to arrange these people? Second brother, how much silver did you spend? 340 taels. And a maid was also given. I asked my brother-in-law to take her back. Wan Laozi was not too surprised. He had lived in the capital for a long time, and knew some of the market conditions. The oldest one spent 200 taels. What do you think? I can't see anything special about it yet. But it's expensive for a reason. I plan to let them open a branch in the capital first to test their abilities, and then send them out. Also, it's time to harvest potatoes in 2 months. Shuanger and Jingyang are not at home this year. You, the second brother, will definitely not be able to handle it alone. So I must send a manager back to help you. Don't worry. There are people at home. The 2 girls that Quanner gave to Fubao are not bad. I will ask them to help keep the accounts when the time comes. No. This needs to be managed by a dedicated person. It will be collected every year in the future. It can't be fooled. In the future, all the income and expenditure of this item will require a manager. And those 2 girls can't do it. Wan Lao didn't argue anymore. Anyway, he didn't understand it. After this year, he would concentrate on farming. Chapter 662 Brothers Reminisce. The next morning, Wan Lao left 5 managers to be dispatched by Wan Laozi. And he took Wang Jiawei, Xiao, and the maid to Xianing County. Last night, he had discussed with Wan Laozi that the number of potatoes planted in Dongwen Town this year was not large, and it was still within his purchasing capacity. And Wan Laozi planned to open potato flour shops in all counties along the border this year, and gradually expand to the interior, because it was inconvenient to travel with Xiao. She was always making noises. If Wang Jiawei hadn't pulled her, she would have jumped off the carriage. In the end, the 2 of them tied Xiao up with a bed sheet and stuffed her mouth with cloth. Although it was a bit rough, the 2 of them had tried their best to take Xiao's physical condition into consideration and tried their best not to hurt her. That day, the group finally arrived in Xianing County. Wan Lao arranged an inn for Wang Jiawei and Xiao to stay in first, and he drove the carriage to the county government. The county magistrate had ordered that once Wan Lao came to the county government, the yamen runners should take him in immediately. So Wan Lao entered the county government smoothly. Since Shen Jinyuan met Wan Lao, he has been worried that the potato seeds for Dongwen Town this year were provided by the county government. If the Wan family did not accept the potatoes from Dongwen Town, then he, the county magistrate, would be scolded to death by the people. But when planting at the beginning of the year, he went to the Wan family, and no one in the Wan family could be the master. Combined with what Wan Lao said last year, that the whole county should be planted with potatoes, he took the initiative to expand a town this year. This was his idea after careful consideration. He could not miss the farming season just because Wan Lao was not at home. When Shen Jinyuan heard that Wan Lao was coming, he immediately dropped his official duties and came to the flower hall. Second brother, you are finally here. I haven't had a good night's sleep these past few days. You said, if your Wan family can't take so many potatoes, my county government will definitely be overturned by the people. Shen Jinyuan said earnestly. Wan Lao was a little flattered. It was really a face-saving thing to be called the second brother by the county magistrate. Fortunately, they were able to purchase after discussion. Otherwise the second brother would have put a lot of pressure on him. Sir, you should call me Wan Jinju. Right? I am flattered to be called your second brother. Second brother? You and I are relatives. You don't have to feel scared when I call you second brother. I feel guilty for expanding the planning of a town without telling you in advance. Sir, I have already discussed with my fourth brother. I will buy all the potatoes in Wudong Town this year. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Really? Then I will thank you for your noble act on behalf of the people of Wudong Town. After saying this, Shen Jinyuan stood up and bowed to Wan Lauer. How could Wan Lauer dare to accept Shen Jinyuan's gift? He hurriedly dodged to the side and barely avoided Shen Jinyuan's thank you. Sir! No. You are embarrassing me. I am doing this for my own benefit. I am also making a profit. I think you have helped me. No matter what Wan Lauer said, Shen Jinyuan remembered Wan Lauer's favor in his heart. Well, sir, I have something to do at home. I will leave first. Please stay and don't see me off. Wan Lauer was so scared that he retreated out of the house and ran away, as if he was afraid that Shen Jinyuan would chase him. Shen Jinyuan was amused by Wan Lauer's simplicity and honesty. This is a farmer. Even if he has become rich, he has never lost his kindness and honesty in his bones. He can keep his heart. This Wan family is really worthy of trust. Wan Lauer was caught by Wan Lauda as soon as he walked out of the county government gate. Old second. Why are you running? Is there a wolf chasing you? Wan Lauer was grabbed by Wan Lauda by the collar from behind. He was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. When he saw the face of the person coming clearly, he immediately let out a breath. Oh! It's you. Big brother? Why are you here? It's already this hour. Why are you still on duty? Wan Lao originally didn't want to disturb the Wan Lao family. But now that he was caught by Wan Lauda, he definitely couldn't hide. Sure enough, he heard the eldest brother Wan with a stern face saying, How dare you say that? If I hadn't gone home today, would you be planning to run away again? Why? Although we have separated, you are avoiding my family so much? Every time you come to the county town, you pass by the door without entering? What do you mean? You are rich now, and you don't recognize me as your big brother? Wan Lauer smiled awkwardly. How could that be? If I don't recognize you, no one dares to disown you as your big brother? I just came out of the county government office. I was planning to go to your house, and I happened to meet you. So I took my big brother back. When the eldest brother Wan heard what Wan Lauer said, his dark face improved a little. He had been following Shen Jinyuan to do errands for so many years, and he had learned a lot of skills. Wan Lauer's expression just now was obviously a lie. But he just didn't expose him. Not yet. You wait for me in the carriage at the door. A murder case happened in the west of the city today. I just came back from the scene, and I'm going to report it to the adults. What? A murder case happened in the west of the city? Since there are no gangs in Xianing County, there have been very few murder cases. What's the reason today? Wan Lauer's curiosity was immediately aroused. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Wait for me to come out. If you dare to run around, I break your legs. Wan Lauda left a harsh word and turned to walk into the yamen. Wan Lauer curled his lips. And then, there was a silly smile on his face. He felt that his elder brother hadn't talked to him like this for a long time. The last time was in their hometown. At that time, they hadn't married yet. Time flies, and half of their lives have passed. However, Wan Lauer found that Wan Lauda had unconsciously brought the majesty of a constable. Wan Lao sat in the carriage and waited for Wan Lauda. The sunset in the sky shone on his face, and he felt a gentleness of peace and quiet in his heart. When Wan Lauda came out of the government office, the moon had quietly climbed up the sky. Lao let's go! I made you wait for a long time today, and I also let you taste the feeling of anxiety. Last time I accompanied the adults to my hometown, I didn't have time to talk to you. I have a lot of things to say, and I must talk to you today. Wan Lao responded, Yes. Yes, big brother is right. But in his heart he thought, I am not in a hurry at all. I haven't watched the sunset and the moon so comfortably for a long time. The two brothers returned to Wan Lao Da's house. When Shen heard that Wan Lao had come, she was also very happy, and hurried to the kitchen to arrange for more dishes. After the two watched a little, they sat in the flower hall. I heard that you passed through Dijon on your way to the capital this time? Did you see Quaner? The eldest brother Wan spoke directly to the point. There was nothing to hide between brothers. The second brother Wan knew that his eldest brother would definitely ask Wan Quan. I saw him. When I came back, I stayed at his place for a month. Even if the eldest brother didn't let me come today, I would still come to find the eldest brother to tell you the good news. Quaner is engaged. The second brother Wan was smiling, and his mouth was almost grinning to his ears when he mentioned Wan Quan's engagement. The eldest brother Wan stood up excitedly. What did you say? Quaner is engaged? Which girl? Such an important thing. Why didn't he tell me? After the eldest brother Wan was excited, a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. After all, he was Wan Quan's biological father. Although he didn't take care of him since he was a child, he was Wan Quan's biological father after all. For such a big thing, he didn't even write a letter to his family. It means that he didn't care about his father at all. The smile on Wan Lao Da's face froze, then slowly dissipated. He sat down slowly and sighed. It seems that Quaner hates me, and hates that I didn't go to find his mother at the beginning. Brother, you think too much. This engagement was also forced. Things are not what you think. It is also quite tortuous. Quaner is lucky. The other party is the daughter of the Lu family, and the in-law is a third-rank official in the court. Lu Zhiqing. As for what he does, I have forgotten. You can ask the county magistrate. He must know. Even if Wan Lao Da didn't know what the other party's official position was, this third-rank official was enough to surprise him. Why would a third-rank official marry his daughter to our family? Our family is definitely not worthy of her. It's not that I look down on our one family, but our family's foundation is still shallow. There won't be any hidden secrets in marrying the daughter of a third-rank official. Right? Wan Lao Er then told Wan Lao Da everything that happened in Dizhou, and Wan Lao Da was relieved. But our family is a high-class family. And this betrothal gift? Boss Wan was worried. He didn't want his son to be bullied by his wife in the future. Maybe he would be no different from marrying into the family. Chapter 663, Settle Chio. When Wan Lauer heard the word betrothal gift, he was even more happy. Brother, don't worry about the betrothal gift. Quaner is a lucky person. You can just be the witness when the time comes. How can that be? Even if our family is poor, we still have to pay the betrothal gift. It may be a little shabby. Wan Lao was no longer in the mood to eat. The daughter of a third-rank official must have a dowry of 10 miles of red dowry. What kind of decent betrothal gift can their family come up with to match the 10 miles of red dowry? The more Wan Lao thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. It was all his fault that he had no ability to give his child a decent betrothal gift. Even what they have now in their family still depends on Shen's dowry. To some extent, they are really a bit alike. It's just that Shen, whom he married, is essentially a good match for him. Both of them came from farmers. If Shen Jin Yuan hadn't come back later, Shen wouldn't have had such a generous dowry. But Wan Quan is completely different. The girl he wants to marry is a lady from a well-known family. He is not worthy of her in terms of family background or knowledge. What Wan Lao Da is more worried about is that Wan Quan will not be able to hold his head up in front of his father-in-law in the future. Wan Lao Er also understands Wan Lao Da's worries. But because Wan Quan explained to Wan Lao Er the fundamental reason for the marriage between the two families, Wan Quan is more open-minded than Wan Lao Da. Brother, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We don't have to worry too much. Let's drink. The two brothers drank until the moon was in the sky, and then they fell asleep. When the morning light sprinkled in the room, Wan Lao Er slowly woke up. After a simple wash, Wan Lao Er had breakfast at Wan Lao Da's house, and then went out with Wan Lao Da. Brother, I have to go back to Shitsi village today. I have something to do at home. Okay. Go ahead. I won't keep you here. If... Wan Lao Da hesitated for a moment and said, if Quaner writes to you about the wedding date, please send me a message. Brother, what are you thinking about? If Quaner writes to me, he will definitely write to you. After all, you are his biological father. That's not necessarily true. This brat has never slapped any letters from home since he became a general. Except for necessary words. He always. There was not even a word of casual conversation. I think he doesn't recognize this family. Brother, you think too much. Quaner is busy. He eats and lives in the military camp every day. If Fu Bao and I hadn't gone to Dizhou this time, his general's mansion would be like an empty shell. He is indeed old enough to get married. It's really not good to have no woman at home. It's cold and lonely. With all men, ghosts will avoid it. Wan Lauer's words made Wan Lao laugh. This ghost is afraid of Yang energy. It seems that the general's mansion really needs to reconcile Yin and Yang. Even if Wan Lao has many knots in his heart, he has to let go at this time. After Wan Lao and Wan Lao parted, he drove the carriage to the inn to pick up Wang Jiawei and his wife. Wan Lao did not tell Wan Lao about Chio's matter last night. He felt that Wan Lao was already upset enough, so he didn't make him upset. With the care of the maid, Chio finally looked a lot more refreshed. At least take a bath, put on clean clothes, comb your hair neatly, and sit there quietly. It is still difficult to find that she is a crazy person. Wang Jiawei slept well yesterday. This is the only night in all these years that he did not have to wake up in the middle of the night to see if Chio is still around. I don't know why. After Chio returned to Xianing County, she became much more obedient, so that when she went out, Wan Lao and Wang Jiawei did not have to tie her hands and feet and coaxed her downstairs. Except for a dull look in her eyes, she looked no different from a normal person. Wan Lao bought meat buns for Chio, and Chio ate them sweetly without making a fuss. She got on the carriage by herself and sat obediently next to the maid. Second brother, thank you so much. I finally slept well last night. This maid was really chosen. In addition to cleaning Jinger neatly, she also knows how to take care of crazy people, calm her emotions, and make her obedient. Wan Lao solved the doubts. It turned out that it was the maid's credit. Isn't this maid a laborer? How does she know all this? Wan Lao asked in surprise. We are lucky. The maid's mother is a lunatic. The maid has experience in taking care of people. But later her mother went out and never came back. So she was sold by her uncle's family. Wang Jiawei felt that everything was going so smoothly since he met Wan Lao. Second brother, I have thought it through. I will follow you in the future. Don't you need to take care of things? Do you think I can do it? I will take this maid with me. As long as she can take good care of Jinger, our future life will gradually get better. I am already this age. I will let fate take care of the issue of offspring. As long as Jinger is still here, there is still hope for everything. Wan Lao did not expect Wang Jiawei to be so good to Chio. Even though Chio had been insulted by others, he still cared about her so much. But this made people more convinced of Wang Jiawei. Of course. No problem. Now is the time when we need manpower. If you can come to help, my second brother will be more than happy. But our temple is small, and I am afraid that you will be wronged. Wang Jiawei smiled bitterly. Why would I care about this now? I have seen through it all, and I have become indifferent to it. It is impossible to say that I have no hatred in my heart. I will rely on my own ability to get back everything I have lost. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. So don't rush. Wan Lao comforted dryly. When the few people returned to Jinwu town, it was still early, and the carriage ran much faster than the ox cart. Wan Lao found a broker to help rent a yard. 500 coins a month. Enough for the 3 masters and servants to live in and spacious. The yard is not far from the main street. Relatively quiet, and convenient for life. It is a quiet place in a noisy place, which is more conducive to Chio's recovery. The maid said that people with insanity are most afraid of movement. If there is a lot of movement, they will be afraid and easily get sick. After settling the 3 people, Wan Lao left Wang Jiawei another 5 taels of silver, asking him to buy pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil and salt. There was still some money left, so he would bring Fubao to the town tomorrow to see Chio and see if there was any hope of curing Chio. I go back first. It's getting late now. It will be dark if I stay any later. I ask a doctor to see Jinger tomorrow. Wang Jiawei sent Wan Lao out the door before returning to the yard. There was nothing in the rented yard. Before it got dark, he had to go to the grocery store to buy some bedding. When Wan Lao drove the carriage back home, he saw old lady Wan and second sister Wan sitting in the yard talking. It was probably dinner time now, and there was no one else in the yard. Their family, as well as Banksia Baiji, sat in a circle around old lady Wan, as if they were listening to old lady Wan talking about what happened when they fled from famine. And they were all listening with relish. Wan Lao had a warm smile on his face. It seemed that his wife was much better. It turned out that his daughter was a good medicine. Wan Lao stopped the carriage, and Baiji and Banksia heard the sound. They were so fascinated by what they heard. Mrs. Wan's story was so wonderful, especially when they met the robbers. The second master is back. Banksia stood up quickly. Everyone went out to greet Wan Lao with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 664 Mrs. Wan's Considerations. Is the second son back? Have you eaten yet? Mrs. Wan's voice came from the yard. Mrs. Wan handed the carriage to Baiji and Banksia, and walked into the yard with Fubao. Mother! I'm busy on the road. I haven't eaten yet. Hohad had already quickly fetched a basin of well water and placed it on the stone stand in the yard. Second uncle, come and wash your face. Hohad smiled and brought a scented soap and towel and placed them next to the basin. Okay. Mrs. Wan was going to the kitchen to make dinner for Mr. Wan, but was pulled by Fubao and Hohad to sit next to Mrs. Wan. Second aunt, what do you want to do? Sister Fubao said that you can only be raised now. Tell me what you want to do and I do it. Hohad had a stern face, looking like a little housekeeper. Wan Urseo smiled helplessly. I have been recuperating for a few days, and my body has recovered. I was completely well the day I saw Fubao. I told you, but you didn't believe it. You don't let me do anything. If you are idle, you will get sick. Second daughter-in-law, you are destined to enjoy life. You have a hard-working body. Your children ask you to enjoy life, but you don't do it. How many people envy you? Come, sit down and let them do the work. Old Lady Wan laughed and scolded Wan Urseo, patted the stool beside her, and asked Wan Urseo to sit down. Wan Urseo had no choice but to sit back down. I will go to cook for my second uncle. You can do whatever you need to do. Don't steal my work. Hohad smiled and ran away. Baiji parked the carriage and went into the kitchen. I will help you light the fire. Banksia and Baiji fell in love with this family after only a few days. They were simple and kind, and treated people sincerely. It was a warmth they had never experienced before, and they found that this ordinary atmosphere made them feel very at ease. Compared with the intrigues in those mansions of the rich, this place is undoubtedly a paradise without worries, which makes people forget the passage of time. Moreover, Mrs. Wan does not have the majesty of an old lady at all. Instead, she has a kind of grandmother's kindness, treating them like granddaughters. This makes the two who have never enjoyed the care of their relatives since childhood more attached to this hard-won family happiness. After washing his face, Wan Lauer also sat next to Mrs. Wan. Mother, what are you talking about? Why do I hear you talking about escaping from famine? These girls are very curious about our past life. Anyway, they are full and have nothing to do. So I will tell them about it, so that they can remember the bitterness and think of the sweetness. Today's good days are hard-won and should be cherished. Mrs. Wan is also afraid that she will forget the hardships she has suffered in the past. So she reminds herself. Wan Lauer sat with Mrs. Wan for a while, and Mrs. Wan yawned. Mother, it's getting late. Why don't you go to bed first? Okay. People get sleepy easily when they get older, and they get up early in the morning. Ah. Old Lady Wan sighed, and was helped to stand up by Lu. Old Lady Wan saw Lu's belly, and thought of what Wan Lauer had just said about the situation in the city. So she said to Lu, fourth brother's wife, your year is not young anymore. It's time for you to have another child. The fourth brother is in the city every day, and you rarely see each other once a year. You are a young couple. In my opinion, next time your second brother goes to the city, you should move with him to the city. Don't they have a house there? You can help when you go there. Old Lady Wan said this because she had her concerns. The fourth brother and his wife were a young couple, and the fourth brother was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, Wan Lauer said that the business in the city shop was good, and it was unknown if some vixen would come to hook up with him. Old Lady Wan knew the nature of men, and they didn't know what their surnames were when they had a little money. Although she said that her son understood her. That was in the past, when they were hungry and cold, and it was hard to survive, not to mention raising another woman. But now the situation is different. The family conditions are better, and Wan Laosi handles so much money every day. She is afraid that Wan Laosi may not be able to control himself and do something to let Lu down again. Their family is absolutely not allowed to take concubines. Concubines can make the family restless. Mrs. Wan thought in her heart that when everyone comes back for the new year this year, she will give her sons a lesson and give them a warning. Lu didn't expect her mother-in-law to think so much about her. She knew that her mother-in-law has always been a sensible mother-in-law, much better than other mothers-in-law, and never oppressed her daughter-in-law. But today her mother-in-law's words really touched her. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. You haven't recovered yet. I want to stay and take care of you. Lu felt that even if she went, she wouldn't go at this critical moment. You don't have to worry about me. I just want to ask you, what will you do if the fourth brother finds a little girl outside? Old Mrs. Wan saw that Lu didn't understand her painstaking efforts, so she had to point it out. Sure enough, Lu's face turned pale. Second sister-in-law Wan hurriedly laughed from the side. Fourth brother's wife. Just listen to mother. There are so many of us at home. We can definitely take good care of mother. But fourth brother should not be that kind of person. We are a couple who have been through thick and thin together. We are not comparable to those vixens outside. Wan Lao Er did not expect that this was a question from his own mother to his own son. He smiled bitterly, and mourned for Wan Lao Si in his heart for a while. That's hard work, sister-in-law. But you're... Lu also wanted to go. But if she took a child with her, she couldn't help. If you are relieved, leave you at home, and I will help you take care of it, Wan Er's sister-in-law said gently. Don't worry. Of course you are relieved. Second sister-in-law is the most appropriate to take care of the child. I heard that the 3 children of the eldest brother's family were all raised by the eldest sister-in-law, and each one is better than the other. I am very relieved to leave her to you. Fu Bao is at home, and Wan Yu listens to her sister the most. Fu Bao took Wan Yu's hand and asked, Brother, your mother is going to find your father. Do you want to go? Or do you want to stay with your sister at our house? Everyone looked at Fu Bao and Wan Yu. Lu felt a little guilty. She only cared about herself, and didn't think of asking the child's opinion at all. Fu Bao was careful. Otherwise the child would be so disappointed if he suddenly couldn't find his mother. Wan Yu was a little entangled. Sister, I want to follow Mom. And I also want to follow you and Grandma. It's okay. You have time to think about it. Don't rush. Think it over and then answer, sister. If you want to stay at home, sister will teach you to recognize medicinal herbs. Wan Yu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Really? Sister, you want to teach Yu to recognize medicinal herbs? When has sister ever broken her promise? Fu Bao raised her little head proudly. Then I will stay at home with sister. Wan Yu made her choice immediately without any hesitation. Lu felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't pretend for too long. She should be happy that her second sister-in-law and her family helped her take care of the child. But she couldn't help but miss the child. Wan Yu has been taken care of by her since she was born, and they have never been apart for a day. Now that they are about to separate, she suddenly feels very reluctant, and tears are rolling in her eyes. Fourth brother's wife. You are not leaving now. There are still a few days left. You should pack up slowly. When your second brother goes to the capital, you can leave at any time. Old Lady Wan noticed Lu's strangeness, and said something to her in a light tone. Lu nodded, and helped Old Lady Wan into the house. After finishing his meal, Old Second Wan took Fu Bao out of the yard alone, muttered for a while, and then put Fu Bao back. Chapter 665. Chio suddenly went crazy and attacked. Fu Bao now lives in the same room with Banksia, and Hohot and Baiji live in the same room. During the time when Wan Lauer was not at home, Fu Bao always slept with Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo felt like she was back to half a year ago, sleeping with her daughter every day. However, Fu Bao has grown up a lot in the past 6 months. Wan Lauer came back today, and Fu Bao went back to his room tactfully. Wan Lauer had not seen Wan Erseo for half a year. Now Wan Erseo's health has recovered a lot compared to a few days ago. It is conceivable that tonight will be a hot night. Since Fu Bao came back, the Wan family's yard has become much more lively than before. In the morning, after Hohot, Banksia, and Baiji finished the things in the yard, Banksia and Baiji started practicing swords. After all, their main task was to protect Fu Bao, and helping Hohot with work was just a side job. When Haichuan returned to the Wan family, he started to fight with the big white goose in the yard. He would bite the big white goose's neck and drag it far away. The big white goose would fight back. Haichuan's, but is still missing a tuft of hair. When Haichuan came to Shitsi village, it was like returning to his old nest. The whole village became the object of his trouble. Before mealtime, Fu Bao could not find it. But it was very strange that this guy would come back as soon as it was time for mealtime. Therefore, he was teased by Old Lady Wan that there would be a lackey like the master. After breakfast, Wan Lauer found an excuse to take Fu Bao to the town. Banksia and Baiji of course went with him. Daddy, I want to ride my pony. Fu Bao pointed to the pony in the shed impatiently. These 2 days, she was at home with Wan Er's wife and Old Lady Wan, and she was eager to see the pony every time. How about we come back and ride again? Let Banksia teach you. We still have to hurry. Daddy is afraid you will fall. Okay then. Fu Bao looked reluctant. But in the end, considering that she had to go to see Aunt Jing, she could not delay, and got on the carriage reluctantly. Juan Urseo had not gotten up yet, and she didn't know that her daughter was taken away by Juan Lauer again. A few people came to the town, and Juan Lauer drove the carriage directly to the gate of the small courtyard he rented yesterday. Wang Jiawei in the courtyard heard the movement outside and hurriedly looked out through the crack of the door and found that it was Juan Lauer. He opened the door immediately. "Second brother, you are here. This is Fubao, right? I haven't seen you for a few years. You have become more beautiful, and your whole body is so elegant that it is not an exaggeration to say that you are a lady from a noble family." Wang Jiawei saw Juan Lauer carrying Fubao down the field and recognized Fubao at a glance. Although the girl has grown up, the baby fat on her face has not faded, and her big eyes are even more memorable. "Fubao, call someone." "Hello, uncle." "Oh, Fubao is so smart. You still remember uncle?" Juan Lauer smiled proudly. This child has a good memory and can remember everything he sees. But then Juan Lauer realized that he shouldn't be so arrogant. After all, Wang Jiawei had lost his only child, and he was still arrogant in front of others, which was like rubbing salt on the wound. "Okay, let's go in and see Jinger." Juan Lauer quickly laughed it off. Wang Jiawei stood aside in confusion. "Second brother, are these two doctors?" Wang Jiawei pointed at Banksia and Baiji, who were walking behind. "Of course not. I'm holding the doctor. Let's go in first." Juan Lauer knew that he would have to explain later, but it was not appropriate to talk while standing at the door. Wang Jiawei looked at Fubao's small back. His mouth slightly opened, and wanted to say something, but was stuck in place. Finally, he had no choice but to close the gate and follow Juan Lauer into the yard. After all, his and his wife's lives were saved by his second brother, so he would never harm them. Last night, Juan Lauer had told Fubao about Chio's condition, and Fubao had already made a preliminary diagnosis. Today, he just needed to take her pulse carefully again. "Second brother, what's going on? What did you mean just now?" Wang Jiawei followed him into the house, and immediately asked impatiently. Juan Lauer let Fubao go, and let her go in by herself. Juan Lauer then pulled Wang Jiawei into the yard to sit. "Come on. Don't worry. I tell you in detail, and you understand what's going on." Wang Jiawei was confused, and was pulled by Juan Lauer to sit in the yard. In the bedroom, Fubao had already seen Chio sitting in a daze under the window. Although Fubao was young at that time, he still had a clear memory of Chio. It had only been 2 years since he last saw her. Is she still the same person? Chio was at least 10 years older than a few years ago. "Aunt Jing, do you still recognize me?" Fubao slowly approached Chio. She had read similar medical cases in the books Wan Quan bought for her. But the causes of insanity are different for each person, so the treatment methods are different. If you want to cure Chio completely, you must find out the root cause of Chio's insanity. Chio had no reaction, still sitting there blankly, looking out the window. Fubao moved closer and waved in front of Chio. "Aunt Jing, it's me. I'm Fubao. You held me in your arms. Remember?" Chio's eyes finally moved slowly, and then she looked at Fubao slowly. Chio twisted her neck, tilted her head, and looked straight at Fubao's face. Fubao immediately smiled and said to Chio, "Aunt Jing, do you still recognize me? You also brought me a lot of fun things, including a rattle, which I still have now." You see, Fubao had some guesses about Chio's condition last night, and she was not unprepared. She prepared some things that Chio was familiar with before, trying to touch Chio's memory and awaken her mind. The thumping sound of the rattle was like a big stone, hitting Chio's heart heavily. "Ah, child. Give me back my child. I will kill you. Beast. Beast." Everyone was off guard, and Chio suddenly attacked Fubao. Chio pinched Fubao's neck with both hands. Her eyes were red, and she glared at the rattle in Fubao's hand. Banksia and Baiji came to Fubao like a gust of wind. "Miss." Banksia made a prompt decision and chopped Chiosher's neck with a knife. Chiosher rolled her eyes and fell down softly. Baiji took Chiosher's body, and Banksia immediately took Fubao away from the dangerous area. 2 purple pinch marks were left on Fubao's fair neck. "Miss, how are you? It's all my fault for being careless." Banksia was so anxious that she almost knelt down to apologize. Fubao coughed a few times. Her little face flushed. But she was thinking, treating insane patients is indeed risky. The medical record has already noted this potential danger. But she feels that if she doesn't find out what the patient cares about, This disease is just a temporary solution. In the yard, Wan Lao and Wang Jiawei heard Xiuxi's first cry, and they had already rushed in from outside. Wan Lao saw the pinch marks on Fu Bao's neck at a glance. He felt so distressed. He knew who did it without thinking. But he couldn't lose his temper. Was he going to argue with a crazy person? He now regretted letting his daughter treat a crazy person. Wan Lao wanted to take his daughter away quickly, and find a doctor in the town to treat Xiu slowly. But according to his understanding of Fu Bao, his daughter would definitely not agree. Wan Lao felt that he had really shot himself in the foot. Chapter 666. Probing the cause of the disease. Wan Lao pulled Fu Bao to the yard and discussed with him in a low voice. Girl, your Aunt Jing is different from other patients. She won't let you treat her honestly, and she might hurt you. How about we ask another doctor? Fu Bao shook his head immediately. No. Aunt Jing's medical record is very precious. I must treat her myself. Dad, don't persuade me. I still have Sister Banksia and Sister Baiji to protect me. Nothing will go wrong. I deliberately provoked Aunt Jing just now. If you want to fundamentally solve Aunt Jing's insanity, you must know what the point of her madness is. It has been recorded in the medical records that the treatment methods for insanity caused by excessive anger and insanity caused by excessive grief are different. During this period, acupuncture and tranquilizers must be used. I am sure. Dad, don't worry. Wan Lao knew this would be the result. But he didn't understand what Fu Bao said. But it sounded like that. Okay. Then you must pay attention to safety. But the treatment process is very complicated. Right? Do you have to come to the town every day in the future? Wan Lao compromised. Fu Bao nodded. The treatment of insanity includes 3 stages. Even if the patient wakes up in the later stage, it is very likely that the patient will relapse in the same scene. Therefore, the patient should be given enough attention in the later stage. It is best to find a key reason that can replace her illness. I shook the rattle in front of Aunt Jing just now, and she went crazy. This shows that Aunt Jing must have a deep hatred for the loss of her child. If Aunt Jing recovers, she can have another child. This will soothe her spiritual pain and prevent her from relapsing. Fu Bao said it very clearly, and Wan Lao understood it. But this child can't be obtained just by saying it? Daddy, don't worry. I promise that Aunt can get pregnant again. She is still healthy, and it will not affect having a baby. As long as she is properly conditioned, she will definitely have a child again. Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao's confident look and felt for the first time that the profession of doctor was so great. She saved not only a life, but also a family, or even many families. But, if you come out every day, how can I explain to your mother and your grandmother? I lied to bring you out today. What should I do tomorrow? Wan Lao's hair was bald from worry. Fu Bao hugged Wan Lao's neck and asked in confusion, Dad, why do you always like to lie? Lying is wrong. If you didn't lie last year and told Grandma and Mother the truth that we were going to the capital, they wouldn't be sick. Now, you shouldn't hide it from Grandma. She is not as fragile as you think. Go back and tell Grandma the truth. I will come to the town every day in the future. If Grandma asks you to take Aunt Jing back to the village for treatment, don't agree. Because Aunt Jing needs to rest. There are too many people at home, and it is not conducive to Aunt Jing's recovery. Just do what I say, and Grandma will definitely not say anything. Fu Bao's words seemed to open Wan Lao's head and make him suddenly enlightened. Yes, Mother has brought us 4 brothers all the way to where we are now. And she is definitely not that fragile. I am not as savvy as a little girl. Okay, Daddy will listen to you. From now on, we will come to the town to see a doctor openly. Fu Bao also smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. Openly. No need to be sneaky. Banksia and Baiji both looked at Fu Bao with new eyes. Such a young child has already seen the world. And he really has a smart mind. Wang Jiawei settled Qiu and walked out. Fu Bao, what happened to your Aunt Jing just now? Wang Jiawei was a little surprised. From yesterday to now, Qiu had been quiet. And suddenly, she went crazy again and almost killed someone. Uncle, Aunt Jing is fine. I'm just looking for the cause of her illness. I also have something to ask you. Can you tell me in detail what happened that year? Especially about Aunt Jing. The more detail the better. Well, okay. Come. Let's sit down and talk. Wang Jiawei quickly asked the father and daughter to sit down in the yard. And the maid brought out a few cups of boiled water from home and placed them on the stone table. Second brother, there is nothing at home. You can make do with a sip to quench your thirst. Wang Jiawei felt a little guilty. He spent all his belongings with the money of Wan Lao. And he didn't want to owe Wan Lao a favor. He spent money sparingly, and tried not to buy anything he could. After all, it was unknown how much money it would cost to buy medicine for Chio's treatment. Blank water is the best way to quench thirst. It's good. Wan Lao drove the carriage to the town early in the morning, and was indeed thirsty. He picked up the bowl, and drank it all up. Quench your thirst. Wan Lao used practical actions to eliminate Wang Jiawei's embarrassment. Wang Jiawei slowly recounted what happened to them 2 years ago, which was basically the same as what he had said to Wan Lao in Fuqing. Except that this time he talked more about the identity of the person who was occupying their home. So he knew that it was his former enemy who harmed their family. However, after he disbanded the Cheetah sect, he really didn't have many useful people under his command. All the useful people were taken away by him and killed by horse bandits. So even if he wanted to take revenge, he had no one and no money. In addition, Qiushi became insane again, so he could only wait for his second brother to come back. The most hateful thing is that all the businesses under his name were also targeted. What is the meaning of when the wall falls? Everyone pushes it. Wang Jiawei clearly understands it. Overnight, he lost everything. Uncle, Fu Bao believes that you can stand up again. Grandma always said that as long as there are people, there is everything. Uncle, you can do it. Wang Jiawei felt a little sad in his heart. For 2 years, he lived like a rat in the ditch. He was afraid that those people would kill him and might not wake up the next day. He lived in a slum and tried to go out as little as possible. But when would such days end? If he hadn't met the 2 brothers of the Wan Lao, his life might have passed like this. Now he can not only live in the sunshine, but also hear the encouragement from his little niece. This is probably family affection. Right? Although Qiu and the Wan family have no blood relationship, the Wan family has not given up on her. Qiu is blessed. And he also benefits from Qiu. Fu Ba, can your Aunt Jing still be cured? Wang Jiawei just wants Qiu to recover quickly, and he can go out without worry. Uncle, don't worry. I will try my best. This is a familiar place for Aunt. She will have a certain sense of security in a familiar place. If I am not mistaken, Aunt Jing has not made trouble since she came to the town. Right? Wang Jiawei nodded immediately. Yes, you are right. She has not made trouble since yesterday. Except just now. My father's decision to bring Aunt Jing back for treatment is correct. Wan Lao was praised by his daughter. And he was also very happy. Chapter 667, Sharing Gifts. Before noon, Fu Bao went home by carriage. As soon as he got home, Wan Lao told Wan Lao the truth about Qiu. After sighing for a while, Wan Lao said to Wan Lao, when you go to the town to see a doctor tomorrow, take me with you. Although Jinger is not my biological daughter, we are also legitimate relatives. She helped us when our family was not rich. It is reasonable for me to go and see her. This child has had a rough life. Wan Erseo also echoed, I will go and see her too. If Fu Bao hadn't said that she needed to rest, I would have brought her to our home to take care of her. Finally, the few people decided to go to the town to see Qiu together tomorrow. After lunch, there were no more people visiting the Wan family. So Wan Lao had time to give everyone the things he brought back from Beijing and Dizhou. Mother, the things piled up in the side room are all what I brought back from the capital in Dizhou. My brain is not very good. There are too many things, and I have forgotten which ones are for whom. But Fu Bao must remember. Grandma once scolded Wan Lao for a while, and finally looked at Fu Bao happily. Fortunately, we have Fu Bao. Otherwise, what will happen to your confused father? Grandma, Fu Bao will help you divide it. Fu Bao remembers it all. And these are gifts that Fu Bao bought for everyone. Grandma Wan was very happy, knowing that these were things bought by Fu Bao with his own money. She felt sweeter than drinking honey, which showed that the child always had them in his heart. Wan Lao, Banksia Baiji, Ho Hot, and others moved all the things into the upper room. Grandma Wan's Kong was full, and there was no place to stand on the ground. Oh, why are there so many? It really cost the Duke's wife a lot of money. Grandma Wan said this, but she was very happy in her heart, which showed that the direct descendants of the Wan family had not forgotten their friendship at the border. Several people unpacked the gifts together, and Fu Bao took out the things he bought first. Grandma, this is the headband I bought for you. And this big gold bracelet. Don't they look good? Fu Bao picked up the big gold bracelet and put it on Grandma Wan as if he was presenting a treasure. Grandma Wan was so happy that her eyes were all gone. It's so beautiful that it blinded Grandma. How much silver did it cost? Grandma. No matter how much silver it costs. It's worth it as long as you're happy. They say it's the most fashionable style in Beijing. Grandma Wan lowered her head and slowly stroked the gold bracelet. Her eyes were a little wet. When she came to the border, she received a lot of gifts from children. But this gold bracelet given to her by Fubao made her feel the most warm. How old is Fubao? Grandma's dear. You can love you as much as you want. Grandma. As long as you live 100 years. You can love Fubao more. Fubao wants Grandma to love Fubao forever. Okay. Grandma will live 100 years. The wrinkles on Grandma Wan's face seemed to be smoothed out. She was really refreshed when she was happy. Fubao took out a pair of embroidered shoes for Wan Erseo. Mother. I bought this for you. I saw that the ladies in Beijing all wear such shoes. They look light and beautiful. Would you like to try them? Mrs. Wan Er saw that the embroidered shoes Fubao took out were not cheap. The upper is made of satin. And butterflies playing with flowers are embroidered with gold thread. The toe of the shoe is decorated with a lifelike flower with pearls. The embroidery alone is a craftsmanship that is 1 in a million. Not to mention the materials. Oh! I have never seen such beautiful shoes in my life. I dare not walk with these shoes on my feet. Mrs. Wan was also shocked by the embroidered shoes. My daughter, how can you bear to wear such good shoes? It's a waste to wear them on your feet. Mrs. Wan Er stroked the embroidered shoes with care, feeling indescribably warm in her heart. Second sister-in-law. This is Fubao intention. No matter how good the shoes are, they are for people to wear. In Fubao heart, you deserve the best shoes. Mrs. Lu also smiled and said on the side. Fubao gave forth and a big smile. Mother, I have prepared another pair for you. You can wear this pair at home. And the one in your hand can be worn when your brother passes the imperial examination. Wan Erseo looked at the other pair of shoes in Fubao's hand. This pair of shoes was more casual. Although it was unique in the village, it was not so eye-catching when worn outside. My daughter. Mother likes them all. Mother will put them on and show them to you. Lu's words reminded Wan Erseo. She quickly put on the embroidered shoes in her hand. The size was just right. The upper was soft and the sole was light. It was really comfortable. Mother looks really good in them. Fubao jumped up on the Kong. Fubao took out a set of silver headwear and gave it to Lu. Fourth aunt. My mother and grandmother have been taken care of by you during this period. This is a gift I brought to you. Do you like it? I think this style is very suitable for fourth aunt. Lu didn't expect Fubao to buy a set of silver headwear at the first sight. She was deeply moved and more happy. Fubao. We are all family. And family members must help each other. You are too polite. But your fourth aunt likes this one very much. Lu happily took it. Here are the gifts from the third aunt and the eldest aunt's mother. Let's give them to them when we have time. The rest are the gifts that Aunt Zhao and Big Brother asked us to bring back for each room. Let's divide them together today and take them with us when we go to the town and the county. Mrs. Wan saw that Fubao was small, but he was clear and organized in his work and speech, which was slightly better than adults, and she felt more relieved. The next day, the whole family took a carriage to the town to see Chiu. Mrs. Wan couldn't help crying again, but fortunately Fubao comforted her. Mrs. Wan, second sister-in-law Wan, and Lu all brought gifts to Chiu. But Chiu didn't know anyone now, so Wang Jiwei put the gifts away first. Mrs. Wan gave 10 taels of silver directly. She heard from Mr. Wan that they had no income and were short of money. After thinking about it, she decided to give money directly. Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Lu each brought a piece of cloth and some supplements. Cloth is also a hard currency. When you are short of money, you can sell it for emergency. In the blink of an eye. It was June. Mr. Wan had no plans to go to the capital recently. So Mrs. Wan asked Mrs. Lu to go to the capital alone by carriage. After Mrs. Lu left, there were even fewer people at home. Only the second room. Mrs. Wan and Wan Yu. However, although there were fewer people at home, there were more people coming from outside. Especially at the end of June. There was a large crowd at the door of the Wan family every day. And some people came from Wudong town, which was far away. Mr. Wan was thirsty every day explaining to these people. And they came from far away. So they couldn't just not give them a sip of water. Right? The weather at the end of June was already quite hot. So Hohot and Banksia were busy every day. Fetching water, boiling water, making tea, pouring water, and carrying water. After half a month, Wan Lauer couldn't stand it anymore. Early in the morning, Wan Lauer drove the carriage to the county town. He had to ask the county magistrate to issue a public notice to Wendong town. The purpose of these people coming to their house to block the door was nothing more than to dispel their anxiety, fearing that no one would come to harvest the potatoes they planted this year. Chapter 668 Good news comes one after another. As soon as Wan Lauer parked his carriage at the gate of the county government office, someone immediately went in to report. Now Wan Lauer has become a distinguished guest of the county government office. Wan Lauer, the county magistrate invites you. The yamen runner waited for Wan Lauer to park his carriage, greeted him with a smile, and invited Wan Lauer, who looked confused, into the county government office. Wan Lauer was taken directly to the back court, where Shen Jinyuan met guests. Second brother, what brings you here today? Although Shen Jinyuan called Wan Lauer's second brother more than once, Wan Lauer was still a little frightened. Sir Shen, I really have something to ask you today. Wan Lauer quickly bowed. People were treating him close, so he couldn't take advantage of them. He still had to show the proper etiquette. Brother, please sit down. What's the matter that has you so anxious? Let's have a cup of iced lotus seed soup to cool down first. Wan Lauer saw a blue and white porcelain glazed bowl on the table next to him. There was still cold air coming out of it, and there was half a bowl of lotus seed soup inside. Wan Lauer was thirsty and hot. The weather was getting hotter day by day, and it was even hotter after the rain. Thank you for your consideration. Wan Lauer was not polite. He picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Wan Lauer wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and felt that the heat in his body disappeared, and he felt refreshed. Sir, many folks from Dongwen town have come to my house recently, and they are all asking whether we will still harvest potatoes this year. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and Wendong is not close to Jinwu. If they go back and forth just to get information, they will easily get infected by the heat. If they fall ill, won't it affect the upcoming autumn harvest? So please issue a notice to inform the elders and folks in Wendong town not to run back and forth anymore, and tell them that our Wan family will definitely buy their potatoes. Wan Lauer said his worries in one breath. Shen Jinyuan said, Ouch. Second brother, I've been too busy lately. The court recently allocated a new kind of grain, which none of us have seen. I was still worrying about what to do, and I actually forgot about it. Fortunately, you reminded me. I will send the notice now. Shen Jinyuan paused for a moment, and then seemed to remember something, and continued, Second brother, all the vehicles and personnel going to Dongwen town to purchase this year will be handed over to the government. In order to reduce the pressure on your family and save some effort for the people, I have discussed with the master and plan to start digging potatoes on the same day, and then purchase them in a unified way, and then transport them to your workshop. The cost of this fleet will be borne by the county government. Wan Lauer didn't expect there would be such a good thing, although the freight was insignificant. Handing over the work of Dongwen town to the government greatly saved their manpower. This year, there were already a few fewer people to help, and he was still worried that no one would keep accounts for him. After Shen Jinyuan's reminder, Wan Lauer's mind flashed with a light, and he suddenly got it. Well, sir, I need your help with one more thing. Shen Jinyuan waved his hand. Second brother, as long as I can help you, just ask. I can lend you people or cars. Wan Lauer was overjoyed. This Lord Shen was really amazing. How did he know that he needed these? Sir, when our family bought potatoes last year, everyone in the family was there. But this year is different. They all went out to open shops. The work of buying potatoes takes at least half a month, and at most a month. I can't handle it alone. Can you lend me a few hands? Wan Lauer spoke to Shen Jinyuan for the first time, and was a little embarrassed. This is not a problem. How many people do you need? Are 5 enough? And the fleet? The fleet of the whole county. I will give you in July. Do you think it is enough? Wan Lauer was so surprised that he almost slipped off the chair. This support was perfect. Wan Lauer didn't expect to have such a big harvest today. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you for your support. Wan Lauer was so flattered that he forgot how he got home. As soon as Wan Lauer got home, he saw a crowd of people standing at the door again. But after entertaining this wave, no one should come tomorrow. Right? In mid-July, the people of Xianing County were paying attention to one thing. That is, the potato harvest. If the large-scale potato planting in Jinwu town last year only had a wide impact in the whole county, then this year's impact will be expanded several times. Shen Jinyuan personally led people to the land of Dongwen Town and struck the gong with his own hands. The people who had been waiting at home for a long time could no longer contain their excitement. This year's planting is 2 months later than last year, because Wan Lauer found that the temperature at the border is lower than that inside the pass. And the warming will also be several months later. So he said last year that this year's planting will be 2 months later. Not only everyone is looking forward to it, but Wan Lauer himself is also looking forward to it. He hopes that everyone's harvest this year will be more abundant than last year. Shen Jinyuan built a shed directly on the edge of the field and watched it for the whole morning. But in the afternoon, the county magistrates of the 2 neighboring counties, Hongyang County and Qiping County, heard the noise from somewhere and came over. The 3 county magistrates gathered under the shed and looked at the data that came out from time to time. The degree of surprise on the faces of the 3 people is self-evident. Our border can actually grow grain with an acreage yield of more than 2,000 kilograms? This is simply incredible. Sir Shen, our county will reserve 5 million kilograms of seeds like yours. Hongyang County Magistrate Liu Hongyu spoke first. Qiping County Magistrate was not to be outdone. Our county will also reserve 5 million kilograms. This made Shen Jinyuan very happy. He was worried that planting so many potatoes would cause psychological pressure on the Wan family. Unexpectedly, half of the stock was gone at once. In addition, their county also needs to keep seeds this year, so there will not be many potatoes for the Wan family. Wan Lauer didn't know that the potatoes in Dongwen Town had been sold out before they were harvested. Just to say that almost every household in Jinwu Town planted potatoes this year, and this year's output was higher than last year's. Wan Lauer was a little worried. What should he do with this year's sales? A few days later, Shen Jinyuan came to the Wan family. First, he came to inquire about the production in Jinwu Town. And second, he wanted to tell Wan Lauer that the potatoes in Dongwen Town might not be shipped. The county magistrate came to the Wan family again, which still caused quite a stir, especially during the critical period of potato purchase. Wan Lauer thought that the potatoes in Dongwen Town had been harvested almost, and the county magistrate came to him to ask for money? Second brother, I came here today to ask how the harvest is going here. Shen Jinyuan took a sip of tea and asked, Sir, the planting area in Jinwu Town this year has doubled compared to last year, and the weather and season are favorable this year, so the output is more than double compared to last year. That's good. I came here to tell you that the potatoes produced in Dongwen Town this year may not be transported here. The 2 neighboring counties have ordered 5 million kilograms of potato seeds from me. In addition, our county will also plant next year, so there is no extra to sell to you. Shen Jinyuan saw Wan Lauer looking at him in surprise, and thought that Wan Lauer had an opinion. So he hurriedly said, But the fleet prepared before is in place. I can give it all to you. In addition, I will let the master lead the team in person for the manpower you need. What do you think? Thank you for your trouble. Wan Lauer was ecstatic. It seemed that this year gave him a year of buffer period. When Mr. Jia came to the border next month, all problems could be solved. Planting more next year should not be a problem. Wan Lauer breathed a sigh of relief. And in his heart, he was worshipping the county magistrates of the 2 neighboring counties, thanking them for solving this year's potato problem. After a busy July, good news came from the Chiu family. At the same time, Jia Yanbing really arrived as promised. Chapter 669 Mid-Autumn Festival. After more than 2 months of treatment, Chiu finally recognized Wang Jiawei and the Wan family. It's just that her condition is still recurring. But Wang Jiawei doesn't have to stay at home all day to watch over her. Fu Bao treated Chiu for the past 2 months and also took care of her body. As expected, good news came before the new year. The Mid-Autumn Festival in August is the time for family reunion. Early in the morning, Mrs. Wan asked the second son to bring Chiu and the third son back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Old second, go to the town to buy vegetables for today's festival, and buy some mooncakes. Pick up your third brother's family. Tell them to stop working today and come back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. There are also Jinger and his wife. Our family was quiet during the new year this year. This Mid-Autumn Festival is a good time for us to reunite. Okay, mother. I go right away. One old second has lost a lot of weight in the past 2 months. But all the potatoes have been stored in the warehouse, and the workshop has doubled in size. This year, all the men, women and children in the village have been recruited. It can be expected that every household in Shitsi village will be able to eat meat and vegetables this year. Even Hohat's brothers and sisters come to help. 2 cents a day. To help wash potatoes. As soon as one old second drove the carriage out, one heir's wife caught up with him. She told one old second to buy some food that the children like to eat, and also buy some more meat and vegetables to give to Hohat's brothers and sisters. These 3 children have no parents and rely on Hohat to support them alone. It's too pitiful. Don't worry. I'm thinking about it. I know what the children like to eat, so I buy more. There's also the village chief's family. Although I've paid them wages, they've done twice as much work this year as last year, and the village chief won't let me pay them for processing. I'm going to buy some meat and send it over. Juan Lauer expressed his thoughts. Okay. You can make the decision yourself. Juan Urseo doesn't get involved in outside affairs, and it's all up to Juan Lauer alone. It was almost noon when Juan Lauer brought back Juan Laosan's family and Wang Jiawei and his wife. This was the first time Chiu had returned to Shitsi village after she recovered, and most people in Shitsi village didn't recognize Chiu. The Wan family yard was really lively today, and Mrs. Wan had been smiling from ear to ear since morning. When people get old, they just want to have their children around them. Everything else is just a passing cloud to them, and they can't bring it with them when they are born, and they can't take it with them when they die. Only hope is their motivation to live. Jing, you've suffered a lot, but everything will be fine in the future. Let's go. Let your second and third sisters-in-law make you some delicious food today, and we make up for it. Old Lady Wan took Chiu's hand with pity and went into the house. Although Chiu's condition had improved, her heart was still hurt. Seeing the Wan family so well, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Besides, Wang Jiawei's family was also in decline, and they would have a hard time in the future. Mother! Chiu called out to Old Lady Wan with deep sadness, and tears started to fall from her mouth. Oh! Don't cry. Today is a happy day. It's rare for our family to be together. You have to be happy. Old Lady Wan quickly pulled out a handkerchief from her bosom and wiped Chiu's tears. Sister Jing, after crossing this hurdle, you will have smooth sailing in the future. You see, your brother-in-law has never left you, so you have to cherish him. Second sister Wan also comforted her. Chiu nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes, I know. Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Wan's second wife embraced Chiu into the inner room, while Mr. Wan and Mr. Wan sat in the main room with Wang Jiawei. Everyone had just talked for a while when the village chief's voice came from the door. Jinju, there are guests at your house. The village chief's voice immediately reached Mr. Wan's second ears, who had questions in his mind. Where did their family have any relatives at the border? It's a holiday today, so even if they know someone, they won't come to their house. Right? Wan second asked Mr. Wan to greet Wang Jiawei, and he stood up and walked to the door. The village chief had already asked the people in the carriage to get off, and enthusiastically introduced Mr. Wan's second home. This is the Wan Jinju home you are looking for. Jia Yanbing got off the carriage and looked up at the Wan family's yard. At this time, smoke had risen from the kitchen, and the sound of chickens and geese came from the yard. Jia Yanbing had never seen farm life before, and immediately felt warm. Village chief, where are my relatives? Wan Lauer opened the gate and blurted out the words. But when he saw the person clearly, the smile on his face froze instantly. And then he turned his head happily and shouted into the house. Fuba, come and see. Who is here? Wan Lauer's voice was obviously full of surprise, causing everyone in the house to come out. The village chief smiled and said, Jinju, you still said that you have no relatives, but look at them coming from far away. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and you are reunited. I won't disturb your family reunion and will go back first. Wan Lauer thanked repeatedly. Thank you, village chief. How about staying for dinner? No. The family has prepared the meal. The village chief waved his hand and went home. Mr. Yan, is it really you? You really came? It's already halfway through August, and I counted the days with my fingers every day to see when you would come. Wan Lauer hurried forward and shook Jia Yanbing's hand to greet him. Wan Air, we were delayed on the road by something, so we came half a month late. But we caught up with the Mid-Autumn Festival. This, Jia Yanbing said a little embarrassedly. Mr. Yan, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunion. You are Fubao husband. How can we miss you? Please come in. Wan Lauer pulled Jia Yanbing to the yard. Wan Air, there are people in the carriage. I said in the letter that I came with my family this time, but I have to trouble you. Oh, look at my brain. I am only happy. At this time, all the Wan family members rushed out, especially Fubao, who ran the fastest when he heard that the master was coming. Sir, sir, you are finally here. Fubao missed you so much. Fubao ran up and hugged Jia Yanbing's thigh. Jia Yanbing picked Fubao up and looked at him carefully. Well, you have grown taller and fatter, which means you have not treated yourself badly. Of course, I never treat myself badly. Hee hee. Sir, have the master's wife and others come? They are all here. Now you have company. And there is also a brother and a sister. Wow, that's great. Where are they? Fubao hurriedly looked into the carriage, only to see the curtain of the carriage lifted, and a beautiful woman with 2 children got off the carriage. Master's wife? Fubao hurried forward. At this time, the other people in the Wan family were looking at Jia Yanbing family of 4. You are Fubao, right? I always hear my husband talk about you. You are such a lovely little Fubao. Jia Yanbing wife Cui took Fubao's little hand lovingly. Fubao felt that this mistress was extremely gentle, spoke softly and kindly, and most importantly, was very beautiful. Chapter 670. Grandma Wan arranges the yard. After introducing the Wan family to Jia Yanbing, the second son of the Wan family welcomed Jia Yanbing family into the yard. Cui was a lady from a wealthy family. Even though her family encountered a sudden change, she did not suffer much. Although she lived with her children in her mother's house for more than half a year, she was her mother after all, and she did not treat her mother harshly in life. As soon as Cui entered the house, she was taken into the inner room by Grandma Wan. Cui's temperament was somewhat similar to Chio's. Fubao did not follow Grandma Wan into the house, but nestled on the body of the second son of the Wan family in the main hall. She wanted to know what happened to Jia Yanbing during this period. Mr. Yan, it has been 8 months since we parted in the capital. At the beginning, because you were not convenient to show up, we did not say goodbye properly. I didn't expect that you really came to the border. I am so happy now. The second son of the Wan family was still very excited at this time. Wan heir's wife served tea to the few people again, and then went down to help Wan San's wife. There are many people in the family today, so more dishes must be cooked. Sir, has your case been solved? What did the emperor decide? Fubao couldn't wait to know the result. Jia Yanbing didn't intend to hide it, and said bluntly, it's solved. But it's just a scapegoat. Although the emperor has rehabilitated me, the confiscated items have not been returned. I don't care, as long as I can still do business. Fubao nodded. Sir, you are right. With your great talent, it's just a matter of time for you to restore the glory of the Jia family in your lifetime. Mr. Yan, can I call you Mr. Jia now? You don't have to hide your name in the future, right? Wan Lauer was also happy for Jia Yanbing. Well, the emperor has rehabilitated our Jia family, and no one will come to hunt me down in the future. This matter is considered to be solved. But I think the court is in danger. After the Jia family incident this time, it can be regarded as a warning. If we can't catch the evidence of that person's crime in one fell swoop, it will be more difficult in the future. Jia Yanbing shook his head and sighed. King Li was really cunning. Mr. Jia, we will live at a remote corner of the country in the future. Don't worry about the things in the capital. Just make money and eat well. Wan Lauer was very open-minded. Jia Yanbing nodded in agreement. After experiencing this incident, he changed his way of life. Mister, didn't you say that you still have some relatives at home? Why didn't they come with you? Fubao remembered that Jia Yanbing had mentioned before that there was an old mother and a brother's family at home. It seemed that his brother's legs were broken. Alas, I went back too late. They didn't make it. My brother's child was also sold. I asked people to inquire along the way. Once there was a result. Please write to me. My mother has been buried by people of the same clan. I didn't see her for the last time. Jia Yanbing couldn't hide the sadness on his face. If it weren't for Cui's cleverness, she would take the children to her mother's home as soon as something happened at home. It is estimated that their children would have been sold by those people. Sir, please accept my condolences. When you return home in glory, you can go to pay respects to the old lady, so that they can be happy. Wan Lauer comforted them. Okay. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. What I heard most along the way was the reputation of the Wan family. Just now, I saw a large workshop opposite. Are they all yours? Yes, they are all ours. I have many questions to ask you. How about we talk about it in detail after we have dinner? Okay. Jia Yanbing felt that the border was desolate. But when he really came to the border, he saw the simple smiles on the faces of the villagers and felt unprecedented peace in his heart. In the inner room, Mrs. Wan accompanied Chiu and Chui. Niece-in-law. Where are you from? Mrs. Wan asked Chui with a smile. Old lady. I'm from Jiangnan. Oh. Don't call me old lady. We don't call it that here. Just call me aunt. It sounds friendly. I just heard from the second brother that you guys are coming to the border this time. Are you going to stay? Do you have a place to stay? Chui lowered her head slightly. Not yet. When I was in Jiangnan, I was staying at my mother's house. If it wasn't for my husband coming back to pick me up, I wouldn't know he was still alive. The family suddenly changed. And I, a woman, didn't know what to do. This time I followed my husband to the border, and everything was arranged by my husband. Chui spoke gently, and old lady Wan didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear of scaring people. Niece-in-law, ask your husband if you have nowhere to live. The yard next to our house is empty, and no one lives there. It's just right for your family of 4. I asked the second and third daughters-in-law to help clean it up later. And you can move in tonight. Everything in the house is tidy. When I'm free, I take out the quilts and bedding and dry them out to dry. I wipe it every now and then, so it's not too dirty. The yard next door, that old lady Wan mentioned, was the yard where Hu Xingyang's family had rented before. But now that Hu Xingyang had established himself in Qiping County, the workshop had expanded more than doubled, and 3 shifts of workers were working non-stop, so his pockets were naturally bulging. He rented a small yard for his mother and sister in Qiping County, and the family of 3 now lived there. Chui was moved to tears by old lady Wan's enthusiasm, and this long-lost warmth made her feel so warm, because she had always lived in her mother's home. The people in her mother's home would occasionally give her and her children cold eyes and cold faces when she was not down and out. Every time she returned to her mother's home, her family would want to welcome her 10 miles away. But after she was down and out, she would be despised even for living at home for a while. If she hadn't been for the sake of her 2 children, she would have died long ago. Aunt, I want to thank you on behalf of my husband. Our family has fallen on hard times, but you didn't despise us and found us a place to stay. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Yenner will do her best. Get up quickly. What are you talking about? You have come from so far away. We have an empty yard. If we don't let you use it, will we let you live on the streets? What kind of people will our family become? Grandma Wan quickly pulled Chui Yenner up. Chui's eyes were red, and the 2 children also hugged their mother's legs. Oh, poor little things. Come on. Children, you must be hungry. Grandma has mooncakes here. Have a try. Grandma Wan quickly took out the mooncakes that Wan Lauer bought in the town and gave one to each of the 2 children. Jia Juanhao and Jia Xinyan looked at the mooncakes, pursed their lips, and looked up at Chui. Seeing their mother nod, the 2 children walked over happily, carefully took the mooncakes handed over by Grandma Wan, and said politely, "Thank you, Grandma. You're welcome. If you want to eat more after eating, tell Grandma that our family is not like the years before when we couldn't get food. Now we have enough food." Grandma Wan touched the heads of the 2 children lovingly. The 2 children are so good. Jia Juanhao and Jia Xinyan smelled the sweet aroma of mooncakes. They were hungry for a long time, but their good upbringing made them eat very elegantly. Grandma Wan kept praising the 2 children. Why are these children so cute? The more I look at them, the more I like them. Chiu sat aside, looking at Chui's 2 children. She felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Seeing that her eyes became dull again, she quickly pinched her tiger's mouth hard. Fu Bao said that she should learn to control her emotions.